Chapter 1 Getting Married is So Hard. Tianlong Kingdom, Jiangcheng. In a small villa, Hao Lang was wearing a white shirt, holding flowers in his hands, and surrounded by a group of groomsmen, with a forced smile on his face. Today is his wedding day, and he will soon take his brothers to marry his bride Lu Qian. This was supposed to be a happy day. But he couldn't be happy. Because, for this day, the price he paid was too high. He and his girlfriend Lu Qian met in their freshman year. Now it has been 3 years since they graduated. He thought that after 7 years of love, they would naturally enter the marriage hall. However, unexpectedly, when discussing marriage, the mother-in-law made a huge demand. Not only did she ask for a sky-high betrothal gift of 880,000 yuan, but she also required him to buy a wedding house worth 3 million yuan for his brother-in-law, that is, his girlfriend Lu Qian's younger brother, before he could marry Lu Qian. He said that his brother-in-law had lost his father since childhood and lacked fatherly love and care. As his brother-in-law, he had the responsibility and obligation to help his brother-in-law so that he could get married in the future. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be scared away by the sky-high bride price of 880,000 yuan, not to mention having to buy a house for his brother-in-law. Fortunately, although Hao Lang was a rural person, he started his own business during his college years. After years of hard work, he has built a pretty good small company and has also invested in several houses. Therefore, although he felt that his mother-in-law's request was a bit outrageous, and that Hao Lang had helped their family a lot during the years he had known Lu Qian, and had spent at least hundreds of thousands of yuan on them, out of responsibility for his girlfriend, he still gritted his teeth and agreed to the other party's request. However, as a result, the company's cash flow immediately became tight, causing him to be under a lot of pressure recently and even losing a lot of hair. But no matter what, as long as his mother-in-law and her family don't cause any trouble today and let him hold the wedding smoothly, he won't want to care about anything anymore. Brother, I really admire you. If it were me, this marriage would never happen. What do you know? Brother Lang, this is called true love is priceless. Brother Lang's courage and broad-mindedness are not comparable to us. In my opinion, this is bullying an honest person. Brother Lang is too responsible and too capable. It's really unlucky to meet such a brother-supporting demon. The groomsmen who knew the inside story also stood up for Hao Lang. Alright guys, today is my big day, let's stop talking about these unhappy things and go. Hao Lang smiled helplessly and cheered up. Afterwards, the wedding convoy went straight to his girlfriend Lu Qian's home. At the same time, in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, in a high-rise residential building in an old community, the home of Hao Lang's girlfriend Lu Qian was also decorated with lights and flowers, waiting for Hao Lang to come and pick her up. In Lu Qian's boudoir, Lu Qian, wearing a white wedding dress, was sitting on the bed surrounded by her best friends. The tight wedding dress highlighted her mature figure, which had become more and more proud after being developed by Hao Lang, making her girlfriends around her envious. Squeak! Lu Qian's mother and brother suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Xiao Qian, don't forget to ask for the exit courtesy before you get off the car. You can't get off the car without the exit courtesy. Lu Qian's mother Wang Shufan said solemnly. Sister, remember to ask for more and share some with me later. Lu Qian's younger brother Lu Xing said with a smirk. That's right. Xiao Qian, you must ask for a gift when you get off the car. That's right. This is the rule. It can't be broken. And you can't ask for less. Lu Qian's best friends also encouraged her. Is there a gift for getting off the car? I forgot to tell Hao Lang. How about I give him a call to discuss it so he can be prepared? Lu Qian frowned. What are we discussing? There's no need to discuss this. This is the final test for him. It would be pointless to tell him in advance. Wang Shufan said indifferently. Okay, how much is appropriate? Lu Qian asked. She is a mama's girl with no opinion of her own and listens to her mother in everything. You can't ask for less. That's right. Hao Lang is so rich, if we give him less, we'll be embarrassing him. The minimum cannot be less than 1 million. The girlfriends gave suggestions in unison. Let's put it this way, 8.88 million. The money doesn't matter, the main thing is to have good luck. Wang Shufan said with a raised mouth. The scene suddenly became quiet. Lu Qian's best friend was frightened by her mother Wang Shufan. They originally thought that asking for 1 or 2 million was already cruel enough. But unexpectedly, Lu Qian's mother Wang Shufan was even more cruel than them. It seems that old ginger is still spicy. Admire. They must learn well from their predecessors in the future. When they get married themselves, we must not be lenient. If you don't have tens of millions, don't even think about marrying them. Would that be too much? Lu Qian was a little confused. What do you mean by more? Sister, my girlfriend has recently set her sights on a sports car that I estimate will cost 7 or 8 million. If she buys it, she can marry me. My brother-in-law is so rich, why don't you ask him to help me again? My younger brother Lu Xing said anxiously. Did you hear that? As your sister, you can't just ignore your brother's affairs. It's 8.88 million, not a cent less. Wang Shufan said in an unquestionable tone. Okay, I'll help you. Lu Qian gritted her teeth and nodded. In less than half an hour, Hao Lang brought the wedding procession to his girlfriend Lu Qian's house. Everything went smoothly at first, until they were about to enter Lu Qian's boudoir. Hao Lang and the groomsmen were dumbfounded. I saw that Lu Qian's door was covered with printed payment codes. Hao Lang. If you want to marry our Lu Qian, give each of us a red envelope of 1314. That's right. If you're missing one, don't even think about getting in. The shouting of Lu Qian's best friends could be heard from the room. Hao Lang and the groomsmen were shocked. Does everyone have to send a red envelope with the number 1314? There are at least 20 or 30 payment codes on this door. Does Lu Qian have so many close friends? Could it be that he is bringing all of his best friend's aunts and uncles along? A red envelope of 30,000 or 40,000 yuan just to get in the door? Isn't this too dark? This is fucking money grabbing. Brother Lang, how about we brothers just break the door down? The groomsmen were furious. I'm warning you, anyone who dares to break down my door will be fined 1 million or 800,000 and never leave. Before Hao Lang could speak, the overbearing voice of his mother-in-law Wang Shufan suddenly came from the room. The groomsmen trembled with fear. It costs 1 million or 800,000 just to bang on a door? You must be crazy about money. Hao Lang, it's getting late. Hurry up and give the red envelope. Let's go to the hotel as soon as possible. Don't delay the important business. Mother-in-law Wang Shufan urged impatiently. Mom, isn't 1314 too much? Can you give it less? Hao Lang frowned and asked in a negotiating tone. It's not that he is stingy, it's just that the company's funds are too tight recently. In order to get married, he has almost spent all his savings. Tens of thousands of dollars is not a small amount of money for him now. First of all, don't call me mom. You're just having a wedding today, you haven't officially gotten the marriage certificate yet. Secondly, is this kind of thing negotiable? My daughter will only get married once in her life, how can I compromise? Besides, they asked for 1314 because they want you to be together forever. You can't just not appreciate everyone's beautiful wishes, right? Do you still want to get married? If you do, then stop talking nonsense and transfer the money. Mother-in-law Wang Shufan said in a scolding tone. Hao Lang and the groomsmen were speechless. Can't I call her mom if I don't get a marriage certificate? Use Hao Lang's money to bless Hao Lang? Just because her daughter can't compromise, should Hao Lang accommodate them? What kind of bullshit is this? The groomsmen all felt aggrieved for Hao Lang. Hao Lang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and finally forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. He silently took out his mobile phone and scanned the codes one by one to transfer the money. Millions have been spent, so the finishing touch of tens of thousands of dollars won't be a big deal. He just hoped that this was the last time. My mother-in-law and her family must stop causing trouble. Otherwise, he probably really wouldn't be able to bear it. Chapter 2 I Don't Want to Get Married. After giving the red envelopes, Hao Lang and the others finally entered the boudoir. However, no one was in the mood to play the small games that had been prepared, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Fortunately, my mother-in-law and her family did not make any excessive demands afterwards. Hao Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. After picking up the bride and her family, they quickly arrived at the booked hotel. Hao Lang's relatives and friends had already been waiting for them at the hotel entrance. Xiao Qian, get out of the car. Under the photographer's arrangement, Hao Lang opened the car door and prepared to carry Lu Qian out of the car. Wait a moment. I haven't given you the gift for getting off the car yet. Yes. Our Xiao Qian can't get off the car without the etiquette. Lu Qian's best friend stopped her. Get off the car? Hao Lang was stunned for a moment, frowning at Lu Qian. There is such a thing. Xiao Qian, why didn't you tell me in advance? When the two parties discussed it before, my mother-in-law's family did not mention this aspect. Therefore, he was not prepared at all. That's right, why didn't you tell me earlier? Isn't it embarrassing to say it now? The groomsman also stood up for Hao Lang. Hao Lang, my mom said this is a test for you, and it would be pointless to tell you in advance. Lu Qian explained. Test? Hao Lang, who had been simmering with rage for a long time, could no longer contain himself. He laughed in anger. Lu Qian, haven't your family put me through enough trials over the years? I paid for your brother's schooling. I also paid for your mother's medical care and hospitalization. Even on various holidays, when I buy you a gift, I have to buy one for them as well. What's even more outrageous is that not only do I have to pay a whopping 880,000 yuan betrothal gift, but I also have to give your brother a house worth millions for his wedding. Haven't I done enough? You're still testing me now? What the hell do you want to do? His mother-in-law and her family's repeated unreasonable demands almost drove him crazy. Hao Lang, don't worry. My mom said this is the last test. After we pass this test, we can get married. Lu Qian had never seen Hao Lang get angry with her before. She was frightened by Hao Lang's appearance at the moment and hurriedly explained. The last time? Hao Lang shook his head and smiled. Just tell me, how much do you want as a gift when you get off the car? My mother-in-law's family has said last time too many times. He would never believe it again. However, it was not easy for him and Lu Qian to get to this point today, and he didn't want to give up the relationship of so many years easily. If this gift of getting off the car is not too excessive, he can tolerate it again. Not much. My mom said only 8.88 million will be enough. Lu Qian said hurriedly. Hao Lang was dumbfounded. Only 8.88 million? Not much yet? Do you really think he runs a bank? He is just an ATM and can't withdraw so much money in a short time. The groomsmen and the groom's party were also confused. I never expected that the woman would dare to ask for so much money. Hao Lang, don't worry. My brother told me his girlfriend has her eyes on a sports car that's worth about 7 or 8 million. As long as they buy that car, they can get married. We're all family now, so consider this 8.88 million as a favor to him, okay? Lu Qian explained. Not good. Hao Lang roared, it's your mom and your brother who say it every day. What the hell is that? I don't give a damn what they say. I'm marrying you, not them. I've already helped them enough. And they still want a sports car worth 7 or 8 million? Why wouldn't they want to fly? The car I drive is only worth a few 100,000. If you're capable, buy it yourself. If you're not, shut up. Hao Lang, why are you like this? My brother just graduated, how could he possibly make so much money? Aren't you making things difficult for him? You're his brother-in-law, so what's wrong with helping him? It's just a few million, right? Is there any need to be so stingy? Lu Qian said dissatisfiedly. He just graduated? I only just graduated 3 years ago. You're the ones making things difficult for me. Hao Lang's blood pressure soared with anger, and he roared, you call me stingy? Do you even know what 8.88 million yuan means? You just opened your mouth and asked for it. Have you earned 80,000 yuan since graduation? Making money to support the family is your job, man. I'm a woman, how can I be the same as you? Didn't you say you would make money to support me? Now you complain that I don't make enough? Humph. You men are really interesting. Lu Qian curled her lips. When did I ever complain that you didn't make enough money? I was just saying, can you please stop thinking I'm a money printing machine that can easily come up with millions? Hao Lang laughed out of anger. Don't you have a company? Are several million a lot for you? Lu Qian said indifferently. It's just a small company. It doesn't even make 2 or 3 million a year. Most of the money I've made over the years has been invested in the company. I've almost collapsed from operating the company to marry you. Where would I steal 8.88 million for you? Hao Lang angrily said, that's right. You've never cared about the company's situation, let alone participated in its work. How could you possibly know about the company's affairs? Let's not talk about this anymore. I just have one last question for you, will you get out of the car or not? My mom said. You can't get off the car without a gift. Lu Qian stared at Hao Lang and insisted, refusing to give in at all. Whenever there was a conflict in the past, as long as she insisted, Hao Lang would give in and compromise. I believe this time will be no exception. Hao Lang's body trembled, as if he had been hit hard by a punch. He almost collapsed. Then he laughed, his heart dead, his laughter filled with disappointment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Okay. I won't get married today. You can find whoever you want. He has had enough of Lu Qian's unreasonable behavior. Enough of this family's greed." He once thought that as long as he continued to give his sincere efforts, one day he would be able to move Lu Qian and her family and make them change. However, today he finally realized how naive and stupid he was before. This family will never change. This time, he doesn't want to compromise anymore. From now on, I don't want to have anything to do with this family. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the right decision and successfully activating the Super God system. In response to the host's current problem, the system provides two options. Choice 1, resolutely break off the engagement and take back the betrothal gifts in the house. Reward, a rich, beautiful, and wealthy goddess. Choice 2, change your mind, give up your dignity and continue to marry Lu Qian, and reward the host with an 8.88 million yuan exit gift. A pleasant voice suddenly sounded in Hao Lang's mind. System? Hao Lang was stunned. As someone who often reads novels, he naturally understands what this is. From now on, he will probably be very successful. What did you say? Hao Lang, say it again. Lu Qian in the wedding car was shocked and spoke in a trembling voice. She originally thought that Hao Lang would apologize to her and try to appease her willful behavior as he did before when she acted unreasonably. However, she never expected that Hao Lang would dare to break off the engagement. Didn't you hear me clearly? Okay. Then I'll say it again. I won't get married. I won't talk about the money I spent on your family before. But you must return the 880,000 yuan betrothal gift in my house to me. Otherwise, we'll see you in court. Hao Lang said solemnly. Being fair, rich and beautiful is not important. The important thing is that he has had enough of Lu Qian's family, and changing his mind is naturally impossible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a wise choice. The reward is a fair, rich, and beautiful goddess. She is on her way and will appear before the host when the time comes. The system voice sounded again. Hao Lang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he felt a little excited. I don't know how that rich and beautiful girl compares to Lu Qian, and when she will appear in front of him. Chapter 3 School Beauty Goddess. Hao Lang's roar attracted a crowd of onlookers. Everyone accused the woman of going too far. He actually dared to ask for 8.88 million as a gift when he got off the car. It's simply outrageous. It's better not to have a woman like this. Everyone strongly supports Hao Lang's decision. Mother-in-law Wang Shufan also came over angrily with her brother-in-law Lu Xing. Hao Lang, you scumbag. You're breaking off the engagement with my sister just for a few million. Have you lost your conscience? Humph. Thankfully, my mom prepared this test so we can see your true colors. Otherwise, if my sister had followed you, she would have been in big trouble. Brother-in-law Lu Xing glared at Hao Lang and said coldly. Hao Lang, you've really grown up. You actually dared to cancel the engagement. Wang Shufan, the mother-in-law, pointed at Hao Lang and angrily said, You want to break off the engagement? Fine. My daughter doesn't have to marry you. But my daughter has been with you for so many years, giving you her best years of her youth. It can't be in vain. You must give us 10 million yuan as a breakup fee. 10 million. The crowd watching was startled. Isn't this too cruel? Do you really think her daughter is inlaid with diamonds? I'm giving you my uncle's breakup fee. Your daughter's youth is youth, but my youth is not youth? I also want 100 million in compensation. Can you afford it? Hao Lang said angrily. You don't want to compensate me? Humph. Then forget about getting your betrothal gifts and house back. Mother-in-law Wang Shufan said coldly. It's not up to you to decide yet. Hao Lang sneered, let's not talk about the betrothal gift for now. The house hasn't been transferred yet. It's still my property, and you're illegally occupying it. You have 3 hours to move out. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you out. As for the betrothal gift, if you don't return it to me, we'll see you in court. Mother-in-law Wang Shufan and brother-in-law Lu Xing immediately frowned. They also knew that what Hao Lang said was indeed reasonable, and they might really have to return these things to Hao Lang. However, they felt very unwilling when they thought that they had not gained any benefits. Hao Lang, are you really going to be so ruthless? Can it be that our 7 years of love are not worth more than these millions? You are too heartless. Lu Qian seemed to have suffered a great injustice. I'm ruthless? I'm ruthless? You're really good at turning the tables. Hao Lang laughed in anger. Stop talking nonsense, go back and vacate the house for me. Hao Lang, don't regret it. Lu Qian looked resentful. You should not regret it. Hao Lang said disdainfully. Lu Qian's family would never have imagined what a stupid decision they made today. If they missed out on having a son-in-law who has the system, they would probably have no place to cry in the future. Xiao Chen, don't be sad about this scumbag. The thing this world has the most of is men. With your conditions, you will definitely find someone better. Mother-in-law Wang Shufan comforted her. That's right. Sister, I know a lot of rich second generations, many of whom are richer than him. I'll introduce a few to you later. Brother-in-law Lu Xing said with a solemn vow. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the hum of a sports car suddenly came from the road next to the hotel. The huge noise attracted everyone's attention, and everyone looked over immediately. I saw a red sports car with a cool shape driving towards me. Holy crap! It's a Ferrari Poison. A limited edition sports car. Even better than the one my girlfriend has her eyes on. It's worth at least 20 million. If I could have a car like this, I'd definitely change my girlfriend at will. Brother-in-law Lu Xing exclaimed, his eyes filled with envy and admiration. He also suggested to Lu Qian, sister, see? This is a truly wealthy person. Anyone who can drive a car like this must have at least billions of dollars in assets. They're not comparable to poor idiots like Hao Lang. This is the person you should marry. Billions of dollars? Mother-in-law Wang Shufan and Lu Qian's eyes lit up and their faces were filled with shock. If I could really marry such a person, it would be much better than marrying Hao Lang. Just now they were still feeling depressed about being broken off their engagement today, but now they immediately let it go. Fortunately, they did not marry a poor guy like Hao Lang, otherwise, they would have missed out on this tycoon with a net worth of tens of billions. However, they never thought that with Lu Qian's conditions, being able to marry Hao Lang was already a blessing in 3 lifetimes. Anyone with Hao Lang's wealth would probably look down on a family like theirs that is always looking for trouble. Hao Lang was also surprised. Although he knew many wealthy people, not many of them could afford to drive a sports car worth tens of millions. So at first he thought it might just be a stranger. But then, he suddenly remembered what the system said. Didn't we agree to reward him with a beautiful, rich and beautiful girl? Could it be the guy driving the sports car? The person driving this red sports car is probably a girl, right? Click. A moment later, the red sports car stopped next to the wedding car. After the cool scissor doors rose, a long-haired beauty in a blue dress walked down very gracefully. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. The beautiful woman in the blue dress looked to be in her 20s, with a tall figure of over 1.7 meters. Although she was wearing flat shoes, she was taller than most women present, and matched Hao Lang's height of 1.85 meters very well. Her skin was white and smooth, like white jade, her facial features were delicate and perfect, and her figure was plump and upright, even more proud than Lu Qian. Her manners are elegant, her demeanor is dignified, and her beautiful eyes sparkle with a lively brilliance, giving people a feeling of being smart and capable. At first glance, she is obviously a very powerful woman. If Lu Qian is a beautiful pheasant, then this beauty in a blue dress is a noble phoenix. As soon as she got out of the car, all the women present, including Lu Qian, immediately paled in comparison, feeling ashamed and filled with envy and jealousy. The men at the scene stared in amazement. Those who were married regretted getting married too early, while those who were not married fantasized about marrying such a goddess. Oh my God! There's such a beautiful woman in this world? How is this possible? It's okay that she's too beautiful to be human, but she's also so rich? Compared to her, my girlfriend is nothing. What kind of outstanding man must be worthy of her? I wish I could marry her. Lu Xing was shocked and started to have wild thoughts. Wang Shufan also frowned. Although she had a mysterious confidence in her daughter Lu Qian and always thought that her daughter Lu Qian was extraordinary, but at this moment she had to admit that compared with the beauty in the blue dress in front of her, her daughter Lu Qian was far inferior. If her son Lu Xing could marry such a beauty, it would be a real honor for the family. However, after turning her head to look at her son Lu Xing next to her, her brows furrowed even more tightly. Although she had a mysterious confidence in her son Lu Xing and always thought that her son Lu Xing was a rare talent, she had to admit that her son Lu Xing was not worthy of the beautiful woman in the blue dress in front of him. If her son Lu Xing wants to marry this beauty in a blue dress, he will probably have to wait until next life. Hao Lang was also stunned. He stared at the beautiful woman in the blue dress and found it difficult to look away. To be honest, he has seen quite a few beauties over the years, many of whom are more beautiful than Lu Qian. However, all the beauties he had seen before could not compare with the beauty in the blue dress in front of him. It is no exaggeration to say that the beauty in the blue dress in front of me is like a fairy from heaven, so beautiful that she doesn't seem like a mortal. The most important thing is that the other person's outline actually looks somewhat familiar. He seemed to have seen this beauty somewhere. At the same time, the beautiful woman in the blue dress got out of the car, ignored everyone else at the scene, only had eyes for Hao Lang, and walked straight towards him with her long legs. Everyone was immediately filled with envy and jealousy. Could it be that this stunning beauty knows Hao Lang? Lu Qian's family, in particular, looked at Hao Lang in disbelief. Hao Lang was also stunned for a moment. It was even more certain that he must have seen this beautiful lady in the blue dress before. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, the other party should be the beautiful, rich and beautiful woman rewarded to him by the system. Hao Lang, don't you recognize me? The beautiful woman in the blue dress walked up to Hao Lang, showing an intoxicating smile that could charm everyone, and spoke very kindly. Chapter 4, Marrying a Beautiful, Rich and Beautiful Woman. You are the high school beauty, Lin Yan. Hao Lang took a closer look and suddenly his eyes lit up. Lin Yan was the school belle in his high school and also the goddess he had a crush on at that time. However, he had accomplished nothing at that time and was extremely poor, so he never dared to confess his feelings. Later I heard that Lin Yan went abroad to study. There has been no news from each other over the years. He never expected that the goddess he once had a crush on would appear at his wedding today. Is this how the system is arranged? In addition, after not seeing each other for many years, Lin Yan has grown more mature and more beautiful than before, so he didn't recognize her at first. However, he didn't know that Lin Yan had actually been secretly in love with him all those years. However, at that time, Lin Yan was shy and embarrassed to say it out loud, so the two of them ended up missing each other. During the years abroad, Lin Yan attended top foreign business schools. After graduation, I started helping my family company expand into overseas markets. Although she hasn't seen him for many years, she has never forgotten Hao Lang. In fact, the longer the time passed, the more she missed Hao Lang. Therefore, after stabilizing her overseas business, she immediately returned to China. I thought I could rekindle my relationship with Hao Lang. But unexpectedly, as soon as I came back, I heard the news that Hao Lang was about to get married. This was like a bolt from the blue to her, dealing her a heavy blow. She was sad for a long time and cried so hard that she wet many pillows. Originally, she didn't want to disturb Hao Lang, who was about to start a family. But for some reason, on Hao Lang's wedding day, she felt more uncomfortable than ever before. If she didn't come to see Hao Lang, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. So, after struggling for a long time, she finally couldn't help it and drove over secretly. However, after arriving, she did not dare to get close, for fear of disturbing Hao Lang and causing him unnecessary trouble. Therefore, she could only hide in the distance and secretly watch Hao Lang, silently shedding sad tears. What she didn't expect was that an accident happened in the middle of the wedding, and Hao Lang actually didn't plan to get married. Although this was not a good thing for both parties at the wedding, she couldn't help but feel happy. This gave her, who was already in despair, hope again. Perhaps, this is the opportunity given to her by God. Having worked in the business world for many years, she is best at seizing opportunities. Since God has given her the opportunity to rekindle her relationship with Hao Lang, she must seize it at all costs. So, after Hao Lang decided not to marry Lu Qian, she drove over immediately. What school beauty! I'm just an ugly duckling. Lin Yan shook her head and smiled. Although she had been praised since she was a child, she never thought she was that beautiful, especially in front of Hao Lang. She even felt a sense of inferiority and never dared to muster up the courage to tell Hao Lang what she was thinking. But today, she decided to go all out and make Hao Lang understand her feelings no matter what. So, she suddenly glanced at Lu Qian's family and said in a cold voice, "Brother Hao Lang, without an 8.88 million yuan gift, this woman won't marry you, right?" When Lu Qian's family was swept by Lin Yan's gaze, they immediately lowered their heads in shame and did not dare to look at Lin Yan at all. This is not only because they know that there is a huge gap between them and big shots like Lin Yuan, but also because, as a strong woman in the business world, Lin Yuan only reveals her delicate and lovely side in front of Hao Lang. When facing people like them, she naturally displays a powerful aura of a superior, which easily intimidates them. Well, sorry to have embarrassed you. Hao Lang nodded and smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter, brother Hao Lang. She doesn't want to marry you, but I do. I don't want a betrothal gift, I don't want a gift for getting off the car, I don't want anything, as long as it's you. Are you willing to marry me? Lin Yan mustered up her courage and spoke out her thoughts in one breath. Her nervous body trembled and a shy blush appeared on her fair cheeks. She looked up at Hao Lang, her beautiful watery eyes full of anticipation. The scene suddenly became silent. Everyone was shocked. This angel-like goddess actually took the initiative to confess that she wanted to marry Hao Lang? Damn it! Did this guy save the galaxy in his previous life? Isn't this too lucky? Everyone on the man's side was happy for Hao Lang. This white, rich and beautiful girl is much better than that Lu Qian. The woman looked embarrassed. The appearance of this white, rich and beautiful woman made them unable to hold their heads up. Lu Qian's family was also dumbfounded. They never imagined that there would be someone who was willing to get married without asking for a dowry or anything else. Moreover, the other party is a top-notch white, rich and beautiful woman. Originally, they thought that after leaving their Lu Qian, it would be difficult for Hao Lang to find a better woman. But they didn't expect that someone would slap them in the face so soon. Especially Lu Qian, she started to panic. She originally thought that Hao Lang was just impulsive and angry today. After he calmed down, he would definitely apologize to her and ask her to marry him. However, the appearance of Lin Yuan made her realize immediately that all this was probably just her wishful thinking. This time, Hao Lang might never come back to beg her again. How could such a beautiful goddess be so blind? What's so good about Hao Lang? It's better to marry me than him. This is really like a flower stuck in cow dung, and the good cabbage is eaten by the pig. Lu Xing's face was full of envy and jealousy. Hao Lang was also stunned. Although he knew that this might be a system arrangement, he did not expect that Lin Yan, a girl, would be so bold as to say that she wanted to marry him in front of so many people. Okay. As long as you dare to marry, I will marry you. Hao Lang didn't hesitate for too long. He smiled slightly and said in a firm tone. At the same time, he knelt on one knee in front of Lin Yan and raised the bouquet in his hand. Will you marry me? If it weren't for what happened today, he would naturally not betray Lu Qian and accept Lin Yuan. But now he has severed all ties with Lu Qian's family, so there will naturally be no problem for him to turn around and marry the goddess he had a crush on back then. I do. Lin Yuan was excited and snatched the flowers from Hao Lang's hand without hesitation. She spoke in a trembling voice, as if she was afraid that he would go back on his word. Let's go, the wedding venue has been set up, let's go get married now. Hao Lang stood up and held Lin Yuan's delicate hand tightly. Lin Yuan's face was full of happy smiles. She nodded heavily, snuggled up to Hao Lang, and were about to walk towards the wedding hall side by side. No. Hao Lang, you can't marry her. We've been together for so many years, are you just going to give up? If you think the gift is too much, we can still discuss it. Lu Qian in the wedding car couldn't hold it in any longer and suddenly said with tears in her eyes. But even so, she still couldn't bear to get out of the wedding car. Don't talk to me about the relationship we've had over the years. You've already thrown all that love away. From now on, I have nothing to do with your family anymore. Hao Lang said without turning his head. He was completely disappointed with Lu Qian's family. No matter how much the other party tries to persuade him, he will not look back. How can you be so heartless? Lu Qian cried even harder, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Okay, Xiao Qian, don't beg him. He's just a man, right? There are so many good men out there, he's not a bad guy. Wang Shufan said angrily. That's right. Sister, what's the point of following such a stingy man? Come on, let's go home. I'll introduce you to some rich second generations. Lu Xing also said disdainfully. Good. Lu Qian gritted her teeth. She had never had a strong opinion, so she had to listen to her family. Then she said to the wedding car driver, Master, turn around and go back. However, the driver did not move, but just looked at Hao Lang for advice. What are you thinking? These cars belong to my friends. They haven't even gotten married yet. Do you still want me to take you home? Just get off and take a taxi. Hao Lang sneered and looked at the wedding car driver. Brother, inform the team that these people have nothing to do with me, you can leave now. Okay, Brother Lang. The wedding car driver nodded and turned to look at Lu Qian and her bestie. Sorry, please get off. You. Lu Qian's family looked furious. But in the end, they and everyone on the woman's side had to stay in the car. The onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads and sneer when they saw the result. He insisted on asking for some sky-high gift when he got off the car. Now look what happened. I didn't get a penny, and the marriage couldn't be completed. Don't I have to get off the car in the end? Why bother? No one believed that with Lu Qian's conditions, she could really find a better man after leaving Hao Lang. Don't forget. I'm going to take back the house in 3 hours. If you don't leave by then, don't blame me for being rude. Hao Lang warned. Then he took Lin Yan to the wedding hall without looking back. The wedding went very smoothly. With the witness of relatives and friends, Hao Lang and Lin Yan successfully tied the knot. After the wedding, it was time to enter the bridal chamber. But they both felt a little awkward. After all, the two of them haven't seen each other for many years. It is obviously inappropriate to applaud love as soon as you meet someone. Lin Yan suggested that they go to her house first to meet her parents and family. After obtaining the consent of her parents and getting the certificate, the two of them will go through the remaining procedures. Hao Lang readily agreed. We were a bit rushed today and didn't invite the bride's family to the wedding, which was a bit too much. As a junior, he should go to the house to apologize and explain the situation. So after the wedding, the two of them got in Ling Yuan's sports car and headed straight to a prestigious villa area in Jiangchang. Hao Lang, my parents have very high expectations for their son-in-law, perhaps even more stringent than Lu Qian's family. It might be difficult to get them to accept you, so you'd better be mentally prepared. But don't worry, no matter what they ask for, I will stand by you. As soon as they got in the car, Lin Yan took Hao Lang's hand, smiled sweetly, and gave him instructions. Well, I will definitely try my best to make them recognize me. Hao Lang smiled and nodded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a beautiful, wealthy woman. The reward is a 1 nanometer fully automatic lithography machine. Host, please open the system interface and check the system warehouse. As soon as he got in the car, the pleasant voice of the system rang in Hao Lang's mind again. A 1 nanometer lithography machine? Holy crap! Hao Lang was stunned. Then, with a thought, a virtual light screen of the system interface that only he could see appeared in front of him. Host, Hao Lang. Combat power, 75. Normal human limit is 100. Such a simple attribute panel? Is this system minimalist? Hao Lang thought to himself. Then I opened the system warehouse, and saw that it was an interface similar to a game backpack, with small squares in it, and items could be stored and retrieved in each square. In the first square, there is the 1 nanometer fully automatic lithography machine, with some detailed introduction next to it. A 1 nanometer fully automatic lithography machine can produce all types of chips larger than 1 nanometer. Just put in the raw materials and it'll produce chips directly. 1 billion chips a day. After reading the introduction, Hao Lang began to tremble with excitement. Can all types of chips be produced? Pour in sand and directly produce finished chips? 1 billion yuan a day? What the hell? It's simply against the will of heaven. With this thing, he can reach the peak of his life. You know, at this time, what Tianlong country lacks most is the lithography machines used to manufacture chips. With this 1 nanometer fully automatic lithography machine, he can help the whole country directly solve this troublesome bottleneck problem. From now on, Tianlong country will no longer be controlled by others on chip issues. Even with this 1 nanometer fully automatic lithography machine, he can help Tianlong country produce world-leading chips, mobile phones, computers and other high-tech electronic devices. Originally, Hao Lang was not sure whether he could get the approval of Lin Yuan's parents, but now with this 1 nanometer fully automatic lithography machine, he immediately felt confident. At the same time, after Lu Qian and her family returned, they immediately asked Lu Xing to move out of the house that Hao Lang had given them. Although they were reluctant, they had to do it. After all, as Hao Lang said, the house has not been transferred yet and is still Hao Lang's house. If they really dare to stay and refuse to leave, they will definitely be thrown out by Hao Lang. As for the 880,000 yuan betrothal gift, they could only transfer it back to Hao Lang's card. Unexpectedly, just after he moved out of the house, Lu Xing's girlfriend broke up with him. unless Lu Xing can buy a new house. Moreover, the new house must be registered in Lu Xing's girlfriend's name. Originally, Lu Qian and Wang Shufan did not want to agree to such an excessive request. But Lu Xing said that her girlfriend's house was about to be demolished. And his girlfriend is the only child in the family. If he could marry this girlfriend, they would become rich after the demolition compensation came in. After hearing this, Wang Shufan agreed immediately. However, they didn't have much savings at home, so they had to sell their old house and borrow a lot of money from everywhere. Only then did they barely make up the down payment for a house for Lu Xing, and the house was registered in the name of Lu Xing's girlfriend. Since the house could not be delivered for the time being, the family had to rent a house. Chapter 5 I Don't Agree. Xinghuan, one of the most upscale residential areas in Zhangcheng, is nestled among mountains and beside water, with beautiful scenery. There are no high-rise residential buildings here, only single-family villas. The people who live here are either rich or noble, and they are all well-known figures in Zhangcheng. Lin Yan's home is here. Or to be more precise, the entire community belongs to their property. As one of the top 10 companies in Zhangcheng, Lin Group has businesses spread across the entire city, covering all aspects of the city. Xinghuan is just one of its properties. In less than half an hour, Hao Lang and Lin Yan arrived at Xinghuan and bought a lot of gifts. On the way here, through communication with Lin Yan, Hao Lang further deepened his understanding of the Lin family. Lin Yan's father was named Lin Tianxiong. He divorced her mother when Lin Yuan was very young. Later, he married a woman named Li Meiwan and gave birth to a daughter named Lin Sihan. Lin Yan has a good relationship with her father Lin Tianxiong, but her relationship with her stepmother Li Meiwan and sister Lin Sihan is not so good. Before coming, Lin Yuan specifically told Hao Lang not to argue with her stepmother. After learning this information, Hao Lang was a little nervous. Having just gotten rid of a greedy mother-in-law, am I going to run into a mean stepmother? If that's the case, his life would be so miserable. Fortunately, with the system in hand, he is no longer the same as before. I believe that no matter what problem he encounters, he can solve it. What's more, Lin Yan is not that Lu Qian. As long as Lin Yan's heart is with him, he doesn't care about other people's attitudes at all. After preparing himself mentally, he and Lin Yuan walked into the Lin family's villa together. It just so happened that Lin Yan's family were all there and were having lunch. When her family saw Lin Yan coming in with a strange man and carrying bags of gifts, they were stunned. "Dad, I brought you a son-in-law. Are you surprised? This is the gift he bought for you." Lin Yan walked over with a smile and placed the gift on the huge dining table. She did not inform her family before coming. First, this kind of thing is difficult to explain over the phone. Second, she wanted to give her father a surprise. She has been single since birth, and in recent years her father has been urging her to find a partner. I believe my father will be very happy to see Hao Lang as his son-in-law. Lin Yan's family was shocked. They were not prepared at all for the sudden appearance of a son-in-law. "Dad. Mom. Sehan. Hello, my name is Hao Lang, and we're a family from now on." Hao Lang also walked up with a smile and placed the gift in his hand on the dining table. Lin Yan's family trembled with shock. What the hell? The first time you visit someone, should you just call them mom and dad? You really don't consider yourself an outsider. Is this the legendary social awesomeness syndrome? Who are you? How can you talk like that? Where did this madman come from? Who is your family? Stepmother Li Meiwan and sister-in-law Lin Sihan were shocked for a moment, then suddenly frowned and said unhappily, looking at Hao Lang with contempt. Having been in the upper-class society for many years, they could tell at a glance from Hao Lang's dress that this guy was definitely not a rich man, nor did he look like a powerful person. Apart from being a bit handsome, I really can't see anything special about this guy. The most important thing is, this guy is really bad at talking, right? It's your first time visiting someone, and you're not even close yet, but you call them dad and mom? Isn't this EQ too low? The eldest daughter of the Lin group and the rich daughter of the Lin family actually fell in love with such a weirdo. Isn't her vision too bad? Hao Lang frowned slightly. It seems that just as I expected before coming here, this mother-in-law and sister-in-law are not easy to get along with. And then, what's going on? Is he your boyfriend? Lin Tianxiong quickly calmed down and asked in a deep voice, while looking at Hao Lang with a little dissatisfaction. This kid seems okay on the surface, but his attitude is a bit frivolous. Call me dad as soon as I get here. Without even asking him whether he agrees or not. Is it so easy to be Lin Tianxiong's son-in-law? Dad, he's not my boyfriend. Lin Yuan shook his head and smiled. He's not your boyfriend? Then why is he? Lin Tianxiong frowned. Because he's my husband. He's your son-in-law. Isn't it normal for him to call you dad? Lin Yan said with a smile. Your husband? Nonsense. How did you become so frivolous? Did you learn it from this brat? Lin Tianxiong said unhappily, glaring at Hao Lang. His precious daughter has always been calm and sophisticated, and is definitely not a frivolous person. He must have learned bad things from this guy. Li Meiwan and Lin Sihan looked surprised. The eldest daughter of the Lin family casually brought back a man they had never seen before, and that man was her own husband. How shameless she was. Hao Lang smiled a little awkwardly, but didn't say anything, because he could understand the mood of Lin Yan's family at the moment. Dad, you misunderstood. He really is my husband. We've already had a banquet and a wedding. Lin Yuan said solemnly. There was silence at the scene. Lin Yuan's family was shocked again. Have these two already held a wedding? Such a big thing, and they are completely unaware of it? Yuan, you've really grown cocky. You didn't even inform us about such a big thing as holding a wedding. Not even your dad knew about it. Do you still have us in your eyes? Stepmother Li Meiwan smiled coldly. Lin Yuan, I really admire you. I used to think I'd had enough fun, but I didn't expect you to be even more avant-garde than me. You got married right away without even asking for your parents' opinion. It seems you're braver than me. Amazing. I admire you. Lin Sihan also sneered sarcastically. It's none of your business what I do. Lin Yan also said in a cold voice. Originally, it was Hao Lang's first time here, and she didn't want to make things too awkward with her stepmother. But since the other party attacked first, she naturally would not show weakness. Lin Yuan. What's your attitude? Giving me the cold shoulder in front of outsiders? Is this what a junior like you should do? Li Meiwan said angrily. You were the one who stuck your face out to me. Lin Yuan said indifferently. You. Li Meiwan still wanted to get angry. All right. Stop talking. Lin Tianxiong suddenly interrupted her and looked at Lin Yuan and then, explain to me clearly, what is going on? Dad, it's like this. Lin Yuan truthfully recounted what happened today and how she and Hao Lang had known each other since high school. Oh, you're not getting married after spending millions as a gift? You're really a poor bastard. How can such a person be worthy of our Lin family? Li Meiwan and her sister-in-law Lin Sihan sneered from behind. Hao Lang frowned. Leave them alone. Lin Yuan glared at them. You haven't seen each other for so many years, and you're getting married right after meeting. Isn't that inappropriate? Do you know him? Lin Tianxiong finally understood what was going on, but he frowned and looked at Hao Lang warily, as if he was afraid that his daughter had been deceived by Hao Lang. Dad, there's nothing wrong. Although we haven't seen each other for a long time, I've been secretly keeping an eye on Hao Lang. I know exactly what kind of person he is. Don't worry, your daughter will never be deceived. Lin Yuan pulled her father's arm and acted coquettishly. But, what if I don't agree? Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, Lin Tianxiong frowned and asked solemnly. Chapter 6 Give me a year. Hearing Lin Tianxiong's words, Hao Lang and Lin Yuan immediately frowned. They had expected that stepmother Li Meiwan and sister-in-law Lin Sihan would not get along well. However, they did not expect that Lin Tianxiong, who had always doted on Lin Yuan, would oppose their marriage. Li Meiwan and Lin Sihan laughed with glee. Dad, why don't you agree? Lin Yuan asked with a disappointed look on his face. Because. Lin Tianxiong seemed a little embarrassed and looked at Hao Lang. You go out first. Hao Lang frowned slightly, then said politely, okay, you guys chat. And then, I'll wait for you outside. Having said that, he turned and left. No. You don't have to go out. Lin Yan held Hao Lang and said firmly, Dad, Hao Lang is not an outsider. I said, we have already had the wedding, and he is my husband now. Whether you agree or not, this is an unchangeable fact. There is nothing in our family that he doesn't know. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Hao Lang was moved. Compared with Lin Yuan and Lu Qian, they are really like heaven and earth. He treated Lu Qian with all his heart, but he was no match for a word from his mother-in-law. But Lin Yan didn't want anything, she was willing to argue with her father for him. Hao Lang is so lucky to be able to marry such a woman. From now on, he will never let Lin Yan down. Lin Tianxiong frowned. Since you insist that he stay, then let him stay. But I will never recognize your wedding. What's more, you haven't even got the marriage certificate. I, Lin Tianxiong, don't recognize this son-in-law. Hao Lang frowned. It seems that getting the approval of my father-in-law is not that easy. Dad, why are you doing this? Lin Yuan didn't understand. And then, you only care about your own happiness. Have you ever thought about our feelings? This is the first time we met him. We knew nothing about him. How could we accept him? Lin Tianxiong said in a deep voice. Dad, we held our wedding without informing you. It was our fault. But the circumstances were special at the time, and we had no choice. I brought him back this time to apologize to you, explain the situation, and get to know you better. Lin Yan explained, but you haven't understood him yet, and you're just denying him. How can that be right? Okay. Then let's get to know each other first. Lin Tianxiong frowned and was silent for a moment. Then he nodded and looked at Hao Lang and said, and has told you about our family situation, right? Hao Lang nodded. Tell me about yourself. Where are you working? What do you do? Lin Tianxiong asked. I opened a small company, doing new media. Hao Lang said truthfully. Small company? How much money can it make in a year? Lin Tianxiong frowned. Li Meiwan and Lin Sihan also showed contemptuous sneers on their faces. It seems that they were right. This guy is indeed not a rich man. I can make 2 to 3 million a year. Hao Lang replied. Lin Tianxiong was silent, his face looking unhappy. This amount of money is not even as much as the annual salary of a senior executive of their Lin Group. So little? It really is a small company. With this little bit of strength, how dare you become our Lin family's son-in-law? Could it be that you want to be alive and son-in-law? Li Meiwan and Lin Sihan sneered. Hao Lang frowned. Although he was unhappy, he really couldn't refute it. After all, his current income is indeed insignificant compared to the huge Lin Group. However, with a 1 nanometer fully automatic lithography machine, he will be rich soon. By then, the Lin Group will be nothing to him. Shut up. Lin Yan glanced at Li Meiwan and Lin Sihan. How is Hao Lang? It's not your turn to say it yet. Snort. Li Meiwan and Lin Sihan rolled their eyes. And then, even though what they said may not sound nice, it's the truth. Lin Tianxiong said in a deep voice, it is very important to have a good match. Our Lin family has tens of billions of assets, so we can't just pick anyone as a son-in-law. Dad, is money that important? Besides, Hao Lang is still young and is working hard to start his own business. There will be opportunities to make money in the future. Lin Yan said. In the future? Miss, you don't really think that an ordinary person like him has the chance to earn tens of billions of assets in this lifetime, do you? That's right. Some things are innate. If you don't have them, no matter how hard you try, you will never have them in your lifetime. Li Meiwan and Lin Sihan sneered. You. Lin Yuan glared at them. They're right. Before she could speak, Lin Tianxiong suddenly said in a deep voice, Anan, you're in business yourself, so you should know very well that money isn't easy to make. No matter how hard ordinary people work, they can't achieve the conditions our family has. Lin Yuan was silent. My father is right. She actually knew very well that it was almost impossible for ordinary people to own assets of the same level as their family. Even Hao Lang is probably no exception. But then again, the fact that she likes Hao Lang has nothing to do with how much money Hao Lang has. However, they didn't know that it was not difficult for Hao Lang to own assets of this level. A good match, right? In other words, if I could have tens of billions of assets, you wouldn't object to our marriage? Just as Lin Yan was about to continue defending herself, Hao Lang suddenly spoke. The scene suddenly became silent. Lin Yan and his family were stunned. What does he mean by this? Did he really think he could make so much money? If that's the case, he is so naive. That's right. If you can truly possess assets comparable to my Lin family's, even if it's slightly less, I, Lin Tianxiong, will not object to your relationship. After a moment of silence, Lin Tianxiong said solemnly, but, do you really have that ability? You'll know if you've got what it takes if you give it a try. Give me a year. If you don't earn 10 billion in assets within a year, I'll cut off my head and let you kick it like a ball. Hao Lang smiled confidently. A mere tens of billions of assets is not a problem for him at all. Not to mention anything else, even if he just sold that 1 nanometer fully automatic lithography machine, he could easily exchange it for more than 10 billion in assets. Of course, he has better ways to make money than directly selling lithography machines. Earning tens of billions of assets within a year is absolutely easy and casual. Lin Yan and his family were dumbfounded. Could it be that this guy has been driven crazy by them? How dare you be so arrogant? Lin Yan, in particular, was frightened by Hao Lang. She thought she knew Hao Lang very well and thought he should be very steady. But I didn't expect that he would say such a rash thing today. Okay. You're indeed young and frivolous. Even though you're arrogant and ignorant, and don't know how high the heavens are, I, Lin Tianxiong, won't look down on you. I'll give you 1 year. But remember, before you have tens of billions in assets, you must not get married to an and you must not get too close to her. Can you do it? After a moment of shock, Lin Tianxiong said in a deep voice. Hao Lang frowned and nodded, okay. Chapter 7, Double the Combat Power. After agreeing to their father-in-law's request, Hao Lang and Lin Yuan left. In the sports car, Lin Yuan frowned and said worriedly, Hao Lang, aren't you being a little careless today? Billions of assets can't be earned easily, let alone in just 1 year. What on earth are you thinking? Are you angry with my dad and the others, and are you saying these words in anger on impulse? If that's the case, let's go back and talk to him. You know, I don't care whether you're rich or not. Even if you're just an ordinary office worker, I'll still marry you. So, there's no need for you to make such a promise just to please my dad. Hao Lang, however, held Lin Yuan's delicate and boneless hand, smiled calmly, and confidently comforted her, don't worry, Anan, I know what's going on. I made this promise not only to satisfy your father, but also for you and me. For us? Lin Yuan looked confused. Well, money is not important. What's important is that I want people to know that the man you, Lin Yuan, found is definitely no worse than anyone else. Let them know that I, Hao Lang, didn't marry you to be a gigolo or because I was attracted by your Lin family's wealth. Let them only envy you when they talk about your husband. Let them all know that by marrying me, Hao Lang, you will become the happiest woman in the world. Hao Lang smiled and nodded. Although his tone was very calm, he was extremely confident. Oh well. Lin Yan smiled helplessly, it's good to be ambitious, but you can't force it. You must do it within your means. Earn as much as you can. Don't force yourself for this, and don't hurt yourself. Regardless of whether you can earn tens of billions in assets or not, I, Lin Yan, will always be your woman. And then, you are so nice. Hao Lang was so moved that he couldn't help but reach out and touch Lin Yuan's fair and beautiful cheek. Stop messing around. I'm driving. Feeling the warmth of Hao Lang's hand, Lin Yuan's cheeks flushed with shyness, and she spoke softly. Hao Lang then reluctantly withdrew his hand and began to think about how to use the 1 nanometer fully automatic lithography machine to make a fortune in the future. After sending Hao Lang home, Lin Yuan sat for a while, looked at Hao Lang's house, and left reluctantly. Since the two of them have already held a wedding, there is nothing wrong with them living together. But Hao Lang is a gentleman. Since he promised his father-in-law, he won't do anything wrong. Fortunately, with his current ability, it shouldn't take long for him to earn tens of billions of assets. By then, he and Lin Yuan will be able to applaud love to their heart's content. It was already dark when Lin Yuan left. Although Hao Lang was a little tired after a busy day, he was not sleepy at all. How could he sleep well when he thought that he would soon be able to do something big with that 1 nanometer fully automatic lithography machine? This lithography machine is like a goose that lays golden eggs. If I sell it directly, it would be like killing the goose to get the eggs. Instead of that, I might as well keep it and let it continue to lay eggs for me. Hao Lang lay on the sofa, resting and thinking. As someone who works in new media, he has some knowledge of all kinds of information. I know a little about chip manufacturing. It is said that the world's largest chip manufacturer, Daiji Electronics, in Daiwan, Taiwan, can make about 20 to 30 yuan for each chip it makes. Hao Lang owns a fully automatic lithography machine, so the cost of manufacturing chips is definitely lower than that of the other party. According to conservative estimates, he can earn at least $50 by making a chip. In this way, by manufacturing 100 million chips, you can make 5 billion. You should know that Daiji Electromechanical can produce about 20 to 30 billion chips every year. If he could grab half of Daiji Electrical's business, he would be able to make at least hundreds of billions a year. In this way, fulfilling the promise to the father-in-law will naturally be easy and casual. In fact, his lithography machine is much more advanced than Daiji's. Once he starts producing chips, not only Daiji Electronics, but the entire world's chip market will probably be quickly monopolized by him. You have to know that the global chip industry has an annual output value of hundreds of billions of dollars. Converted into Tianlong coins, that's trillions a year. No more words. Even if we can only occupy 1/3 of the market, he will also quickly become a super rich man with a net worth of trillions within a year. By then, the Lin Group will naturally be nothing compared to him. In fact, with more advanced chip manufacturing technology and higher production efficiency, occupying 1/3 of the chip market is already a very conservative estimate. If he really starts production, he will most likely be able to quickly grab more than half of the market share in a short period of time. The only problem is, now no one in the whole country can get a 7-nanometer lithography machine, but he directly made a world-leading super lithography machine. Isn't it too eye-catching? Don't let someone catch you and slice you up for research before you make any money, that would be terrible. This issue must be carefully considered. Without resolving this issue, we must not start the project lightly. Hao Lang thought to himself. Ding! The host has been detected to be in trouble. The system provides two options. 1. Give up chip manufacturing, and you'll be rewarded with tens of billions in assets in 1 year. 2. We'll start working tomorrow and double the combat power reward. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Hao Lang's mind. Hao Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. This system is quite generous. Either option seems pretty good. For a moment, he found it difficult to make a choice. Tens of billions of assets may be a lot for ordinary people, but for someone like me who possesses the system, it seems like nothing. What's more, this option won't give me the 10 billion reward until a year later. By then, I might not even need this little bit of money. Hao Lang analyzed, the second option is to double my combat power. In other words, all aspects of my physical fitness, whether it's strength, speed, intelligence, or reaction, can be doubled from the original basis. To put it into numbers, it went from 75 to 150. That's 50 points higher than the normal human limit. He's practically a little superhuman. Now I have a way to make money. The most important thing to solve is the safety issue. My extraordinary combat power will still be very useful to me. When the time comes, even if someone really wants to capture me and slice me up for research, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Although starting chip production tomorrow is very risky, as the saying goes, fortune and wealth are sought through risk. If you want to become a leader, how can you do it without taking some risks? I'll choose the second option. After careful consideration for a moment, Hao Lang made a resolute choice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a wise choice. Your combat power has doubled. The system voice sounded again. Boom! A powerful force suddenly appeared in Hao Lang's body, and he was reborn in an instant. Chapter 8, Action begins. Clenching his fists tightly, feeling the powerful force surging in his body, Hao Lang began to tremble with excitement. The effect of doubling the combat power was even stronger than he expected. Now he felt that he could kill a cow with one punch. Whoosh! With a leap, he easily touched the roof, which was more than 4 meters high, without any effort at all. Improving physical fitness is secondary. The most important thing is that after his combat power doubled, his combat instinct also doubled. In other words, he went from being a person who wasn't very good at fighting to suddenly becoming a fighting master. His fighting instinct will tell him how to avoid danger and how to launch a fatal attack, without any extra thinking. Although he has not received any professional training, his gestures and movements are now comparable to those of the top mixed martial arts masters. Coupled with his physical fitness that exceeds the limits of normal people, his current strength is even more powerful than those of the top fighting masters. With such skills, it would not be easy for anyone to catch him and slice him up for research. If the country really comes to talk to him, he has already thought of a countermeasure. In this way, he can start producing chips with confidence. The moon sets and the sun rises. Early the next morning, Hao Lang came to the company. As usual, more than a dozen people from the company came to the conference room to hold a morning meeting to clarify today's work tasks. Just like before, everyone looked listless and sleepy. Comrades, today I have good news to announce. Our company is changing its business. Hao Lang spoke with high spirits, as if he had been given an injection of chicken blood. Everyone was shocked and woke up instantly, looking at Hao Lang in surprise. The company is doing well and is on the rise. Although funds are limited and tight at the moment, it is not impossible to persevere. How can you change your career just like that? Boss Hao, what are we going to do with our new career? Vice President Zhang Tao asked with a frown. As the company's vice president and Hao Lang's childhood best friend, he had not heard any news in advance, which made him very depressed. The others also looked at Hao Lang with curiosity. Make chips, Hao Lang said solemnly. Everyone looked shocked. What the hell? A new media company is actually going to make chips? They must have heard it right. Not to mention that making chips requires a huge investment of at least hundreds of billions of dollars, which they simply cannot afford. Even if you have money, you still need skills. Obviously, their small new media company does not have such technical reserves. In a word, making chips is absolutely a fantasy for them. Could it be that Mr. Hao was too excited because he just got married yesterday and made such a stupid decision on the spur of the moment? Mr. Hao, are you serious? Making chips? Why should we do that? Zhang Tao asked in confusion. The others were also staring at Hao Lang, expecting him to give a reasonable explanation. Just me, Hao Lang. Hao Lang smiled mysteriously. I'm not here to discuss this with you today, but to give you a notice. Don't worry about how to make chips. Your mission is to contact the major domestic companies that need chips. Tell them that no matter what type of chip, as long as it's over 1 nanometer, we can manufacture it. Moreover, our efficiency and quality are no worse than Daijike. Everyone was shocked again. Any type is acceptable? Is it okay to be above 1 nanometer? Better than electromechanical? How is this possible? They couldn't believe that chips could be made. Adding these conditions to the mix makes it even more unbelievable. After all, even the mechanical and electrical engineers can't meet these conditions. A new media company that just started saying it wanted to make chips wants to surpass the world's largest semiconductor factory, Dacron, before it even started work. How is this possible? Even the marketing content they normally post doesn't dare to brag like this. I know some of you may not like sales work. If anyone wants to quit, they can do so at any time. But I promise that those who stay will see their salaries more than double this year. Hao Lang looked around at everyone and said confidently. Everyone was shocked again. Salary more than doubled? Who the hell would leave? Anyway, sales is a job that basically anyone can do. It's just a matter of being thick-skinned. They ask themselves if they are still capable of doing the job. What's more, if Hao Lang can really make chips, in the current market environment where chips are in short supply around the world, especially domestically, their company will definitely become a super dark horse immediately. By then, they won't need to look for any customers at all. Major companies that come here for their reputation will surely knock on the door of their company and beg them to sell chips. Boss Hao, don't worry, we won't leave. That's right. We swear to stand together with the company. Employees expressed their opinions one after another. Very good. Congratulations on making the wisest decision of your life. Soon, you will be glad for your decision today. Hao Lang smiled with great satisfaction, looked at Zhang Tao beside him, and said solemnly, Zhang Tao, I'll leave this matter to you. Act now. He trusts his childhood friend Zhang Tao very much. The two of them are so close that they can even wear the same shorts. The name of the company is a combination of their names, called Langtao New Media. This okay? Zhang Tao gritted his teeth and nodded. He has great trust in his childhood friend Hao Lang, otherwise he would not have been so hardworking and dedicated to following Hao Lang. Over the years, Hao Lang has never let him down. Although he couldn't understand Hao Lang's high-end operations this time, he still chose to believe in Hao Lang unconditionally. So then he took his employees out to work. Hao Lang personally rented a factory to use as a workshop and warehouse for chip production. Deep City in the south of Tianlong Country. The headquarters building of Tianhua Group, the largest telecommunications equipment manufacturer in China. A group of senior executives and CEOs gathered in a conference room that was much larger than Hao Lang Company. The atmosphere is very depressing. Due to the sanctions imposed by the United States, Tianhua Group has had a hard time recently. The mobile phone chip that was designed with great difficulty cannot be manufactured. The company's mobile phone business is struggling and may go bankrupt at any time. In order to boost morale, the elderly chairman, Mr. Yi Tianqing, personally attended today's morning meeting. However, even a good cook cannot cook without rice. Without the chip, even if Mr. Yi showed up in person, he still couldn't change the company's predicament. Looking around at the crowd, seeing the low morale and the disintegrating military spirit, the white-haired old Yi's face was filled with the sorrow of a hero in his twilight years. Although the company has been recruiting talents and investing huge amounts of money to overcome difficulties, he has no idea whether the company's mobile phone business can be saved in the end. He can only pray that God blesses Tianhua and a miracle will happen. Ding! At this moment, Mr. Su next to him suddenly received an email on his tablet. Someone can make chips? Better than mechatronics? Nonsense! This kind of fake spam actually got to me. What are the people doing here? After taking a quick look at the email content, Mr. Su frowned and was about to delete it. Chapter 9: The Impossible Miracle. As a senior leader of Tianhua Group, Mr. Su was naturally very clear about the development status of the domestic semiconductor industry. He knows very well whether there are any domestic companies that can produce the chips they need. As far as he knows, under the sanctions imposed by the United States, no domestic company can help them manufacture even 14-nanometer chips. Now a company suddenly appears and claims that it can manufacture all types of chips larger than 1 nanometer, and that the quality and efficiency are better than those of electromechanical companies. How could he possibly believe it? Not to mention in China, there is not even a company like this in the whole world. If nothing unexpected happens, this is probably some scam company that wants to take advantage of the opportunity to cheat them. It's a pity that these scammers are too stupid, too arrogant, and too good at bragging. The lies he made up are full of loopholes. It is absolutely impossible to fool him. Xiao Su, what's wrong? Just when Mr. Su was about to delete the email, Yi Tianqing next to him suddenly asked with a smile. Nothing, I just received a scam email. Mr. Su shook his head and smiled. Oh? A scam email? These scammers are really arrogant. They even tricked people like us who work in telecommunications equipment. What's the content? Yi Tianqing asked curiously. This is bullshit. They claim they can manufacture chips, and all types of chips larger than 1 nanometer, with higher efficiency and quality than even electromechanical manufacturers. That's a huge exaggeration. They actually used such a low-brow trick to deceive us. It's obvious these scammers aren't smart enough. Mr. Su sneered. When they heard the word chip, the people with low morale were suddenly shocked and looked at Mr. Su. Nothing interests them more than chips now. Even if it's just a scam email, as long as it involves chips, they will immediately be alert. Can anyone make chips? Where's the mail? Let me see. Yi Tianqing's eyes lit up and he said solemnly. To him, this email was like an oasis suddenly seen by a man who was about to die of thirst in the desert. Even though we know that this oasis is probably a mirage and does not really exist. But he also wanted to go over and take a closer look. Mr. Yi, there's no need to read this kind of email, right? Mr. Su frowned. He could understand Yi Tianqing's feelings, but he didn't want Mr. Yi to waste his time on such fraudulent emails. It's okay. I'm free anyway, so it doesn't hurt to take a look. Yi Tianqing smiled indifferently. Okay, Mr. Yi. Mr. Su nodded helplessly and handed the tablet to Mr. Yi. Everyone looked at Mr. Yi with curiosity. Even though they knew that the content of this email was almost impossible to be true, they couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation in their hearts. Just in case. What if the content of the email is true? Tianhua Group is saved. Even the entire Tianlong Kingdom and the entire world will change because of this email. Even Mr. Su hopes that a miracle that is impossible to happen will happen. Ha! This email not only includes contact information, but also their company name and address? This doesn't look like a typical scam email. After reading the content of the email, Yi Tianqing became even more interested. The others were also shocked and looked at each other. Could it be that their unrealistic hope can really come true? So what? Apart from the phone number, all other information should be fake. Mr. Su shook his head. Whether it's true or not, won't you know if you try it? Yi Tianqing smiled indifferently and suddenly took out his cell phone. Everyone looked surprised. Mr. Yi wouldn't really want to contact these scammers, right? Mr. Yi, do you really want to waste your time with these liars? Mr. Su frowned. Don't jump to conclusions. Practice makes perfect. You'll know if they're scammers after a try. Even if they really are, it doesn't matter. Just treat it as playing with them. Are you really worried that an old guy like me will be fooled by these little scammers? Yi Tianqing smiled indifferently and said indifferently. That's true. Mr. Yi, you have been in the business world for so many years and have seen all kinds of ups and downs. It's impossible for a few small scammers to deceive you. Mr. Su also smiled. He was indeed not worried that Mr. Yi would be deceived. Because Mr. Yi is a man of great wisdom, he cannot be influenced by just a few scammers. Entering the phone number on the email, Yi Tianqing quickly dialed the number, turned on the speakerphone, and put the phone on the table. Everyone stared at Mr. Yi's cell phone, expecting an impossible miracle to happen. Beep. 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 Hello, Langtao New Media, how can I help you? After 3 rings, the phone was connected and a young girl's voice came from the phone. This is a college student that Haolong Company has just recruited. She is both good in character and academic performance. Her name is Li Shui. With Li Shui's ability, if she was willing to try more, she would definitely be able to find a better company than Haolang's. However, her family situation was not good and she was in urgent need of money, so she came to Haolang's company first. She originally planned to work for a month and then leave, but after hearing Haolang's morning meeting notice today, she changed her mind and decided to give it another try. If Haolang can really manufacture chips, then she will naturally not leave no matter what. Tianhua Group's conference room. After hearing Li Shui's voice, everyone's hearts immediately sank. For such a huge business as chip manufacturing, they actually let a young girl be in charge of reception. This shows how reckless this company is. Furthermore, the other party claimed to be a new media company. It was like a bucket of cold water, severely extinguishing the spark of hope in their hearts that shouldn't have been ignited. If a company like this can produce chips, then there must be something fishy going on. Yi Tianqing also suddenly lost his temper, and he seemed to have suddenly aged a little. Although he said that he was trying to play with the other party, he actually had a little expectation in his heart. But now, this bit of expectation has almost been shattered by Li Shui's words. Then Mr. Yi raised his hand to hang up the phone. Xiao Su is right, there is really no need to waste time with these scammers. He is a little desperate and is trying everything he can to cure his illness. Hello, why aren't you talking? Could you please tell me about our chip business? At this moment, Li Shui on the opposite side also asked with a try-it-out attitude. Everyone frowned. These scammers are quite confident and even dare to talk about the chip business. Does someone from a new media company know what a chip is? Yi Tianqing's hand stopped above the phone, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Since he had already called, it seemed that there would be no loss in saying a few more words to the other party. In addition, judging from her voice, the girl seems to be very young and should have a bright future. It is a pity that she has gone astray and started fraud. As an elder, Yi Tianqing felt that he needed to give the other party some advice and try to save this young child. After a moment of silence, Yi Tianqing smiled and said, "Yes, little girl, I am Yi Tianqing, the chairman of Tianhua Group. I just received an email from your company. Can you really produce chips?" Chapter 10 I'm Not a Liar. Yi Tianqing from Tianhua Group? Li Shui was shocked, and her hand holding the phone was shaking with excitement. Although she was just a college graduate, she knew very well who Yi Tianqing was. He is the top boss in the business community of Tianlong Kingdom. For a college student like her, this kind of high-ranking figure is simply a legendary existence. She didn't expect to receive a call from the other party today. How could she not be excited? Don't be nervous, little girl. Let's have a good chat. Yi Tianqing seemed to have guessed Li Shui's current state, and smiled calmly, his tone approachable and amiable. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm very happy to receive your call. Li Shui tried to calm down and said in a calm tone, our company can indeed produce chips. At least, that's what our boss said. In fact, she didn't quite believe that Haolang could really manufacture chips. Just to be on the safe side, you should be more careful with what you say. Hearing her answer, everyone in the Tianhua Group conference room frowned again. The employees of their own company are not even sure whether their company can produce chips, but they dare to seek cooperation with others. Who would believe that this is not a scam company? Yi Tianqing was delighted. A real liar wouldn't be so unconfident. Instead, they should insist that they can definitely produce chips. In other words, Li Shui's answer actually cleared her of the suspicion of being a liar. Of course, even so, Yi Tianqing still couldn't believe that Haolang's company could really produce chips. Whether this matter is true or false requires further judgment. Girl, where's your boss? Can you put him on the phone? If possible, I want to talk to him in person. After a moment of silence, Yi Tianqing continued to ask. Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. The boss just came back from outside. I'll give him the phone right away. Li Shui stood up and walked towards Hao Lang's office. Ding ding ding. In the office, Hao Lang, who had just returned from renting the factory, heard a knock on the door before he even sat down. Come in. Hao Lang picked up the thermos cup filled with wolfberries, took a sip of water, and spoke casually. Li Shui walked in with the phone in hand, handed it over excitedly, and whispered in a trembling voice, Mr. Hao, Mr. Yi Tianqing from Tianhua Group wants to talk to you in person. Puff. Hao Lang spat out the water he had just drunk. He looked at Li Shui in shock and asked in disbelief, Who? Is this true? Tell me again? Whether it is Yi Tianqing or the Tianhua Group he founded, for Hao Lang, they are like godlike existences. They are his idols and goals since he started doing business. He also couldn't believe that one day he would actually receive a call from Yi Tianqing himself. That's right. It's Mr. Yi from Tianhua Group. Li Shui nodded affirmatively. Goo. Hao Lang swallowed, forced himself to calm down, and stretched out a trembling hand. Quick, give me the phone. Li Shui immediately handed the phone to Hao Lang. In the Tianhua Group meeting room, everyone heard Hao Lang's reaction and couldn't help laughing. It seems that their Tianhua Group and Mr. Yi are really famous. Even the scammers respect them so much. Hello, is this Mr. Hao, CEO of Langtao Group? Before Hao Lang could speak, Yi Tianqing took the initiative to speak very politely. No. Mr. Yi, just call me Xiaolang. If you need anything, just tell me. Hao Lang immediately lowered his posture and spoke very respectfully. The reason why he respects Yi Tianqing so much is not only because he is a business giant, his predecessor and role model, but also because Yi Tianqing himself and Tianhua Group have made great contributions to Tianlong country. If it weren't for Yi Tianqing and Tianhua Group, Tianlong country would have been controlled by the United States in more aspects. Not only him, many people in Tianlong country are very grateful to Yi Tianqing and Tianhua Group. Everyone in the Tianhua Group meeting room was stunned. This doesn't sound like the tone of a liar. If he was really a liar, would he be so polite? Moreover, if the other party was really a liar, he would probably not continue the conversation after knowing that the other party was Yi Tianqing. Therefore, today's incident is probably not as simple as they thought. Maybe the content of that email might be true. Thinking of this, the spark of hope that had been extinguished in everyone's hearts could not help but burn again. Little brother, there's no need for formalities. I'll just get straight to the point. Since you already know who I am, you should know very well that it's almost impossible to deceive me. So, please answer me truthfully from now on and don't waste time unnecessarily, okay? Yi Tianqing said solemnly. Hao Lang's attitude also made him look forward to it again. Lie to you? I get it. You must think I'm a liar, right? After all, how could there be a company in China that could produce the chips you need at this time? Not to mention, we're just a small new media company. I understand how you feel. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't believe it so easily. Hao Lang was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. There was a gleam of light in the eyes of everyone in Tianhua Group. Hao Lang's answer is becoming less and less like that of a liar. The probability of miracles happening will naturally become higher and higher. Can you really produce chips? Yi Tianqing's eyes fixed and he said in a deep voice. Absolutely true. Hao Lang smiled indifferently, and although his tone was very calm, he was extremely confident. Everyone in Tianhua Group trembled. Hao Lang's confidence infected them. At this moment, they almost completely believed that Hao Lang could really manufacture chips. But after all, they are all big guys who have experienced many ups and downs. So he quickly calmed down. Although they very much want this to be true, their reason tells them that it is almost impossible to be true. Words are useless. How can you prove that you can produce chips? Yi Tianqing was also very excited for a while. After he finally calmed down, he asked again. Having been in the business world for his entire life and having seen countless people, he believes that his judgment of people is still very accurate. Even without seeing the real person, he can probably tell whether the other person is lying just by the voice and tone. And according to his judgment, what Hao Lang said just now was probably not a lie. However, this matter is of great importance, and he must further confirm it. It's very simple. If you send someone to my company, you'll know everything. It would be best if you send them with your chip design. That way, I can help you with mass production. You'll be able to escape the predicament of being sanctioned by the United States sooner rather than later. Hao Lang smiled calmly. To be honest, Mr. Yi, I admire you and your Tianhua group very much. If I were to produce chips for your company, I could give you a 20% discount. Chapter 11 Give you double the price. After hearing Hao Lang's words, everyone in Tianhua group was shocked again. This guy actually dared to invite them over? A scammer wouldn't dare do that, would they? Can the other party really manufacture chips? Yi Tianqing couldn't help but reveal excitement in his eyes. Mr. Yi, they asked us to bring the chip design plan with us. Could it be that they want to steal our design plan? Someone worried. No. Yi Tianqing shook his head. Although we invested a huge amount of money in the research and development of the chip design, it is not of much value to others. After all, there are only a few companies in the world that can produce mobile phone chips. They have their own designs and don't need ours. And those companies that don't have the ability to design chips don't need our designs even more. Even if they steal them, it will be useless. Everyone nodded. What Mr. Yi said makes sense. They really don't need to worry too much about this. Mr. Yi is indeed wise. If I were really a liar, how could I dare to meet with you? Hao Lang heard the other party's conversation and smiled slightly. Young man, I'll send someone to your company to investigate soon. If you can really manufacture chips, not only will you not have to give us a 20% discount, I can even give you double the price. After careful consideration for a moment, Yi Tianqing said solemnly, but if you lie to us, don't blame us for sending you to jail. Double the price? Great. Since Mr. Yi is so generous, I won't be polite. Don't worry, the result will definitely not disappoint you. I suggest you prepare the funds to purchase the chips in advance, so that your Tianhua group can use the required chips as soon as possible. Hao Lang said with joy in his heart. If he could really get double the price, he would only need to produce 100 million chips to have a net worth of tens of billions. Perhaps, just this transaction with Tianhua Group would be enough to fulfill his promise to his father-in-law. Money is not a problem. Our Tianhua Group has ample cash reserves. As long as the chip is genuine, we can pay you at any time. Yi Tianqing said confidently. Well, in that case, I'll wait for your company's arrival in Zhangcheng. Hao Lang said. Yi Tianqing nodded and hung up the phone. Everyone looked at Yi Tianqing, waiting for him to make a decision. Master Yi, how about I personally take people to Zhangcheng to take a look? Although this matter is extremely outrageous, but if it is true, it would be earth-shattering, enough to shock the world. We must handle it carefully, otherwise, it will inevitably cause huge trouble. Mr. Su said solemnly. No rush. We should do more research before deciding whether or not to go. Yi Tianqing waved his hand and looked at the beautiful secretary next to him. Shall we? 5 minutes, I want to see this Hao Lang and all the information about Langtao Company. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll do it right away. Xiaoyi nodded in response and started operating on the tablet. Soon, Xiaoyi summarized the information about Hao Lang and Langtao Company on a tablet and handed it directly to Mr. Yi. Everyone looked at Yi Tianqing with anticipation. Everyone wants to know whether the information about Hao Lang is reliable or not. The people are real. The company is real too. But, can such an ordinary, unknown company really produce chips? After reading the information, Yi Tianqing fell into silence. Everyone's eyes lit up. Since both the person and the company are real, it means that the other party is at least not the common scammer. In this way, the chance of a miracle happening will naturally be higher. Xiao Su, take people to Jiangcheng immediately. Regardless of whether it's true or not, we must get to the bottom of this matter. After careful consideration for a moment, Yi Tianqing made the final decision. Master Yi, don't worry. Leave this matter to me, there will be absolutely no problems. Mr. Su stood up and said confidently. Well, be careful, bring some security personnel, and be safe on the road. Yi Tianqing nodded. Okay, Master Yi, I will. Mr. Su nodded and then left the meeting room. Looking at Mr. Su's leaving back, everyone's eyes were full of anticipation, and they prayed for him. If this trip goes smoothly, it will be a blessing from heaven. They may be about to witness a historic miracle with their own eyes. River City. Wave Company. Hao Lang returned the phone to Li Shui, who had been waiting nearby, and said with great satisfaction, "Xiao Shui, you've done a great job. The company has just undergone a transformation, and you've already secured a big deal. Let's put it this way, starting this month, your monthly salary will be increased to 100,000. Also, after this deal is done, I'll give you a bonus of 1 million. Li Shui's face was filled with shock, as if she had heard something incredible, and her eyes were full of disbelief. You know, her previous monthly salary was only 5,000. Now it has increased 20 times, and there is an additional 1 million bonus. How can we not be shocked? What's wrong? Is it too little? Hao Lang asked with a smile. No. No. Mr. Hao, it's not a small amount. It's too much. Li Shui came back to her senses, quickly shook her head, and explained with a wry smile, I just graduated and don't have much work experience. I feel like I can't afford such a high salary. As far as she knew, the best salary her classmates who graduated with her received was only over 10,000 yuan per month. She was 10 times richer than others, and she could also get $1 million bonus, so it was inevitable that she would feel a little nervous. It's not high. You can afford it. You've created huge value for the company, and this is what you deserve. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled, saying indifferently. Although it was just a simple phone call, it could bring him tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of wealth. Li Shui's salary increase was so small, but he still thought it was not enough. However, the business has not been completed yet and he has not made any money, so it would not be appropriate to give Li Shui too much of a raise. Then I would like to thank Mr. Hao. Li Shui was stunned for a moment, then bowed to Hao Lang excitedly to express her gratitude. She was really very grateful to Hao Lang. Because their family is in great need of money now. The salary increase Hao Lang gave her today was like timely help and helped her a lot. Well, go out and work hard. This is just the beginning. As long as you perform well, the company will definitely not treat you unfairly. Hao Lang nodded. Li Shui was shocked. Is this just the beginning? If she continues to work in this company, wouldn't she also have the possibility of becoming a financially independent person? Afterwards, she didn't know how she walked out of Hao Lang's office, and when she returned to her seat, she was still excited. Xiao Shui, what's wrong with you? Did Mr. Hao bully you? The female colleague next to her looked at her suspiciously. No. No. Li Shui quickly shook her head and said with a smile, Boss Hao gave me a raise. Was your salary increased? How many hundred did it increase? The female colleague asked with envy. It's increased to 100,000. Li Shui said with an excited face and a trembling voice. How much, how much? Although the voice was very small, everyone in the company heard it. They all stood up in shock and looked at her in disbelief. It's increased to 100,000. Li Shui was startled and said in a low voice. Why? Everyone said anxiously. Because I made a chip business. Li Shui said truthfully. A single business deal can increase your salary by 100,000? Fuck. What are you waiting for? Keep working hard. Everyone was like a chicken with its blood pumped up, frantically contacting companies that might need chips. Unfortunately, apart from Tianhua Group, other companies simply did not believe that a new media company could manufacture chips, so they ignored them. Chapter 12 What a joke. In the evening, in a factory on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, Hao Lang came to one of the production workshops alone. This is the factory he temporarily rented. It has been abandoned for a long time and the facilities are extremely simple. Fortunately, his fully automatic lithography machine does not require an overly harsh production environment and can be started anywhere. This factory is more than enough to meet his needs. This room is relatively clean, let's give birth here. Looking at the workshop in front of him, Hao Lang nodded with satisfaction, and then took out the fully automatic lithography machine from the system warehouse. Not long ago, someone from Tianhua Group contacted him and said that Mr. Su, the second in command of their group, had personally led a team to Jiangcheng. If he wanted to convince the people at Tianhua Group that he could manufacture chips, he naturally had to take out the lithography machine and show it to them. He was not worried that the other party would pay attention to his lithography machine. Because he is the only one in the world who can operate this lithography machine. Even if other people get this lithography machine, they won't be able to use it. Besides, after his combat power doubled, he is no longer an ordinary person, and it is not so easy to snatch the lithography machine from him. At the same time, Jiangcheng Airport. At Hao Lang's instruction, the company's vice president Zhang Tao has taken Li Shui to meet Mr. Su and his team from Tianhua Group. Originally, in order to welcome these people from Tianhua Group, Hao Lang asked Zhang Tao to spend a lot of money to rent several luxury cars. But they didn't expect that the Jiangcheng branch of Tianhua Group had already prepared a fleet for them. After meeting with Zhang Tao and his men, Mr. Su took his men on a motorcade and headed straight for Hao Lang. No conversation along the way. A few minutes later, they arrived at the factory rented by Hao Lang. What? This is your company's factory? You still want to make chips under these conditions? What a joke! After Mr. Su and his entourage got off the car, they looked at the dilapidated and shabby factory building in front of them. They all had gloomy faces, frowned, and trembled with anger, and shouted angrily. On the way here, they were full of expectations. But after seeing this factory building, I felt as if I had fallen into an icy cave and no longer dared to have any hope for this matter. At this moment, they were once again convinced that this was definitely a scam. However, this may be a scam model they have never seen before. Especially the security personnel in black clothes and sunglasses, they immediately dispersed and protected everyone in Tianhua Group. All of them looked vigilant and alert to their surroundings. After all, this shabby factory in the wilderness doesn't look like a legitimate company, but more like a den of thieves full of dangers. Zhang Tao and Li Shui next to them also frowned and looked at each other with depressed expressions, thinking that Hao Lang was too unreliable. Even if you are renting a factory, you should rent a better one, right? How could a factory like Zulia's, which looked like a battle-damaged model, possibly fool the people of Tianhua Group? Originally, although they didn't quite believe that Hao Lang could really make chips, they still had some illusions about him. But now, after seeing this factory building, their fantasies were immediately shattered. Young man, is your boss really here? After a moment of silence, Mr. Su suppressed his depression and looked at Zhang Tao beside him and asked. That's right, Mr. Su. Our Mr. Hao is indeed here. Look, that H9 is his car. Zhang Tao pointed at an off-road vehicle in the factory yard and said with a stiff upper lip. Is that the car next to the sand pile? Mr. Su looked towards the factory yard and frowned. The car was very ordinary and didn't look like the one driven by a rich person, which made him doubt Hao Lang's ability even more. Yes, Mr. Su. Zhang Tao nodded. This sand looks like it's just been shipped in. What do you mean? You don't think chips are made of sand, and that if you just buy some sand, you can make chips, right? Mr. Su's face turned pale and he asked unhappily. At this moment, he was almost certain that this was a scam. However, he still hadn't figured out the logic behind this scam. Our president Hao shouldn't be that stupid. Zhang Tao said uncertainly. Hao Lang was certainly not stupid before, but he couldn't understand today's operation, so he was not sure whether Hao Lang was really having a seizure. It shouldn't be that bad. Mr. Su frowned even more tightly. Even the people in their own company don't know whether their boss is reliable or not. How can this company make them trust him? Young man, you should know what will happen if you tell a lie, right? Even if you don't have to go to jail, our Tianhua Group has plenty of ways to make sure that liars like you can't gain a foothold in Tianlong country in the future. Mr. Su stared at Zhang Tao and said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, several security personnel immediately surrounded Zhang Tao and Li Shui, ready to take control of them at any time. Zhang Tao and Li Shui were so frightened that they trembled all over. Don't worry, we won't lie to you. However, chip manufacturing is of great importance. To maintain confidentiality, Mr. Hao hasn't told us too much detail. You'll probably need to meet Mr. Hao and discuss the details in person. Zhang Tao took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said through gritted teeth. His words gave everyone in Tianhua Group some confidence. He was right, manufacturing chips is indeed a very important matter. Naturally, the fewer people who know the specific situation, the better. The other party may have chosen this place to build the factory in order to conceal their tracks. Maybe things are not as bad as they think. There may still be a chance for a miracle to happen. All right. I'm going to see what you guys are up to today. Mr. Su nodded and was about to walk directly into the factory. Mr. Su, wait a minute. For safety reasons, let's have our security personnel go in first and check for any potential safety hazards. The burly security captain next to him suddenly reached out to stop him. All right. Mr. Su nodded. Afterwards, several security guards walked into the factory with vigilant expressions. A few minutes later, they came out. How about it? The security captain asked. No problem. There's only one person inside, and a machine that looks like a photolithography machine. A team member answered. Everyone in Tianhua Group was shocked, and the fire of hope in their hearts immediately burned brightly. That person should be Mr. Hao from the other side. As for the machine that looks like a lithography machine, could it really be a lithography machine? If that's the case, then their trip was well worth it. Jiang Tao and Li Shuo looked at each other, with surprise in their eyes. They also didn't know when Hao Lang actually brought a photolithography machine here. Let's go. Go in and take a look. After a moment of excitement, Mr. Su immediately said impatiently. As he said that, he trotted into the factory. Seeing this, the others immediately trotted after him. Chapter 13 Ice Qilin 1010. After a while, everyone arrived at the workshop where Hao Lang was. When they saw the photolithography machine inside, everyone was stunned. Regardless of whether this thing is a lithography machine or not, at least from the appearance, it is still very advanced. The cool square shape, the pure white body, and the colorful breathing lights all show the beauty of technology. You can tell at first glance that this thing is definitely a high-tech product. But this thing is different from all the currently known lithography machines. Therefore, they cannot judge whether this thing can produce chips. All doubts can only wait for Hao Lang to answer. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Hao Lang standing aside. Are you Hao Lang, the boss of this company? Mr. Su looked at Hao Lang, as if trying to figure out what was so special about this young man. Yes, Mr. Su. Hao Lang smiled and nodded. Can your equipment really produce chips? Mr. Su asked anxiously. Although he tried his best to remain calm, his voice was still trembling with excitement. After all, if this device can really produce chips, then he will have accomplished something earth-shattering. The people behind him were also looking at Hao Lang with anticipation. Of course. How could I dare to let you come and visit if I can't produce chips? Hao Lang smiled calmly and said confidently. Hearing Hao Lang's affirmative answer, President Su and everyone in Tianhua Group trembled all over. In this way, they are only one step away from seeing a miracle happen. Can you show us a lesson? After being excited for a while, Mr. Su finally calmed down. He stared at Hao Lang and asked solemnly. Of course. Hao Lang nodded. It's just. President Su and everyone from Tianhua Group shuddered again and frowned. They knew that this matter was definitely not that simple. How could a miracle happen so easily? In the end, they will probably end up with nothing. Just, what? After being depressed for a moment, Mr. Su asked patiently. But even a good cook cannot cook without rice. Hao Lang said calmly, without the chip design blueprints, we can't produce the chips you need even if we only have the lithography machine. Before you came, didn't I suggest you bring the chip design plan? Did you bring it with you? After listening to Hao Lang's explanation, the people who had already lost hope felt the spark of hope burn in their hearts again. They thought Hao Lang would find some excuse to refuse to demonstrate chip production to them. I didn't expect that I had wrongly blamed Hao Lang. In this way, they may soon see a miracle happen. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Mr. Su. The chip design drawings are the top secret of Tianhua Group. Not many people in the entire Tianhua Group have access to the complete design drawings. Only Mr. Su knows whether he brought it this time. As long as you have a chip blueprint, can you use this machine to produce chips? After careful consideration for a moment, Mr. Su stared at Hao Lang and asked solemnly. The chip design drawings were of great importance, and he had to get Hao Lang's affirmative answer before deciding whether to take them out. That's right. Hao Lang nodded affirmatively. Where are the other raw materials? Don't tell me you can produce chips directly with just those piles of sand outside. Mr. Su asked suspiciously. Mr. Su, don't worry about how I produce chips. Just give me the chip design. If I can't produce the chip, I'll cut off my head on the spot and use it as your chamber pot. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled, saying impatiently. Although he could understand that the senior leaders of these large companies were very cautious and needed to think carefully before making any decisions, he only needed to get the chip design drawings to immediately dispel all their doubts, so he naturally did not want to waste too much time unnecessarily. Seeing Hao Lang so sure and confident, everyone in Tianhua Group couldn't help but brighten up and became even more excited. In this way, the possibility of miracles happening is naturally higher. Okay. Since you've said this much, I'll believe you this time. President Su's heart trembled, but he forced himself to calm down and nodded. However, before I give you the chip design, you and your company must sign a confidentiality agreement. If our design is leaked from your hands in the future, you must bear the responsibility. Can. Hao Lang said indifferently. Of course, he couldn't just sit there and leak the other party's design drawings. What's more, since he has the system, he doesn't even look down on the chip design drawings of Tianhua Group. Then, he, Jiang Tao and Li Shui signed a confidentiality agreement on the spot. Afterwards, Mr. Su took out a specially made black USB drive and carefully handed it to Hao Lang, saying solemnly, "Our chip design is in this USB drive. Please show it to us." Good. Hao Lang took the USB drive casually, turned and walked towards the lithography machine. With a thought, a USB drive interface immediately appeared out of thin air on the smooth body of the machine. This lithography machine, like the system, is also bound to Hao Lang. He can control it at will with just a thought. Everyone at the scene was stunned. What the hell is this alien black technology? Is this machine made of liquid metal? Otherwise, how could a USB port appear out of thin air on a machine that was originally flat and smooth without any gaps? While being shocked, everyone was even more excited and expectant. The more incredible the performance of this lithography machine is, the greater the chance of a miracle happening. Click. At this moment, as Hao Lang thought about it, a groove appeared out of thin air on the lithography machine. Immediately afterwards, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, Hao Lang grabbed a handful of sand from his pocket and threw it into the groove. You. Mr. Su frowned in anger. He never expected that the thing he was most worried about would eventually happen. This guy actually wanted to use sand to produce chips directly. Isn't this bullshit? Click. However, before he could say anything, a tray appeared on the lithography machine, with a black chip the size of a fingernail quietly placed inside. Alright. This is the chip you designed, the 3nm Icekirin 1010. Hao Lang picked up the chip and gave it directly to the confused Mr. Su. Be careful. Mr. Su was startled and quickly stretched out his hands, carefully holding the chip as if he had found a treasure. Chapter 14. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Mr. Su's hand, staring at the black chip, all with a look of shock and excitement, and at the same time, there was a strong suspicion in their eyes. Is this thing really the latest 3nm mobile phone chip, Kirin 1010, designed by their Tianhua Group? It's not that they don't believe it, it's just that the production process of this chip is too ridiculous. Just throw in a handful of sand and instantly produce a finished chip? Isn't this too fast? Even the donkey in the production team is not so capable. Even the most advanced lithography machine in the world probably can't achieve this level. Is this machine really that magical? Could it be that Hao Lang had prepared that chip in advance? And the whole process was a scam he carefully prepared? Even Jiang Tao and Li Shui seriously doubted the authenticity of the chip. However, Mr. Su, who was looking at the chip closely, began to tremble with excitement. He couldn't confirm whether the chip was real or not. But what is certain is that the model and trademark on this chip are their company's top secret designs, and Hao Lang absolutely could not have known them in advance. In other words, at least the model and trademark on this chip were engraved on site. Just being able to imprint these things instantly is not easy. Not to mention, judging from the details, the engraving technology used is also extraordinary, and seems to be more advanced than the most advanced technology currently. This shows that the lithography machine in front of us is definitely not just a decoration, it also has some functions. In this way, the authenticity of this chip is naturally greatly improved. However, even so, Mr. Su could not be sure whether this chip was real or fake. Fortunately, he had made all the necessary preparations before coming and brought along professional equipment to test chip performance. Xiao Wang, come here and check this chip. After a while of excitement, Mr. Su tried to calm down and turned to speak to several technicians carrying suitcases. Okay, Mr. Su. The technicians nodded and walked over excitedly. As people working in the chip industry, they were even more excited than Mr. Su to see the design chips being produced with their own eyes. Of course, the prerequisite is that the chip is real. Click, click, click. The technicians opened the box, took the chip from Mr. Su, and put it in carefully. Everyone looked at their operations with anticipation, and occasionally cast questioning glances at Hao Lang next to them. This chip had better be real, otherwise Hao Lang will be in big trouble. Jiang Tao and Li Shui both looked nervous, secretly praying that Hao Lang would be reliable, otherwise, they would be in trouble too. Hao Lang, however, looked calm. He knew very well that this chip was not only real, but could also bring unexpected surprises to the other party. After the technicians started up the instruments in the box, they stared intently at the changes in the numbers on the instrument screen, with expressions on their faces becoming more and more shocked and unbelievable. Watching their expressions change, everyone became more and more nervous and excited. Mr. Su, the test is done. After a few minutes, the numbers on the instrument screen stopped changing, and a technician said tremblingly. Everyone stared at him expectantly. What was the result? Mr. Su's heart was in his throat, and he asked almost suffocatingly. This chip is indeed our latest 3-nanometer mobile phone chip, the Icekirin 1010. The technician said with a trembling voice. The scene suddenly became silent. At this moment, everyone forgot to breathe. It worked. It actually worked. Miracle. This really is a miracle. God bless Longhua. God bless Longhua. Beautiful country. I wonder how you can strangle us again. After a moment of silence, everyone's blood boiled with excitement, their faces flushed, and they cheered excitedly. Mr. Su also clenched his fists excitedly, and his body was shaking. For a long time, under the all-round suppression of the United States, no one knows how much pressure he has been under. At this moment, because of the advent of this chip, all the pressure disappeared instantly. He finally felt relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief. At the same time, Zhang Tao and Li Shui also breathed a sigh of relief and looked excited. In this way, not only will they not be unlucky, but they will follow Hao Lang to the peak of their lives. Only Hao Lang looked calm. All this was within his expectations. Boss Su, don't be too happy. The technician suddenly spoke again. Everyone was stunned and frowned. What happened? Were they celebrating too early? What's wrong? Mr. Su also frowned and asked hurriedly. Don't be nervous, this is a good thing, an unexpected good thing, a great thing. The technician added with a smile, the production process for this chip is incredibly advanced. The quality of the resulting chip is even better than we expected. The overall performance has increased by at least 30%. Not only will it easily outperform Gaodan Group's upcoming next-generation 4-nanometer flagship chip, the Fire Dragon 999. It may even surpass Fruit Company's latest flagship chip, the B15. The scene was silent again. Then he began to tremble with excitement again. You know, the three most powerful mobile phone chip manufacturers on Blue Planet are Fruit, Gaodan, and Tianhua. Due to its late start, Tianhua has been trying hard to catch up, but the chips it has produced in the past have always lagged behind those of Apple and Gaodan. This has made it difficult for Tianhua's mobile phone business to beat Fruit Company's. If the performance of the chip can surpass that of the Fruit Company, and combined with their self-developed Honghu mobile phone system, then Tianhua Group's mobile phone business is likely to defeat the Fruit Company in one fell swoop and directly become the number one in Blue Star. Therefore, when they heard the news that this generation of chips would finally surpass the Fruit Company, they were naturally very excited. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but look at Hao Lang, their eyes full of gratitude and admiration, as if they were looking at a savior. The appearance of Hao Lang not only saved their company's mobile phone business, but also helped them restore their glory and reach the top again. However, they couldn't help but wonder, where did Hao Lang get this lithography machine? How could he, an ordinary man, get this alien black technology that is ahead of its time? If they could figure this out, it would probably be more meaningful than defeating the Fruit Company. Zhang Tao and Li Shui were also very curious. I know what you're thinking, but it's better not to ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Believe me, it won't do you any good. Before anyone could speak, Hao Lang suddenly looked around at everyone and said with a half smile. Everyone was suddenly shocked. The moment Hao Lang's gaze swept over them, everyone felt a fear of impending death. Even the security personnel whose fighting power far exceeded that of ordinary people were frightened and trembled all over, and immediately became highly alert. Chapter 15, Hundreds of Billions in Cash. Doubling the combat power also brought another benefit to Hao Lang, that is the pressure of fighting spirit. As long as he wants, he can emit an invisible and powerful aura to intimidate the enemy. Those who are not as strong as him will feel great fear under the pressure of fighting spirit. These people in front of him were intimidated by his fighting spirit and pressure. Especially Mr. Su, he was extremely shocked. Having been in the business world for half his life, he has experienced many ups and downs. But he had never seen someone like Hao Lang, who could make people feel terrified with just a look. Originally he thought Hao Lang was just an ordinary person, but now it seems that this guy is obviously not as simple as he thought. It's even possible that there is a powerful force behind this guy that he can't even imagine. As a result, he didn't dare to ask the question he was about to ask. Mr. Su, don't be nervous. I don't mean any harm. I just don't want our business to have any unnecessary trouble. Tianhua Group is struggling right now, and I believe you don't want any more trouble, right? Hao Lang suddenly smiled calmly. Mr. Su was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's right. We came to Jiangqing this time just to buy chips. You can rest assured that we will not ask about other issues." Although he really wanted to know where Hao Lang got the lithography machine from. But now, the biggest problem facing Tianhua Group is the shortage of chips. This is the problem he needs to solve first. In order to solve this problem, other problems can be compromised. Boss Su is indeed a smart man. In that case, let's discuss the specific details of the cooperation. Hao Lang smiled with great satisfaction. First, please give me a price for the chip. President Su and the people from Tianhua Group looked at each other and nodded silently. Before coming, they had already discussed how much they were willing to pay to purchase the chip if it turned out to be real. However, Mr. Su still needs to seek the opinions of others. Seeing that no one had any objections, Mr. Su raised 2 fingers to Hao Lang. What do you mean? 20? Or 200? Hao Lang frowned. If it is 20, it is far below the market price. If it's 200, then it seems like he earns a bit too much, right? You're joking, of course it's $200. Mr. Su smiled. Hao Lang was suddenly startled. $200 in the United States is more than $1,000. Can you make so much money from just one chip? This seems to be different from what he expected. However, after thinking about it, he understood what was going on. Daiji Electrical and Mechanical can only make a few dozen dollars from producing a chip, but that doesn't mean that a chip is only worth a few dozen dollars. In fact, Gaoting's latest flagship mobile phone chip, the Fire Dragon 889, costs $100 or $200 each. The Ice Kirin 1010 produced by Hao Lang is a whole generation ahead of the opponent's products, and can even beat the opponent's next generation products that are about to be released. At only $200 each, it's a really reasonable price. Of course, under normal circumstances, there is no absolute relationship between the value of a chip and the foundry fee that the foundry can earn. The problem is, he produces chips at almost no cost. In this way, the value of the chip is basically equal to his foundry fee. In other words, he can earn more than 1,000 yuan by producing a piece of Ice Kirin 1010 for Tianhua Group. This was 10 times higher than he had originally expected. If he produces 100 million pieces at this price, he will become a multi-billionaire. By then, his father-in-law Lin Tianxiang's Lin Group will be nothing to him. Mr. Hao, how about this price? Can you accept it? If not, we can continue to discuss it. Mr. Su asked nervously. The price they offered was very sincere. After all, you have to know that their previous generation product, Ice Kirin 999, only costs about $100. The reason why the high price of $200 was offered this time was actually because Chairman Yi Tianqing wanted to give Hao Lang double the price. Okay. That's it. Hao Lang smiled calmly and nodded. After a certain amount of money, it was just a number, so he didn't care much. He then continued to ask, how many chips do you need? Let's produce 100 million pieces initially. How long will it take to complete? Mr. Su said solemnly. 100 million? About 3 days. Hao Lang thought for a moment and said calmly. In fact, his lithography machine can produce 1 billion chips a day. However, we were afraid that it was too advanced and would scare Mr. Su and others, so we kept talking about it for 2 more days. Only 3 days? Unexpectedly, even though Hao Lang was being very modest, Mr. Su and the others were still shocked. After all, this was a speed they had never dared to imagine before. Don't worry about the chips. But before we start working, shouldn't you pay me a deposit first? Hao Lang said with a smile. Deposit? No need. We can just give you the full payment first. Mr. Su said something shocking. The entire payment? Over 100 billion in cash? Hao Lang was also shocked. He had never seen business done this way before. Isn't this too domineering? Zhang Tao and Li Shui were even more shocked and stunned. If that were the case, they would be able to follow Hao Lang directly to the pinnacle of their lives. That's right. It's over 100 billion in cash. Mr. Su said this with certainty, but then changed the subject. But, we have a condition. What conditions? Hao Lang frowned. Don't worry, Mr. Hao, it's not an excessive request. However, for the next 10 years, you must give priority to producing chips for our Tianhua group. Mr. Su said in a pleading tone. Sure. But the prerequisite is that the manufacturing fee you offer cannot be lower than others. And the other conditions cannot be worse than others. Hao Lang nodded. Of course. Mr. Su was delighted. Anything else? If not, go and prepare the payment. As soon as the money arrives, I'll start production immediately. Hao Lang said with a smile. One last thing. President Su looked around at everyone and said solemnly, no one can leak a single word of what happened here today. Everyone present must sign a confidentiality agreement. Furthermore, your company must not disclose our partnership until our new product is released. Can. No problem. Everyone nodded. They all knew that what happened here today was of great significance. If things go wrong, it may even change the future world order. It is natural to sign a confidentiality agreement. Hao Lang, Zhang Tao, and Li Shui naturally had no objections, so in the end everyone signed a confidentiality agreement. After that, Hao Lang signed an OEM agreement with Tianhua Group on the spot. Before leaving, Mr. Su suddenly pulled out an invitation from his pocket, held it in both hands, and handed it to Hao Lang. With a beaming smile on his face, he said enthusiastically, Mr. Hao, this is a welcome dinner specially hosted for us by local celebrities in Jiangcheng. It's happening tonight, so I'm offering you one. If you're interested, you might as well come and take a look. I can introduce you to some local celebrities who might be able to help you with your future career in Jiangcheng. Chapter 16, Introducing a Rich Second Generation to You. Looking at the invitation letter handed over by Mr. Su, Hao Lang was stunned for a moment, then took it with a smile. Thank you. After so many years, he has not yet come into contact with Jiangcheng's upper-class society and is still just a servant. Therefore, he was still very interested in the gatherings of Jiangcheng's upper-class celebrities. If I have time later, I wouldn't mind going to take a look. Seeing Hao Lang accept the invitation, Mr. Su left with satisfaction. He was also very interested in Hao Lang and wanted to know how this ordinary person got this next-generation lithography machine. This is a good opportunity to deepen my understanding of Hao Lang. After the people from Tianhua Group left, Hao Lang and the other two also left the factory. Next, he just needs to wait for the people from Tianhua Group to transfer the money to his account before he can start producing chips for the other party. Brother Lang, how can we leave such an important thing as a lithography machine here without anyone guarding it? How about I send someone to guard it? Before leaving, Zhang Tao frowned and glanced at the workshop behind him and said with a worried look on his face. Li Shui also looked at Hao Lang with some concern. This guy is really bold enough to just leave the lithography machine here and leave. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled, saying indifferently. In fact, when he left the workshop, he had already put the lithography machine into the system warehouse. Naturally, he doesn't have to worry about anyone stealing his lithography machine. You have plans? That's great. Zhang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Then the three of them left together. At the same time, in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, there was an old urban village. After selling their house, Lu Qian's family rented a house that was even more dilapidated than the previous one. Is this a place people live? It's too shabby, isn't it? Lu Qian's younger brother Lu Xing glanced at the dilapidated house and frowned in disgust. Stop complaining. If it weren't for the down payment for you, we wouldn't have moved here. Fortunately, although the house is a bit run down, it's still habitable. Just make do with it for now. Lu Qian's mother Wang Shufan rolled her eyes at Lu Xing. Mom, how can you blame me for this? If anyone should blame someone, it should be that bastard Hao Lang. That scumbag abandoned me. For a mere few million, he actually abandoned my sister. If it weren't for him, I would still have a house worth 3 million. Lu Xing cursed angrily. That's right. That bastard Hao Lang is a complete beast. Not only is he a scumbag, but he's also stingy. If you don't want to get married, then don't get married. He even has the nerve to ask for the betrothal gift and the house he gave you back. He has no dignity left in him. Wang Shufan gritted her teeth in anger when she mentioned Hao Lang. Lu Qian next to him frowned and said nothing. Although she also hated Hao Lang, she felt more regret in her heart at this moment. Because if you think about it carefully, she had a pretty good life with Hao Lang before. In terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation, Hao Lang gave her great satisfaction in all aspects, allowing her to enjoy a superior material life that most ordinary college graduates could never enjoy. Compared with her best friends and sisters, she lives a life that is truly superior to others. Among that group of young ladies, she has always been the center of attention and the envied protagonist. However, with the end of yesterday's wedding, the superior life that Hao Lang gave her suddenly disappeared. She could no longer live the kind of life of a superior person where she could have everything she wanted without having to stretch out her hands to get clothes or food. The place where they lived also changed from Hao Lang's small villa to this shabby rental house in the urban village. Those little sisters no longer seemed to envy her or surround her anymore, and they even began to dislike her and distance themselves from her. The huge gap was unacceptable to her and it was difficult for her to adapt. She wondered if she had been a little willful yesterday. If she hadn't accepted the 8.88 million yuan farewell gift, would she still be able to continue living that enviable life? Could it be that she was wrong? Sister, don't think about that scumbag anymore. Tonight I'll introduce you to a rich second-generation friend. He's definitely much better than Hao Lang. Seeing Lu Qian remain silent, Lu Xing suddenly spoke with confidence. Rich second generation? A gleam of light flashed in Lu Qian's eyes again, and her spirits lifted a little. At this moment, what she wanted most was to return to her previous life of luxury as soon as possible. As for whether that kind of life was given to her by Hao Lang, it didn't seem that important. That's right. That guy is definitely one of the richest second-generation rich in Jiangcheng. His family is worth at least tens of billions. He's nothing compared to that poor bastard Hao Lang. Sis, if you could follow this guy, our family would be very successful in the future. Lu Xing raised the corner of his mouth and said complacently. Billions? Lu Qian and Wang Shufen's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Xing, there's no time to lose. If you really know any rich second-generation guys, introduce them to your sister right away. Otherwise, someone else might snatch them away. Wang Shufen said anxiously. Lu Qian also looked expectant. Especially when she thought about how Hao Lang had already married a beautiful, rich woman, she wanted to find someone richer than Hao Lang as soon as possible. Okay. I'll contact that guy right away. Lu Xing nodded, took out his phone, and sent a voice message to the other party with a flattering look on his face. Mr. Zhang, are you busy now? Is there ever a night when I'm not busy? If you have to fart, do it now. After a long while, the other party replied impatiently. Lu Qian and Wang Shufen frowned and looked at each other. It seems that this Mr. Zhang is not a good person. But considering the other party's identity as a rich second generation, they did not dare to have any opinions. Lu Xing, however, didn't care about the other party's attitude at all. Instead, he looked surprised and quickly replied, Mr. Zhang, you actually replied to me. That's really kind of you. I have nothing else to say, I just wanted to introduce you to someone. Introduce someone? What does he look like? Zhang Xiao replied a little faster this time. Don't worry. Her appearance is absolutely amazing. Lu Xing said hurriedly. Well, bring her to the King's Landing Hotel, and I'll show you some high society. Zhang Xiao replied. Junlin Hotel? The best super 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng? Great. Great. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment, we'll be there soon. Lu Xing was delighted and quickly replied, then he said to Lu Qian, Sis. There's a chance. Hurry up and dress up. Come with me to the Junlin Hotel. Good. Lu Qian hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Although it felt a bit sudden, she vaguely felt that this might be a rare opportunity. Once missed, it might never come again in the future. Therefore, she must seize this opportunity. After quickly putting away their things, the brother and sister went to the King's Landing Hotel together. At this time, Hao Lang returned to his small villa. After a busy day, it's time to eat and take a rest. Sitting on the sofa, Hao Lang took out the invitation and glanced at it casually. He pondered for a moment, is this dinner at the Junlin Hotel? It seems a bit far. Forget it, I'd better not go. Ding-a-ling. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 17 We Are Different. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was none other than his wife Lin Yan calling. After answering the phone, Hao Lang smiled and said, Wife, do you miss me? Hao Lang, stop talking nonsense, there's business. Lin Yun said in a serious tone. What's wrong, Anan? Hao Lang's expression darkened and he spoke in a serious tone. There's a dinner party at the Junlin Hotel tonight. The people attending are all the upper echelons of Jiangcheng, and my dad insisted that I accompany them to the party. Lin Yan said, his tone very depressed. The King's Landing Hotel? Hao Lang was stunned for a moment. Wasn't this the hotel listed on the invitation? What a coincidence! But on second thought, this is normal. The dinner at the Junlin Hotel tonight is prepared for the people from Tianhua Group. As one of the few top-tier groups in Tianlong country, the power of Tianhua Group is not comparable to that of local companies such as Jiangcheng. If they can establish a relationship with Tianhua Group, it will definitely be of great benefit to their future development. Therefore, all the upper-class celebrities in Jiangcheng would not want to miss this opportunity. As an important enterprise in Jiangcheng, Lin Group will naturally not miss this dinner. It's just a dinner party, there is nothing wrong with that, so why would Lin Yan be unhappy? If it were just a simple dinner, then it would be fine. But the problem is, my dad wants me to meet some powerful and influential people at the dinner. He might even introduce me to some potential partners on the spot. If you don't want your wife to be harassed, you'd better go with me. Without waiting for Hao Lang to ask, Lin Yun took the initiative to explain. Introduction to someone? Hao Lang immediately frowned, looking depressed. His father-in-law is really something. He just made an agreement with him yesterday, but today he started arranging to introduce a boyfriend to his wife. This is too much. It seems that this father-in-law doesn't take him seriously at all. Or in other words, they simply don't believe that he can earn tens of billions of dollars in a year. However, his father-in-law had no idea that he didn't need a year at all. He easily completed the task in excess of the target in just one day. Lin Yun, he is determined to marry her. No one can stop it. Speak up, husband, you don't really want me to go alone, do you? Seeing that Hao Lang did not answer, Lin Yun could not help but urge him. How is this possible? Don't worry, Anan, I will go with you. With me here, no one can harass you. Hao Lang said in a firm tone. Yeah, come on, husband, I'll be waiting for you at the King's Landing Hotel. Lin Yun said very happily. After hanging up the phone, Hao Lang drove directly to the Junlin Hotel without saying a word. In less than half an hour, Hao Lang arrived at the magnificent King's Hotel. According to the instructions on the invitation letter, Hao Lang went directly to the banquet hall on the top floor of the hotel. I'm sorry, sir, there's a dinner party going on inside. You can't enter without an invitation. Just as he was about to go in, a security guard in a black suit stopped him at the door. Hao Lang didn't care and was about to show the invitation letter to the other party. Ha! Isn't this that poor guy? At this moment, a familiar sneer suddenly came. Hao Lang frowned and turned to look. It turned out to be none other than his ex-girlfriend Lu Qian and her brother Lu Xing. In addition, they were followed by a young man dressed in designer brands and looking arrogant. The person who just spoke was Lu Xing, that rude guy. Lu Qian looked at him with a complicated expression, with resentment, boasting, and provocation in her eyes. At the same time, she deliberately moved closer to the rich second-generation young man next to her. The young man next to her was none other than Zhang Xiao, the rich second generation introduced to her by her younger brother Lu Xing. She wanted to let Hao Lang see that she, Lu Qian, was not unwanted. After leaving Hao Lang, she can even find a better man. However, when Hao Lang saw her, there was no trace of emotion in his heart. As early as the day of their wedding, this woman had already died in his heart. Whatever happens to the other party in the future will have nothing to do with him. Do you know each other? Zhang Xiao frowned and looked at Hao Lang. Mr. Zhang, don't mind me, this guy is my sister's poor ex. Lu Xing looked at Hao Lang with contempt, as if he was relying on the power of others, as if after introducing his sister to this Zhang Xiao, Hao Lang was nothing to him. Poor ex? Zhang Xiao frowned and sneered, since you're a poor bastard, then get out of here right away. Tonight's dinner party isn't for poor bastards like you. See? If you want to get in, you need this. Zhang Xiao took out 3 invitations and handed them to the security guard at the door. Mr. Zhang, the invitation is fine, please come in. The security guard checked the invitation letter and immediately bowed and said. Afterwards, Zhang Xiao walked into the banquet hall with Lu Qian and Lu Xing, brother and sister, with a proud look on his face. Before entering, Lu Qian and Lu Xing looked at Hao Lang with pride, as if showing off to him. However, Hao Lang didn't care at all and even felt like laughing. How could these three idiots know that not only did he have an invitation, but it was also given to him personally by the most powerful boss at today's dinner? But even so, he had no intention of coming to the banquet. Unlike these three losers, attending a dinner party seems to be enough for them to brag about their whole life. Hubby, you're finally here. At this moment, Lin Yun suddenly ran over from the corridor in the distance and hugged Hao Lang's arm very intimately. Seeing this scene, the security personnel at the door were shocked and looked at Hao Lang with envy and jealousy. They had never seen a goddess as beautiful as Lin Yun. I didn't expect that such a beautiful goddess has been possessed by this guy Hao Lang. This is really like a flower stuck in cow dung, and the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Wife. Hao Lang smiled and touched Lin Yun's beautiful white cheek. The security guard at the door frowned and couldn't help rolling his eyes. This scene caused tons of critical damage to these single guys. He's my husband, can he come in with me? Lin Yun said to the security personnel. Excuse me, Mississippi. This is the most prestigious banquet in the city. Only those holding this exclusive invitation can enter. The security guard said firmly. Originally, considering Lin Yun's peerless beauty, they could have made some concessions. But after being fed a lot of dog food by Hao Lang, they didn't intend to give him any face anymore. In fact, if possible, they would like to find a way to separate Hao Lang and Lin Yun. Isn't it just an invitation? Is it necessary to take it so seriously? Can't you be flexible? Lin Yun frowned and said depressedly. If she wanted, she could always ask the organizer for another invitation, but that would be a bit troublesome. Cannot. The security guard said without hesitation. You. Lin Yun looked helpless. It's okay, no need to tell them so much. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled, saying nonchalantly, isn't it just an invitation? I have it. As he said that, he took out his invitation letter. It's just a little different from the invitation letter from Zhang Xiao and the others. Chapter 18 The Top VIP. When Lin Yun and the security guards at the door saw the invitation letter that Hao Lang took out, they were all surprised. Honey, where did you get that invitation? Why is it different from mine? And why is it gold? Lin Yun asked curiously, taking out a red invitation. Gold? This is the most prestigious VIP invitation. The security guards at the door stared at the golden invitation in Hao Lang's hand with a look of shock on their faces. They hurriedly bowed to Hao Lang in panic and said, I'm sorry, sir, we were rude just now. Only the top bosses at this dinner party have the golden invitation. The fact that Hao Lang took out such an invitation clearly showed that his identity was extraordinary. Such people only need one sentence to influence their future work and even their lives. They naturally had to show extra respect to such distinguished guests. The top VIP invitation? Lin Yun was even more surprised. Even a wealthy family like their Lin Group, with assets exceeding 10 billion, is not considered a top VIP. Her husband Hao Lang's wealth is far less than that of their Lin family. Why can he produce such a top VIP invitation? Could it be that her husband has some secrets that she doesn't know about? It's okay, you guys have a responsibility, I understand. Hao Lang smiled calmly and said nonchalantly, Wife, let's go in. Lin Yun suppressed his curiosity and nodded. Then Hao Lang hugged Lin Yun and walked towards the banquet hall. Looking at their backs as they left, the security guards' eyes were filled with envy. Originally they thought that Hao Lang was not worthy of a stunning beauty like Lin Yun, but now they understand that this guy is the real top rich man. No wonder he can conquer a goddess like Lin Yun. It seems that the rich will eventually get married, and the poor can witness it with their own eyes. The banquet hall was filled with wealthy and powerful people dressed in luxurious clothes and adorned with jewels, walking back and forth with wineglasses in hand. Hubby, I don't like occasions like this. Let's find a place to sit. Lin Yun frowned and looked at the crowd. Hao Lang nodded. Then the two of them found a sofa in the corner and sat down, ordered 2 drinks, and while drinking, they quietly watched these celebrities from the upper class show off. Husband, where did you get that invitation? Lin Yun asked the question he had raised before. Well. Hao Lang smiled and was about to tell Lin Yun the truth. I finally found you. Everyone is socializing, what are you doing hiding here? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came. When he looked up, he saw that the person coming was none other than his father-in-law Lin Tianxiong. Behind Lin Tianxiong were Lin Yun's stepmother Li Meiwan and his sister-in-law Lin Sihan. Hao Lang. Why are you here? Seeing Hao Lang beside Lin Yun, Lin Tianxiong frowned immediately and said with a depressed look, "Anan, why are you with him? You brought him in, didn't you? I asked you to come meet new friends, why did you bring him in? Aren't you afraid that others will misunderstand?" Li Meiwan and Lin Sihan also frowned and looked at Hao Lang with disgust. In their opinion, Hao Lang must have been able to get in with the help of Lin Yin. This ordinary person wanted to marry Lin Yuan simply for the Lin family's wealth. Naturally, they looked down on men who lived off their wives. "Dad, what's that about him? His? He has a name. He's your son-in-law, Hao Lang. What's wrong with me being with my own husband?" Lin Yun also frowned. Her father has always refused to accept Hao Lang, which makes her very unhappy. "Keep your voice down, what if someone hears you?" Lin Tianxiong looked around and said nervously. "So what if I heard it? This is a fact that can't be changed. It's not something to be ashamed of." Lin Yan refused to compromise at all, and even deliberately put her arm around Hao Lang's. Hao Lang was deeply touched. He felt lucky to marry a wife who cared about him so much. "Nonsense! Let him go." Lin Tianxiong was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, "Before I give my approval, he is not the son-in-law of our Lin family. He brought Lin Yuan here today because he wanted to find a good son-in-law. How can I find her when my daughter Lin Yan and Hao Lang are so close? That's right, we haven't even got the marriage certificate yet, and you're already calling me husband all the time. Aren't you ashamed? Sister, I can't believe you dare to lean on a man in front of so many people. You're much more open than me." Li Meiwan and Lin Sihan also sneered sarcastically. "Just shut up. It's none of your business what I do." Lin Yan glared at Li Meiwan and Lin Sihan, but instead of letting go, he hugged them even tighter. Lin Tianxiong almost fainted from anger. Hao Lang didn't want to see conflicts between father and daughter, and he also wanted to teach his mother-in-law and sister-in-law a lesson for looking down on others, so he decided to tell his father-in-law directly that he had earned assets worth over 10 billion. "Uncle Lin, what's wrong? Do you need any help?" At this moment, a handsome young man in a white suit, exuding aristocratic temperament, came over with a few people and asked like a gentleman. "Along? Xu Yunlong." Lin Tianxiong and Lin Yuan immediately recognized the noble young man and were both surprised. Li Meiwan and Lin Sihan also looked at the noble young man with curiosity. This Chu Yunlong is the eldest son of the Chu Group, which is an important leading enterprise in Jiangcheng, with assets of at least tens of billions, and possibly even hundreds of billions. Today's dinner was jointly hosted by the Chu family and several other major forces in Jiangcheng for the people of Tianhua Group. The Chu family is a partner of the Tianhua Group and is very dependent on the Tianhua Group. It can even be said that the survival of their entire group depends on the mood of the Tianhua Group. Therefore, having finally met the second in command of Tianhua Group in person in Jiangcheng, they naturally had to show their hospitality and further deepen the relationship between the two sides. The Lin family and the Chu family are old friends, and Lin Yuan and Chu Yunlong have known each other since childhood. However, Chu Yunlong went abroad to study when he was very young and never came back, so they haven't seen each other for many years. At the same time, when Chu Yunlong saw Hao Lang beside Lin Yuan, he frowned immediately, and the gentlemanly smile on his face immediately disappeared. His originally handsome face suddenly became a little gloomy and hideous. "Along, when did you come back? Why didn't you let us know in advance so we could welcome you back?" Lin Tianxiong said this with a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Chu Yunlong. Compared with Hao Lang, an ordinary man who only owns a small company, Chu Yunlong, the super-rich second generation who will inherit tens of billions of assets in the future, is the best candidate for son-in-law in his mind. "I'm sorry, Uncle Lin. The reason I didn't inform you in advance was that I wanted to give in a surprise." Chu Yunlong forced a smile and stared at Hao Lang. "I just didn't expect that after all these years, and is already taken. Now it seems that the surprise I prepared is redundant." No. Aaron, don't get me wrong, Anan isn't married yet." Lin Tianxiong hurriedly explained. "Not married?" Chu Yunlong's eyes lit up, then narrowed, staring at Hao Lang intently, and sneered, "I understand. Uncle Lin, this kid must be pestering Anan, right? Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Boy, I don't care who you are. If you don't want to die, let Anan go right now." Chapter 19, Fight If You Don't Agree. Hearing Chu Yunlong's words, Li Meiwan and Lin Sihan immediately laughed with glee. Lin Tianxiong didn't say anything, and was even a little happy. because this shows that Chu Yunlong still cares about his daughter Lin Yan. In this way, it would be easier for him to turn Chu Yunlong into his son-in-law. Lin Yuan frowned immediately and was about to scold Chu Yunlong. But before she could open her mouth, Hao Lang beside her suddenly hugged her tightly, looked at Chu Yunlong without fear, and said with a disdainful smile, "I want to see how you kill me." It's reasonable for him to hug his wife. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't separate him from Lin Yuan. Seeing Hao Lang hugging Lin Yuan tightly, Chu Yunlong's face suddenly darkened and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, do you know who hosted this dinner today? Who gave you the courage to act wildly on my territory? Come on, throw him out." "Okay, young Master Long." Several burly men who looked like security guards rushed up and were about to attack Hao Lang. "Stop." Lin Yan quickly stopped him, glaring at Chu Yunlong. "Chu Yunlong, what does it have to do with you if I hug my husband? Try touching him today." "Your husband?" Chu Yunlong frowned, "But didn't Uncle Lin say that you are not married? They just had a simple, playful wedding. They didn't invite any friends or family, and they didn't get a formal marriage certificate. They certainly can't be considered a real couple." Lin Tianxiong hurriedly explained. "No marriage certificate? That doesn't count." Chu Yunlong frowned and said in a deep voice, I want to compete with him fairly." "What are you competing for?" "First of all, I only love my husband. Secondly, I don't have any feelings for you at all. You'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible." Lin Yuan said directly. We grew up together. Don't you understand how I feel about you? How is he better than me? Why can't you give me a chance?" Chu Yunlong said with an unwilling look on his face. "This isn't a question of whether we're good or not, it's a question of whether we're compatible. I don't have any feelings for you, so there's no chance of us being together. If you still remember our childhood friendship, then don't make things difficult for us." Lin Yan said without any emotion. Feelings can be cultivated, don't be so decisive." Lin Tianxiong next to him frowned and tried to persuade him earnestly. However, Lin Yuan turned a deaf ear to him and ignored him completely. Chu Yunlong's face darkened as he stared at Hao Lang, saying coldly, "Of course I won't embarrass you, but he can't. What are you still standing there for? Throw him out." "Yes, young Master Long. Those burly men are about to take action again. You dare." Lin Yan quickly stood in front of Hao Lang and protected him behind him, fearing that those burly men would hurt Hao Lang. "You useless bastard. If you have the guts, stop hiding behind a woman." Chu Yunlong frowned, glared at Hao Lang, and said in a cold voice, "Bite." The system has detected that the host has been provoked and now offers two options. Choice 1, fight back if you don't agree. Defend yourself and your combat power will be doubled. Choice 2, hide and endure, conceal your strength, and the reward is a rare sports car. At this moment, the pleasant sound of the system suddenly rang in Hao Lang's mind, and at the same time, a virtual light screen that only he could see appeared in front of him, showing the two options provided by the system. Hao Lang's eyes showed surprise, and he chose the first option without hesitation. He has earned more than 100 billion now. What kind of sports car can't he buy? Although out-of-print sports cars are in short supply and cannot be bought even if one has money, the problem is that he is not interested in sports cars. In his opinion, this out-of-print sports car is not worth mentioning compared to the reward of doubling combat power. What's more, he didn't want to hide and be thrown out in front of his wife and father-in-law's family. Please get out of the way. It's okay. These scumbags can't do anything to your husband." After making his choice, Hao Lang stood up and blocked Lin Yuan behind him. "Husband." Lin Yuan still looked worried. Although her husband is also very strong, how could he be a match for those burly men? "Get started." Chu Yunlong's eyes lit up and he immediately said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, those burly men immediately pounced on Hao Lang. Hao Lang, however, was calm and composed, showing no fear at all. After his combat power increased to 150, his eyesight also became very strong. In his eyes, the movements of these people were as slow as turtles, and it was impossible for them to touch him. The next moment, he suddenly raised his leg and kicked the burly man in front. Bang! With a dull thud, Hao Lang's size 48 kick hit the opponent's chest with a huge dull thud. Then the burly man weighing more than 200 pounds flew backwards like a rag doll and as fast as a cannonball. He retreated more than 10 meters and bumped into several people before he stopped. But at this time, the burly man had already fainted, lying on the ground motionless, unable to get up. the scene suddenly became silent. Everyone was shocked and looked at the burly man lying in the crowd in disbelief. The other burly men stopped immediately and looked at Hao Lang in horror, as if they had seen a ghost. With this strength and speed, is this still a human being? You have to know that these bodyguards are all retired fighting players that Chu Yunlong hired at a high price. In the past, they had seen many strong fighters in professional fighting arenas. But I have never seen a monster as terrifying as Hao Lang. Kick someone more than 10 meters away? This guy is Superman. Lin Yan also looked at Hao Lang's tall back in shock, feeling that her husband was becoming more and more mysterious. First, he took out a top VIP invitation that even their Lin family was not qualified to have, and now he kicked a 200-pound strong man away like Superman. Her husband must be hiding an unknown secret. Father-in-law Lin Tianxiong, mother-in-law Li Meiwan, and sister-in-law Lin Sihan were all shocked. They also never expected that the son-in-law Lin Yan found would be so fierce. When they thought of their previous attitude towards Hao Lang, they couldn't help but feel scared. If Hao Lang had been irritated by them and attacked them directly, their small bodies would have been crushed to pieces by Hao Lang. Chu Yunlong was so scared that he swallowed and felt extremely regretful. He also didn't expect that he would offend such a powerful person today. If he had known this earlier, he would have been more cautious. Even if he wants to kill Hao Lang, he has to leave the scene first. Aren't you going to throw me out? Why aren't you moving? Hao Lang looked at the bodyguards and Chu Yunlong and smiled jokingly. Chu Yunlong frowned, looking embarrassed, as if he was in a difficult situation. If he continued to let his men do it, he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat Hao Lang. If I don't take action, won't I be laughed at? Ha! Mr. Hao, you're here? Why didn't you notify me in advance? I could have brought someone to greet you. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came. Chapter 20. How dare you touch my VIP? Hao Lang looked up and saw that the person coming was none other than Mr. Su from Tianhua Group. He came over with people from Tianhua Group, surrounded by celebrities from Jiangcheng. Hearing what Mr. Su said, everyone was shocked. Why would the second in command of the Tianhua Group, the protagonist of today's dinner, and a celebrity who is adored by all the celebrities in Jiangcheng, respect Hao Lang, a little-known character, so much? Even have to bring people to greet him? What is the identity of this kid? Lin Yan was also surprised. Although she had guessed that her husband Hao Lang must be hiding some unknown secret, she did not expect that this guy actually knew Mr. Su, the second in command of Tianhua Group. Hao Lang's father-in-law Lin Tianxiong, mother-in-law Li Meiwan, and sister-in-law Lin Sihan were all dumbfounded. They never expected that Hao Lang, who they thought was just an ordinary person, would actually know a business tycoon like Mr. Su. Would such a person really covet their family's hundreds of billions of assets? They were starting to feel a little unsure. Chu Yunlong's heart trembled, and he immediately had a bad premonition. You know, this banquet tonight was held by their Chu family in order to please Mr. Su from Tianhua Group. But he just wanted to throw out a friend whom Mr. Su respected very much. How the hell could this be a good thing? I hadn't originally planned to come. My wife wanted to come, so I came with her. I originally just wanted to sit for a while and then leave, so I didn't notify Mr. Su. Hao Lang smiled indifferently. Is this lady your wife? They are truly a match made in heaven. Only a peerless beauty like this could be worthy of you. Mr. Su looked at Lin Yan and complimented her with a smile. Hearing his words, everyone was surprised again. Originally, in the eyes of everyone, Hao Lang was not worthy of a peerless beauty like Lin Yan. It is a great fortune for him to marry Lin Yan. But in Mr. Su's opinion, it seems that Lin Yan is lucky to be able to marry Hao Lang. This makes people confused. What is Hao Lang's merit and ability that makes Mr. Su value him so much? Mr. Su, do you know each other? At this time, Chu Yunlong next to him suddenly asked nervously. Yes, what's wrong? Mr. Su turned around and saw the burly man lying in the crowd. He frowned and asked, what's going on? This. Chu Yunlong looked up at Hao Lang opposite him with an embarrassed look on his face. Mr. Hao, are you in any trouble? Mr. Su followed Chu Yunlong's gaze and looked at Hao Lang, and asked solemnly. Nothing, just now someone tried to throw me out. Hao Lang smiled playfully. What? Someone actually dared to throw you out? Who is so bold? How dare they touch the VIP I personally invited? President Su was shocked and angry. He looked around at everyone coldly. His eyes were filled with the majesty of a superior, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Those who were swept by his eyes lowered their heads and did not dare to look him in the eye. Lin Yuan finally understood where the supreme VIP invitation in Hao Lang's hand came from. However, she still couldn't understand why the second in command of the high-ranking Tianhua group would personally invite an ordinary person like her husband Hao Lang to attend such an upper-class dinner. What secrets are hidden in her husband Hao Lang? Lin Tianxian, Li Meiwan, and Lin Sihan were also shocked again. They originally thought that Hao Lang had sneaked in with Lin Yan. But I didn't expect that Hao Lang would be the VIP invited by President Su himself. Xu Yunlong was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he finally confirmed that he had really hit a wall today and offended someone he shouldn't have offended. At this moment, he was regretting it so much. If he had known the relationship between Hao Lang and Mr. Su earlier, he would never have competed with Hao Lang for Lin Yuan. After all, in his opinion, a woman could not be compared with the business of their Chu family, not even Lin Yuan, the goddess he had dreamed of since childhood. For the sake of a woman, he offended Mr. Su's friends and angered Mr. Su, which might even affect the relationship between their Chu family and Tianhua group in the end. This is obviously unwise. If his father knew about this, he would definitely strangle him to death on the spot. It's a pity that it's too late to regret now. Master Chu, are you planning to throw my VIP out? After glancing at everyone, Mr. Su's gaze fell on Xu Yulong and asked indifferently. Mr. Su. Mr. Su, it's a misunderstanding. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. I didn't know he was your friend. If I had known he was your VIP, how could I have dared to be rude to him? Xu Yunlong hurriedly explained in fear and trepidation. Misunderstanding? Humph. What misunderstanding is there? Didn't you see the golden invitation he brought when he entered? That's right. This is your Chu family's territory. What am I, the second in command of Tianhua Group, in the eyes of your Chu family? Young Master Chu, there is absolutely no need for you to give face to me, Su. Mr. Su said coldly, it's just that I, Su, have put my words here. If you want to touch Mr. Hao, you have to throw me out first. It doesn't matter whether it's a misunderstanding or not. He just wanted to take this opportunity to express his stance in front of Hao Lang. So that Hao Lang can understand how much he and Tianhua Group value Hao Lang. After all, you have to know that Hao Lang's lithography machine is the key to whether their Tianhua Group can survive in the future. Now, for their Tianhua Group, no one is more important than Hao Lang. Even he, the second in command, is not as important as Hao Lang. Therefore, he naturally had to try every possible means to deepen the relationship between Hao Lang and Tianhua Group. Originally he was still worried about not having such an opportunity, but he didn't expect that young Master Chu would take the initiative to create this opportunity for him. It must be said that the other party was a very competent host. Since the other party has presented the opportunity to him, how could he not seize it? The scene suddenly became silent. Everyone was so frightened that they dared not breathe. Who dares to touch Mr. Su? Unless you don't want to live. Some people who did not have a good relationship with the Chu family immediately sneered with gloating attitude. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Mr. Su was clearly trying to make things difficult for the Chu family and didn't want to listen to Chu Yunlong's explanation at all. In this case, the Chu family will probably be in trouble in the future. Boss Su. Stop kidding. How dare I touch you? I really didn't mean it. I was wrong, isn't that enough? Just tell me what you need me to do to calm you down. As long as it's something our Chu family can do, I, Chu Yunlong, will do it without hesitation. Chu Yunlong was so anxious that he almost cried and almost knelt down to Mr. Su. Many people who attended this kind of high-class dinner for the first time were stunned and could not believe what they saw. They could never have imagined that a super-rich second generation like Chu Yunlong who could call the shots in Jiangcheng could actually be so humble and helpless. It seems that there are always people better than you. No matter how awesome a person is, if he meets an even more awesome boss, he will have to bow his head and admit defeat. Facing the world-leading super enterprise Tianhua Group, even the Chu family, the top family in Jiangcheng, is so small and powerless, not worth mentioning. Master Chu, you apologized to the wrong person. The person you offended was Mr. Hao, a distinguished guest of mine, Mr. Su. This matter can only be resolved if Mr. Hao is satisfied. Otherwise, our Tianhua Group will have to reconsider its partnership with your Chu family. Mr. Su said indifferently. Chapter 21 Where is your awesomeness? After hearing what Mr. Su said, Xu Yunlong immediately looked at Hao Lang, frowning with a very complicated expression on his face. Not long ago, he wanted to throw Hao Lang out, but now he has to beg for mercy from Hao Lang. No matter who it is, it would be difficult to accept this. But when he thought that if he couldn't satisfy Hao Lang, President Su might terminate the cooperation between Tianhua Group and their Chu family, thus cutting off their Chu family's financial resources, he knew that no matter what it was, as long as it could satisfy Hao Lang, he had to do it. Mr. Hao. Mr. Hao. I was blind and didn't recognize a great man just now, and I offended you. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me. No matter what it is, as long as it can calm you down, I'm willing to do it. After struggling in his heart for a while, Chu Yunlong gritted his teeth and said, "Willing to do anything? Master Chu, why have you become so humble? Don't you want to throw me out? Don't you want to compete with me fairly? Where did your arrogance just now go? Where did it go? Can you recover for a while? I'm a little uncomfortable." Hao Lang smiled playfully. "Boss Hao, stop joking. In front of you, I'm a worthless young master. Just call me Xiao Chu. I was wrong just now. Please give me a way out." Chu Yunlong was frightened by Hao Lang and his heart trembled. He knelt down in front of Hao Lang involuntarily with a thud, begging with a bitter face, almost kowtowing to Hao Lang. "What? Master Chu actually knelt down to someone? Oh my god. This is such a bizarre story. It will definitely shock the entire Jiangcheng. Who is Mr. Hao? Why does Mr. Su from Tianhua Group value him so much?" There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone looked shocked. Lin Tianxian, Li Meiwan, and Lin Sihan were also shocked. They never imagined that Hao Lang, whom they did not think highly of, could actually make Jiangcheng's top rich second generation kneel down in public. What is the origin of this guy? Could it be that they really made a mistake? Lin Yun was also very shocked. She knew very well that Chu Yunlong had been arrogant since childhood and would never bow to anyone easily. Now she actually kneels down in public to her husband Hao Lang, which really makes things difficult for him. Hao Lang was also stunned by the other party's kneeling action and was a little confused. Just because of Mr. Su's words, Chu Yunlong actually kneeled down to him in public without any regard for his dignity? Are all people in the upper class so shameless? However, he felt relieved after thinking about it. For these upper-class people, the most important things should be money and power. What does face mean? How much is it worth? Their creed is that if you want to make money first, you must first learn to be shameless. This Chu Yunlong is obviously a loyal believer in this creed. In order to save the Chu family's business, what does it matter if I kneel down to him? As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Originally, he wanted to let Chu Yunlong taste the feeling of a sandbag-sized iron fist, but now that he saw the other party surrendering, it would be difficult for him to continue. "Well, since you're so sincere, I can give you a chance. As long as you do something for me, I'll let you go today." After thinking for a moment, Hao Lang said with a smile, "What's the matter? Just tell me. Not to mention one thing, even if it's 10 or 100 things, as long as it's within my ability, I will definitely get it done for you." Chu Yunlong's eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and he asked hurriedly, as if he was afraid that Hao Lang would go back on his word. "It's simple. There are 3 people I don't want to see at this dinner party today. Just kick them out." Hao Lang raised the corner of his mouth. He did not forget that his ex-girlfriend Lu Qian, who had just despised him, his former brother-in-law Lu Xing, and the arrogant rich second-generation Zhang Xiao were also at the dinner party. These 3 people were very arrogant when they came in. They kept provoking him and showing off in front of him. Hao Lang was originally too lazy to pay attention to them and didn't want to waste any time on them. But now that he has the chance, he naturally doesn't mind letting those 3 idiots see what the consequences will be if they try to show off to him. 3 people? Who? Chu Yunlong hurriedly asked, like a hunting dog eager to attack, looking as if he couldn't wait to bite those 3 people to death for Hao Lang. "There's a guy called Mr. Zhang, and he's accompanied by a man and a woman. You're the host of this dinner, so finding the 3 of them shouldn't be difficult, right?" Hao Lang smiled indifferently. "Young Master Zhang? Could it be the young Zhang from the Zhang group?" Chu Yunlong was stunned for a moment, and a familiar face immediately appeared in his mind. Among the people he invited today, there is indeed a rich second-generation guy named Zhang. Moreover, the other party has a good relationship with him and has always been his follower. Or to be more precise, it should be the other family's Zhang group, which is a group affiliated with their Chu family. This relationship is just like their Chu family's dependence on Tianhua Group. Most of the Zhang family's business comes from their Chu family. Once they leave the Chu family, the Zhang family will collapse immediately. On the contrary, if they leave the Zhang family, their Chu family will not have too many problems, but they will have to bear some losses. If it were normal times, he would naturally not easily embarrass the other party. But now, in order to preserve their Chu family's business, he can naturally sacrifice the little Zhang, or even the entire Zhang family, without hesitation. It seems you already know who I'm talking about. In that case, go do it. Hao Lang said with a smile. Okay, Mr. Hao, please wait a moment, I'll take care of it for you. Shu Yunlong quickly stood up and turned around to find Zhang Xiao and the others. Young Master Long, I've been looking for you for quite some time, and I finally found you. What are you doing here with so many people? Are you busy with social events? Stop it for now, let me introduce you to my new girlfriend. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came, and three figures squeezed in through the crowd. Hao Lang looked up and saw that the people coming were none other than Lu Qian, that Zhang Xiao, and Lu Xing. At the same time, Shu Yunlong immediately recognized that the Zhang Xiao in front of him was his classmate Xiao Zhang. His eyes lit up, as if he had seen a rare treasure. At the same time, Lu Qian and the others also saw Hao Lang. They were stunned for a moment, then they couldn't help but frown and showed contempt again. Especially Lu Qian and Lu Xing, brother and sister, they looked at each other with contempt, thinking in their hearts that Hao Lang must have followed Lin Yuan in. Otherwise, he would definitely not be qualified to come to such a high-end place. You poor bastard, you actually came in? That's really strange. Zhang Xiao sneered coldly, but do you know whose territory this is? This is my big brother Long Xiao's territory. Chapter 22. Is it because of him? After hearing Zhang Xiao's words, the scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at Zhang Xiao with strange expressions. How dare he say that the VIP invited by President Su himself is a poor guy? This guy is so brave. Even his elder brother Chu Yunlong didn't dare to say that. Who the hell is he? President Su and everyone from Tianhua Group frowned. Hao Lang is the most important friend of their Tianhua Group now. Anyone who dares to disrespect Hao Lang is an enemy of their Tianhua Group. As for their enemies, they will be as cruel as autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Chu Yunlong was so frightened by what Zhang Xiao said that his whole body trembled. Then his face immediately became gloomy like frost, and he stared at Zhang Xiao as if he was looking at a dead person. Originally, he felt a little sorry for this family that had followed them for many years because he had to sacrifice the Zheng family to save the Chu family. But now, seeing this little Zheng mocking the big boss who could influence the fate of their Chu family in front of him, he was furious and would never have any mercy on the Zheng family again. In order to protect his family, he will sell this classmate Zhang without hesitation. At the same time, Hao Lang didn't care about Zhang Xiao's ridicule. He just looked at him with a smile, as if he was waiting for a good show. You, what are you looking at? Why are you looking at me like that? Young Master Long, please don't scare me. What's wrong? Why are you so serious? Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit strange, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but frown and asked with a confused look on his face. At the same time, Lu Qian and Lu Xing beside him were also confused and looked at everyone at a loss, feeling that these people were looking at them as if they were watching a monkey show. What's wrong? Zhang Hao, I've always considered you a friend, but I never thought you'd be such a lowbrow person. You keep calling others poor. What right do you have to look down on the poor? You've only earned a few pennies following our Chu family over the years. Do you really think you're some rich kid? After a moment's deliberation, Shu Yunlong angrily shouted, "Listen up to me, damn it! Take the people you brought in and get out right now. Also, go back and tell your father that from today on, our Chu family will completely terminate our cooperative relationship with your Zheng family. From now on, you'll be on your own." There was an uproar at the scene. No one expected that just because of Hao Lang's words, the Zheng family would lose the Chu family as their partner. If nothing unexpected happens, without the Chu family as a backer, the Zhang family will inevitably decline rapidly in the future. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it. Some people who have some business dealings with the Zhang family have begun to quietly take out their mobile phones and directly instruct their subordinates to draw a clear line with the Zhang family. Zhang Xiao was dumbfounded, his face full of horror and confusion. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Could it be that just a sarcastic remark could make Chu Yunlong decide to terminate the cooperation with their Zheng family? Not really. After all, the bad things they had done in the past were far more than this. Of course, it doesn't matter why. The important thing is that he doesn't know how their Zhang family will survive in Jiangcheng after losing the Chu family. He didn't even know how to tell his grandfather this devastating news after returning home. If his grandfather knew that the entire Zhang family was destroyed because of his words, he would eat him alive. At the same time, Lu Qian and Lu Xing, the brother and sister beside him, also looked terrified. The reason why these two ordinary people dared to stand among this group of wealthy people from the upper class was entirely because of the confidence given to them by Zhang Xiao, their backer. But now it seems that Zhang Xiao himself may not be able to protect himself, so the two of them immediately lost their confidence. Only when facing this group of wealthy people alone did they realize how small and powerless they were. As the saying goes, riches come with power. These wealthy people invisibly exuded a powerful aura that almost suffocated them. Such occasions are definitely not places for ordinary people like them to come. At this moment, even if Chu Yunlong didn't drive them away, they would have wanted to escape from here immediately. What puzzled them was that Hao Lang, who was in the center of the crowd and surrounded by everyone like the moon surrounded by stars, how could he be so calm? In fact, his aura seems to be even more powerful than those rich people around him. But how is this possible? Although he is also a small boss, he should be far inferior to these wealthy people in the upper class, right? Lu Qian and Lu Xing, brother and sister, couldn't understand where Hao Lang got his confidence and courage from. However, Hao Lang didn't even look at them. He just sat casually on the sofa and drank the 1982 drink quietly. Lu Qian and Lu Xing, brother and sister, would never have imagined that Hao Lang was no longer the small boss who could not afford the 8.88 million yuan as a get-off gift. Now, in the entire banquet hall, no one was more awesome than Hao Lang. Facing a group of people who are not as good as him, Hao Lang is naturally relaxed and casual. Why don't you get out of here? Zhang Hao, we're brothers, so just get out of here honestly and don't force me to make things so ugly. Seeing Zhang Hao standing there in a daze without moving, Chu Yunlong frowned and urged him impatiently. The task given to him by Hao Lang was to drive Zhang Hao and the other two out, so naturally, the sooner he drove them out, the better. The other party had better be obedient, otherwise, don't blame him for using force. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly men he brought immediately surrounded Zhang Hao and the other two, looking at them ferociously and ready to attack at any time. Zhang Hao, Lu Qian, and Lu Xing were all trembling with fear. Long? Young Master Long. I won't accept this. Even if I have to die, you have to let me die knowingly, right? What did I do wrong? After a moment's silence, Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and asked unwillingly. Isn't what I said clear enough? Chu Yunlong said angrily, the reason is that you have no quality and look down on the poor. Look down on the poor? Could it be? Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment and muttered, then something suddenly occurred to him. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Hao Lang, who was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the crowd, in disbelief. Could it be because of him? He couldn't believe that he, a rich second generation with a net worth of billions, would ruin his future because of an insignificant poor guy. Lu Qian and Lu Xing, brother and sister, were also stunned, and then immediately looked at Hao Lang in disbelief. They couldn't even believe that Zhang Xiao would really get into trouble because of Hao Lang, an insignificant small boss. Chapter 23. What magical power does he have? Seeing the shocked expressions on Zhang Xiao and the other two's faces, everyone around them couldn't help but find it a little funny. Is this the legendary failure to recognize Mount Tai? He is obviously a big boss who was respected by even the second in command of Tianhua Group. I was actually treated as a poor guy by these three little bastards. This is simply ignorance and fearlessness. It seems that it is better to be low-key and never look down on anyone. Maybe the other party is a big shot whom you can't afford to offend. If that happens, you'll end up like these three little bastards, who probably won't even know how they died. Sitting on the sofa, Hao Lang shook the 1982 Fat House Happy Water in his hand, smiled playfully, and looked at Lu Qian and the other two as if he were looking at clowns. Today he wanted to let these three guys see what price they would have to pay for mocking him, Hao Lang. Although Lin Yan, who was standing next to them, felt that the situation of these three people was a bit pitiful, he didn't say much, nor did he show any sympathy. After all, this is all the other party's own fault. It was a good thing that she didn't take action against the man who dared to mock her. That's right. I'll let you die knowing full well. It's because of you three blind idiots that we've offended Mr. Hao. Chu Yunlong shouted even more angrily, come here. Throw these three out. He was very upset with Hao Lang, but he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction in front of Hao Lang, so naturally he could only vent his anger on Zhang Xiao and the other two. As soon as he finished speaking, those burly men rushed forward, lifted up Zhang Xiao and the other two without saying a word, and quickly walked out of the hall. Young Master Long, how could you do this? Have you forgotten how much our Zhang family has contributed to your Chu family over the years? No. You can't do this. Let me go. Hao Lang. You. Sister, brother-in-law, listen to me. Zhang Xiao and the other two struggled desperately, roaring with unwillingness on their faces, but they were completely unable to break free from the hands of those burly men. Before they could finish their words, they were thrown out. After closing the door, the world immediately became quiet. After dealing with Zhang Xiao and the other two, Chu Yunlong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly turned around, bowed his head, and said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Hao, how is it? Are you satisfied with this result?" "It's okay." Hao Lang smiled calmly, then said to Lin Yan beside him, "Wife, I don't think this banquet is interesting anymore. Why don't we go back?" "Okay, husband." Lin Yan smiled and nodded, then stood up taking Hao Lang's arm. None. Lin Tianxiong next to him suddenly frowned. The banquet had just begun, and they left in front of the main guests. Doesn't that seem inappropriate? If they offend the second in command of Tianhua Group because of this, their Lin family will probably be in big trouble. Why, father-in-law, do you have anything else to say? Do you want to introduce some new friends to Anan? Hao Lang smiled playfully. He believed that as long as his father-in-law was not stupid, after what happened today, he would no longer introduce any young men from the upper class to his wife. Lin Tianxiong frowned, not knowing what to say. That's right, the reason why he asked Lin Yan to come to this kind of dinner was that he wanted his daughter to meet more young talents who were better than Hao Lang. But now it seems that there is no one in the whole Jiangcheng who was more awesome than Hao Lang. Who else could he introduce? Besides, after seeing what happened to Zhang Xiao, is there any young talent in Jiangcheng who is so ignorant that he dares to provoke Hao Lang? Even if he dared to introduce them, the other party might not dare to get to know his daughter. Dad, you know I don't like this kind of party. Don't invite me here in the future. Otherwise, I'll have to trouble my husband to come with me. Lin Yan also said with a smile. Although she still didn't know what was going on with Hao Lang and why he became the VIP mentioned by the second in command of Tianhua Group, she was certain that the current Hao Lang could definitely protect her from all troubles. Well, okay then. Lin Tianxiong said helplessly, and secretly glanced at Mr. Su. Seeing that the other party seemed to have no objection, he felt relieved. Boss Su, you guys have fun, I'm leaving first. Before leaving, Hao Lang politely said something to Mr. Su next to him out of courtesy. Alright. Mr. Hao, I'll be in Jiangcheng these days. Feel free to come find me if you need anything. I promise I'll be there whenever you call. Mr. Su nodded and spoke with great enthusiasm. Hearing his words, everyone trembled in shock again. Mr. Su, the second in command of Tianhua Group, is actually willing to be called upon at any time? Oh my god. How is this possible? If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would never have believed that such words would come from the mouth of Mr. Su, the second in command of Tianhua Group. After all, you have to know that every day across the country, there are countless people lining up, crying and begging to see Mr. Su. But there are only a few people who are truly qualified to meet Mr. Su. As for finding someone who can come whenever he calls, it is absolutely impossible for him to exist. Even Mr. Yi, the head of Tianhua Group, probably cannot enjoy such treatment. What kind of magic does Mr. Hao have? Why does Mr. Su attach so much importance to it? Is it because he has amazing wealth? Or is it a terrifying power that is feared? Or, does he possess a miraculous technology that can change the fate of Tianhua Group? These three options seem unlikely, don't they? After all, when it comes to wealth, Tianhua Group's financial resources are enough to surpass the entire Tianlong kingdom. There are definitely only a handful of companies that can rival them in wealth. In terms of power, Mr. Yi of Tianhua Group is himself a super boss with an extremely powerful background. In the entire Tianlong kingdom, there is probably no one who can make Mr. Su, the second in command of Tianhua Group, treat him so respectfully. As for technology, that's even more impossible. After all, you have to know that Tianhua Group itself is one of the few leading technology companies in Tianlong National Middle School. Their group has scientific research bases all over the world and has recruited many top scientists from all over the world. Therefore, it is almost impossible for there to be any technology that could attract the attention of Mr. Su. The more people thought about it, the more mysterious Hao Lang seemed to them. Many people even immediately ordered their subordinates to investigate Hao Lang's background. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll definitely find you if I need anything. Hao Lang smiled calmly and said indifferently. He was not surprised why President Su valued him so much. After all, he really possessed super black technology that was enough to change the entire Tianhua group and even the entire world situation. Not to mention Mr. Su, the second in command of Tianhua group, even if Mr. Yi, the number one, came, I'm afraid he would have to serve him meticulously. Chapter 24 Limited Edition Black Card VIP. After saying goodbye to Mr. Su, Hao Lang took Lin Yuan out of the banquet hall. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is double the combat power. As soon as he walked out of the banquet hall, the pleasant voice of the system immediately rang in Hao Lang's mind. Boom! At the same time, a powerful force immediately filled his limbs and bones, causing his strength to increase exponentially in an instant. Hao Lang was delighted and opened the system interface. He saw that his combat power had indeed increased from 150 to 300. If he could kill a cow before, now he can kill a rhinoceros with one punch. And in the banquet hall, Chu Yunlong and everyone else gathered around President Su with curiosity, wanting to find out what the relationship between Hao Lang and Tianhua Group was. However, in the end, Mr. Su just told them not to ask questions that shouldn't be asked. So they wisely kept their mouths shut and could only investigate Hao Lang's background on their own. As soon as they went downstairs, Hao Lang and the others saw Lu Qian and the other two who had not left far. The faces of these three people were as gloomy as if covered with frost. Mr. Zhang, where are we going next? Lu Xing asked tremblingly. Where are you going? Go to hell. Zhang Xiao, who had been silent all the way, suddenly exploded, kicking Lu Xing out. He looked at Lu Qian and Lu Xing coldly and said viciously, It's all your fault, you little idiot. Why did you introduce your unlucky sister to me? If it weren't for you two little idiots, would I have offended Long Xiao? Axing. Lu Qian was startled and hurried over to support Lu Xing. You still dared to help him? I told you to. Zheng Xiao said angrily, and was about to attack Lu Qian, but at this moment, he suddenly saw Hao Lang and Lin Yuan walking over, and immediately shouted angrily, Fuck it. It's all your fault. You destroyed my family. I will fight you to the death. As he said this, he rushed towards Hao Lang. Court death. Hao Lang frowned and kicked him directly. He originally didn't want to pay attention to these three people, but this Zhang Xiao was ignorant of the danger and insisted on forcing him to take action, so he had no choice but to oblige him. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhang Xiao was hit in the chest. He spit out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards like a cannonball. He flew more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. He then rolled several meters before he barely stopped. At this time, he was covered in blood and fainted. Everyone at the scene was shocked and looked at Hao Lang as if he were a monster. It was just a kick, how could it have such terrifying power? However, they didn't know that this was because Hao Lang didn't want to cause any casualties and deliberately restrained a lot of his strength. If he had tried his best, that Zhang Xiao would have been kicked to pieces by Hao Lang long ago. Lu Qian and Lu Xing were also shocked, but also very grateful. If it weren't for Hao Lang's kick, the ones who would be beaten and vomiting blood would probably be the brother and sister. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but look at Hao Lang with complicated expressions, filled with gratitude and hatred, but more of it was endless regret. Although it was Hao Lang who saved them now, if it weren't for Hao Lang, they wouldn't have been driven out, let alone lost Zheng Xiao, their golden son-in-law, and even offended Zheng Xiao in return. And if they had known earlier that Hao Lang had such great influence in Jiangqing's upper-class society, they would never have given up on Hao Lang just because of the 8.88 million yuan gift. It's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in this world, and it's too late to say anything now. Lin Yan was also very shocked and a little worried. She frowned and said, Husband, weren't you too harsh? Is that person okay? Don't worry, he won't die. President Su will take care of this matter. Hao Lang smiled calmly and said indifferently. He knew how heavy the kick was, and at most he only broke a few of Zheng Xiao's bones, but did not take his life. He believed that before the chip was produced, Mr. Su would never let such a small matter affect him. He doesn't need to explain, President Su will take care of the aftermath for him. Mr. Su, okay then. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. If Mr. Su was willing to step forward, things here can indeed be easily settled. But she didn't know why Mr. Su helped Hao Lang, so she would definitely find out after returning. Afterwards, Hao Lang and Lin Yuan walked out as if nothing had happened. Seeing that Hao Lang never looked at her straight in the eye from beginning to end, Lu Qian felt even worse. She felt a sense of loss in her heart, as if a treasure that once belonged to her had been snatched away. After leaving the Junlin Hotel, Hao Lang and Lin Yuan drove their respective cars back to Hao Lang's villa. As soon as he got home, before the door was closed, Hao Lang hugged Lin Yuan and wanted to be intimate with her. "Hubby, hold on. Tell me the truth. What exactly happened today? Why does Mr. Su, the second in command of Tianhua Group, value you so much? What secrets are you hiding?" However, Lin Yuan put her hand on Hao Lang's iron-strong chest, stared into his eyes, and asked solemnly. Everything that happened at the dinner today was too unusual. She had to find out what was going on. Otherwise, she might not be able to get along with Hao Lang in peace in the future. Well. Hao Lang frowned, feeling a little embarrassed. He couldn't tell anyone about the existence of the system for the time being, including Lin Yuan. After all, this is too unbelievable. Even if I tell them, they may find it difficult to accept. In fact, this may be a curse rather than a blessing for them. As for the fact that he had reached a cooperative relationship with Tianhua Group because of the lithography machine, he couldn't tell Lin Yuan for the time being. After all, he and Tianhua Group signed a confidentiality agreement. As an honest and trustworthy citizen, and a serious businessman with a sense of contract, he would naturally not violate the agreement easily. And then, I can't tell you the specific situation for the time being. After thinking for a moment, Hao Lang smiled helplessly and said, "But please believe me, I absolutely have nothing bad to hide from you. When the time comes, I will definitely tell you everything you want to know." Although he couldn't tell the truth, he didn't want to deceive Lin Yuan, so he had to tell the truth. "Can't you tell me a little bit?" Lin Yuan frowned, feeling very depressed. She believed Hao Lang, but still wanted to know the secret behind Hao Lang. "That's not the case." Hao Lang shook his head and smiled. "What I can tell you is that your husband is now very important to Tianhua Group." "Important? How important?" Lin Yuan asked curiously. "Probably even more important than their chairman, Mr. Yi." Hao Lang smiled rather complacently. "More important than Master Yi Tianqing? You're bragging." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes at him, obviously not believing how important Hao Lang, the boss of a mere small company, could be to Tianhua Group. Hao Lang smiled helplessly. This is why he couldn't tell Lin Yuan everything truthfully. He had just revealed a tiny bit of information, but Lin Yuan found it hard to accept. If he said that he was extremely important to the entire Tianlong kingdom, and even the entire Blue Star, wouldn't it be even more difficult for Lin Yuan to accept it? And then, don't think so much. You just need to know that soon, your husband will be able to fulfill the promise I made yesterday and officially get a marriage certificate with you. Hao Lang stroked Lin Yuan's beautiful face, which was as white as jade, and smiled slightly. Originally, he wanted to say that he had fulfilled that promise and had a net worth of over 10 billion. But when he thought about it carefully, the money from Tianhua Group had not yet been transferred to his account, so it was better to be cautious. Soon. Lin Yuan was a little surprised. She knew that Hao Lang's promise was to earn a fortune of 10 billion within a year. But is this promise so easy to fulfill? In fact, she didn't expect Hao Lang to really fulfill this promise. After all, you have to know that their Lin family has struggled for several generations before they finally accumulated the current family fortune. This is because their Lin family is lucky. There are many more families like theirs who have not been able to accumulate much wealth even after struggling for many generations. How could Hao Lang, a lone man with no background, have earned a fortune of tens of billions in just 1 year? This is simply wishful thinking and a daydream. But now Hao Lang actually said that he would be able to fulfill this promise in the near future, and his tone was very affirmative and he looked full of confidence. How could she not be surprised? But no matter what, she was still very happy. Because Hao Lang was determined to get a marriage certificate with her, it showed that Hao Lang really loved her, and he didn't marry her impulsively just because he had a conflict with his ex-girlfriend. So afterwards, Lin Yuan stopped thinking about it and just hoped that the day when Hao Lang would tell her everything would come sooner. After that, the couple had some affection in the villa, and then Hao Lang sent Lin Yuan back. Although I still wasn't able to get to the final step with Lin Yuan today, it was much better than yesterday. I almost did everything I could. He just needs to wait for the people from Tianhua Group to transfer the money to prove his strength to his father-in-law. After he and Lin Yuan officially get the marriage certificate, the two of them can live a real life as a married couple. No words were spoken that night. Around noon the next day, Hao Lang's cell phone suddenly rang. When I took it out, I saw that it was a transfer reminder from the bank. Dear user, 130 billion yuan was transferred into your account. The balance after the transaction is 130 billion 1,268,791.88 yuan. Dear customer, due to your significant account balance, you have been automatically promoted to our bank's Super Supreme Limited Edition Black Card VIP user. From now on, you will enjoy our exclusive 24-hour personal butler service. If you need any help, please call your personal butler at 8888 at any time. No matter where you are in the world, we will do our best to provide you with the most attentive service. After reading these two text messages, Hao Lang couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. This scene was one he had imagined countless times. I didn't expect that my dream would come true today. It doesn't matter whether the card is black or not. The important thing is that with these 130 billion, he can convince his father-in-law to let him and Lin Yuan officially get their marriage certificate. Of course, before that, he still had to abide by the agreement and produce the chips they needed for Tianhua Group. So then, Hao Lang drove to the factory in the suburbs. Chapter 25 Call Your Brother-in-Law. The chip production speed was very fast. In just over 2 hours, Hao Lang produced the 100 million 3nm ice cure in 1010 chips ordered by Tianhua Group. Hao Lang directly stored these chips in the system warehouse and could deliver them to Tianhua Group at any time. After that, he drove to Lin Yuan's house. At the same time, in an urban village on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, in a dilapidated rental house, Lu Qian's family sat together with sad faces, and the atmosphere was very depressing. Yesterday, while Zhang Xiao was unconscious, Lu Qian and Lu Xing, brother and sister, escaped back and told Wang Shufan what happened at the banquet. After hearing about Hao Lang, Lu Qian's mother Wang Shufan found it hard to accept for a while. She couldn't believe that a poor son-in-law who couldn't even afford a 8.88 million yuan gift for getting off the car would actually be a super boss that no one dared to mess with at high society dinners. If I had known this earlier. What kind of gift did she want when she got off the car? You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Just because of this small request, he missed the opportunity to squeeze into the upper class, change his destiny and become a superior person. It feels like the duck in your mouth suddenly flies away. What a big loss. If she could do it again, she would ask Hao Lang to give her a gift and she would also marry her daughter Lu Qian to Hao Lang. It's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in this world, and it's too late to say anything now. Cough. At this moment, Lu Xing suddenly coughed up blood. Axing. Son. Lu Qian and Wang Shufan were shocked. Lu Xing is the only man in their family, and they will have to rely on him in the future. It will be troublesome if something happens to him. Fuck. That idiot Zhang Xiao was so ruthless, he almost kicked me to death. If my sister hadn't insisted on pulling me away yesterday, I would have killed him. Lu Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily. Son, are you okay? Why don't we go to the hospital? Wang Shufan looked worried. Go to the hospital? Do you dare to go to the hospital now? We don't have much money left. If we go to the hospital again, I'm afraid we'll be dead tonight. Lu Xing said depressedly. What should we do then? Wang Shufan frowned, thought for a moment, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Oh, son, don't you still have a girlfriend? How about borrowing some money from her first? Besides, we've already bought her a house. Ask her when she's getting married. Also, ask when their house will be demolished. Ask her for money? Lu Xing frowned, looking embarrassed. His girlfriend is his goddess. He has always been the one spending money on his girlfriend. Or lend money to your girlfriend. But he never spent a penny of his girlfriend's money. Not to mention borrowing money from my girlfriend. It may not be easy to borrow money from his girlfriend. Besides, he always pretends to be rich in front of his girlfriend. In the past, Hao Lang gave him money to spend, so he pretended to be quite good. Now when he is asked to borrow money from his girlfriend, he feels a little embarrassed and afraid that his girlfriend will look down on him. Why, is it inconvenient? Otherwise, how about you borrow some money from your rich second-generation friends? Lu Qian asked. This. Lu Xing frowned even more tightly and felt even more embarrassed. He doesn't know many rich second generations. Zhang Xiao is the best among them. The others are all Zhang Xiao's younger brothers. After what happened yesterday, he has offended Zhang Xiao. I don't even have time to hide from them now, how dare I go to borrow money from them again? Besides, his relationship with those people is also very ordinary. Even if nothing happened yesterday, there might not be anyone willing to lend it to him. Why don't you say something? Wang Shufan urged impatiently. Well, I'd better ask my girlfriend. After struggling for a moment, Lu Xing said with gritted teeth. Then he took out his cell phone and called his girlfriend. Sorry. The number you dialed is not in service. A pleasant voice immediately rang out on the phone. The room was very quiet, and the phone was particularly loud. Lu Qian and Wang Shufan both heard it. The whole family was stunned. Did I hit the wrong person? After a moment of silence, Wang Shufan asked nervously, with a bad feeling in her heart. That should be, right? Let me try again. Lu Xing frowned and dialed the phone again. Harassment. The number you dialed is unavailable. The pleasant voice sounded again. The whole family suddenly became anxious. What's going on? After that woman took their house, was she going to disappear for them? Try WeChat chat. Lu Qian hurriedly reminded. Good. Lu Xing opened the software immediately. Bite. Unexpectedly, before he could ask, his girlfriend sent him a message. After reading the message, Lu Xing was stunned. What happened? Wang Shufan asked nervously. They spent all their savings to buy that house as a down payment. It is their only hope and sustenance. They also hope to use this house to earn the demolition compensation for Lu Xing's girlfriend's family. If something goes wrong, they might really be in trouble in the future. She. Lu Xing said with a trembling voice. What happened to her? Lu Qian said anxiously. She sold the house. She told me not to go to her anymore. Lu Xing was so anxious that he almost cried. What? How could this happen? This bitch. But Wang Shufan was shocked and angry. As she was speaking, she suddenly couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then her eyes turned black and she fainted. Mom! Lu Qian and Lu Xing, brother and sister, looked terrified. Then he quickly called the emergency number. The ambulance arrived soon. After being rushed to the hospital and undergoing a series of tests, a doctor in a white coat finally came out and said to the siblings with a serious expression, "It's an acute cerebral hemorrhage. Go and pay for the surgery right away. If it's too late, at best, he'll become a vegetable, and at worst, his life might be in danger." Surgery fee? How much? Lu Qian asked hurriedly. 300,000. The doctor said immediately. So much. Lu Qian and Lu Xing were shocked. Don't even mention 300,000. They can't even come up with 10,000 yuan now. Where can I steal 300,000? Can you have the surgery first and pay later? Yeah. We don't have that much money with us right now. Lu Qian and Lu Xing said with embarrassment. What are you thinking? Of course not. Pay first. Then do the surgery. That's the rule. Hurry up. The doctor in the white coat said without hesitation. Then he left without looking back. Sister, what should I do? Lu Xing was so anxious that he was at a loss. What to do? Lu Qian was also anxious like an ant on a hot pot. After a moment of rapid thinking, her eyes suddenly lit up. Right. Find your brother-in-law. I'll call your brother-in-law. As he said that, he took out his cell phone and dialed Hao Lang's number. Whenever she encountered a problem in the past, she would think of Hao Lang first. As long as Hao Lang is here, all problems can be solved. This time, she habitually thought of Hao Lang again. Brother-in-law. Lu Xing frowned. After going through all this, will the former brother-in-law still help them? Chapter 26. Your mother is sick. What does it have to do with me? On the way to Lin Yun's house, Hao Lang's cell phone rang. When he took it out and looked at it, it turned out to be a call from his ex-girlfriend Lu Qian. Hao Lang frowned immediately. He has been so busy these days that he forgot to delete his ex-girlfriend's contact information. This is really inappropriate. Then he hung up the phone directly, blocked the other party, and deleted all contact information of the other party's family. Hao Lang is not a scumbag. Since he is now married to Lin Yuan, he naturally has to cut off all contact with his ex-girlfriend Lu Qian. On the other end of the phone, the moment Hao Lang hung up, Lu Qian felt as if someone had hit her chest hard. Her body trembled, and she staggered back a few steps, almost fainting on the spot. Sister, what's wrong? Lu Xing asked hurriedly. He actually dared to hang up on me. Lu Qian said in a trembling voice, he never dared to hang up on me before. I was always the first one to hang up. How dare he? While speaking, her expression looked a little dazed, as if she was crazy. Sister! Calm down for a moment. Mom's still waiting for us to pay for the surgery. Let's try other methods. Lu Xing said anxiously. Yes. Let's try other methods. Lu Chen cheered up again and quickly contacted Hao Lang in various ways, but she found that Hao Lang had deleted all her contact information. He is so cruel. Lu Qian burst into tears in anger. Men are really just bastards who get bored easily. None of them are good. Sister, don't worry. Try using my phone. I got a new card. He probably doesn't know who I am. Lu Xing quickly took out his cell phone and handed it to Lu Qian. Lu Qian didn't have time to cry anymore. In order to borrow money from Hao Lang to pay for her mother's medical treatment, she quickly called Hao Lang again using her brother Lu Xing's cell phone. Ding-a-ling. Not long after he hung up the phone, Hao Lang's cell phone rang again. A strange number? Could it still be her? Is she haunting me? Looks like I have to make peace with her, otherwise it will be endless. Taking out his cell phone, Hao Lang frowned immediately. After thinking for a moment, he answered the call in frustration. Lung. It's me. Xiao Chen. After the call was connected, Lu Qian was surprised, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and hurriedly spoke softly, her tone as if she had not yet broken up with Hao Lang. Just say it. What do you want to do? Hao Lang was unmoved and said indifferently. My mother is sick. She needs 300,000 yuan for surgery. Can you help me? Lu Qian said hurriedly. Your mother is sick? What does it have to do with me? Hao Lang still spoke without any emotion. He and Lu Qian have no relationship anymore. Naturally, he doesn't care about the life or death of Lu Qian's family. What's more, the Lu Chen brother and sister wanted to take advantage of their status as rich second-generation bastards to laugh at him yesterday. If Hao Lang continues to help such a person, he would be like a fool. Even though 300,000 is nothing to him now, he doesn't want to waste a penny on Lu Qian's family. Could you please not be so heartless? I've been with you for so many years. We almost became a family. My mom almost became your mother-in-law. Now she needs $300,000 to save her life. You can't just stand by and watch her die, right? Lu Qian said, crying. I'm heartless? Listen carefully. I'm telling you again. I have nothing to do with your family now. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Hao Lang was so angry that he wanted to laugh. His ex-girlfriend always said that he was heartless, but she never mentioned why he was like this, nor did she say how good he had been to their family in the past. It was ridiculous. How can you say that? Lu Qian cried her heart out. All right. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Hang up. Don't look for me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hao Lang said indifferently and was about to hang up the phone. No. Please. Please save my mom. As long as you can give me 300,000, I'll do anything for you. Lu Qian pleaded hurriedly. Beep. However, before she could finish her words, Hao Lang hung up the phone and blocked her again. Lu Qian opposite was stunned with a look of despair. How's it going, sis? Although Lu Xing had already heard that the situation might be dire, he still asked with a glimmer of hope. He refuses to lend money. Lu Qian said with a trembling voice. What should we do then? Lu Xing looked anxious. There's only one way left. Lu Qian, who was completely desperate, calmed down instead and said with a frown. What method? Lu Xing's eyes lit up and he asked quickly. Didn't he buy us a lot of gifts in the past? There were quite a few luxury items, like the bag he bought for me and the watch he bought for you. They're all worth a lot of money. If we sell them all, we should be able to get 300,000, right? Lu Qian said uncertainly. You want to sell those things? But without those watches, how am I going to hang out in a nightclub? Lu Xing looked embarrassed. Besides, it's probably too late to sell things to raise money now, right? Even if we can save our mother by then, she'll probably be a vegetable. Bang! Lu Qian slapped him hard, then said angrily, "It's already this late, and you're still thinking about going to a nightclub? What's more important, your watch or our mother's life? Sister, don't be angry. I mean, why don't you sell your bags first? There's no point having so many bags. Maybe you can get 300,000 without selling so many things. If that's really not enough, I can sell a few watches." Lu Xing covered his red face and suggested with a sad face. How could our mother give birth to a beast like you?" Lu Qian almost fainted from anger, but considering the urgency of time, she didn't want to argue with her brother Lu Xing anymore, and hurried back to sell things to raise money. Seeing Lu Qian leave, Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. But then he frowned again and looked at his mother Wang Shufen's ward. He said very depressedly, "This old woman is really something. She could have fallen ill at any other time, but at this time, it's really like adding insult to injury. If I really sell the watch, how will I live in the future?" At the same time, after hanging up the phone, Hao Lang went straight to Lin Yuan's house. A few minutes later, he arrived at Lin Yuan's house. When we got there, we found that there were many cars parked outside Lin Yuan's house, and there was a large group of people gathered there, including reporters. Judging from these people's frowning brows and serious expressions, it is obviously not a good thing. Chapter 27. Are you still willing to marry her? Looking at the crowd gathered in front of the villa, Hao Lang frowned. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The chaotic crowd immediately quieted down and turned to look at Hao Lang. "Who are you?" Someone frowned and asked impatiently. "I'm Lin Tianxiong's son-in-law, what's wrong?" Hao Lang said frankly. Everyone was stunned. Then, as if they had seen a treasure, their eyes all showed a fiery light. "Hurry! Don't let him get away. Surround him. Damn it! Give me back the money." The crowd started shouting and immediately swarmed over, surrounding Hao Lang in 3 layers. Hao Lang was confused, and then frowned in frustration. Pay back the money? What's going on? Could it be that these people are here to collect debts from his father-in-law Lin Tianxiong? What happened? The Lin family couldn't have suddenly gone bankrupt overnight, right? "Hello, sir. I'm a reporter from Zhengcheng TV. Can I interview you? What's your name? Are you the son-in-law of Lin Tianxiong's eldest daughter or the son-in-law of his youngest daughter? What do you think of the Lin family's financial crisis?" It's said that Lin Tianxiong's wife, Ms. Li Meiwan, fled to the United States with their daughter, Lin Sihan, and the money. Is this true? How does the Lin family plan to resolve the issue of these creditors? Does the Lin family still have money to pay off its debts? The reporters around asked questions at the same time, and the microphones were like long guns and short cannons, almost hitting Hao Lang in the face. Hao Lang frowned again. Only then did he understand what was going on. His mother-in-law Li Meiwan actually ran away with his sister-in-law Lin Sihan, and even bankrupted the Lin family. He was so unlucky that he encountered such a ridiculous thing. If it were in the past, he would definitely be helpless in the face of such a problem. But now, such a problem is not worth mentioning to him at all. There is no need to panic. With his current financial resources, if he wanted to, he could pay off all the debts of the Lin family in minutes. Everyone, don't worry. If it's really the Lin family who owes you money, I will definitely pay you back in full. Hao Lang smiled calmly and spoke loudly. He actually doesn't care whether his father-in-law lives or dies. But if this matter involves Lin Yuan, he will naturally not stand idly by. Repay? What are you going to use to pay us back? Do you know how much the Lin family owes us? Why should we trust you? Who are you sending it to? Those debt collectors obviously did not believe Hao Lang and questioned him one after another. Hao Lang was speechless for a while. He kindly replied to these people, but these idiots didn't appreciate it. If he had known, he would have ignored them. Please make way, don't block the road. Hao Lang was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people and simply ignored them and walked forward. No. You can't leave. Stop him. Don't let him in. The crowd of debt collectors shouted and blocked Hao Lang's way. Who are you sending this to? Get out of here. Hao Lang didn't tolerate them either. With a casual push, a combat power of 300 instantly erupted. The crowd in front was like dominoes and was all pushed down by him. The crowd was stunned. Oh my God. What did they see? One person pushed down dozens of people? Is this guy a Qigong master from somewhere? Isn't this too outrageous? Or are those people in front acting as them? Ah! It hurts so much, my bones are broken. What just happened? Was I hit by a dump truck? What the hell? Whose butt is sitting on my face? The crowd that fell to the ground began to scream and cry out for their parents. Hao Lang ignored them, casually tidied up his clothes that were torn by these people, then raised his legs, stepped directly on these people's bodies, and walked towards the villa. Ah! Don't step on my face! Someone else screamed. At this moment, the villa was surrounded by the Lin family's security guards. Only after confirming their identities were they allowed Hao Lang in. In the villa hall, Lin Yuan and his father Lin Tianxiong sat on the sofa with very solemn expressions. Especially Lin Tianxiong, there were obviously more wrinkles on his face than yesterday, and his hair was paler. Obviously, this sudden change dealt him a serious blow. Hao Lang, you're here. Although she was in a bad mood, Lin Yuan still forced a smile when she saw Hao Lang coming in. And then, don't be afraid, I'm here. Everything will be fine. Hao Lang walked over and hugged Lin Yuan's delicate body, touched her cheek, smiled slightly, and comforted her. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. Although she knew that the Lin family might not be able to recover this time, but with Hao Lang by her side, she would have an infinite sense of security. Even if the sky fell, she would not be afraid. You know everything about our family, right? Lin Tianxiong, with a haggard face, suddenly said. Well, I know the general idea, but the specific situation is still unclear. Hao Lang nodded. Although he didn't like his father-in-law very much, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him at this time. There's nothing much to say about the specifics. The truth is, I was wrong and raised two ungrateful people. They had been secretly planning to transfer my property for a long time. Yesterday, they took advantage of my drunkenness at the banquet, used my body to open the safe, stole some important items, and transferred most of my assets abroad, causing the company's capital chain to sever instantly. Lin Tianxiong weakly recounted his tragic experience. The worst part is, before they ran away, they notified all of the company's creditors and leaked the news to the media. As soon as the market opened today, the company's stock plummeted. If I don't pay off these debts soon, I'm going bankrupt. Hao Lang was speechless after hearing this. He originally thought that his mother-in-law and sister-in-law were just a little mean, but he didn't expect them to be so vicious. By doing this, they not only took away the property of their father-in-law Lin Tianxiong, but also put him to death. At this moment, Lin Tianxiong suddenly took out a household registration book from a bag next to him and placed it on the coffee table in front. Hao Lang and Lin Yuan were stunned. What does it mean to take out the household registration book at this time? Lin Tianxiong suddenly stood up, staring at Hao Lang with a bitter smile, and said in a pleading tone, I can't pay the money back, and the Lin Group is doomed to go bankrupt. From now on, I will have nothing. What I agreed to you before is naturally unnecessary. Whether you can make a fortune of tens of billions or not is no longer important. If you don't mind that our Lin family has nothing now, then take your household registration booklet and go get a marriage certificate with an N. Don't worry, the Lin family's bankruptcy has nothing to do with an N. I will take care of everything and will never let you be burdened with debt. Our family doesn't want a betrothal gift, nor do we want you to pay any money. We just hope that you can take good care of an N for me in the future and don't let her suffer any grievances. Are you still willing to marry her now? Chapter 28 I'll pay it back for you. Lin Tianxiong always believed that Hao Lang married his daughter Lin Yuan for the sake of their Lin family's property. Now that the Lin family is bankrupt, if Hao Lang is still willing to take the risk of sharing the debt with them and continue to get a marriage certificate with his daughter, it will prove that he is wrong. Lin Yuan also looked up at Hao Lang, her beautiful eyes full of trust and expectation. She firmly believed that even if the Lin family had no money, Hao Lang would still get married with her. After listening to his father-in-law's words, Hao Lang was a little moved. You don't want a dowry, you don't want a fortune of hundreds of billions, you don't want them to take on their debts, you don't want anything? This father-in-law is not too bad. It was just a misunderstanding of his purpose in marrying Lin Yuan. It's not hopeless. Originally, Hao Lang wanted to reconsider whether to help the Lin family pay off their debts. With his father-in-law's heartfelt words, he no longer hesitated. Isn't it just bankruptcy? It's just a small matter. Uncle, don't worry, I will take good care of an. After thinking for a moment, Hao Lang smiled slightly and directly picked up Lin Yuan's household registration book. Sorry, kid, I misunderstood you. Lin Tianxiang immediately breathed a sigh of relief, smiled with relief, and apologized proactively. It turned out that he was wrong. My daughter has good taste. Hao Lang was not coveting the Lin family's property, but he really loved his daughter. Although Hao Lang cannot compare with these billionaires with a net worth of hundreds of billions, he is still a boss after all. His daughter Lin Yan will follow him in the future. Even if she can no longer live the superior life of a rich lady, at least she doesn't have to worry about basic living security. In this way, he can rest assured, and no matter what he encounters afterwards, it doesn't matter. Lin Yan also smiled very happily. She knew that she would never make a mistake. It doesn't matter. I was just a poor boy before. I really wasn't worthy of an. It's normal for you to misunderstand me. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled, saying nonchalantly, however, I, Hao Lang, am not someone who goes back on my word. Although you don't make any demands, I will still fulfill the promise I made. Lin Tianxiang and Lin Yuan were stunned for a moment. Fulfill the promise? What promise? Could it be the promise of making a fortune of tens of billions? How is this possible? Even if another year, 10 years, or even a lifetime passes, they don't think Hao Lang will be able to earn a fortune of tens of billions. It's only been a few days? How could Hao Lang make so much money? Even if he has a printing machine at home, he can't print money so fast, right? How much money does our family owe now? Hao Lang didn't explain much and just smiled calmly. I haven't calculated the exact amount yet, probably over 10 billion. Lin Tianxiang was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, Why are you asking this? I told you that the debt problem will not affect you and. You don't have to worry about this matter. Take an in and leave. As long as you can live a good life in the future, that's all that matters. Dad. What are you talking about? How could we possibly abandon you? We are a family, sharing both joy and sorrow. If there is any problem, let's work together to find a solution. Lin Yan said in a firm tone. And Dad knows your feelings, but tens of billions of debts are not a problem that can be solved in a short time. If you get involved, you might never be able to turn over a new leaf in your life. Besides, even if you don't care, you can't let Hao Lang take on such a heavy debt for our family just after getting married, right? Lin Tianxiang smiled bitterly and said, Listen to Dad. This matter is not something you can solve. Go with Hao Lang. He is a man worthy of trust. You too should run Hao Lang's company with all your heart, start anew, and start a business with him. I believe that with your abilities, you will one day make a name for yourself. Your future achievements may not be inferior to our Lin family. Dad. Lin Yuan looked conflicted. On the one hand, she couldn't bear to let her father bear all the debts. On the other hand, he didn't want Hao Lang to be suffocated by the heavy debt for the rest of his life because of the problems of their Lin family. And N is right, we are already a family. We share happiness and hardship together. At a time like this, how can we just give up and leave? Hao Lang smiled faintly. Isn't it just a debt of over 10 billion? I'll pay it off for you. Lin Tianxiang and Lin Yuan were shocked. Hao Lang wants to pay off their debts. Why? Just because of his handsome face? How is this possible? No matter how handsome he is, he's not worth over 10 billion, right? Don't be surprised. In fact, I'm here today to fulfill my promise. Hao Lang smiled calmly and explained, a fortune of tens of billions. I already have it. Lin Tianxiang and Lin Yuan were shocked again. Has Hao Lang really earned a fortune of tens of billions? How is this possible? Things like this are beyond their understanding, and they really can't figure it out. Could it be related to Mr. Su from Tianhua Group? After a moment of shock, Lin Yuan suddenly asked uncertainly. Looking across the entire Tianlong kingdom, there are not many companies that can allow Hao Lang to earn tens of billions of dollars overnight. Tianhua Group is one of them. Coincidentally, at yesterday's dinner, Hao Lang and Mr. Su, the second in command of Tianhua Group, showed an unusual relationship. Therefore, this may be the only reasonable explanation for how Hao Lang could have earned a fortune of tens of billions. However, even so, she still couldn't imagine what kind of incredible deal Hao Lang had made with Tianhua Group to make so much money in such a short time. Lin Tianxiang's eyes lit up as well, and he agreed very much with his daughter's guess. Well, I can't tell you for now. Considering the confidentiality agreement, Hao Lang could only smile helplessly. All you need to know is that a mere 10 billion in debt is nothing to us. Lin Yan and Lin Tianxiong were shocked again. Not worth mentioning? Doesn't this mean that Hao Lang has earned more than just tens of billions of dollars? Instead, he earned a huge fortune far exceeding 10 billion. Although I don't know what is going on, it would be great if Hao Lang didn't lie to them. For the current Lin family, this is like a timely rain that couldn't come at a better time. As long as Hao Lang can help the Lin family solve the current debt problem, Lin Tianxiong will be able to quickly stabilize the Lin group and continue to grow and develop. And then, you and uncle should count all the debts that need to be repaid, then make a form and send it to me. I can settle all the debts within 1 day. Hao Lang smiled indifferently. Yes, okay, husband, thank you. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded, saying with gratitude. That's right, Hao Lang, thank you so much this time. I never thought that the person closest to me would betray me, and the one who helped me out was you, whom I misunderstood. I'm so ashamed. Lin Tianxiong said with a bitter smile. And uncle, there's no need to say that, we are a family. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled. Yes. We are a family. Lin Yan and Lin Tianxiong smiled at each other. Chapter 29 Mr. Su, please help me. After receiving Hao Lang's guarantee, Lin Yuan and his father Lin Tianxiong immediately began to calculate the debts they owed. Hao Lang took out his cell phone and called Mr. Su, the second in command of Tianhua Group. Although more than 10 billion is nothing to Hao Lang now, he will not give away any of his money for free. In other words, if my mother-in-law Li Meiwan and my sister-in-law Lin Sihan wanted to run away after taking the money, it wouldn't be that easy. He will never let this matter go. Boss Hao, do you have any instructions? Is there a problem with chip production? The call was connected quickly, and Mr. Su immediately spoke very enthusiastically, with a hint of worry in his tone. Although they had already inspected Hao Lang's chip production process and signed an agreement with Hao Lang, they were still a little worried. After all, there were too many things about this matter that he couldn't figure out. He couldn't be completely relieved until he saw the final 100 million finished chips. Don't worry, everything is going very smoothly. Hao Lang smiled indifferently. Mr. Su would never know that the 100 million chips were already in his system warehouse. That's good. President Su breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not about the chips, everything else is easy to deal with. If there's anything you need me to do, just let me know. As long as it's within the capabilities of me and Tianhua Group, I'll definitely do it. Boss Su, I really have something to ask of you. Hao Lang smiled slightly. It's like this. My mother-in-law, Li Meiwan, and my sister-in-law, Lin Sihan, transferred my father-in-law, Lin Tianxiong's property and fled abroad. I don't know where they are now. Can you help me check? If they haven't left the country yet, can you help me stop them? So it's about the Lin Group. I heard about it too. President Su said solemnly, don't worry, I will do my best to handle this matter. I'll call my friends at customs later and ask them to assist with the investigation. If they haven't left the country yet, everything will be easy. But if they have already left, things will be difficult. But don't worry, even if they have fled abroad, I will have the overseas branch notify the local Tianlong National Chamber of Commerce and will absolutely not engage in any business cooperation with them. Okay, I'll trouble you then. I'll treat you to a meal later. Hao Lang smiled and nodded. Ah, great. I'll remember this meal with Mr. Hao. Mr. Su said very happily. Hao Lang is an extraordinary person now. Being able to help Hao Lang and making Hao Lang owe you a favor is definitely the most valuable investment now. Not long after hanging up the phone, Lin Yan and Lin Tianxiong sorted out all the debts they owed. Then, the three of them went out together. It's not a good thing for these people to keep blocking the door. We still have to explain the situation to them and let them leave as soon as possible. When they saw Hao Lang and the others coming out, the crowd outside who were collecting debts suddenly had their eyes brightened. Lin Tianxiong. Pay back the money. Damn it. You actually dared to step on my face just now. I'm not done with you. Pay back the money quickly. The crowd stared at Hao Lang and the other two, shouting. What are you arguing about? Don't you want the money? I want to hear who shouts the loudest and who pays back last. Hao Lang glanced at everyone and smiled playfully. The scene suddenly became silent. Everyone was suddenly stunned. What does it mean? Judging from the situation, the Lin family is not really going to pay them back, right? But didn't the Lin Group go bankrupt? Where can I get the money to pay them back? Everyone, our Lin Group has received new financing. I, Lin Tianxiong, will not give you a penny less of the money I owe you. Lin Tianxiong also looked around at everyone and said with a smile. Everyone looked surprised. Did the Lin Group obtain new financing? How is this possible? Knowing that the boss lady of the Lin Group had absconded with the money, Lin Tianxiong was in debt, and the entire group was about to go bankrupt, who would dare to provide them with financing at this time? Aren't you afraid that the money you invested will be wasted? Please trust us, we've found enough funds to pay off the debt within a day. There's no need for you to wait here, just go back and wait for news. Lin Yan also explained to everyone. Pay off the debt in one day? Who are you kidding? Exactly. I heard you guys owe over 10 billion in debt. How is it possible to pay it off so quickly? Are you planning to trick us away and flee abroad as well? Everyone questioned. Lin Tianxiong and Lin Yun immediately frowned, looking depressed. It seems that persuading these people to leave is not an easy task. You, and you. You guys are the ones shouting the loudest, right? Remember who they are and pay them back in the end. Hao Lang pointed at the people who were making the most noise in the crowd and said in a deep voice. Okay. I'll remember them. There's still more than a month left before the repayment deadline we agreed on, so it's okay to pay them back a few days later. Lin Tianxiong glanced at those people and said coldly. Everyone was stunned. The few people who had been shouting the loudest just now immediately shut their mouths, with a hint of regret in their eyes. You know, according to the agreement, the money the Lin family owed them had basically not yet reached the repayment deadline. They were just afraid that the Lin family would be unable to repay them after bankruptcy, so they came here in advance to collect the debt. Before that, even if they stay here and don't leave, the Lin family has the right not to pay back the money for the time being. If they could get the money owed within a day as Hao Lang said, then they would have made a lot of money for free. Therefore, if they cannot get the money in advance because of their disturbance, won't they suffer a great loss? Okay. Mr. Lin, I believe in your Lin Group. One day? Okay. Mr. Lin, I'll give you a favor today. I'll go back and wait for your news. If I don't get the money, don't blame me for being ruthless. We've been working together for so many years. I still trust Mr. Lin. I was shocked by the sudden news today, so I rushed over. Now that I have Mr. Lin's guarantee, there's naturally no need for me to stay here any longer. After hesitating for a moment, a few people gritted their teeth and said solemnly. The reason why they are willing to trust Lin Tianxiong is not just because of the reputation that the Lin Group has accumulated over the years. At the same time, they also attended yesterday's dinner and knew about the extraordinary relationship between Hao Lang and Tianhua Group. Thank you so much. Lin Tianxiong looked at those people and remembered their identities. Those who are willing to believe in him at this time are considered very reliable partners. After this incident, the Lin Group will definitely strengthen its cooperation with them. Chapter 30 is on the hot search list. However, more people did not choose to leave, but just watched hesitantly. They still couldn't believe that the Lin Group could really solve the huge debt problem of tens of billions in such a short time. Lin Tianxiong also remembered them. After today's incident, the cooperative relationship between Lin Group and these people will come to an end. Especially those guys who made the most trouble. From now on, the Lin Group will never have any dealings with them again. Not only that, he would never let Hao Lang give these people a penny before the agreed repayment deadline. You're not leaving yet? Then just wait here. Hao Lang glanced at those people, smiled calmly, and said, hugging Lin Yun beside him, Wife, let's go back and eat. Lin Yun nodded. Then the three of them returned to the villa. Soon, those who left first were pleasantly surprised to receive the money they were owed. After learning the news, those who stayed outside the Lin family's door all regretted their decision and began to apologize to the Lin family for their previous choices, begging the Lin family to return their money as soon as possible. However, Hao Lang and his men would never give these people another chance. At the same time, this incident of the Lin family quickly topped the news hot search list of Tianlong country. While people were condemning Li Meiwan and Lin Sihan, mother and daughter, they also became very curious about Hao Lang, who paid off the debt for the Lin family. They were all wondering where this invisible rich man came from and what his identity and background was. However, after thoroughly investigating Hao Lang's information, people were surprised to find that they could not find out what kind of extraordinary identity or background he had. Only one peculiar piece of news caught people's attention. That is, the company under Hao Lang's name actually claimed that they can produce all chips above 1 nanometer. If Hao Lang hadn't helped the Lin family pay off a huge debt of tens of billions, people would never have believed this information. After all, this is something that the entire Tianlong kingdom is currently helpless to do. How could it be a problem that an ordinary person can solve? But since Hao Lang can help the Lin family repay tens of billions of debts, it means that he is definitely not an ordinary person. But he is a super invisible rich man with an unknown identity and background. In this way, the credibility of this information is naturally greatly increased. When netizens thought that there were actually people in Tianlong country who could produce chips, and that the production technology might be even more advanced than Daijike, they immediately became excited and started heated discussions online. Some people believe in Hao Lang and think that he will be the hero who saves Tianlong kingdom and changes the world. Some people, however, scoffed at this, thinking that Hao Lang was a liar and firmly refused to believe that with Tianlong country's current capabilities, it could really possess a chip production process that was more advanced than Daiji Electrical. Even if there is, it will inevitably not escape the sanctions of the United States. In the end, it was useless. In addition, many internet celebrities have begun to set off from all over Tianlong country and rush to Jiangcheng, vowing to find out the truth about Hao Lang and Lengtao Company for the onlookers. At the same time, the upper-class celebrities in Jiangcheng finally understood why the second-in-command of Tianhua Group attached so much importance to Hao Lang at the dinner that day. If they guessed correctly, the fact that Hao Lang can produce chips is probably true. Otherwise, Mr. Su, the second-in-command of Tianhua Group, would have absolutely no need to pay so much attention to anyone. So soon, some new content appeared on the hot search list. That is, the news about Hao Lang and Tianhua Group. Some people claim that according to reliable information, Tianhua Group has reached a cooperation relationship with Hao Lang's Lengtao Company and entrusted Lengtao Company to help them produce the latest generation of 3nm mobile phone chips, Kirin 1010. Soon, Tianhua Group will make a comeback with this chip and return to its peak, even challenging the status of fruit companies. Some evidence is also given below this hot search. That is, Mr. Su, the second-in-command of Tianhua Group, has come to Jiangcheng in person. Moreover, at a dinner party in Jiangcheng, Hao Lang was taken very seriously. Some people speculated that the reason why Hao Lang was able to pay back the debt for the Lin family was probably because he had reached some kind of cooperative relationship with Tianhua Group. Putting these pieces of information together makes it more likely that Hao Lang can produce chips. Many people have begun looking forward to Tianhua Group's next mobile phone. I swear that if Tianhua Group's new generation of mobile phone chips can really catch up with or even surpass the fruit company, my next mobile phone will definitely be a Tianhua Group phone. But there are still many fans of other mobile phone brands who mocked Tianhua Group in a sarcastic way. It is not certain whether Tianhua Group's latest chip can catch up with Gaoting's latest chip, let alone surpass the mobile phone chip of Apple Company. What's worse, some people firmly believe that Tianlong country will never be able to possess technology that surpasses that of the United States. Tianhua Group's desire to surpass the fruit company is simply wishful thinking and a daydream. Fans of Tianhua Group naturally couldn't stand it and rushed to the official account of Tianhua Group to verify it. However, Tianhua Group has not made any official response to this matter. Just sent 6 words, "Everything is possible." This makes people even more imaginative. Fans from all sides were arguing fiercely online, which actually created unprecedented popularity. In addition, after Lin Yan and Lin Tianxiong learned the news, they also guessed some possibilities. However, since Hao Lang didn't tell them proactively, they didn't ask any further questions. I believe that when the time comes, Hao Lang will tell them. Furthermore, Hao Lang's ex-girlfriend Lu Qian and former brother-in-law Lu Xing also appeared in the hot searches about Hao Lang. When they learned that Hao Lang might actually be a super boss who was crucial to the future of Tianlong country, they regretted it so much. If they had known this would happen, they would have gotten married no matter what. As for Hao Lang's ex-mother-in-law, Wang Shufan, due to delayed rescue efforts, she unfortunately became a bedridden vegetable. But it was fortunate that this was the case, otherwise, she would probably regret it so much that she would hit herself to death with a brick. In addition, those companies that had received Lengtao Company's business promotion but did not take it seriously finally remembered this matter and began to send people to contact Hao Lang's company. They are also suffering from the sanctions imposed by the United States. If Hao Lang can really produce the chips they need, it would be a great deed. Even the top leaders of Tianlong country have noticed this matter and started assigning relevant departments to investigate the truth of the matter. But at this moment, Hao Lang, who was at the center of public opinion in the entire Tianlong kingdom, quietly left Jiangcheng and drove to the nearby mountains. Chapter 31 Brother, help me! Hao Lang's hometown is in the mountainous area near Jiangcheng. There are 3 other people in the family, parents and younger brother. Originally, after making money from his business, Hao Lang wanted to bring his family to live in Jiangcheng. But his parents were unwilling to live in the city, saying they preferred life in the mountains. If Hao Lang was still just an ordinary person, it would actually be fine to let them continue living in the mountains. But the problem is that he is no longer an ordinary person. Instead, he became a household name. If the family continues to live in the mountains, they will definitely be harassed. To be on the safe side, he decided to bring his family to live in Jiangcheng. It just so happened that there were several single-family villas in the Galaxy Bay Villa area developed by his father-in-law. Even if each person had one, it would be enough for them to live in. After driving for several hours, we finally arrived at our hometown in the mountains. My parents and younger brother are all here, getting ready for dinner. My father, Hao Dashan, is a simple and unpretentious old farmer. My mother, Yang Huizhen, is a kind and virtuous rural woman. My younger brother Hao Jian just graduated from university this year. Why are you back? You didn't even tell me in advance. Lang. Come sit down and eat together. Brother, please sit down. I'll get you some dishes and chopsticks. The whole family was very happy to see Hao Lang come back. Mom and Dad, Xiao Jian, don't eat yet. Pack up and follow me to Jiangcheng. Hao Lang said with a smile. Going to Jiangcheng? The family was stunned for a moment. Didn't I tell you before that we don't like city life? If you want to go, ask your brother to go with you. Your mom and I won't go. Hao Dashan frowned. Dad, this time it's not up to you. You must come with me, otherwise, there will be trouble in the future. Hao Lang smiled bitterly. Hao Dashan and Yang Huizhen looked surprised. They live a peaceful life in these mountains, what trouble could there be? Brother, is it because you've become famous recently? Hao Jian suddenly asked. He also saw the news about Hao Lang on his mobile phone. However, he couldn't believe that his brother Hao Lang could really come up with a huge sum of tens of billions. What? He's famous? Lang, what's going on? Hao Dashan and Yang Huizhen asked curiously. They don't like surfing the internet and don't know about Hao Lang's situation. That's right. Hao Lang smiled and nodded. This is a long story. Pack up and follow me. I'll explain everything to you guys on the way. Anyway, a lot of people will come here in the future. If you don't leave, you won't be able to live a peaceful life. You bastard, you're always looking for trouble with me. Hao Dashan said depressedly. Alright, Dad, don't you just want to go to the city and enjoy life? Stop nagging and pack your things. Yang Huizhen said with a smile. Then they started to pack up. Don't bring so many things. Just bring some important documents. You can buy the rest when you get to Jiangcheng. Seeing his parents packing up bags and bags, Hao Lang couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Buy? Does it cost money? Are you getting carried away? Do you really think you have enough money just because you opened a small company? Hao Dashan scolded. Dad, my brother is really not short of money now, just listen to him. Hao Jian next to him persuaded with a smile. Hao Dashan looked confused. Okay, Dad, just listen to the child. Yang Huizhen also persuaded with a smile. So then, they took some valuables with them, got in Hao Lang's car, and headed straight for Jiangcheng. Not long after they left, the internet celebrities nearby rushed to Hao Lang's hometown. Family, look where this is. Hao Lang's hometown. Let's go see if we can catch Mr. Hao. Did you see that, my friends? This place is nestled between mountains and water, it's a truly auspicious place. No wonder a big shot like Mr. Hao is here. Internet celebrities held up selfie sticks and spoke eloquently as they introduced Hao Lang's hometown to netizens. However, they soon discovered to their disappointment that when they arrived, Hao Lang's house was already locked and empty. A few hours later, around 8 or 9 in the evening, Hao Lang and his team finally returned to Jiangcheng. When we arrived, many internet celebrities gathered outside the Xinguan Villa area. Fortunately, after the debt collection incident, the security forces in Xinguan have been greatly strengthened. Those anchors couldn't get close to Galaxy Bay at all, let alone sneak in and disturb Hao Lang and the others. Hao Lang first took his family to meet his father-in-law Lin Tianxiong, and everyone had a meal together. However, they went to choose a villa under the leadership of their father-in-law Lin Tianxiong. In the end, Hao Lang and Lin Yuan picked one as their new home. Hao Lang's parents and younger brother each found a house. These villas are all luxuriously decorated and ready for you to move into. So they moved in directly that night. Because Hao Lang and Lin Yuan have officially obtained their marriage certificate. So they stayed together that night and had a crazy night. We didn't rest until dawn. The next morning, Hao Lang was still sleeping with his beloved in his arms when the phone suddenly rang. When he picked it up, he saw that it was his younger brother Hao Jian calling. "What is it?" Hao Lang said sleepily. "Brother, I need your help with something. It's very important, you must help me." Hao Jian pleaded. "What's so important?" Hao Lang was a little surprised. His younger brother was also very independent and strong-willed, and had never asked him so earnestly before. "You go ahead and pass first. We'll talk when we meet," Hao Jian said anxiously. "Okay. Just wait, I'll be right over." Hao Lang nodded. After hanging up the phone, Hao Lang looked at the beautiful woman sleeping beside him with some heartache, and bent down to kiss her beautiful white cheek. Last night, with his combat power of 300, he gave the beautiful woman beside him a lot of trouble. She might not be able to get out of bed all day today. After a tender moment, Hao Lang quickly got up, washed up quickly, and went directly to the villa where his younger brother Hao Jian was. "What's going on? Can you tell me now?" Sitting on the sofa in the living room of his brother's villa, Hao Lang asked with a smile. It's rare for his younger brother to ask him for help, so as long as it is within his ability, he will do his best. "Brother, a classmate of mine has a birthday today." Hao Jian hesitated for a moment and said shyly. "Classmate? Female?" Hao Lang said meaningfully. Hao Jian blushed a little and said with his head down. "I see. You want me to buy her a birthday present for you, right? Don't worry, brother. I'll take care of this. I can't get the stars in the sky, but as long as it's a gift that can be bought in Jiangcheng, I will definitely buy it for you at all costs." Hao Lang smiled slightly and said confidently. If he guessed correctly, his younger brother Hao Jian must like that girl. As an older brother, he naturally has to help his younger brother. "No. Brother, I don't want you to buy me a gift. You just need to go with me." Hao Jian just shook his head and smiled. "I'll go with you? What nonsense are you talking about? Is this appropriate?" Hao Lang frowned, very confused. Chapter 32, Simple Brother. It was obviously inappropriate for him, as his older brother, to go to his younger brother's classmate's birthday party. "Brother, this is not a question of whether it is appropriate or not." Hao Jian shook his head and smiled. "The main thing is that classmate's family is quite well off. This birthday party is being held at the Junlin Hotel, the best hotel in Jiangcheng. Besides our classmates, there might be some upper-class people coming. I've never been to a place of this level before, and I'm a little nervous. If something goes wrong, it would be embarrassing. You go over there and help me hold the line. If I do anything wrong, just remember to remind me." After hearing his brother Hao Jian's reasons, Hao Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes. "We went to celebrate a classmate's birthday, and he was asked to come along to support us. This kid looked so worldly wise, just like he used to be. Brother, is it inconvenient for you? If you're busy, then forget it." Hao Jian asked a little worriedly. Although he was a little panicked because Hao Lang was not with him, he did not want to delay Hao Lang's work because of this matter. "It's okay. I'm not busy. I'll go with you. Coincidentally, I just went to the King's Landing Hotel 2 days ago." Hao Lang smiled calmly. "Also, I'll help you check and see what your taste is like." "That's great, brother. Don't worry, your brother's judgment is absolutely correct. She is definitely the best girl in the world." Hao Jian was very happy and said with full confidence. "Really? Then I'll wait and see." Hao Lang smiled disapprovingly. He knew that his younger brother was just like him. Although he looked handsome and suave on the surface, he was actually very honest. He was not good at falling in love and his judgment of women was not very good. "The female classmate my brother mentioned may not be as good as he said." Of course, he couldn't ask all women to be as good as his wife Lin Yuan, he just hoped that they wouldn't be like his ex-girlfriend Lu Qian. "Brother, it's getting late, let's go." Hao Jian stood up and said impatiently, picking up a guitar case next to him. "What are you doing? Why bring a guitar for your birthday? Are you planning to play a song for that girl right there? Don't be so awkward. Your brother can't afford to lose face." Hao Lang frowned. "Brother, you're overthinking it. This guitar is a birthday gift I prepared for her. She's a music student and loves playing guitar. I spent 2 months making this for her myself. Hao Jian said with a smile. A guitar made by yourself? You can do this? Hao Lang looked surprised. I didn't expect that my country bumpkin brother is actually a craftsman. I learned it in my spare time during college. My skills are average, but I mainly want her to know how I feel. Hao Jian grinned and said with pride. How much did it cost? Hao Lang asked thoughtfully. This is a really nice thought from my brother. Even a grown man like him was a little touched. The question is, can you move the girls? He's not overthinking it. It is true that today's society is very realistic. My brother has already said that the girl's family conditions are very good. Even the Grand Hyatt Hotel is within reach. By then, the other party will definitely receive many valuable gifts. A broken guitar is obviously nothing. If the other party wasn't so materialistic, there might still be a chance. But if we are to be more realistic, this gift might be a bit dangerous. The materials probably cost over 1,000. The price isn't important. What's important is that I made it myself. I'm sure she'll love it. Hao Jian said with a smile, his tone very confident. Really? I hope so. Hao Lang smiled indifferently. Looking at his brother's innocent and simple appearance, he couldn't help but think of his past self. At that time, he also thought that as long as he put his heart into it, he could live a happy life with Lu Qian. But the reality was that he was slapped hard in the face. I hope my brother has better luck than him and doesn't have to experience the same tragedy as him. I also hope that the girl is a good girl and will not let her brother down. Brother, stop talking so much and let's go. Hao Jian urged. No rush. I'll take you somewhere first and have your gift processed to make it even better. Hao Lang suddenly smiled mysteriously. Process it? How do you process it? Hao Jian asked curiously. That's easy. Just add some diamonds to it. Hao Lang said with a smile. Although that girl may not be materialistic. But he knew very well that human nature could not stand the test. Since you have the ability, you must show it. This will better help his brother realize his wish. This. Hao Jian looked surprised. Stop talking about this and that, just follow me. Hao Lang smiled indifferently. Good. Hao Jian nodded. If possible, he actually wanted to give a more expensive gift. But he didn't have much money before, and he was embarrassed to ask his brother Hao Lang for money, so he made a guitar by himself. Since his brother Hao Lang is willing to sponsor him now, he naturally has no objection. More than an hour later, Hao Lang and his friends finally arrived at the entrance of Junlin Hotel. Buzz. As soon as I got out of the car, a cool Lamborghini sports car came speeding towards me with a huge buzzing sound. Immediately afterwards, a young man wearing a white shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and looking tall, rich and handsome, walked down. Kushawa? Hao Jian recognized the other person at a glance and frowned immediately. This Kushawa is also an admirer of his female classmate. You could say she's his love rival. Hao Jian. So you can find this place too? I thought a country bumpkin like you would get lost in the city. Kushawa glanced at Hao Lang and Hao Jian and said with a joking smile, so you have relatives in the city. But, it seems that your relatives are not doing very well in Jiangchang. They only drive a junky domestic car? I'm afraid they can't even afford to buy one of my wheels. Hao Lang frowned immediately. This guy's words are quite harsh. It seems that he is also an uneducated and dissolute young man. What's wrong with being a country bumpkin? Counting back 3 generations, you're also a country bumpkin. Hao Jian said coldly, don't think you're great just because you're rich. Driving a luxury car doesn't mean you're better than others. Being rich is amazing. Driving a luxury car means I'm even better than you. If you don't believe me, let's give it a try. Kushawa sneered and said confidently. How do you try? Hao Jian was dissatisfied. It's easy. Let's go and confess our feelings to Nana with our gifts. Just see who she chooses, right? Kushawa smiled coldly. Okay. Nana will definitely choose me. Hao Jian nodded, also full of confidence. Let's just wait and see. Kushawa sneered and walked towards the Junlin Hotel. Seeing him so confident, Hao Lang couldn't help but frown, having a bad feeling. If the other party is not sure, he probably won't be so confident. I'm afraid my younger brother is in danger. Brother, let's go up too. Hao Jian said, unwilling to be left behind. Hao Lang nodded. Afterwards, the two of them quickly walked into the King's Landing Hotel. The birthday party was not held in the most luxurious private room on the top floor, but it was in an ordinary private room in the middle. But even this ordinary private room is not affordable for ordinary people. Chapter 33. Watch it. When I entered the private room, I saw that it was magnificent and the decoration was very gorgeous. Hao Lang was fine. After seeing the luxurious hall on the top floor, he didn't think that this ordinary private room in front of him was anything special. But his younger brother Hao Jian had never seen such a luxuriously decorated private room, so he was stunned as soon as he came in. Looking at the people in the room, they were all wearing branded clothes, and they were either rich or noble. As a result, Hao Lang felt even more uncertain. After all, birds of a feather flock together. You make friends like you do. There is not a single ordinary person here. One can imagine what kind of person the protagonist celebrating his birthday today is. Hao Jian, you're here too, come in. At this moment, a girl wearing a white dress, about 1.7 meters tall, with a hot body and outstanding appearance, suddenly greeted Hao Jian with a smile. As she spoke, she noticed Hao Lang beside Hao Jian and frowned slightly, seeming a little unhappy. Why did you bring a stranger with you? Who is he? This girl is today's protagonist Jolina. Apart from Hao Jian, all the people she invited were either rich or noble. She allowed an ordinary person like Hao Jian to come because she made an exception for him because he was a good student. It was a bit too much for Hao Jian to bring another ordinary person, who they didn't know. At the same time, the others looked at Hao Jian and Hao Lang with some disdain in their eyes. Hao Lang frowned immediately. It's over. Judging from the situation, his silly brother is most likely doomed. Nana, he's my brother. Hao Jian hurriedly introduced with a smile. Your brother, well, it's just more chopsticks for more people, so just sit wherever you want. Jolina forced a smile. Nana, I just came back from a trip abroad. I came in a hurry and couldn't prepare any expensive gifts. I just bought a ruby from abroad. I hope you don't mind it. At this moment, the rich second-generation Kshaohua who walked in first suddenly took out an exquisite box, opened it in front of everyone, and handed it to Jolina. The moment the box was opened, the brilliant light of the ruby immediately made everyone's face red. Wow! So beautiful. Oh my god. It's so big. This must be very expensive, right? Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. It's not expensive. It's just over $1 million. Kshaohua enjoyed everyone's shocked reactions very much and said it with a smug look on his face, while looking at Hao Lang and Hao Jian as if showing off. That look seemed to be saying, poor bastard, you can't afford it. Xiaohua, thank you for the expense. Jolina was also staring at the pigeon egg-sized ruby in the box, and the love in her eyes could not be concealed. It's okay, as long as you like it. Kshaohua raised the corner of his mouth, and then suddenly looked at Jolina with deep affection. Nana, there is something I have always wanted to say to you. Wow. Could it be that Mr. Ko wants to confess his feelings to Nana? Oh my god. Confessing your love with a ruby, how romantic. Promise him. Promise him. Before Jolina could speak, everyone started to make a fuss. Hao Lang and Hao Jian frowned and looked at Jolina. Hao Jian was very nervous. Hao Lang had almost given up all hope. What did you say? Jolina lowered her head shyly. Nana, be my girlfriend. Kshaohua raised the corners of his mouth, revealing an extremely confident smile. This. Jolina bit her lip, still looking shy. Together. Together. The crowd started to make a fuss again. That. After hesitating for a moment, Jolina seemed to have made a decision and suddenly showed a shy smile. Kshaohua raised the corner of his mouth and glanced at Hao Jian next to him quietly, as if showing off his victory, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Etc. At this moment, Hao Jian could no longer sit still and suddenly shouted. Everyone frowned and looked at Hao Jian with displeasure. Such a romantic atmosphere was ruined by this guy. He really has no taste. However, Kshaohua was very calm, with a disdainful sneer on his lips, as if he didn't care at all what Hao Jian would do. He looked confident and sure of victory. Hao Jian, are you okay? Zhou Lina also frowned and said with a hint of displeasure. Nana, I also prepared a birthday present for you. Hao Jian smiled and quickly raised the guitar case in his hand. Everyone frowned again. Is this the gift Hao Jian prepared? A broken guitar? How much is this worth? How could he have the nerve to show it off? Hao Jian, judging by the case, your guitar shouldn't be worth more than 3,000 yuan, right? How can you afford to show off such a cheap thing? The guitar Nana played must have cost at least tens of thousands. Is a guitar like this worthy of Nana? Xiaohua sneered. Nana, I spent 2 months making this myself. I hope you like it. Hao Jian ignored Xiaohua and continued to look at Jolina with a smile on his face. He held the guitar case in both hands and walked it to Jolina. Made by yourself? That would be even cheaper. Xiaohua sneered again. The others also looked at Hao Jian with disdain, thinking that this guy had no self-awareness. You think you can compete with Mr. Ku just by holding a broken guitar? You are really overestimating yourself. Hao Jian, you don't have anything else to say to me, do you? Jolina didn't reach out to take Hao Jian's guitar, but frowned and asked. That's right. Nana, actually. I've liked you for a long time. Can you be my girlfriend? Hao Jian mustered up his courage and spoke loudly, looking at Jolina expectantly. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all sneered with disdain. He actually dared to confess his love to Nana with just a broken guitar. He is simply a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Xiaohua also had a sneer of contempt on his face, as if he had already seen Hao Jian's end. Hao Jian, do you have any misunderstanding? I don't like guitars at home, and I don't like you. Jolina frowned and said in a very determined tone. Hao Jian shuddered as if struck by lightning, nearly collapsing. Then, with a look of resentment on his face, he said, If you don't like me, why do you always go to the library with me to study? Why do you always eat with me, take walks with me, and talk about music with me? Why do you always ask me to bring you sugar water on those days? Because everyone else is busy, but you are. And since you are a good student, I want you to help me improve my grades, is that not okay? Jolina said indifferently. Hao Jian trembled again, as if he was hit by a heavy hammer and was almost knocked down. He never expected that I treated you as a goddess, but you treated me as a free tutor. But he still didn't believe that Jolina really had no feelings for him. There must be other reasons for rejecting him. Are you refusing to accept my gift because it's not as valuable as Xiaohua's? Hao Jian asked the question that he was most reluctant to admit. Okay. Since we've come this far, I'll just say it straight. That's right. I just don't like your gift. You should know very well that a broken guitar can't be compared with someone else's ruby. Jolina said bluntly, the most important thing is that when it comes to love, you have to pay attention to the matching of social status. What family are you from? What family are we from? Do you think you can compare to Xiaohua and be worthy of me? Hao Jian suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning and almost fainted. He couldn't believe that such heartless, cold, realistic and snobbish words would come out of the mouth of his goddess. Ha. I'm so fucking blind. Just watch and see if my guitar can compare to his ruby. After a moment's silence, Hao Jian suddenly laughed wildly like a madman, raised the guitar case in his hand high up, and slammed it heavily to the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the guitar case exploded, the guitar shattered, and the diamonds inlaid on it scattered and rolled all over the floor. Chapter 34, Sky High Price Gift. Seeing the diamonds scattered on the ground, the scene suddenly became dead silent, with only the crisp sound of diamonds falling to the ground. Everyone looked at the dazzling diamonds in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Jolina, Xiaohua, and all of you, open your eyes and look carefully. This guitar is inlaid with a total of 20 diamonds, all 3 carats, just in time for your 20th birthday. Each one is worth at least $1 million. The total value is over 100 million. Hao Jian laughed in anger. Everyone was shocked again. 20 diamonds, each one is no worse than Xiaohua's ruby. The total value exceeds 100 million? 100 times more expensive than Xiaohua's gift? Originally, they thought that what Hao Jian gave them was just a broken guitar worth a few $1,000s at most. But I didn't expect that it would be such a terrifyingly expensive gift. What kind of guitar is this? It's simply a supercar. Just now they thought that the ruby given by Kshawa was already a gift from the wealthy. No matter how wealthy the second generation of rich people are, they can only be so generous, right? But now it seems that they are just a bunch of ignorant bumpkins. Compared with Hao Jian's gift, Kshawa's ruby is just like a broken stone and is not worth mentioning at all. The most important thing is that Hao Jian smashed this lavish gift worth over 100 million yuan without even a second thought. It was as if he didn't even take this gift worth hundreds of millions seriously. It's simply inhumane. In the past, they always thought that Kshawa was already a very wealthy second-generation rich man. But now compared with Hao Jian, he is simply a beggar who is not presentable. Kshawa himself was also shocked. Looking at the diamonds rolling on the ground, he began to doubt his life. Isn't Hao Jian just an ordinary mountain kid? When I was in school, I never saw him spending money lavishly. When did you become so rich? Are those things on the ground really diamonds? Isn't this too exaggerated? He couldn't believe it. Jolina was also dumbfounded. She knows Hao Jian better than anyone else. When I was in school, I spent a lot of time alone with Hao Jian. But whether it is eating, dressing, or daily necessities, Hao Jian is very frugal, even worse than most ordinary people. No matter how you look at it, Hao Jian should be just an ordinary person. How did he suddenly become so rich? Could it be that he had been pretending to be poor? Or perhaps, are those diamonds on the ground fake? I'm afraid the latter is more likely. Because Jolina's family conditions are very good, and the people she usually comes into contact with are either rich or noble. She thought to herself that she knew a lot about rich people. If Hao Jian is really a rich man, it would always show in some aspects. However, according to her observation, Hao Jian behaved like a complete country bumpkin in every aspect and did not look like a rich man at all. If Hao Jian wasn't a good student, she would have long since given up on this ordinary loser of a man. Hao Jian, you disappoint me so much. I originally thought that although you were poor, you at least had backbone and were honest. But I didn't expect that not only were you poor, but you were also vain. In order to compare with others, you even dared to act like a rich man and shamelessly said that these broken stones of yours were diamonds. After thinking for a moment, Jolina sneered with disdain, I really don't know who gave you the courage to act so rich in front of us. Do you think we haven't seen the world? Humph. We've seen plenty of diamonds. How could a 3-carat diamond be worth millions? Besides, the purer the diamond, the better. Unlike these broken rocks of yours, there are even pink and blue ones. What kind of crap are these? I'm afraid they're made of glass, right? After hearing her words, everyone was stunned. Yes. How could Hao Jian be so rich? 80% of these diamonds are fake. Kshawa's eyes lit up, as if he had suddenly realized something. He nodded repeatedly and said, Nana, you're right. How could a loser like him have so much money? And he even dared to say that these broken stones are worth over 100 million. Humph. Even real diamonds can't be so expensive. He can't even boast, and he still dares to show off in front of us. It's ridiculous. Hao Jian was also stunned by what they said. Of course, he knew very well whether these diamonds were real or fake. That was not long ago. He and his brother Hao Lang found the largest jeweler in Jiangcheng and had it inlaid on the spot. I just didn't expect that these wealthy people in the upper class would not know the value of things. Whether it's real or not, you can just pick it up and take a look. Don't tell me you've never seen a diamond before. At this time, Hao Lang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly smiled jokingly. Everyone was stunned for a moment, frowning and looking at each other. They are not professional diamond appraisers, so it is difficult to tell whether they are real or fake. My family is in the jewelry business, let me take a look. At this time, a fat man suddenly spoke, then bent down and picked up the pink diamond on the ground. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on him, their eyes full of curiosity. Jolina and Kshawa were especially nervous. One of them is afraid of losing face, the other is worried about missing out on something. The fat man took out a gold magnifying glass from his pocket, looked carefully at the pink diamond in his hand, and suddenly looked shocked. What's wrong? Is it true? Is it glass? Everyone asked anxiously. This isn't glass. This is a pink diamond, even more valuable than ordinary diamonds. This pink diamond alone is probably worth 8 figures. The fat man said with a trembling voice. 8 digits. Oh my God. He's such a rich guy. What kind of rich man is this? He can give a gift worth hundreds of millions. My brother Jian is simply a super rich man. Everyone exclaimed. Jolina and Kushawa trembled all over and were stunned again. Jolina suddenly realized that she might have missed an opportunity to change her destiny and soar to the sky. She regretted it so much. Kushawa felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped hard. He only had a gift worth over 1 million, but he actually wanted to compare it with others' gifts worth over 100 million. He even mocked and ridiculed them. He was totally ignorant of the world. At this moment, everyone knelt on the ground at the same time, scrambling to grab the diamonds scattered on the ground. Many people even threw themselves on the ground without caring about their image, looking like vicious dogs pouncing on their prey. Chapter 35. Can I be your girlfriend? Bang! Seeing that others were scrambling for the diamond, Jolina was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and suddenly snatched the pink diamond from the fat man. You! The fat man was shocked and angry. What do you mean? This is my boyfriend's birthday present. When was it your turn to grab it? Put it all down. Jolina shouted loudly, and then knelt on the ground without caring about her image, and competed with others for the diamond. This diamond worth over 100 million is a huge fortune even for her. Of course she couldn't let it go easily. Your boyfriend? Come on. When did my brother Jian become your boyfriend? That's right. Didn't you already reject her? Humph. Gold digger. How dare you ask for brother Jian's gift? Everyone ignored Jolina and started fighting with her without any hesitation. At this moment, friendship is no longer important to them. This wealth worth hundreds of millions is enough to make them crazy and forget all their relatives. Looking at the crowd that suddenly went crazy, Kushawa couldn't help but look shocked. To be honest, a fortune of over 100 million is not a small amount even for him. If possible, he would also like to have a piece of the pie. But, after all, he is a well-known rich second generation. He really couldn't bring himself to kneel on the ground and snatch the diamonds from these people. What made him most depressed was that didn't Nana already reject Hao Jian? Why did she suddenly say that Hao Jian was her boyfriend? Isn't this woman's expression changing too quickly? Looking at the crazy looks of the crowd, Hao Jian was also shocked. He never imagined that the goddess Jolina, who had always been as proud as a white swan and always held her head high, would now become so vulgar for those diamonds. It's like a fairy who was out of touch with the world suddenly falls into the mortal world. It was hard for him to accept it for a while. Although the other party has verbally acknowledged him as her boyfriend, he is not happy at all at the moment. A goddess like this, it's hard to tell what he wants. The beautiful dream I had for many years was suddenly shattered. Brother, do you see that? This world is so realistic. Hao Lang patted his brother Hao Jian's shoulder and smiled calmly. Many things will deteriorate in the face of money, including the goddess you thought of and love. But don't be sad, it's a good thing to be able to take this opportunity to see a person clearly. Well, brother, this is indeed a good thing. Hao Jian smiled bitterly and nodded. At this time, Jolina and the others had picked up all the diamonds on the ground. As for the broken guitar, no one touched it. It was thrown aside like garbage. During the struggle, their clothes were torn into pieces by each other, and they even had bruises and bloody scratches on their bodies. They looked very embarrassed. However, at this moment no one cared about his miserable appearance, but instead smiled excitedly. Because basically everyone grabbed a diamond. In other words, each of them grabbed at least millions of wealth. Some lucky people even managed to snatch millions or tens of millions of wealth. For these riches, let alone fighting for them, they would have no objection even if they were asked to face off in a duel in the ring. However, Jolina frowned, her face was very gloomy, and she seemed very unhappy. Because, apart from the pink diamond, she didn't manage to grab any other diamonds. In her opinion, these diamonds should have been her wealth alone, but now they were divided up by others. How could she be happy? You bastards, you've always taken advantage of me, and now you're trying to snatch my gifts? How can I have friends like you? You're nothing but useless plastic friends. Jolina glanced at everyone coldly and scolded angrily. Ha, you can't say that. This gift is obviously something you don't want. How can it be considered stealing? That's right. You treated Brother Jian's generous gift as trash and completely disdained it. How dare you say it's your gift now? Exactly. Why didn't you say this was your gift before I saw the diamond? In addition to these diamonds, the guitar on the ground is also a gift from my brother Jian. Why don't you want it? Besides, you already have a pink diamond worth tens of millions, why are you still not satisfied? Shameless gold digger, how dare you say that about us? Everyone sneered coldly. You. Jolina was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Suddenly, she looked at Hao Jian and said coquettishly with a wronged look on her face, Ajian, they bullied me. Please help me get those diamonds back. I promise you, okay? As long as you give me these diamonds, I will be your girlfriend from now on. Kushawa frowned immediately and felt very depressed. But he also knew that his gift could not compare with Hao Jian's, so he naturally did not dare to speak easily. The others also looked at Jolina with contempt. Looking at Jolina's pitiful appearance, Hao Jian smiled bitterly and shook his head. You are right. Dating does require a good match. I didn't believe it before, but today, you made me believe it. Just like you said, what family are you from? What family am I from? We are really not worthy. If it were in the past, Jolina wouldn't have to say anything, just a look from her and Hao Jian would be willing to go through fire and water for her. But now, he has grown up. He had seen very clearly whether Jolina was a human or a ghost, so it was naturally impossible for him to pay attention to her request. Jolina's delicate body trembled and her face turned pale. She never expected that a mere loser's spare tire would dare to speak to her so arrogantly. Times have really changed. If it were in the past, if Hao Jian dared to be so tough with her, she would definitely let Hao Jian see why the flowers are so red. But now, considering the reality that Hao Jian could give out gifts worth over 100 million, she naturally did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. But no matter what, she would never let this rich husband that she had finally caught slip away so easily. At the very least, she has to get those diamonds first. I believe that with her level of tea ceremony, dealing with a love novice like Hao Jian is absolutely a piece of cake. So, after a quick thought, Jolina hurriedly ran to Hao Jian's side, trembling, and hugged Hao Jian tightly, looking up at him innocently and said, Jian, those words just now were actually just to anger you. The reason I said that is because I have a terminal illness. I said that because I don't want to implicate you. Chapter 36 Hand it all over. Hao Jian was dumbfounded when he heard Jolina's words. Got a terminal illness? To make him angry on purpose? Don't want to implicate him? Are you acting in a cold drama? This can't be true? What he didn't expect was that the goddess who had always refused to let him touch her actually took the initiative to hug him. Moreover, he hugged her so tightly. The plump body squeezed him so hard that he could hardly breathe. He had never experienced such a wonderful feeling before. Coupled with the intoxicating body fragrance that kept coming to his nose, this boy who had never touched a woman couldn't help but feel confused and infatuated, and could hardly think normally. Kushawa's face suddenly turned gloomy. He has spent a lot of energy and money on Jolina, but until now he has never touched Jolina's hand. Now Jolina actually took the initiative to throw herself into Hao Jian's arms, which was naturally hard for him to accept. The others also looked disdainful. He was just dismissive of Hao Jian, but now he throws himself into his arms. This gold digger is too realistic. Your acting is terrible, isn't it? Bro, haven't you hugged me enough? It's time to wake up. Hao Lang smiled playfully. He didn't believe that his younger brother Hao Jian would really believe that Jolina. Jolina frowned immediately and glared at Hao Lang. That look seemed to be saying, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Cough. Hao Jian coughed dryly, came back to his senses, and reluctantly pushed Jolina away, saying with a joking smile, since you don't want to implicate me, then don't do it. He was not a fool, so naturally he would not believe Jolina's nonsense. Jolina, who was pushed away, staggered and almost fell, looking at Hao Jian in astonishment. She couldn't believe that there was a man who could refuse her advances. Moreover, this man is a spare tire who is deeply in love with her. The most infuriating thing is that the other party didn't care about the fact that she was suffering from a terminal illness. Okay, brother, now that we've seen clearly what they are, there's no need for us to waste time here. Hao Lang looked around at everyone and sneered, you idiots, hand over all the diamonds you stole. Those diamonds were given to his younger brother Hao Jian by him, so naturally they couldn't be given away for free to these people. Everyone was stunned and immediately became alert. How could they possibly spit out the fat meat that's already in their mouths? Why, don't you want to give it? Seeing everyone's reaction, Hao Lang smiled coldly, don't force me to do it, or you will regret it. Humph. Who are you trying to scare? There are only two of you, what can you do to us? A strong young man said disdainfully. Hao Lang didn't say anything and just walked over. What do you want to do? Stand still, or I'll be rude. The strong young man frowned. Elder brother. Hao Jian was a little nervous. He knew that this strong young man had learned fighting and was no ordinary person could compare to him. If his brother Hao Lang really wanted to fight with the other party, he would probably suffer. Hao Lang ignored them and continued walking slowly. Okay. Since you want to be beaten, don't blame me for being rude. The strong young man sneered and punched Hao Lang directly. Bang! Hao Lang stretched out his hand as fast as lightning and grabbed the strong young man's fist. How is this possible? The strong young man was terrified and struggled hard, but he felt that his fists were imprisoned by steel and he couldn't break free at all. He couldn't believe that human power could be so great. The others were also shocked. They also didn't expect that the strong young man who had learned fighting could be subdued by Hao Lang so easily. Hao Jian was also surprised. He also didn't expect that his brother Hao Lang was so powerful. Do you still want to beat me up? Hao Lang looked at the strong young man and smiled playfully. This strong young man is indeed something, but he is just an ordinary person with a combat power of less than 100. Facing him with a combat power of 300, it is naturally not worth mentioning. Snort! The strong young man was unwilling to surrender. He snorted coldly and suddenly kicked Hao Lang. Act recklessly. Hao Lang sneered and said as he grabbed with his 5 fingers with a little force, and the opponent's fist immediately made a bone-breaking sound. Ah! It hurts. Let go. Please let go. Isn't it enough for me to give you the diamond? The strong young man knelt down in pain and begged for mercy. Everyone was shocked again. They couldn't imagine how strong Hao Lang's grip was to cause this strong young man so much pain. It would be great if it were this early. Hurry up. Hao Lang smiled jokingly and let go of the strong young man. Here you are. The strong young man endured the severe pain in his hand and quickly took out the diamond he had just snatched and returned it to Hao Lang. And you? Do you want to be like him? Hao Lang glanced at the others and said indifferently. Brother, don't do it, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you too. Everyone said this tremblingly, and then took out the diamonds and returned them to Hao Lang. After a while, 19 out of 20 diamonds were recovered. In the end, only the pink diamond in Jolina's hand had not been returned. What do you mean? Do you think I wouldn't dare to do anything just because you're a woman? Hao Lang looked at Jolina and smiled coldly. Jolina was shocked and looked at the pink diamond in her hand with a look of unwillingness and reluctance. Originally, these 20 diamonds, which were worth over 100 million, could all be hers. But in the end, because of her choice, she couldn't keep any of them. How could she be willing to accept this? What are you looking at? It's not yours anymore. Take it. At this time, Hao Lang suddenly walked up and snatched the pink diamond from Jolina's hand without any hesitation. Jolina was startled. Looking at Hao Lang's back as he left with the diamond, her heart was filled with endless regret. Why didn't she realize at the beginning that Hao Jian, this poor loser, was actually a super-rich second generation who pretended to be poor? If she had known this earlier, she should have been nicer to Hao Jian, her backup. Brother, do you still want that guitar? After taking back all the diamonds, Hao Lang looked at the broken guitar on the ground and asked. Forget it, this guitar was once a priceless treasure in my heart, but now, it has no meaning at all. Hao Jian looked at the broken guitar on the ground, then looked at Jolina, with deep disappointment in his eyes. He shook his head and smiled. Okay. In that case, let's go back. Hao Lang nodded. Hao Jian responded, and then the two of them left without looking back. Seeing them leave, everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at each other with complicated expressions on their faces. Not long ago, they were a group of so-called good friends. But now, they are like enemies. Xiaohua, do you still mean what you said? Are you still going to give me that ruby? Jolina suddenly looked at Xiaohua and forced a smile. Although we failed to catch Hao Jian, the super-rich second generation, it would be pretty good if we could make the list of Xiaohua, an ordinary rich second generation. What do you think? Xiaohua glanced at Jolina and said with a gloomy face, then turned and left. What Jolina did just now has already made him lose face. How could he possibly pick up the junk that Hao Jian doesn't want? The others also looked at Jolina with contempt and left. You. Looking at the backs of Kshawa and the others as they left, Jolina felt like crying but had no tears. She had a really bad birthday today. Chapter 37. Don't come back to see me if you can't spend all the money. After leaving the Junlin Hotel, Hao Lang took his younger brother Hao Jian back to the Xinghuan villa. Along the way, my younger brother Hao Jian was in a very low mood. Brother, can you lend me some money? I'm going on a trip, and I'll work and pay you back when I come back. After arriving home, Hao Jian said in a daze. Travel? Sure, no problem. Go out and see the world. It's a big world, and there are plenty of good women. You'll definitely find a better woman than Jolina. Hao Lang smiled calmly and comforted him. He could understand his brother Hao Jian's feelings at the moment. It is hard for anyone to accept that the goddess you have loved for so long suddenly becomes a gold digger. After finishing speaking, Hao Jian took out his mobile phone and transferred the money to Hao Jian. Bite. Hao Jian's phone immediately rang with a transfer reminder. Taking it out and taking a look, Hao Jian was stunned. He stared at the long string of zeros on the transfer message and muttered in disbelief. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, a billion? Brother, am I seeing this right? He was not surprised that Hao Lang could come up with so much money. After all, he already knew that Hao Lang had repaid tens of billions of debts for the Lin family. Moreover, not long ago, Hao Lang casually bought him diamonds worth over 100 million. For his brother Hao Lang, coming up with 1 billion in cash was naturally no problem. However, he did not expect that his brother Hao Lang would transfer so much money to him. Yes, you read that right, I did transfer 1 billion to you. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and said indifferently. Just 11, which is just a drop in the bucket for him, not even a fraction of his net worth. But, brother, I'm just going on a trip. You don't need to give me so much money, right? Hao Jian smiled helplessly. Besides, giving me so much money won't affect your career development, right? What are you thinking? It's only a 10 billion, not much. This amount of money is nothing to me, it won't make any difference at all. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and said nonchalantly. Hao Jian was speechless for a moment. 10 billion was just a small amount of money. His brother Hao Lang was really rich now. Then he frowned and said with a wry smile, but brother, with so much money, I'm afraid I won't be able to pay you back in my lifetime. What are you going to pay back? There's no need for us to talk about money between us brothers. My money is your money, so just spend it. Hao Lang patted his brother Hao Jian on the shoulder, smiled calmly and consoled him. I've got a mission for you. This time, you have to spend all of this 1 billion yuan. Think of it as boosting the local economy and making a contribution to the country. Don't come back to see me if you haven't spent it all. Hao Lang knew very well that his younger brother Hao Jian, like him, was a rural person with little knowledge. I gave him 1 billion yuan just to broaden his horizons by spending money. In this way, his younger brother Hao Jian can help him manage more wealth in the future. Hao Jian looked shocked. Do you have to spend 1 billion yuan for a trip? Oh my god. He never thought that such a good thing would fall into his head. Since that's the case, then he has no choice but to try his best and do his best to complete this difficult task. Brother, I have another question. Hao Jian suddenly asked. What's the problem? Hao Lang said calmly. Isn't there a limit on transfers? How could you transfer so much money? Hao Jian asked curiously. Because I'm a Super Supreme Limited Edition Black Card VIP user. There's no limit on transfers. Hao Lang raised the corner of his mouth. What? There's such a thing? Hao Jian looked surprised. Don't envy me, brother. Now you have a billion balance on your card. You should be able to become a bank's Black Card VIP soon. Hao Lang said indifferently. Bite. As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Jian received a text message from the bank informing him that he had become a Black Card VIP and would be able to enjoy a series of private exclusive services in the future, including a perfect travel plan tailored for him. TSK, having money is great. Thanks, brother. If there's nothing else, I'll go traveling. During this time, I'll leave my parents to you and sister-in-law to take care of. After reading the content of the text message, Hao Jian couldn't help but admire it. Well, go ahead and have fun. Contact me if you need anything. Hao Lang nodded with a smile. Hao Jian responded and then left Xinghuan Villa again. Before leaving, he contacted the bank staff through the exclusive Black Card private VIP service phone and explained his idea of going out for a trip. The bank staff immediately said that they would plan the best travel plan for him and help him solve all the problems he would need for food, clothing, housing, transportation, etc. during the trip. Therefore, as soon as he walked out of the gate of the Galaxy Bay Villa district, Hao Jian saw the Bentley sent by the bank to pick him up, waiting for him at the door. In addition to the driver in a suit and tie, there is also a beautiful woman with outstanding appearance who will serve as his personal assistant and provide him with personal service at any time. Hao Jianla, who had never enjoyed such treatment before, was delighted and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's great to have an awesome brother. After seeing off his younger brother Hao Jian, Hao Lang first went back to have dinner with his wife Lin Yan, and then drove to the company. When he accompanied his younger brother Hao Jian to the Junlin Hotel, he received a lot of messages from the company saying that many companies wanted to cooperate with them in the chip business in the past 2 days. Some people from big groups even asked to meet him by name. In short, things at the company are very busy and it's time for him to go back and deal with them. A few minutes later, Hao Lang returned to the company. Mr. Hao, a car factory wants to entrust us to produce automotive chips. Mr. Hao, a home appliance company wants us to produce home appliance chips. Mr. Hao, there's an industrial group that wants us to produce specialized high-end industrial chips. As soon as he entered the company, the employees started reporting to him like crazy. The fact that Li Shui received a salary increase and an award after making a contribution last time stimulated them. Now that a client has finally found them, they are naturally eager to help the company complete a deal immediately, and then get a promotion and a raise. Don't panic. Everyone sit down. Let Jiang Tao summarize everything, and come to my office for a unified report later. Hao Lang smiled calmly. Brother Lang, it's already been compiled. Jiang Tao stood up with an excited look on his face. Then follow me. Hao Lang nodded, and then walked into the office with Jiang Tao. Tell me, which companies are looking for us to cooperate with? Hao Lang leaned back in his boss chair, smiled slightly, and asked calmly. After completing the transaction with Tianhua Group, other businesses no longer excited him too much. As for companies, there are hundreds of them. Jiang Tao said excitedly that he had never seen such a grand occasion in a company after following Hao Lang for so long. Among them, there are not only domestic companies, but also foreign companies. Chapter 38. It must be good for us. Jiang Tao said as he handed a set of organized materials to Hao Lang. And foreign companies? Looking through the companies listed in the information, Hao Lang frowned slightly. Brother Lang, do you want to cooperate with those foreigners? Jiang Tao asked. Of course. You're a jerk if you don't make money. There's no need for us to be so hard on money. Hao Lang raised the corner of his mouth, but first, we must give priority to cooperating with domestic companies. Secondly, the foundry fees for producing chips for foreign companies must be higher than domestic ones. Also, we will refuse to cooperate with any country or company that is unfriendly to our Tianlong nation. As a native of Tianlong country, Hao Lang naturally has to support the enterprises of Tianlong country. As for those foreigners, they naturally have to step back a little. After all, he knew very well how those foreigners had united to suppress the Tianlong kingdom over the years. Now that I have the upper hand, I naturally want to let those foreigners taste the feeling of being suppressed. Brother Lang, the first and third points are easy to agree on, but isn't the second point a bit inappropriate? Those foreigners will definitely have an opinion. Jiang Tao frowned slightly and said with a bit of worry. It fits. It fits like AFCK. Hao Lang sneered, if you have any opinions, keep them to yourself. Don't forget, they're the ones looking for us to cooperate with you. We're not the ones begging them. I'm willing to make money from them, it's their honor. If you think it's too expensive, don't come. I'm not even willing to make a few pennies off of them. That's true. Jiang Tao smiled and said, Brother Lang, do you have any other instructions? Let me think about it. As Hao Lang flipped through the documents, he said, let me add one more thing. When collaborating with these domestic companies, you must carefully review their equity structure to see who their major shareholders are. The smaller the foreign ownership of a company, the sooner we should cooperate. Understood. Brother Lang, don't worry, I will definitely investigate thoroughly. Jiang Tao nodded. In addition, there is another restriction for those foreign companies. That is, any products produced using our chips must not be sold to governments, companies, militaries, or other customers that are unfriendly to our Tianlong nation. Hao Lang continued, moreover, the products they produce cannot be restricted from export to our Tianlong nation for any reason. Okay, Brother Lang. Jiang Tao nodded and said, any other instructions? Not yet. Go and research it and come up with more detailed rules. In short, remember one principle, all transactions must be beneficial to our Tianlong nation. Otherwise, we'd rather not make any money. Hao Lang returned the information to Jiang Tao and reminded him again. Clear. Jiang Tao responded and then turned to leave. Wait a moment. Hao Lang suddenly said again. Brother Lang, what else? Jiang Tao asked. Jiang Tao, starting from this month, your salary will be increased to 1 million per month. Hao Lang suddenly said with a smile. Jiang Tao has been following him since he first started his business. Now that he has made money, he naturally cannot treat this good brother unfairly. 1 million a month? Jiang Tao was shocked. Brother Lang, is this too much? His previous monthly salary was only a few tens of thousands of yuan. Now it has increased dozens of times, how can we not be shocked? Not much. Li Shui makes 100,000 a month. It's unreasonable for you, the vice president, not to have a monthly salary of 1 million. Hao Lang smiled calmly and said, work hard, this is just the beginning, there will be more to come. Okay, Brother Lang, I will definitely do my best. Jiang Tao looked grateful and then left Hao Lang's office. After finishing the remaining work in the company, Hao Lang left the company. When I got home, my wife Lin Yan had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. After eating, the two of them spent another wonderful night of gunfire. That night, Hao Lang once again dominated the news on the internet's hot search list. There is news that Hao Lang is an extremely patriotic entrepreneur. The principle of their company's chip production is that it must be beneficial to Tianlong country. Many foreign companies were rejected by Hao Lang's company because of their unfriendly attitude towards Tianlong country. Even though these companies offered sky-high prices far exceeding the market price and strongly condemned and protested, they still failed to make Hao Lang's company compromise. There were even some domestic companies that were rejected by Hao Lang's company because foreigners were major shareholders. They also protested, but were also ignored by Hao Lang. This allowed Hao Lang to quickly gain countless fans on the internet. Fans are eager to learn more about Hao Lang in all aspects. There are even many beautiful women who regard Hao Lang as their male god and are determined to marry him. Fanatical fans dug out all the social media accounts that Hao Lang had used before and followed them all. Many social media platforms saw the huge traffic, smelled the business opportunity, and immediately began to spend a lot of money on external publicity. There were accounts registered by Hao Lang on their social media platforms. This move immediately attracted a large number of new users for them. It's a pity that the content on these social accounts has not been updated for a long time. Fans simply cannot get the latest information about Hao Lang through these accounts. As a result, more and more people began to set off for Jiangchang, vowing to see the male god Hao Lang with their own eyes. Those platforms that did not have Hao Lang's account were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They immediately sent people to contact Hao Lang and offered him a huge sum of money, just asking Hao Lang to register an account on their social platform. It's a pity that Hao Lang doesn't care about their money at all and has no interest in paying attention to them for the time being. The next day, before I even got up, I received a call from the company. It is said that the CEO of an important domestic enterprise came to inspect in person. This company is the only one in Tianlong country that truly independently develops computer chips. It's called Longxin Technology. Although there is still a certain gap between them and the world-class companies. But the momentum of catching up is very strong. If everything goes well, we should have the hope of catching up with the top international teams in the near future. But just like Tianhua Group, Longxin Technology is now also subject to sanctions from the United States. Its latest developed chips are difficult to mass produce, and funds are extremely tight. Whether I can survive is probably a question. Hao Lang has always had great respect for this company and their boss. So without saying anything, he drove directly to the company. When he arrived, he saw an elegant old man in a Zhongshan suit waiting for him in the reception room. You are Wu Guangbei, Mr. Wu, right? Hao Lang hurriedly went up to him and spoke very politely. Are you Mr. Hao? It's true that heroes emerge from youth, and the younger generation is formidable. Elder Wu looked at Hao Lang, smiled and praised, it is a blessing for us to have a talent like you in Tianlong country. Chapter 39 I invest 20 billion. Mr. Wu, you're too kind. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled, you are truly a peerless talent. If it weren't for you, our Tianlong country's chip industry would probably lag behind others by decades. Mr. Wu is not only the chairman of Longshin Technology, but also a leading figure in the chip industry of Tianlong country. He has made very important contributions to the development of Tianlong country's semiconductor industry. Therefore, Hao Lang respects him from the bottom of his heart. Okay, let's stop flattering each other and get down to business. Old Wu shook his head and smiled, saying indifferently. He doesn't care about fame or fortune at all. Otherwise, he would have been one of the richest people in Tianlong country by now. His lifelong wish is to make Tianlong country's chip industry catch up with foreign countries and never be bullied again. Alright, Mr. Wu, if you have any instructions, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will do it without hesitation. Hao Lang nodded. You should know that the reason I came to you is nothing more than asking you to help our company produce a batch of computer chips. Mr. Wu went straight to the point. How many nanometers? Hao Lang asked. 7 nanometers. The latest computer chip developed by our company, the Dragonheart 8000. Mr. Wu replied. No problem. How much do you need? Hao Lang nodded. We don't have many customers right now, so let's produce 100,000 first. Mr. Wu said. Can. Hao Lang nodded. Did you bring the chip design? Well, I brought this. Old Wu stared at Hao Lang, as if he had some concerns. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. He didn't know much about Hao Lang and his company. All the information I know is from the internet. Until now, he still couldn't be sure whether the information was true or false. Or in other words, he still doesn't know whether Hao Lang can produce chips. If the company had not been unable to mass-produce chips due to the suppression from the United States and was not short of funds, and had not reached a critical juncture of life and death, he would not have taken the risk of risking everything to meet Hao Lang. Therefore, he did not dare to reveal too much information to Hao Lang before confirming the authenticity of the information. Mr. Wu, do you have any concerns? Hao Lang saw what Mr. Wu was thinking and smiled calmly. Young man, tell me the truth, can you really produce chips? Old Wu stared into Hao Lang's eyes and said solemnly. Of course. Hao Lang smiled calmly and said without hesitation. Okay. I believe you. Mr. Wu nodded and said excitedly, let's talk about the production fee first. He has met countless people in his life and has a very experienced vision. Just based on Hao Lang's reaction just now, he could conclude that Hao Lang was not lying. In other words, their company may really be saved. That's easy. Just give me as much as you think fit. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and said indifferently. With his current wealth, he no longer needs to care about this little money. I can give it to you as much as you see fit? Any amount is fine. Mr. Wu looked surprised and said, young man, are you kidding me? Don't worry, Mr. Wu, I won't joke with you. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled. Well then. In that case, old man, I'll just speak frankly. Elder Wu nodded, then gritted his teeth and said, you may also know that our Dragonheart technology has always been very short of funds, and recently it has almost reached the brink of bankruptcy. So, I'm afraid that the OEM fee is how much you have to pay. Is that so? Well, forget it. Just treat this as a friend and I'll give it to you for free. Hao Lang frowned slightly, then smiled and said indifferently. Free? Young man, are you serious? Mr. Wu asked in disbelief, his voice trembling. Yeah. Seriously. Hao Lang smiled indifferently. But, how is this possible? Mr. Wu couldn't figure it out. Is there any boss in this world who doesn't love money? Nothing is impossible. Mr. Wu, you're not the only one in Tianlong country who doesn't care about fame and fortune. Although I, Hao Lang, don't have much talent, I also want to make some contribution to Tianlong country and support our country's chip companies. Hao Lang smiled slightly. Making a contribution? Elder Wu was stunned for a moment, then he shook Hao Lang's hand tightly and said excitedly, young man, thank you so much. Your selfless dedication will surely go down in history and be remembered forever. The Chinese people will definitely remember you. Mr. Wu, you're exaggerating. It's just a simple favor, not worth mentioning. Hao Lang smiled calmly and said nonchalantly, give me the chip design. You can come and get the chip this afternoon. We can get it this afternoon? So quickly? That's great. Mr. Wu looked surprised and took out a USB flash drive containing the chip design drawings and handed it to Hao Lang. Mr. Wu, is there anything else you can do with me? Hao Lang put away the chip design drawing and asked again. Longxin Technology is the only independent chip design company in Tianlong country, and is very important for the future development of Tianlong country's chip industry. If possible, he would also like to do his best to help this unique enterprise grow and develop better. There's something I'd like Mr. Hao to help us with. Mr. Wu said solemnly, as I just said, our company is extremely short of funds. If we don't get new capital injection, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for much longer. Money? No problem. Mr. Wu, just tell me how much you need. I'll invest. Hao Lang said without hesitation. It'll cost at least 1 billion. Mr. Wu thought about it carefully and didn't dare to say too much. Although this amount of money won't last long, it can help their company solve its urgent needs. 1 billion? Hao Lang frowned. Is it too much? If it embarrasses Mr. Hao, a little less will do. Mr. Wu said a little nervously. No. Don't worry. 10 billion isn't just not a lot, it's too little. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled. This amount of money won't even make a splash in the chip industry. How about this? I'll invest 20 billion first. If it's not enough later, I'll continue to invest. 200 million? That's great. Mr. Wu was pleasantly surprised, and then he said gratefully, Mr. Hao, this is truly a timely help. Thank you so much. With this money, not only can we solve the company's urgent needs, but we can also expand the company's scale a lot. It's okay. It's just a small amount of money. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and said indifferently. Mr. Hao, how about this? I'll give you 30% of the shares of this 20 billion. If you're not satisfied, we can still discuss it. After careful consideration for a moment, Mr. Wu said solemnly. 30%? No need to discuss, let's just leave it at that. Hao Lang said nonchalantly. He is not very interested in money. Now this fortune of over 100 billion is enough for him to spend. Making more money is just icing on the cake. Therefore, whether it is 30% or any other percentage, it does not make much difference to him. Chapter 40 Danger is coming. After signing the agreement with Mr. Wu, Hao Lang prepared to leave the company. Ding ding ding. Just as I was about to leave the office, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Hao Lang stood up. Brother Lang, there are a lot of reporters and internet celebrities outside, saying they want to interview you. Jiang Tao suddenly came in a panic. Interview? Just say I don't accept any interviews. Hao Lang frowned and said without hesitation. He doesn't want to be famous, so naturally he won't accept any interviews. But they've already forced their way in. Jiang Tao smiled bitterly. Forced your way in? Hao Lang frowned. Where are our security guards? Why didn't they stop them? Brother Lang, our company only has 2 security guards, and they are both uncles in their 40s. How can we possibly stop them? Jiang Tao said helplessly. That's true. Hao Lang felt depressed. Looks like we need to strengthen our security. How about this, recruit some veterans and set up a professional security company? I'll leave this matter to you, the sooner the better. Okay, Brother Lang. Don't come out here, I'll go stop them. Jiang Tao nodded. Hao Lang nodded. Jiang Tao then left the office. Hao Lang first locked the door and then went to the window. 3rd floor? This height shouldn't be a problem, right? Looking out the window at the remote and deserted alley below, Hao Lang pondered in his heart. Whoosh! The next moment, Hao Lang jumped out of the window. Bang! With a dull thud, both feet landed firmly on the ground, nothing happened. 300's combat power is indeed not to be underestimated. Hao Lang smiled slightly and finally went to drive. At the same time, in a secret base somewhere in Zhengcheng, a group of people in Zhongshan suits were replaying the scene of Hao Lang jumping from the 3rd floor on a big screen. On the adjacent split screens, there were also scenes showing Hao Lang's 2 fights in the Junlin Hotel, as well as him casually pushing down people at the entrance of the Galaxy Bay Villa district. He jumped from a height of over 10 meters without a hitch. He kicked a burly man over 10 meters away with one kick. He easily grabbed someone's fist, making it impossible for him to resist. He easily pushed down dozens of people. All these signs prove without a doubt that this Hao Lang is definitely not an ordinary person. Someone suddenly said solemnly. Nonsense. Do you even need to tell me that? Anyone with enough knowledge can see it. The problem is, this guy is just too bold. How dare he brazenly attack in public? Who is he, and what kind of background and power is behind him? Also, what type of superpower is this guy? Is he a genetic warrior, a biochemical warrior, or a mechanical warrior? Also, it's hard to tell what level of superpower he is right now. Everyone talked about it. Alright. No matter what, this is clearly an out-of-control superpower. Since he's appeared in our Jiangcheng branch, we can't just sit back and watch. A dignified middle-aged man said in a deep voice, Meng Xian, take your team and follow him. Observe him secretly and don't make contact with him easily. Okay, direct your way. A fit woman in camouflage uniform immediately responded and left. At the same time, across the ocean, in some secret base in the United States, the scene of Hao Lang's attack also appeared on a huge screen. So he's a superpower. No wonder he was able to help Tianlong country solve the problem of the lithography machine. But I don't know who is behind him. How dare he go against us? A blond man stared at Hao Lang on the screen, with a cold look in his eyes. Mr. Quinn, what are you going to do with this man? A man in black wearing sunglasses behind him asked. Notify the people in Tianlong country and activate a hidden team to try to capture this person alive. If we can't capture him alive, kill him directly. The blond man said coldly. Clear. The man in black clothes and sunglasses nodded in response and then left. At this time, Hao Lang from Jiangcheng, after avoiding a group of reporters and anchors, drove his car straight to the suburban factory. Now that the agreement has been signed, he must help Mr. Wu produce the required chips as soon as possible. However, just after leaving the city, Hao Lang discovered that there seemed to be two cars following him. Both cars are off-road vehicles, one is the G-Class and the other is the Tank 5000. Although the opponent's tracking technique was very sophisticated and it was impossible for ordinary people to detect it, he still discovered these possible threats with his super combat awareness. Could it be those reporters and anchors? But do they have such strong investigative capabilities? If it's not them, who else could it be? Could it be? Hao Lang frowned and thought to himself, vaguely thinking of some possibilities in his mind. At the same time, the people in the two cars behind also noticed each other. Sitting on the co-pilot seat of the Tank 5000 was a young woman in camouflage clothes. She had a devilish face and figure, and it was obvious that she had a muscular body from regular exercise. In addition to her, there were 4 strong young men in Zhongshan suits on the bus. There were 5 foreign men sitting in the G car. The person in the lead was obviously a tall black man sitting in the passenger seat. At this moment, the tall black man was looking into the eyes of the camouflaged woman, both of their eyes were filled with coldness. Get rid of them! After looking at each other for a moment, the tall black man suddenly said in a deep voice. Immediately, the G-Class accelerated and rushed forward, quickly closing the distance between itself and Hao Lang. Ha! So anxious? Aren't they planning to follow me to the factory? Hao Lang frowned, feeling a little confused. If the people behind him really remembered what the host said, they would probably secretly follow him to the factory in the suburbs. But now, before we even reach the destination, the other party is rushing up directly. Aren't they afraid of being exposed in advance? No matter what, he didn't want to be blocked by these people, so he immediately accelerated and rushed forward. Bump into it. At the same time, the camouflaged woman on the Tank 5000 saw the G-Class suddenly accelerate, and immediately said in a deep voice without hesitation. Buzz. The next moment, accompanied by the wild sound of the engine running, the Tank 5000 seemed to have taken a tonic. Suddenly, it accelerated like a cannonball and quickly closed the distance between it and the G-Class. Bang! Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang, and the G-Class was knocked over to the ground under the road. But at the same time, Tank 5000 also stopped because of damage. Holy crap! No way? Is this necessary just to interview me? Hao Lang, who was in front, saw the car accident scene behind through the rearview mirror and was surprised. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, 10 figures suddenly rushed out from the two cars at an astonishing speed. Chapter 41: A Hero Saves a Beauty. Seeing the astonishing speed of those people, Hao Lang was shocked. That kind of speed is definitely not the speed a normal person should have. According to his estimation, those people probably have a combat power of at least 150. In particular, the camouflage-clad women and the black men leading both sides were much faster than others. Hao Lang estimated that these two people should have a combat power of about 200. At the same time, after those people got out of the car, they immediately took out daggers or pistols without saying a word and started fighting at close range. Holy shit? Hao Lang was slightly startled. There is actually a gun? These two groups of people are quite fierce. What is their origin? Who cares? It has nothing to do with me anyway, you can hit me as much as you want. After taking a few glances at the fierce battle behind him through the rearview mirror, Hao Lang prepared to run away and get away from this dangerous place. Seeing him speed away, the black man and others frowned. They wanted to chase after her, but they were entangled by the camouflage beauty and others, and could not get away for a while. If nothing unexpected happens, we might not be able to catch Hao Lang today. Bite. The host has been detected to be in an emergency. The system provides two options. Choice 1, escape and you will be rewarded with a speed talisman, increases speed by 10%, lasts for 1 hour. Choice 2, hero saves the beauty. Help the camouflage-clad beauty eliminate the enemy and receive a bonus of 100 combat power. At this moment, the pleasant voice of the system suddenly sounded in Hao Lang's mind. The divine movement talisman? Increases combat power by 100? This second option is obviously more cost-effective. Hao Lang's eyes lit up. He hadn't heard the system's voice for a long time. After thinking about it carefully, he quickly made a decision. The magic talisman is a consumable item and can only last for 1 hour. It will be gone once it is used up. However, the increased combat effectiveness is a permanent improvement in strength. In comparison, he still prefers the second option. The most important thing is that with his combat power of 300, it is absolutely easy and casual for him to deal with those who only have a combat power of 100 or 200, so he dared to choose to be a hero and save the beauty. After making the decision, Hao Lang immediately turned the car around and rushed back. Seeing this scene, the black man and others suddenly brightened up. They didn't expect that Hao Lang would dare to come back and die. This is really goddess help for them. On the contrary, the beauty in camouflage uniform and others frowned and looked depressed. Wouldn't this just cause trouble for them? At the same time, Hao Lang had parked his car near them, opened the door and got out. Kill him. The black man stared at Hao Lang and suddenly said in a deep voice. Whoosh. His two men in black clothes and sunglasses immediately gave up their opponents, one holding a dagger and the other holding a pistol, and rushed directly towards Hao Lang. Bang bang bang. Before he got close, the man with the gun fired several shots at Hao Lang. However, Hao Lang sneered, as if he had predicted his movements long ago. He twisted his body at an astonishing speed and at an incredible angle, and dodged all the bullets very easily. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Judging from the way Hao Lang dodged the bullets, his strength was probably even stronger than everyone expected. At this time, the man in black holding a dagger had rushed over and stabbed Hao Lang with the dagger. You're a scumbag with a combat power of 150, and you dare to fight me? Who gives you the confidence? Hao Lang sneered, stretched out his hand as fast as lightning, and casually grabbed the other person's wrist. Then he twisted it with a little force. The man in black let out a pig-slaughtering scream, and fell to his knees in front of him with a thud. Laugh. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for the other party to react, Hao Lang easily snatched the dagger and directly cut the other party's neck. Then the man in black fell powerlessly in a pool of blood. Everyone was shocked. They fought for a long time without killing any opponent, but as soon as Hao Lang arrived, he easily killed one person in seconds. This kind of strength is obviously not on the same level as theirs. The black man and others immediately became nervous, as if facing a great enemy. On the contrary, the beauty in camouflage uniform and others were all surprised. With their original strength, even if they could defeat these men in black, they would definitely pay a heavy price. Now with the addition of Hao Lang, a powerful helper, the battle will definitely be much easier. Of course, the premise is that they have to make sure that Hao Lang is really here to help them and will not take them with him. At the same time, Hao Lang, who was killing someone for the first time, was supposed to be very excited, but due to his strong fighting spirit, he did not react at all, as if he had crushed an insignificant ant. Whoosh! The next moment, without even looking at the man in black lying in a pool of blood, he rushed towards the man in black holding a gun with a dagger in his hand. At this time, the man in black holding the gun was still in shock and could not react at all. Laugh. The next moment, Hao Lang rushed to him like a ghost, and with a light wave of the dagger in his hand, he cut his throat again and killed him directly. The body immediately fell powerlessly in a pool of blood. After killing the man in black, Hao Lang picked up his pistol and walked up slowly. Are you a level 3 superpower? Looking at Hao Lang as if he were the god of death, the black man said in shock and doubt. Level 3 superpower? Hao Lang was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of this statement before. Could it be that a level 3 superpower corresponds to his 300 points of combat power? If that's the case, then he is indeed a level 3 superpowered person now. However, after he completes this task and adds 100 points of combat power, he should be a 4th level superpowered person. Humph! Even if you are a level 3 superpower, you will definitely die today. Seeing that Hao Lang did not respond and continued to walk slowly, the black man suddenly became angry. What are you bragging about? You're just a level 2 superpowered person like me. How could you possibly kill a level 3 superpowered person? The beautiful woman in camouflage uniform who was fighting with him said disdainfully. Humph! Stupid Tianlong woman. What do you know? My strength is beyond your imagination. The black man said very arrogantly. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, his body below the waist suddenly burst through his clothes and turned into 8 thick tentacles that were 3 or 4 meters long, dancing wildly. You are a genetically modified human. The beauty in camouflage uniform was suddenly startled. The so-called genetically modified humans usually refer to super warriors who have integrated animal genes and possess some special abilities of animals. Normally they may be no different from normal people, but once they use the power of animal genes, they will immediately become half human, half beast, or even completely beast. Moreover, after the transformation, the strength will be greatly improved. Just like this strong black man, he was originally only a level 2 superpower, but after the transformation, his strength immediately reached the level of a level 3 superpower. Chapter 42, Team Wipeout. Hao Lang was also shocked when he saw the black man transform into a tentacle monster. This scene almost overturned his worldview. Can humans turn into octopuses? It's outrageous. But then again, since he can get such a powerful plugin like the system, what else is impossible? Bang bang bang. At this moment, the black man who turned into a tentacle monster suddenly swung his thick tentacles and fiercely whipped the camouflage beauty and the 4 men in Zhongshan suits she led away. The camouflage beauty was fine, she just spit out a mouthful of blood, rolled a few times in the air, and landed more than 10 meters away. However, the weaker men in Zhongshan suits were knocked unconscious. Ha, the weak celestial dragons are vulnerable. The black tentacle monster laughed wildly, waving his tentacles and charging towards the beautiful woman in camouflage uniform. Snort! The beautiful woman in camouflage clothes who was half kneeling on the ground raised her head and glared at the black tentacle monster. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, endured the injuries in her body, immediately raised her pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang! With a few loud bangs, bullets whizzed towards the black tentacle monster. However, the opponent's 8 tentacles reacted quickly and dodged the bullets easily, while continuing to rush towards the camouflage beauty without slowing down. At the same time, the other 2 men in black clothes and sunglasses rushed towards Hao Lang. Seeing the black tentacle monster approaching rapidly, the beautiful woman in camouflage frowned, with anxiety in her eyes. The gap between a 2nd-level superpower and a 3rd-level superpower is too big. If there is no miracle, both she and Hao Lang will be in danger. However, there was no fear on Hao Lang's face. The other party is a level 3 superpowered person, and so is he. What's more, according to his observation, after the black man transformed into a tentacle monster, his combat power should only be close to 300 points. In other words, the opponent's combat effectiveness may not be as good as his, so there is naturally nothing to be afraid of. Bang bang bang! At this moment, the 2 men in black clothes and sunglasses rushed over quickly, suddenly raised their pistols, and pulled the trigger at Hao Lang. Several bullets immediately flew over. Whoosh! However, Hao Lang dodged it easily with a flash of his body, and rushed towards the opponent as fast as a ghost. TSK TSK. The next moment, before the 2 men in black and sunglasses could react, Hao Lang rushed to them, raised his sword and slashed them, cutting their throats with one blow, killing them easily. Immediately afterwards, he rushed towards the black tentacle monster without slowing down. Stop! If you come any closer, I'll kill her. However, at this time, one of the black tentacle monster's thick tentacle had wrapped around the neck of the camouflage beauty and lifted her up high. Don't, leave me alone, kill him. The beauty in camouflage grabbed the thick tentacles and struggled hard, but she was completely unable to break free. She was almost suffocated by the tentacles, her face flushed, and she spoke with great difficulty. "Don't worry, I don't know you, so of course I won't care about you." Hao Lang smiled jokingly and continued to rush forward without any pause. The black tentacle monster and the camouflage beauty were both dumbfounded. They actually don't take the hostages seriously at all? This guy doesn't play by the rules. Bang! At this moment, taking advantage of the moment when the other party was stunned, Hao Lang suddenly raised his pistol and pulled the trigger at the black tentacle monster. Although he didn't care about the life or death of this beautiful woman in camouflage uniform, his mission this time was to be a hero and save the beauty, so he naturally couldn't really ignore her. Puff! The next moment, a bullet accurately pierced through the thick tentacle that was wrapped around the camouflage beauty. Ah! The black tentacle monster let out a scream and immediately let go of the arm that was wrapped around the camouflage beauty. Whoosh! The beautiful woman in camouflage uniform who regained her freedom was surprised and quickly moved away from the other person. At the same time, Hao Lang had already rushed to the black tentacle monster. While the other party was in pain, he immediately swung his dagger and chopped at those thick tentacles. Whoosh whoosh! However, the tentacles of the black tentacle monster were very flexible and avoided Hao Lang's attack. At the same time, the tentacle that was pierced by the bullet recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, it can heal itself? Hao Lang frowned, looking depressed. It seems that it may not be easy to kill this black tentacle monster. Damn celestial dragons! Die! The black tentacle monster dodged Hao Lang's attack while swinging its tentacles and hitting Hao Lang hard. However, Hao Lang was also very agile. With a flash of his body, he easily avoided all the attacks from the tentacles. Bang bang bang! At the same time, the beautiful woman in camouflage hiding in the distance was not idle either. She took the opportunity to raise her pistol and fired several bullets at the black tentacle monster. Hiss, hiss, hiss! This time, because of Hao Lang's distraction, the black tentacle monster was distracted and failed to dodge in time. Several tentacles were directly shot through, and a large amount of black blood immediately flowed out, and it immediately became less flexible. Good opportunity! Hao Lang's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed towards the black tentacle monster, sliding through the gap under the opponent. At the same time, he swung the dagger and directly cut open the opponent's lower body. Black blood and internal organs instantly flowed all over the ground. Ah! The black tentacle monster let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and its body immediately staggered and almost fell to the ground. However, due to his extremely strong self-healing ability, he did not lose his fighting ability immediately. Instead, he immediately turned around, glared at Hao Lang, and roared madly, "Damn Tianlong people, I will kill you!" As he spoke, his tentacles lashed out fiercely at Hao Lang, who had just finished sliding and had not yet stood up. However, Hao Lang was well prepared. After the slide, he raised his pistol and pointed it at the black tentacle monster's head. He said with a joking smile, "Kill me? Sorry, you don't have a chance." No. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun pointing at him, the black man roared with unwillingness without having time to react. Bang! At this moment, Hao Lang pulled the trigger without hesitation. A bullet hit the black tentacle monster accurately in the center of the eyebrows, directly killing it with a headshot. The huge body fell into a pool of black blood. At this point, the team of men in black led by the strong black man was completely wiped out, and no one survived. On the contrary, although the team led by the beautiful woman in camouflage uniforms were also injured, they all survived with the help of Hao Lang. Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is 100 more combat power. At this moment, the pleasant system prompt sounded again in Hao Lang's mind. Hao Lang was delighted and immediately felt that his own strength had increased dramatically. At the same time, the camouflage beauty heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the black tentacle monster being killed by Hao Lang. Then she stared at Hao Lang intently and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Chapter 43 What's your secret? Hao Lang stood up and looked at the beautiful woman in camouflage uniforms, his lips curled up. Beautiful woman, are you kidding me? Since you've all been secretly following me, do you still need to ask who I am? Of course we know who you are. The camouflage-clad beauty said solemnly, "Your name is Hao Lang. You used to be just an ordinary person in Jiangcheng, but not long ago, it was like you had a cheat. Not only did you acquire the technology to manufacture chips, you also became a level 3 super-powered person. What I want to know is what unspeakable secrets are hidden in you. Want to know my secret? Not impossible. Hao Lang laughed jokingly. The question is, who are you and what qualifications do you have to ask me this? In fact, he had already roughly guessed their identities from their attire. If he guessed correctly, these people might be the secret official organization of Tianlong country. In fact, he had already anticipated that he would be targeted by official organizations sooner or later because of his system. He even figured out how to deal with this kind of thing. Therefore, even though he had guessed the other party's identity, he was not panicked at all. We are from the Special Affairs Bureau and the Dragon Fawn Brigade. The beautiful woman in camouflage uniform said calmly, My name is Chen Mengxian, captain of the 6th Squad of the Jiangqing Detachment of the Dragon Tooth Brigade. As she spoke, she took out an ID from her pocket and showed it to Hao Lang. Special Affairs Bureau? Special Events Handling Bureau? Chen Mengxian. Hao Lang's eyesight and memory were amazing. He could easily remember all the information on the certificate with just a glance. The Special Affairs Bureau is an agency in our Tianlong Kingdom that specializes in handling supernatural and special events. The camouflage-clad beauty Chen Mengxian explained, Your problem is beyond the comprehension of a normal person, and therefore falls under the jurisdiction of our Special Affairs Bureau. As a person from the Tianlong Kingdom, you have an obligation to answer my questions. Otherwise, we can only invite you back for tea. Invite me back for tea? Just because of you? Hao Lang looked at Chen Mengxian's muscular figure and smiled jokingly. I can't. But our Jiangcheng branch has people who are stronger than you. What's more, the experts in the Imperial Capital headquarters are far beyond your imagination. So, if you are wise, you'd better cooperate with our investigation. Chen Mengxian narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at Hao Lang with a look of vigilance in her eyes. She still didn't know what kind of person Hao Lang was. If this guy really has bad intentions, then she will be in danger. Hey, beautiful lady, don't be nervous. I was just joking. I didn't say I wouldn't cooperate with you. There's no need to take it so seriously. Besides, I just saved you. Did you forget to say thank you? Hao Lang smiled indifferently. You're right. If it weren't for you just now, our team would have been wiped out. Seeing that Hao Lang didn't seem to be hostile, Chen Mengxian breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, On behalf of the Special Affairs Bureau, on behalf of the Dragon Teeth Brigade, and on behalf of my team members, thank you. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled, saying nonchalantly, Tell me, what do you want to know? How did you become a superpower? Did you mutate naturally, or did you use genetic modification technology, or you're not human at all? But a cyborg? Or maybe a mechanical warrior? Chen Mengxian asked solemnly. Genetic modification? Cyborgs? Mechanical warriors? Hao Lang was surprised and asked in disbelief, Beautiful girl, are you kidding me? Is the technology of our Tianlong Kingdom so advanced? It's true that what the public sees isn't that advanced, but the technology behind the scenes could have created these super-powered beings long ago. Chen Mengxian frowned slightly, seeming a little confused, but still explained patiently. She originally thought that since Hao Lang was a superpower, he should naturally know these secret information that ordinary people did not know. But now it seems that this guy knows nothing about what is beneath the surface world. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be one of those common superpowered people. Oh my god. How could our chip industry be blocked by the US if our technology is so advanced? Hao Lang frowned and said depressedly. This involves some more complicated issues. Chen Mengxian's expression darkened, and she seemed very depressed about this question. She immediately shook her head and said, Let's not talk about this for now. You still haven't told me how you became a superpower. Hao Lang took a deep breath and said nervously, If I say that my power was given by aliens, would you believe it? This was an excuse he had thought of a long time ago, but he was not sure whether these official organizations would believe it. Given by aliens? Why shouldn't I believe it? From which planet? Chen Mengxian was slightly stunned. Instead of having any doubts, she asked very seriously, as if in her opinion, this explanation was very reasonable, and even within her expectations. Which planet? Hao Lang was stunned and asked in disbelief, What do you mean? Are you saying that you have come into contact with aliens from many planets? Chen Mengxian nodded. We've probably already come into contact with dozens of extraterrestrial intelligent life forms, or what we commonly call aliens. We may have come into contact with even more abroad. Hao Lang was stunned, feeling that his three views were instantly shattered. He thought that the fact that he got the system was outrageous enough. However, I didn't expect that the real world beneath the surface world had already seen things that only existed in science fiction movies. What's wrong? Is that a new extraterrestrial species? They don't want you to reveal their information, do they? Seeing that Hao Lang had not answered for a long time, Chen Mengxian frowned and asked solemnly. Yes. Yes. That's right. The aliens I encountered did warn me not to reveal their existence to anyone. Hao Lang quickly followed Chen Mengxuan's guess and replied, So? I can't tell you too much about these aliens. It really is a new extraterrestrial species? This is amazing. This discovery will definitely become the biggest special event in the Special Affairs Bureau this year. Chen Mengxian looked excited. Don't worry, we understand that some aliens are difficult to get along with. Since they don't want to reveal too much information, we naturally won't force them. It's just that, according to the Interstellar Alliance Agreement, aliens are not allowed to excessively interfere with the development of Blue Star's technology. How dare those aliens you contacted provide you with chip manufacturing technology? Chapter 44 Privilege Escalation. Star. Interstellar Alliance? Hao Lang was shocked. The Interstellar Alliance is an organization established by the aliens who stayed on the blue planet. Chen Mengxian explained, their technological level far exceeds ours. However, in order not to affect the normal development of our blue planet, they have agreed not to provide us with any overly advanced technological assistance. At most, they will only allow some special organizations on our blue planet, such as our Special Affairs Bureau, to learn some advanced technologies from them. But the advanced technology we've learned can't be used to help the development of our Tianlong nation. That's why our current chip industry is being suppressed by the United States. If the information being passed on from outside is correct, the chip manufacturing technology you're using might have violated their regulations. If this matter isn't handled properly, it could very well cause an interstellar conflict. That's why the leader of our Special Affairs Bureau sent me to secretly observe you. I just didn't expect that besides us, some evil forces outside the country have also set their sights on you. I had no choice but to expose myself in advance. I originally wanted to take care of those people for you, but I didn't expect that you would save me in the end. Let's not talk about that anymore. The point is, didn't the aliens who gave you the chip manufacturing technology tell you about the regulations of the Interstellar Alliance? After listening to Chen Mengxuan's explanation, Hao Lang finally understood why the Special Affairs Bureau, which had long been in contact with aliens, was unable to help the people of Tianlong country solve the chip problem. No. I don't know anything about what you're talking about. Maybe those aliens are new here and don't understand the rules. Or maybe, even though they know the rules of the Interstellar Alliance, they don't care at all. After thinking for a moment, Hao Lang shook his head and smiled. The alien story was something he had made up, so he naturally couldn't give Chen Mengxian any explanation. He could only bite the bullet and continue to make up this cover. Not give a damn about? Chen Mengxian was slightly startled, then shook her head and said, The Interstellar Alliance is composed of hundreds of alien races. Their strength is unfathomable. No alien race would dare not care about them. In my opinion, the aliens you came into contact with are indeed a new alien race. They are probably not aware of the existence of the Interstellar Alliance yet. Anyway, if aliens really gave you this technology, then it's not our problem. The Interstellar Alliance will find the aliens behind you. However, just in case, you'd better be careful in the future. After all, besides the Interstellar Alliance, there are many evil Blue Star forces that have their eyes on you. Chen Mengxian said this and looked down at the corpse of the black tentacle monster next to her. Who are they? Hao Lang followed Chen Mengxuan's gaze and asked with a frown. If I'm not mistaken, it's definitely the evil forces of the United States lurking here. Chen Mengxian spoke in a serious tone, then walked up and kicked the black tentacle monster over, revealing the back of its head. I saw that there was a hideous skull tattoo on the back of the other person's neck. Skull and Bones Society? It's actually them. Chen Mengxuan's eyes suddenly fixed. Skull and Bones? Hao Lang was confused. The Skull and Bones Society is the thugs of the evil American organization. Our Dragon Fong Brigade has been battling them for a long time. We thought we had driven them out of Jiangqing a long time ago, but we didn't expect that they still have hidden members here. Chen Mengxian explained. Why are they targeting me? Is it because of the chip? Hao Lang asked. That's right. These evil organizations are the real masters of the United States. Your chip manufacturing technology threatens their interests, so they will naturally not let you go. Chen Mengxian said solemnly. Hao Lang frowned, looking depressed. He originally thought that with the help of the system he could reach the pinnacle of his life and live a free and happy life. But now it seems that future life may not be as easy as he imagined. For a moment, he couldn't help but consider whether he should give up manufacturing chips for Tianlong country in order to avoid being targeted by these evil forces in the United States and avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, he already has hundreds of billions of dollars now. Even if he does nothing in the future, he can still live a superior life. There is no need to risk his life anymore. But this thought only flashed through his mind and was quickly put behind him. Because as a person from Tianlong country, he was furious when he thought about the shameless suppression of Tianlong country by the United States over the years. Now that he has the chance, he naturally has to vent his anger. How can he back down so easily? In the future, he will not only continue to produce chips for Tianlong country, but also work hard and even completely defeat the United States. As for those evil organizations in the United States, just bring them on. Hao Lang is no pushover either. It's not that easy to deal with him. Besides, the Special Affairs Bureau of Tianlong country is probably not just there to do nothing. These people shouldn't let anything happen to him easily. Bite. Host is detected to be enraged, triggering a random mission. Mission: completely eliminate the Skull and Bones Society in Zhangcheng. Option 1, bravely accept the mission and receive an immediate reward of 100 combat power points. Additional rewards will be given upon completion of the mission. Choice 2, hide and save your life. You will be rewarded with an iron shirt that can withstand the full force of a level 5 super. At this moment, the pleasant voice of the system suddenly sounded in Hao Lang's mind. Random mission? Hao Lang's eyes lit up. How could I possibly back down? Of course I accepted it. Without hesitation, Hao Lang immediately chose to accept the task. Bite. Congratulations to the host for increasing his combat power by 100 points. Bite. Congratulations to the host for reaching a combat power of 500. System authority has been upgraded to level 2. Bite. Due to the host's enhanced permissions, the system factory and information scanning functions have been successfully enabled. As soon as I accepted the task, the system's voice rang again. At the same time, the strength in Hao Lang's body suddenly increased dramatically. If he were to deal with the black tentacle monster again, he would just need to pick up a stone and easily smash it to death. In addition, the system interface in front of Hao Lang now has system factory options and information scanning options. When I opened it, I saw that the system factory was a fast production platform. As long as he has the corresponding production factors in his system warehouse, he can produce things directly in this system factory. For example, as long as there are fully automatic photolithography machines and sand in his system warehouse, he can directly produce chips and automatically store them in the system warehouse without having to take out the photolithography machine. As for the information scanning function, as the name suggests, it can scan the information of things in front of you. For example, after turning on the scanning function, Chen Mengxuan's information panel immediately appeared on the virtual interface in front of him. Observation subject, Chen Mengxian. Combat power, 208. Age, 22. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight. Measurements. Relationship status, single. Favorability towards the host, 75 out of 100. Background, Special Affairs Bureau, Dragon Fong Brigade. Chapter 45, Continue to Target. After reading Chen Mengxuan's message, Hao Lang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this extremely beautiful woman with an angelic face and a devilish figure had never been in love. I don't know who will be the lucky guy to get such a beauty in the future. Then he turned to look at the others. The information panels of those people immediately appeared in front of me. Just as he expected, the men in Zhongshan suits brought by Chen Mengxian all had a combat strength of around 150. The black tentacle monster has a combat power of 289. As for the black clothes and sunglasses he brought, their combat power is about 150. Since you've explained your problem, we won't be following you for the time being. I'll relay what you just said to our leadership, and we'll notify you once the Bureau has a decision on how to handle the situation. Chen Mengxian suddenly said, before that, you'd better not use your extraordinary abilities in public, so as not to cause panic among the public. Okay, I got it. Hao Lang smiled and nodded. Afterwards, Shen Mengxian woke up the unconscious man in Zhongshan suits and began to deal with the scene. Hao Lang continued driving to the factory in the suburbs. Although, after opening the system factory, he can directly produce chips in the system. But the prerequisite is that he must have the raw material of sand. He stored a lot of sand in a factory in the suburbs, so naturally he had to store it all in the system warehouse. At the same time, the beautiful country across the ocean. Skull and Bones Society headquarters base. Quinn, a blond and blue-eyed man wearing a black tuxedo and with an elegant demeanor like a noble earl, frowned as he watched the scene of the black tentacle monster's death on the big screen in front of him. So this Tianlong is a level 3 superpower. No wonder he has access to more advanced chip manufacturing technology. I just don't know who on earth would dare to provide him with this cutting-edge technology and blatantly interfere with the normal development of our blue planet. Looking at Hao Lang sliding and shooting the black tentacle monster in the head on the screen, Quinn was furious. Mr. Quinn, do you still want to continue targeting this person? A man in black clothes and sunglasses asked from the back. Of course. We will never allow Tianlong country's chip industry to surpass ours. This man must die. Notify everyone lurking in Tianlong country's Jiangqing to eliminate this man as soon as possible at all costs. Remember, at all costs. In other words, any means can be used. If necessary, even if it means letting the entire Jiangqing people accompany him to his grave, we will not hesitate. Quinn said with a sinister look in his eyes. Clear. The man in black clothes and sunglasses nodded, and then went to convey the order. Tianlong Nation? Humph, you're only fit to eat our leftovers and provide us with cheap labor. Don't even think about surpassing us in this lifetime. No matter who's helping you, don't even think about turning things around. Quinn looked at Hao Lang on the screen, his eyes full of arrogance and disdain. Soon Hao Lang arrived at the suburban factory. After taking the sand, he drove directly back to the company. On the way back, with the 3 raw materials of the fully automatic lithography machine, chip design drawings, and sand in the system warehouse, he directly produced the Longxin 7000 chip required by Mr. Wu in the system factory. Before arriving at the company, he produced all the 100,000 chips that Mr. Wu needed. Considering that these chips needed a place to be stored, he spent 1 billion yuan to buy the building where their company was located. After receiving the huge moving fee compensation from him, the other companies inside quickly moved out. By the time he arrived at the company, the entire building belonged to him. After randomly finding a floor and putting down the 100,000 dragon heart chips, Hao Lang directly notified Mr. Wu to come and pick up the goods. Mr. Wu was very excited when he received the notification from Hao Lang. He didn't expect that Hao Lang's chip production speed was even faster than he expected. When he came to pick up the chip this time, Mr. Wu brought some technicians to test the performance of the chip. In the building where Hao Lang's company is located. Under the guidance of Hao Lang, Mr. Wu was excited when he saw the neatly stacked chips. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that despite being sanctioned by the United States, the latest chip designed by their Longxin technology was mass-produced so quickly. However, whether these chips have met their expectations still needs to undergo rigorous testing to be determined. Mr. Hao, although you have invested in our Dragon Heart technology and are now considered one of our own, according to regulations, the company must inspect and accept the chips before receiving them. Do you mind? Mr. Wu said with a smile. Of course I don't mind, just follow the rules. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and said indifferently. Everything produced by the system factory has a 100% yield rate. And, the quality will only be better than those designers expected. Therefore, he is naturally not afraid of being examined by others. Well, Xiao Wang, you guys go ahead and do it. Seeing Hao Lang so confident, Mr. Wu felt more confident. He smiled slightly and immediately said to the technicians behind him. The technicians were also very excited. They took a chip tremblingly, carefully placed it into the equipment they brought, and immediately began to check it carefully. During the inspection, the technicians were shocked as they watched the data constantly popping up on the instrument screen, and their expressions grew more and more serious as they waited. Seeing everyone's reactions, Mr. Wu became a little uneasy. The technicians he brought with him were all worldly wise people. What could have happened that could shock them so much? Driven by curiosity, Mr. Wu came behind the crowd and personally observed the indicator data appearing on the instrument screen. A look of shock immediately appeared on his face. After seeing these data, he finally understood why everyone was so shocked. Therefore, all the indicators and data of this chip not only met their expectations, but even exceeded them by a lot. The overall performance has been improved by at least 10%. At the same time, power consumption is reduced by 20%. Originally, they were not sure whether this chip could be compared with the latest chips from the two giant companies in the United States. Now, after seeing these data, he is very sure that this chip can not only be compared with the opponent's latest new products, but can even surpass the opponent. If nothing unexpected happens, the 100,000 chips produced in the early stage will definitely not be enough to sell. They may need to produce hundreds of millions more of the same chips in the future. You have to know that each of these chips can be sold for at least $1,000, which is equivalent to more than 6,000 Tianlong coins. In this way, they may be able to directly earn hundreds of billions of wealth with this chip alone. And Hao Lang, who holds 30% of their company's shares, can naturally make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Mr. Wu couldn't help but sigh that Hao Lang's investment of 20 billion in exchange for 30% of their company's shares was really a good deal. Chapter 46 Gene Enhancer. After seeing off Mr. Wu, Vice President Jiang Tao suddenly came to Hao Lang's office with 5 strong men in camouflage uniforms. Are they the veterans you found? Hao Lang looked at the 5 strong men and smiled with satisfaction. Before Jiang Tao came, he had already told him that the security guard he had asked to find had been found. Putting aside other things, at least in terms of their figures, these 5 people are pretty good. Moreover, they all have a unique military temperament, serious, resolute and courageous. At first glance, they are the kind of people who have a tough style and are reliable in their work. The most important thing is that Hao Lang can also directly see the information of these people through the information scanning system. According to the information, there is nothing wrong with these people's experiences, they are decent people, and some of them have even made contributions. Having them come here to work as security guards is simply a waste of their talents. Yes, Brother Lang, these are just the first few people to arrive, and there will be more people coming later. Jiang Tao replied, What do you think of these people? If you have no objection, I will take them in. Sure. Just leave them here. Hao Lang smiled and nodded. Okay, Brother Lang. Jiang Tao nodded and said, As for the salary, please take a look. 1 month probation period, monthly salary of 30,000. After becoming a regular employee, the base salary is 50,000, and there are bonuses for good performance. Hao Lang smiled slightly and said very straightforwardly. Jiang Tao and the 5 strong men were shocked. A monthly salary of 30,000 yuan during the probation period? The starting salary is 50,000 after becoming a regular employee? That is too high. The entire Jiangcheng. No. I'm afraid that in the entire Tianlong country, there is no security guard salary that is so high. Jiang Tao is better. He also knew that Hao Lang had made a lot of money recently and could almost be said to be one of the top super rich people in Tianlong Kingdom. Although this salary is ridiculously high for ordinary people, it is nothing to Hao Lang and he can still afford it. However, the shock in the hearts of the 5 strong men could not subside for a long time. Originally, they just wanted to find a job with a monthly salary of 3 to 5,000, but they didn't expect that the salary Hao Lang gave them was 10 times higher than they expected. For them, this was like a pie falling from the sky. How could they not be shocked? Mr. Hao, did I hear correctly? Yes, Mr. Hao. The salary you're giving me is too exaggerated, isn't it? That's right. We're just applying for the security guard position. I don't think we need that much salary, right? The 5 strong men were indeed former soldiers, their mental qualities were much stronger than normal people. Although they encountered such an outrageous thing that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, they quickly calmed down and asked in great confusion. Don't worry. You heard me right. I have always had great respect for you heroes who have served in the military and made contributions to our country. You deserve this kind of salary. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and said indifferently. The 5 strong men were shocked, and a warm current suddenly surged in their hearts, and they couldn't help but feel moved. They thought that after they were discharged from the army, no one would care about their military experience anymore. But I didn't expect that there would be people like Mr. Hao who respected them so much. What is even more unexpected is that they can actually get such a high salary just because of their military service experience. This made them feel even more proud that they had once been soldiers. Thank you, Mr. Hao. Thank you, Mr. Hao. We will definitely do our best. After a moment's silence, the 5 strong men couldn't help but say with gratitude. These days, it's really not easy to meet a boss as generous and respectful as Hao Lang. And since Hao Lang thinks so highly of them and gives them such high salaries, there is no doubt that they will put themselves in his shoes and work hard for Hao Lang. Well, I believe you will not let me down. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and said indifferently. Bite. Congratulations to the host for harvesting 5 warriors. Reward, a level 1 gene enhancer formula. At this moment, the pleasant voice of the system rang in Hao Lang's mind again. Gene enhancer? Hao Lang's eyes lit up and he immediately checked the system warehouse. It turned out that with this first-level gene enhancer formula, he could use the system factory to produce first-level gene enhancers. A first-level gene enhancer can increase an ordinary person's combat effectiveness to the limit of normal humans, which is 100 points. However, in addition to the formula of the first-level gene enhancer, 1 million Tianlong coins are required to produce each first-level gene enhancer. In addition, there is another very important point, that is, once the genetic enhancement he produces is used, the user will be 100% loyal to him. So, I can raise the combat effectiveness of all 5 of these brothers to 100 points? No. Not only them, but also Jiang Tao and everyone else around me can use this first-level gene enhancer. Hao Lang looked at the 5 strong men in front of him and thought to himself. If it were in the past, he would not have been in a hurry to consider letting others use this first-level gene enhancer. But now, after learning about the existence of the Special Affairs Bureau and the Skull and Bones Society, he has realized that this world is not as peaceful as it seems. There are many unknown dangers that may be lurking around them and may erupt at any time. To be on the safe side, he naturally wants to make everyone around him as strong as possible. In addition, after using his gene enhancer, the people around him will be 100% loyal to him, which will also help him keep secrets better. Brother Lang, since you have confirmed the salary and benefits, I will do as you say. Jiang Tao suddenly said. No rush. I have something very important to tell you. Hao Lang said solemnly. Brother Lang, is there anything else? Just tell me. Jiang Tao asked immediately. The 5 strong men also listened carefully. They now consider themselves employees of the company, so naturally they have to listen carefully to the boss's instructions. Don't be nervous, this is a good thing. Hao Lang smiled mysteriously and got straight to the point. Do you guys want to become stronger? Become stronger? Jiang Tao and the 5 strong men looked shocked. What does Hao Lang mean? How to become stronger? Just like this. Hao Lang smiled jokingly, and suddenly picked up the stainless steel thermos on the desk in front of him. He gently squeezed it, and the whole cup was flattened in an instant like dough. Chapter 47. Do you want to become stronger? Seeing Hao Lang easily crush the thermos, Jiang Tao and the 5 strong men were stunned. Is this something a human can do? That's a cup made of stainless steel. Not to mention using your hands, even if you put it under a hydraulic press, it wouldn't be flattened so easily, right? What kind of monster is Hao Lang? Isn't this too perverted? Lang, Brother Lang, you are not performing magic for us, are you? After a moment of shock, Jiang Tao asked tentatively. The 5 strong men's eyes lit up. That's right. Mr. Hao must be performing magic tricks on them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a normal person to flatten such a hard stainless steel thermos cup so easily. I don't have time to perform magic tricks for you. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled. I can only tell you this world is far more magical than you can imagine. There are powerful beings who are superior to ordinary people. To those powerful beings, ordinary people are nothing but insignificant ants. I only ask you one question. Do you want to continue being an insignificant ant, or do you want to become a powerful being that stands above ordinary people? After hearing Hao Lang's words, Jiang Tao and the others were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. What Hao Lang said was beyond their comprehension. They found it difficult to digest for a while. I want to be strong. That's right. Brother Lang, I want to be as strong as you. After a moment's silence, Jiang Tao suddenly spoke excitedly. If he were just an ordinary person, he would probably think Hao Lang was a psychopath. However, he had witnessed Hao Lang's chip production process with his own eyes. That is definitely not something a normal person can do. Based on this alone, no matter how outrageous things Hao Lang said, he would believe it. We also want to become strong. The 5 strong men hesitated for a moment and then spoke doubtfully. As former soldiers, they are more eager to become stronger than ordinary people. If there is a chance to become stronger, they naturally don't want to miss it easily. Therefore, even though they felt that what Hao Lang said was a bit outrageous, they were still willing to believe it for once. Very good. Congratulations on making the wisest decision of your life. Hao Lang smiled with satisfaction. Brother Lang, how do we become stronger? Jiang Tao asked anxiously. The 5 strong men also looked at Hao Lang with anticipation. No rush. Before that, you must sign a confidentiality agreement. You'd better keep everything that happens next to yourself and never let it out. Hao Lang said solemnly. Although these people will be 100% loyal to him after using his gene enhancer, the normal procedures must still be followed. Confidentiality agreement? Yes, that's right. Such an important matter does require a confidentiality agreement. I'll prepare it right away. Jiang Tao nodded, then turned and left Hao Lang's office. May I have your name? After Jiang Tao left, Hao Lang looked at one of the 5 strong men, who had a beard, a sturdy build, and dark skin, and smiled slightly. According to the information displayed by the system, this person has made military achievements, has extraordinary skills, a strong and upright character, and a better resume than the other 4. The most important thing is that there is a very important piece of information in the data scanned by the system. It's called increasing the upper limit of combat power. It can also be understood as their talent and qualifications. As the name suggests, the value of this value determines how much their combat effectiveness can be improved. Specifically, the upper limit of this bearded man's combat power increase is 200. The upper limit of combat power increase for the other 4 people is 100. In other words, their current combat effectiveness can be increased to 200 and 100 respectively. In addition, Jiang Tao's combat power increase limit is also 200. Mr. Hao, my name is Jiao Hu, you can just call me Ahu. The bearded man immediately stood up straight, saluted Hao Lang, and spoke in a voice as loud as a bell. Ahu, great. You'll be our company's temporary security captain. I'll give you an extra 10,000 yuan per month. If you have any questions in the future, you can go to Jiang Tao or come to me directly. Hao Lang smiled slightly. The reason why Ahu was only given a temporary captain position was because more security personnel would be recruited later, and there might be people among them who would be better than Ahu. Ahu was stunned for a moment, then saluted and said, Yes, Mr. Hao, I will definitely do my best. The other 4 people frowned, looked confused, and their eyes were full of envy. They didn't understand why Hao Lang appointed Ahu as the captain when they had just met and didn't know anything about them yet. Although he was only a temporary captain, they were very envious of him. After all, this temporary captain gets an extra 10,000 yuan per month, which is not a small amount for them. You don't have to envy him. I will set up a formal security company soon and recruit a lot of people. Work hard, you will have a bright future. Hao Lang saw what the other 4 people were thinking, smiled calmly, and said indifferently, Yes, Mr. Hao. The 4 men stood at attention and saluted at the same time. A moment later, Jiang Tao came back with the confidentiality agreement. After signing the agreement, Hao Lang directly spent 6 million to produce 6 first-level gene enhancers in the system factory. He pretended to take them out from his trouser pocket and place them casually on the desk in front of him. I saw that these 6 first-level gene enhancers were actually 6 syringes filled with green liquid. Everyone frowned, their eyes full of vigilance. Is this the thing that can make them stronger? Why does it look a bit creepy? It won't be poisonous, right? Brother Lang, what is this? Jiang Tao asked nervously. Gene enhancer. Hao Lang smiled calmly, 1 per person, just give yourself an injection. Gene enhancer? Everyone looked surprised. Are there such high-tech things now? Brother Lang, are there any side effects? Jiang Tao asked, still a little worried. Of course not. If I had, would I let you use it? Hao Lang shook his head and smiled. Actually, if we talk about side effects, there really is one. That is, after using this thing, you will be 100% loyal to him. Unless he does something wrong to these people in the future, or unless some special circumstances arise, these people will never betray him for the rest of their lives. But this side effect can't actually be considered a side effect. After all, Hao Lang would not use this feature to do anything to let Jiang Tao and others down. Okay. Brother Lang, I believe you. After careful consideration for a moment, Jiang Tao gritted his teeth, grabbed a gene enhancer and injected it into his left arm. As the saying goes, fortune and honor are achieved through risk. In order to gain powerful strength, it is worth taking some risks. The most important thing is that he has followed Hao Lang for many years and has great trust in Hao Lang. The 5 strong men did not rush to take action, but observed Jiang Tao with curiosity. If Jiang Tao is fine after using it and gains super strength, they can inject it with confidence. Boom! As soon as the gene enhancer was injected, Jiang Tao's eyes widened in confusion. He felt a sudden surge of powerful force in his body, and his whole body seemed to be reborn in an instant, as if he could kill a cow with one punch. Chapter 48 Secondary Gene Enhancer. The moment Jiang Tao was injected with the gene enhancer, Hao Lang felt a magical power that established a connection between him and Jiang Tao. From now on, Jiang Tao will never do anything that is detrimental to him. Looking at Jiang Tao's shocked face, Hao Lang smiled slightly and said, "How do you feel?" Ah Hu and the other four also looked at Jiang Tao with curiosity. "It feels great." Jiang Tao nodded excitedly, "Brother Lang, I feel like I've become a Superman. My whole body is filled with endless powerful strength." Ah Hu and the other four frowned, with some suspicion in their eyes. "It's so powerful just after the injection? Is this thing really that magical? Could it be that these two bosses are playing them? You're such a jerk. Keep a low profile. This is just a level 1 gene enhancer. Once you use it up, it can only increase your strength to the limit of a normal human. Compared to those truly powerful beings, it's still far behind." Hao Lang cursed with a smile. "Level 1 gene enhancer? Is there anyone more powerful than me?" Jiang Tao looked surprised. He felt that he was now so powerful that he was not human at all. He really couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who was more powerful than him. Ah Hu and the other four were even more confused. They have no idea of the limits of normal humans, let alone those who are even more powerful. "Do you guys still have concerns?" Hao Lang saw what Ah Hu and the other three were thinking and said with a calm smile, "Jiang Tao, show them your current strength." "Okay, Brother Lang." Jiang Tao nodded, looked around, then suddenly looked up at the roof, grinned and said, "Let me show you my current invincible jumping ability." Whoosh! As he spoke, Jiang Tao jumped up, and his legs flew up as if they were equipped with springs. Bang! With a dull thud, Jiang Tao's head hit the roof. The whole office shook, and a cloud of dust fell off. Then he landed lightly on the ground. Ah Hu and the other four were stunned. The ceiling of this office is more than 3 meters high. Even if the world high jump champion came, he probably wouldn't be able to touch the roof by jumping from a standing position. Not to mention hitting your head against the roof. What's even more outrageous is that Jiang Tao's head actually knocked a dent into the hard concrete roof. Although the pit was not very deep, it was enough to shock them. After all, even if a normal person uses a hammer, it may not be possible to make a dent like this with just one hammer. Looking at it this way, what Jiang Tao said just now didn't seem to be an exaggeration. He might have really become a Superman. However, even if he really obtained super strength, that blow just now must have been very painful, right? Perhaps his brain is already broken now? Thinking of this, Ah Hu and the other four couldn't help but look at Jiang Tao's head with curiosity. "Hey, what a mistake. I used too much force and didn't control the strength well." Unexpectedly, Jiang Tao acted as if nothing had happened. He brushed the dust off his head, grinned, and spoke excitedly. "Your head, doesn't it hurt?" Ah Hu asked in disbelief. "Why does it hurt?" "It felt like a massage, quite comfortable. I want to do it again." Jiang Tao shook his head and smiled. Ah Hu and the other four were completely speechless. Is this guy's head made of iron? Isn't it too hard? Come on. If I let you hit my ceiling a few more times, it's going to tear it down. Hao Lang scolded with a smile, then looked at Ah Hu and the other four. "Do you still have any doubts now?" No more." Ah Hu thought about it for a moment, then took a shot of gene enhancer and injected himself with it. Seeing this, the other four people also received an injection. Boom boom boom. As soon as the injection was completed, a powerful force immediately surged in the bodies of the 5 of them. Is this the limit of a normal human being? So strong. Clenching their fists and feeling the sudden surge of powerful strength in their bodies, Ah Hu and the other four couldn't help but look excited. At this moment, they finally understood Jiang Tao's feelings just now. With such powerful strength, I am afraid no one can suppress the excitement in his heart. At the same time, a mysterious connection was immediately established between Hao Lang and the 5 of them. From now on, these 5 people will become his most loyal subordinates. It's a pity that he only has a level 1 gene enhancer now. Otherwise, Jiang Tao and Ah Hu's combat effectiveness could be directly increased to 200 points. Bite. Congratulations to the host for harvesting 5 level 1 warriors and achieving the achievement, recruiting soldiers. I'm rewarded with a copy of the level 2 gene enhancer formula. The host can use this formula to produce level 2 gene enhancers in the system factory. At this moment, the pleasant voice of the system sounded again in Hao Lang's mind. Second level gene enhancer formula? Hao Lang was delighted. This is really what you need. This system is quite sensible. When I entered the system factory, I saw that it took 10 million Tianlong coins to produce a secondary gene enhancer. It's only 10 million, not expensive. 2 servings first. Hao Lang didn't feel bad about the money and immediately spent 20 million to produce 2 copies. Brother Lang, you just said that we are only using a level 1 gene enhancer. Is there anything stronger? At this time, Jiang Tao suddenly asked with anticipation. Having experienced powerful strength, he is eager to become stronger. Ah Hu and the other 4 also looked at Hao Lang with anticipation. Of course. I've prepared it for you. Hao Lang smiled calmly and took out the 2 level 2 gene enhancers, placing them on the desk in front of him. This is a level 2 gene enhancer. It can double your combat power. Jiang Tao, Ah Hu, 1 for each of you. Secondary gene enhancer? Combat power doubled. Everyone was shocked. After using the first level gene enhancer, they felt like Superman. They really couldn't imagine how powerful they would be after their combat power doubled. However, while they were shocked, they were also a little confused. Especially the other 4 people besides Ah Hu and Jiang Tao, they frowned and looked depressed. Why are there only 2 copies this time? Why is there no share for them? Everyone's talent and qualifications are different. The level of gene enhancer that can be used is determined by talent and qualifications. Only Jiang Tao and Ah Hu have the talent and qualifications to directly use the second level gene enhancer. Hao Lang noticed everyone's confusion, smiled calmly, and explained, as for the 4 of you, for now, you can only use the first level gene enhancer. If you force yourself to use the second level gene enhancer, it will most likely kill you. But don't be discouraged. As the saying goes, 30% is determined by fate, and 70% is determined by hard work. Talent and aptitude are not fixed. If you train hard and constantly stimulate your potential, you still have the opportunity to change your aptitude. If you're lucky, even without genetic enhancers, you can rely on your own strength to transform your genes and become stronger. These are the explanations about gene enhancers that Hao Lang saw in the system. Chapter 49 Dragon Soul. After listening to Hao Lang's explanation, the other 4 people's eyes suddenly brightened and they saw hope again. Then can Ah Hu and I continue to become stronger through our own efforts? Jiang Tao suddenly asked. Of course. Hao Lang smiled calmly. Your current qualifications can only withstand the second level gene enhancer at most, but if you can stimulate your potential, you may be able to use the third level gene enhancer in the future. Very good. Jiang Tao and Ah Hu were immediately delighted. Okay, the business is done, you can get busy now. Hao Lang said with a smile. Brother Lang, I have something else to ask you. Jiang Tao said solemnly. What's up? Hao Lang asked. Aren't we going to set up a security company? What do you think we should name this new company? Jiang Tao asked. The name of the security company? Hao Lang frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. After a moment, his eyes lit up and he said, let's call it Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul? What a domineering name. You're worthy of being my brother Lang, even his names are so awesome. Jiang Tao gave a thumbs up in praise. Ah Hu and the other 4 were also surprised. They all had a feeling that the Dragon Soul Company would definitely be something extraordinary in the future. As the first members of Dragon Soul, they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of pride. Okay, stop flattering me and get down to business. Hao Lang cursed with a smile. Okay, brother Lang. Jiang Tao grinned, then left with Ah Hu and the others. After they left, Hao Lang thought about what had happened in the past few days and suddenly thought of a problem, that is, his younger brother Hao Jian was still traveling outside. If the Skull and Bones Society comes looking for his brother, there will be trouble. So he immediately took out his cell phone and called his younger brother Hao Jian, asking him to return to Jiangcheng as quickly as possible. Just in case, he asked Jiang Tao to take Ah Hu and 4 others to pick up his brother. After that, he drove home immediately. In addition to his younger brother, his wife Lin Yuan, father-in-law Lin Tianxiong, and his parents also need protection to prevent people from the Skull and Bones Society from stealing the house. At the same time, at the Special Affairs Bureau's Jiangqing headquarters. After Chen Mengxian came back, she immediately reported the information about Hao Lang to her superiors. It turns out that aliens are helping him? This is a good thing. The middle-aged man in a black Mao suit and with a dignified demeanor showed surprise in his eyes after listening to Chen Mengshuan's report. Director Wei, what should we do next? Chen Mengxian asked for instructions. What should we do? First, don't disturb Hao Lang for now. Let's observe him first. We just need to send someone to secretly protect him and his family. Director Wei said solemnly. Secondly, regarding the Skull and Bone Society, we must launch an all-out attack and eliminate those remnants as quickly as possible. However, you don't need to get involved in what happens next. I will send someone else to handle it. Clear. Chen Mengxian nodded somewhat disappointedly. She also knew that this matter was now beyond her ability to handle. With her strength as a mere second-level warrior, she is not qualified to continue to participate in subsequent work. Mengxian, you've worked hard this time, go back and recuperate. Director Wei said with concern. Director Wei, I want to try the level 3 strengthening fluid. Chen Mengxian suddenly spoke through gritted teeth, as if she had made some important decision. Use the 3rd level strengthening fluid? Are you sure? Director Wei frowned slightly and said solemnly, you should be very aware of the risks involved. If your body hasn't reached the corresponding strength, your life may be in danger. Don't take the risk of trying to use the level 3 strengthening fluid just because you're in a hurry to go out on a mission. The Special Affairs Bureau strengthening fluid is similar to Hao Lang's gene enhancer and also has very high requirements for the user. A second-level warrior like Chen Mengxian must improve his physical strength to a certain level before he can withstand the overbearing power of the 3rd-level strengthening liquid. Otherwise, if you forcibly use high-level strengthening liquid, you will either die or be crippled. Don't worry, Director Wei, I won't joke with my life. Chen Mengxian shook her head and smiled. Actually, I had been planning to try using the level 3 enhancement fluid long before this mission. However, I wasn't very confident at the time, so I didn't dare to try it rashly. This time, during the mission, through the battle with the level 3 modified man of the Skull and Bones Society, my potential has been stimulated a little bit. I should be able to withstand the strength of the level 3 enhancement fluid. I see. Well then. Since you're so confident, I'll let you give it a try. One more level 3 warrior will also add a lot of combat power to our branch. Director Wei nodded. However, the genetic enhancement process is fraught with uncontrollable risks. Even if you are confident, you cannot be careless. When you try it later, don't push yourself. If you can't hold on any longer, stop the attempt immediately. Okay, Director Wei, I got it. Chen Mengxian nodded. Well, go ahead. Director Wei waved his hand. Afterwards, Chen Mengxian was led by some staff members to a separate room. This place is like a high-tech laboratory, filled with soft white light and many high-tech instruments. Among them, the most eye-catching is the row of huge cylindrical glass tanks. These cylindrical glass containers are the equipment for using strengthening liquid. When Chen Mengxian arrived, there were already several people soaking in the green solution in other glass tanks. The expressions on their faces were extremely painful, and some even had ulcers and tears on their skin, and the blood that flowed out had dyed the solution back into green. However, these people are gritting their teeth and persevering, and no one gives up easily. Chen Mengxian and other staff members were used to this and were not surprised at all. They all knew that the process of using strengthening fluid to transform and strengthen their own genes would inevitably be accompanied by great pain. The situation of those people in the glass tank is relatively good. People with more serious conditions may even be disfigured and bloody by the strengthening fluid. In addition, the strengthening liquid is very expensive, so you can't use it whenever you want. Most people in the Special Affairs Bureau only have one chance to try every year. Once they fail, there is basically no second chance that year. Therefore, no one will give up easily unless it is absolutely necessary. Soon, the staff arranged Chen Mengxian to enter one of the glass tanks and injected green strengthening liquid, which quickly submerged her body. Woo-woo. As soon as the strengthening began, Chen Mengxian frowned and showed an extremely painful expression. The healthy skin on her body quickly ulcerated and tore, and a large amount of blood flowed out, dyeing the huge water tank red. It seems that her condition is not very good. Be prepared to terminate at any time. The staff outside who were observing the data from various instruments also frowned and said with great regret. However, despite enduring inhuman pain, Chen Mengxian did not give up. she still gritted her teeth and persevered. At the same time, after returning to the Galaxy Bay Villa, Hao Lang called his family together. After seeing the upper limit of the combat power of both parents and his wife Lin Yuan, Hao Lang's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked surprised. Chapter 50 Shocking Blue Star. Through a system scan, Hao Lang discovered that the upper limit of his parents and father-in-law Lin Tianxiang's combat power improvement was 200 points. And his wife Lin Yuan is even more amazing, the upper limit of her combat power increase is 300 points. In other words, they can all directly use the secondary gene enhancer. After explaining the concept of genetic enhancement to his family, Hao Lang immediately produced 4 secondary genetic enhancers in the system factory and had Lin Yuan and the others take them by injection. The family members were very surprised to feel the powerful strength added to the body after genetic enhancement. Hao Lang also breathed a sigh of relief. After improving the fighting capacity of the family, their safety will be more guaranteed. However, even so, Hao Lang still reminded them to be more careful in the future and try to go out less and less necessary. After all, the power of the Skull and Bones Society cannot be underestimated. Even he cannot be careless before completely eradicating the Skull and Bones Society's influence in Jiangcheng. It's a pity that I don't have a level 3 gene enhancer, otherwise, I could directly increase an An's combat power to 300 points. Hao Lang thought with some regret. Bite. Congratulations to the host for having 5 level 2 warriors. I'll reward you with a level 3 gene enhancer formula. At this moment, the pleasant voice of the system suddenly sounded in Hao Lang's mind. Level 3 gene enhancer? Hao Lang was delighted and immediately checked the system warehouse. It turns out that one portion of this 3rd level gene enhancer costs 100 million. For most ordinary people, this is a small goal that they can never achieve in their lifetime. But for him, it is naturally not worth mentioning. So then, he immediately produced a 3rd level gene enhancer and directly asked his wife Lin Yuan to inject it. After using it, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be surprised when he felt the powerful force in his body surge again. Hao Lang also felt more relieved. After dinner, Hao Lang and his wife Lin Yuan began to live their shameless life together again. After genetic enhancement, Lin Yuan's body became many times stronger than before. After Hao Lang's combat power increased to 500 points, his physical fitness was far better than before. Therefore, the fierce battle this night was destined to be a protracted war that could not end easily. At the same time, after Mr. Wu brought the 100,000 chips produced by Hao Lang back to the company, he immediately asked people to start promoting this latest chip. The content of the promotion was very simple, just a picture posted on the social account. The content is a photo of the latest Lungsun 7000 CPU. There was also a line of text below, "Gentlemen, listen to the dragon's roar." At the bottom, there's some small text explaining, performance is 15% higher than the next generation flagship product of competitors. Power consumption is reduced by 30%. Also, the time is written next to it, see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Longxin Technology does not have many fans. When this picture was first released, it did not cause much sensation. But the few fans of Longxin Technology were immediately excited. Lines of messages quickly appeared in the comment section. Damn. 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 Am I seeing this right? The Lungsun 7000 has already been mass-produced? How is this possible? Yeah. Isn't the United States imposing sanctions on us? Where did you find the OEM factory? Could it be that Daiji Electrical and Mechanical produced it? Come on. The beautiful country is Xiaodai's father, how could they have the guts to do that? That's true. Could it be that the recently famous Langtao company helped produce it? Didn't they already help Tianhua Group produce the next generation flagship chip? Who knows? These are just rumors, nothing is confirmed yet. Brothers, get the point. It doesn't matter who did the manufacturing. What's important is the small print at the bottom. Look carefully at what it says. What? The performance exceeds that of our competitor's next generation flagship? How is that even possible? Long Xin is awesome. He's going to punch the toothpaste factory and kick the agricultural company. Holy crap! Is this finally going to turn the tables? Isn't it going to be our turn to strangle America from now on? What are you thinking? You think you can strangle the American nation? Who gave you that confidence? That's right. The United States is the hope of the blue planet. How can we compare? This picture is definitely false propaganda. That's right, we still have at least 50 years of gap with the United States. It's more than 50 years. It's still at least 500 years away. We'll never be able to surpass them. Right, right. You're right. It's still 5,000 years away, right? Can you please stand up and talk? The ground is cold, don't freeze your knees. Don't be so unconvinced. They are just amazing, and we are just not. Is it so hard to admit that others are better than us? That's right. We are inherently inferior to them and will never be able to turn the tables. We'd better just buy their chips. Your knees have taken root, right? If you want to kneel, don't drag others with you. You can only represent yourself, no one is like you. That's right. Just because you're trash doesn't mean others are trash too. Why bother with these little bastards? They're either stupid or bad, or both. That's right. We don't even know if they are human or ghost. Maybe they are just beautiful spies, walking 500,000. The vast majority of messages were very exciting and inspiring. But there are still some discordant comments that are like rat shit. Many people followed the clues and found various official accounts related to Longxing Technology, Langtao Company, and Tianhua Group, as well as various bigwigs, wanting to verify the authenticity of this picture of Longxing Technology. But the result was very disappointing to them. It was as if these people had agreed long ago that no one was willing to reveal more information. They only told them to take official information as the basis and wait for news. The more this happens, the more curious netizens become and they keep following related news online. As more and more people left comments, forwarded, and liked the post, Longxing Technology's message quickly spread, sparking even wider discussion and quickly topping the trending search lists on major platforms. That night, the entire internet was boiling. Hundreds of millions of netizens in Tianlong country quickly learned what kind of company Longxing Technology was. Almost everyone in Tianlong country knows that this hardcore technology company, which has been working silently and hard, stood up resolutely at the most critical moment when people needed it most, and broke the blockade of the United States in one fell swoop, and will soon allow the people of Tianlong country to use computer CPUs with completely independent intellectual property rights. At the same time, everyone also knew that Hao Lang's Langtao Company was most likely behind this matter. In other words, the person who truly broke the blockade of the United States is most likely the mysterious man who suddenly appeared, Hao Lang. Not only Tianlong country, but the whole world was shocked by the pictures released by Longxing Technology. Everyone realized that things were about to change on Blue Planet. From now on, the situation where the United States is the only superpower will most likely no longer exist. As this incident fermented, the United States suffered an unprecedented stock market crash that night. The three major indexes collectively hit circuit breakers, and tens of thousands of stocks hit the limit down. Chapter 51 Let My Brother Go. Hao Lang had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Because he and his wife Lin Yan were applauding their love all night and did not sleep all night. Ding-a-ling. Early in the morning, a cell phone ring interrupted their fierce battle that they were reluctant to end. I picked up the phone and saw that it was Jiang Tao calling. Brother Lang, something happened. We didn't get a hold of Xiao Jian, and we've lost contact with him. As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Tao spoke anxiously. Lost contact? Hao Lang frowned. I understand. Come back, you don't have to worry about this matter anymore. If he guessed correctly, his brother Hao Jian's disappearance was most likely related to the Skeleton Society of the United States. At this point, things have gone beyond the capabilities of Jiang Tao and his team. He has to step in personally to solve the problem. Well, okay then. Jiang Tao responded. Then the two hung up the phone. Ding-a-ling. Unexpectedly, as soon as he hung up the phone, Hao Lang's cell phone rang again. I picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Hao Lang had a hunch that this number might be related to his brother Hao Jian's disappearance, so he immediately answered the call. Mr. Hao, right? The poorly spoken Tianlong dialect coming from the phone was obviously a foreigner. This made Hao Lang even more certain of the other party's identity. It's me. Who are you? Hao Lang said in a deep voice. Don't worry about who I am. Your brother Hao Jian is in our hands. You have 1 hour to get to the abandoned factory 10 miles away in the western suburbs. Otherwise, prepare to collect your brother's body. The person on the other end of the phone said in a cold voice. Okay. I will definitely arrive on time. Before that, you'd better ensure my brother's safety. If he loses even a hair, I will make you regret coming into this world. Hao Lang said in a deep voice. Don't worry, we want you, not your brother. Just come here and we'll let him go. The other party said nonchalantly, remember. You can only come alone. And, absolutely do not call the police, let alone notify the Special Affairs Bureau. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Okay. I'll go alone. Hao Lang said in a deep voice. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Hao Lang didn't dare to delay and immediately got up from the bed and put on his clothes. Looking back at Lin Yan, whose face was flushed and who was in a brief coma, Hao Lang smiled slightly, then turned and left. My wife Lin Yan can't help with this matter, so there is no need to tell her and let her worry. Moreover, Lin Yan was tortured badly by him last night. Even though she had the strong physical fitness of a third-level warrior, she could not withstand the crazy torture of this fifth-level warrior. She fainted many times and must be very tired now. She must have a good rest. Hao Lang naturally couldn't bear to wake her up. Driving at the fastest speed, Hao Lang arrived at the factory 10 miles away in the western suburbs in less than half an hour. Looking around, it was a huge abandoned factory, even more dilapidated than the one he bought cheaply. It was surrounded by weeds and piled with a lot of construction waste. A normal person would definitely not approach it easily. Arriving in front of the factory, he pushed open the heavy, rusty iron door. Light illuminated the dim factory through the open door, and particles of dust floated and danced in the beam of light. Looking around the scene, I saw that there were only 4 people in this huge empty factory. In addition to Hao Jian, who was tied to an iron pillar, there were 3 foreigners, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were in black clothes and sunglasses. They stayed by Hao Jian's side, never leaving his side. The woman was wearing a black tight similar to Spider-Man's, showing off her curvy figure to the fullest. However, Hao Lang did not care about how good the foreign girl's figure was, but immediately looked at the fighting power of these people. I saw that the 2 men in black clothes and sunglasses were both level 2 warriors with a combat power of about 200. The foreign girl, who looks like the female version of the blackened Spider-Man, has a combat power of about 300. Of course, this is just the combat effectiveness they show on the surface. If they can also transform like the black tentacle monster last time, it is hard to say how strong their combat effectiveness will be. In fact, Hao Lang had already figured it out through information scanning. The 2 men in black clothes and sunglasses were just 2 ordinary genetically enhanced warriors without any special skills. However, that foreign girl is actually a genetically modified warrior. The spider's genes are integrated into her body. Not only can it transform, but it can also spin silk. At this moment, Hao Lang's younger brother Hao Jian was tied to an iron pillar with a bunch of white spider silk. As Hao Lang was observing the people at the scene, their eyes immediately fell on Hao Lang. Woo! Hao Jian, whose mouth was sealed with tape, immediately began to struggle excitedly when he saw Hao Lang appear. However, the spider silk that bound him was very strong, and he couldn't break free at all. Mr. Hao is truly courageous. He actually dared to come here alone. The foreign girl looked at Hao Lang with a curled mouth and a fiery look in her eyes, as if she had seen a delicious prey. I have already done what you asked. Can you let my brother go? Hao Lang said calmly. While speaking, he walked towards the other party slowly. He has no guarantee that the other party will keep his promise. Just in case, we have to take proactive action. Stop. Seeing Hao Lang approaching, the foreign girl frowned, her eyes showed vigilance, and she shouted loudly. She knew that Hao Lang possessed the strength of a third-level warrior, so she naturally did not dare to be careless. What? Are you scared? You're so brave, and you dare to ask me out? Hao Lang smiled jokingly and continued to move closer. I told you to stop. The foreign girl shouted angrily. Bang! As he spoke, a man in black clothes and sunglasses who was guarding Hao Jian immediately pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Hao Jian's head. Woo! Hao Jian looked at Hao Lang nervously, his eyes seemed to be saying, Brother, take it easy. Okay. I won't leave. Let my brother go. Hao Lang looked at the distance and felt it was about time, so he stopped and smiled calmly. I can let your brother go, but you have to let me tie you up first. The foreign girl raised the corner of her mouth. Tie me up? With that thing? Hao Lang took a look at the white spider silk that bound his brother Hao Jian. That's right. The foreign girl nodded. Okay. Come on. Hao Lang said indifferently, with his hands behind his back, looking like he was at the mercy of others. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The foreign girl smiled coldly, and suddenly raised her right hand. White spider silk shot out from her wrist, which quickly grew into a web in the air, binding Hao Lang's body layer by layer. Seeing Hao Lang tied up like a mummy in spider webs, the foreign girl and the two men in black clothes and sunglasses immediately breathed a sigh of relief. These spider webs are enough to tie up a level 4 warrior. Hao Lang, who only has the strength of a 3rd level warrior, is no longer a threat after being tied up like this. Chapter 52, One Punch Explodes. However, Hao Lang, who was bound by the spider web, showed no fear at all. He smiled calmly and said, "Can you let my brother go now?" "Ha, you foolish celestial dragon. You actually thought I would release your brother if you surrendered. You're way too naive, aren't you? Now that you're my prisoner, what right do you have to bargain with me?" The foreign girl smiled coldly and said directly to the man in black clothes and sunglasses who was pointing a gun at Hao Jian, "Kill him." Receive. The man in black clothes and sunglasses nodded and was about to pull the trigger. Woo. Hao Jian looked nervous and struggled desperately. Wait. Hao Lang suddenly shouted. Oh, is there anything else you want to say? The foreign girl smiled playfully and waved her hand to stop the man in black clothes and sunglasses. In her opinion, she had complete control of the situation, so she was not in a hurry to kill Hao Jian. Yes, I was indeed naive. I actually thought that you people from the beautiful country would keep your promise. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled, then changed the subject, but you guys are also very naive. What do you mean? The foreign girl frowned, looking confused. The two men in black clothes and sunglasses also looked at Hao Lang with curiosity. Do you think I'd be so foolish as to surrender? I'm just playing along with you. Hao Lang smiled playfully. The three foreign girls looked surprised. They didn't understand where Hao Lang got his confidence from, even though he was tied up like a dumpling. Bang! At this moment, Hao Lang moved his phone slightly, and the indestructible layers of white spider webs on his body suddenly burst apart. The scene suddenly became silent. The faces of the three foreign girls were filled with disbelief and shock. They never expected that the spider webs that even level 4 warriors couldn't easily break free from could be blown up so easily by Hao Lang. Hao Jian was also stunned. Although he knew that his brother was very skilled, he never expected that Hao Lang could so easily burst the spider web that he could not shake at all. Whoosh! As everyone looked on in shock, Hao Lang smiled jokingly, then his figure flashed and turned into a terrifying afterimage, suddenly rushing towards the man in black clothes and sunglasses who was pointing a gun at Hao Jian. Click! The next moment, before the man in black clothes and sunglasses holding a gun could react, Hao Lang rushed to him, grabbed his neck, twisted his neck with a light grab, and sent him to death. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, Hao Lang grabbed his neck, swung his body, and smashed it hard at another man in black clothes and sunglasses. Bang! The man in black clothes and sunglasses was unable to react and was hit hard by the corpse thrown by Hao Lang. The terrifying power in the corpse smashed him to death on the spot. The two bodies flew more than 10 meters away like rags, and only stopped after crashing into the wall of the factory. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Hao Lang grabbed the white spider silk on his brother Hao Jian's body, and with a gentle pull, he easily tore the white spider webs apart and rescued him. Xiao Jian, are you okay? Hao Lang looked his brother Hao Jian up and down, smiled slightly, and asked with concern. Yeah. Bro, I'm fine. Hao Jian nodded and looked at Hao Lang with admiration. At this moment, his brother Hao Lang's figure looked extremely tall and majestic in his eyes, like a god. I'm glad you're okay. Hao Lang nodded, then looked at the foreign girl and said with a joking smile, "Ugly country girl, now you know who was too naive, right?" The foreign girl's heart trembled, and then she came to her senses, and her eyes showed disbelief and shock again. The fact that Hao Lang easily broke free from the white spider web was beyond her expectations. The action of instantly killing the two men in black clothes and sunglasses just now was even more outrageous and powerful. After all, you have to know that even if she took action herself, she couldn't kill the two men in black clothes and sunglasses so easily. How dare you, a bunch of you, dare to come against me? Who gave you the courage? Hao Lang smiled coldly and walked towards the foreign girl. You're not a level 3 warrior? Seeing Hao Lang coming, Yang Niu was startled and said with a vigilant look. What do you think? Hao Lang smiled jokingly, and suddenly accelerated towards the foreign girl. His figure was so fast that it became a blurry afterimage that looked down on someone. You're a level 4. No. You're a level 5 warrior. Seeing Hao Lang's terrifying speed, the foreign girl's pupils shrank and she exclaimed in disbelief. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, her body expanded rapidly, and thick black hair grew on her body. Several spider legs that were 3 or 4 meters long grew out of her back. Then she kicked suddenly, and like a catapult, she instantly distanced herself from Hao Lang and retreated rapidly. The most important thing is that after the transformation, her combat power jumped to nearly 400 points, and she became a level 4 warrior from a level 3 warrior. Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? Brother, be careful! Hao Jian was startled and shouted with a worried look on his face. Another genetically modified human? Hao Lang frowned, but without any pause, he continued to catch up quickly. Even if she became a 4th level warrior, this foreign spider spirit was no match for him. Sure enough, in a flash, Hao Lang closed the distance between himself and the opponent. Whoosh whoosh! Seeing Hao Lang approaching quickly, the foreign spider spirit became nervous and waved her hands repeatedly, spitting out spider silk, which shot towards Hao Lang like sharp arrows. However, Hao Lang's body movements were extremely flexible. With a flash of his body, he easily dodged all the spider silks that were shot at him. In a flash, Hao Lang caught up with the foreign girl spider spirit, swung his iron fist as big as a sandbag, and smashed it hard on the other's hideous and terrifying head. Grumble! The foreign girl spider spirit let out a strange cry and immediately swung her spider legs, which were as sharp as spears, and stabbed at the attacking Hao Lang as fast as the wind. Click, click, click. However, Hao Lang did not dodge or evade. The moment his iron fist fell, he directly broke the spider legs that were as hard as steel. Then, under the other party's terrified gaze, he smashed it hard on her head. No! Don't kill me! I can give you anything! Seeing Hao Lang's iron fist rapidly enlarged in her pupils, the foreign girl spider spirit pleaded in horror. Put it down! What can you give me? Hao Lang took a look at the other person's body that had become a mess, said with disgust, and smashed down with his indestructible iron fist without mercy. Bang! With a muffled sound, the foreign girl spider spirit's head exploded like a watermelon. Chapter 53 Fusion Gene. Seeing his brother Hao Lang kill the foreign girl spider spirit with one punch, Hao Jian was shocked and looked at Hao Lang with admiration in his eyes. As a younger brother, he is very proud to have such an awesome brother. After beating the foreign girl spider spirit to death, Hao Lang kicked her body over and saw a familiar black skull tattoo on her neck. Sure enough, it's the Skull and Bones Society again. I haven't even come looking for you yet, and you've already attacked my family. You're so audacious. Clean your necks and wait for me, you won't be able to jump around for many more days. Hao Lang said coldly. Brother, what is the Skull and Bones Society? Why did these people kidnap me? Hao Jian walked over with a confused look on his face. Not long ago, he was out having fun with the 1 billion yuan given to him by his brother Hao Lang. After receiving Hao Lang's call, he immediately set off back. But before he even got on the plane, he was knocked unconscious and taken away. When I woke up, I found myself in this abandoned and dilapidated factory. Until now, he still hasn't figured out what is going on. The Skull and Bones Society is an evil organization from the ugly country. These idiots have a grudge against me and kidnapped you just to deal with me. Hao Lang said calmly. The evil organization of the ugly country? Hao Jian was shocked. The ugly country is the overlord of Blue Star. Being targeted by their evil organization is not a good thing. Don't be afraid. During this period of time, as long as you don't leave Jiangcheng casually, you will be fine. Hao Lang comforted. He also knew that during this period, the Special Affairs Bureau would definitely send people to protect him, so as long as his family did not go out casually, there should be no problem. While speaking, Hao Lang spent another 11 million in the system factory to produce a first-level gene enhancer and a second-level gene enhancer, and handed them directly to Hao Jian. He had already seen that his brother Hao Lang's combat power could only be increased to a maximum of 200 points, so he could only use a level 2 gene enhancer at most. Brother, what is this? Seeing the 2 syringes filled with green liquid, Hao Jian couldn't help but ask in surprise. Gene enhancer. Once used, it can give you powerful strength far beyond that of a normal person. Hao Lang smiled calmly, used the first-level gene enhancer on the left first, then the second-level gene enhancer on the right. Gene enhancer? Hao Jian was shocked at first, but then he said eagerly, okay, I'll try. He also didn't expect that there would be such a high-tech product in the world. Fortunately, after seeing the powerful strength of his brother Hao Lang and the 3 members of the Skull and Bones Society, he has seen the world and is not unable to accept the existence of genetic enhancers. So in the end, he followed Hao Lang's request and injected himself with a shot of a first-level gene enhancer. Boom! As soon as the injection was given, a powerful force immediately emerged in Hao Jian's body. This is too amazing, right? Clenching his fists and feeling the powerful force surging in his body, Hao Jian couldn't help but look excited. Originally he was just an ordinary person, but now he feels that even the top athletes are probably not as good as him. Look at you, you look so naive. Don't get too excited yet. After using the level 2 gene enhancer, you'll gain even greater power. Hao Lang cursed with a smile. More powerful power? Hao Jian looked at the secondary gene enhancer with fiery eyes, and then couldn't wait to inject himself with it. Boom! After the injection, the strength in Hao Jian's body immediately increased exponentially. Fuck! Doesn't this mean he's Superman? Looking at his fist, Hao Jian smiled excitedly. What a bunch of idiots! Did you see the bodies of these 3 guys? Those 2 men in black and sunglasses are both level 2 fighters like you, and that foreign spider spirit is normally a level 3 fighter, even more powerful than you. She can easily beat you. After transforming, she's even a level 4 fighter that's far beyond your reach. She can easily kill you with just a single strand of spider silk. Hao Lang warned with a smile. He was afraid that his younger brother Hao Jian would become arrogant after gaining some strength and cause a big disaster, so it was necessary to give this guy a warning in advance. I'm only a level 2 fighter? And this foreign girl is actually a level 4 fighter? Hao Jian was startled, then looked at Hao Lang curiously. Brother, what about you? Didn't she just say that? I'm a level 5 warrior now. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and said indifferently. Damn, you're so powerful? Then can I also become a level 5 warrior? Hao Jian was shocked and admired his brother Hao Lang even more. Not now. There should be a chance later. Hao Lang shook his head. Go home first. Remember, it's best not to go out easily during this period of time. Okay, bro. Hao Jiqing immediately nodded in response. He had always listened to Hao Lang, and now after using Hao Lang's gene enhancer, he was even more obedient to Hao Lang. So then he took Hao Lang's car keys and drove home. Hao Lang in the factory frowned and looked at the ground beneath his feet. As his combat power increased, his sensory abilities also greatly improved. As early as when he first came in, he had already heard some movement underneath the factory with his keen hearing. In other words, in addition to the 3 foreigners from the Skull and Bones Society who were killed by him, there are probably other members of the Skull and Bones Society here. In fact, maybe this is a stronghold of the Skull and Bones Society in Jiangcheng. You have to know that his current mission is to destroy all the strongholds of the Skull and Bones Society in Jiangcheng. So now that he's here, he naturally has to eradicate all the evil and wipe out the other party completely. Bite. Congratulations to the host for killing the small leader of the Skull Society stronghold. Your combat power has increased by 50 points, and you have automatically acquired the spider gene in the opponent's body. At this moment, the pleasant voice of the system suddenly sounded in Hao Lang's mind. Boom! At the same time, a powerful force immediately appeared in his body. When he opened the system panel, he saw that his combat power had increased to 550 points. In addition, he also merged the spider genes from the foreign girl's spider spirit and possessed her abilities. No way? I'm Spider-Man now? Hao Lang was surprised, and his eyes showed eagerness to try. Then he raised his hand and tried it on the iron pillar next to him. Whoosh! As soon as he raised his hand, a white spider silk shot out from his wrist, its speed far exceeding that of the foreign spider spirit. Bang! In a flash, the spider web hit the iron pillar in the distance and wrapped tightly around it. Because it was tied too tightly, the tough spider silk even cut through the hard iron pillar and penetrated deeply into it. Hao Lang suddenly showed a look of surprise. Obviously, he not only acquired the abilities of the foreign spider spirit, but the spider silk he shot out was also much more powerful than hers. After a moment of excitement, Hao Lang's eyes fixed and he looked down at the ground beneath his feet. Since the system has confirmed that this is indeed a stronghold of the Skull and Bones Society in Jiangcheng, he will naturally have to do a thorough cleanup to completely eliminate the remnants here. Chapter 54 Rescue. After staring at the ground for a moment, Hao Lang raised his fist and smashed it down hard. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge hole was smashed in the ground. Looking down, I saw that there was a passage underneath the dark cave entrance, and the light was very dim. But Hao Lang's eyesight was far superior to that of ordinary people, so he could see everything clearly. Whoosh! Then he leaped and jumped down. Chirp! As soon as he went down, Hao Lang heard two strange screams. Looking up, I saw two giant black spiders over a foot long running quickly along the wall at the corner of the passage ahead. Mutated spider? 100 combat power? Hao Lang saw the information of the two spiders at a glance. Whoosh! At this time, the two mutated black spiders suddenly spit out two spider silks, which shot towards Hao Lang like sharp arrows. Ha, these two little guys have quite a temper, but aren't you just showing off your skills in front of an expert? Hao Lang sneered and waved his hand, shooting out two more spider silk threads at a faster speed to meet the enemy. TSK TSK. The next moment, the spider silk shot out by Hao Lang was like a hot knife through butter, easily defeating the spider silk shot by the two mutated black spiders, and then directly pierced through their bodies. Whoosh! After that, Hao Lang's figure flashed and turned into an afterimage with astonishing speed, continuing to rush forward. After passing through a winding and deep passage and killing some black mutant spiders, Hao Lang suddenly saw two men in black clothes and sunglasses appear in front of him, guarding an iron gate. Both of them were second-level soldiers. When they saw Hao Lang rushing towards them, they immediately took out pistols from their pockets. Whoosh! However, before they could fire, Hao Lang raised his hand at a faster speed and shot out two spider silks, which instantly pierced through them. Body! Whoosh! Then Hao Lang raised his hand and shot out a spider silk, which stuck to the iron door in front. Then he pulled it hard, and the heavy iron door clicked and was pulled down by him. Looking up, I saw a huge, bright laboratory behind the iron gate. A group of foreigners in white coats were sitting on an operating table, injecting something into a little girl about 14 or 15 years old. When the scanning system was turned on, it was clear at a glance that these people in white coats were all level 2 fighters. As for the little girl lying unconscious on the operating table, she was the test subject for their genetic modification experiment. These beasts didn't even let such a young child go. They deserved to die. After seeing the situation clearly, Hao Lang couldn't help but get furious. Oh, damn, how did he get in here? Kill him now. Seeing Hao Lang pull open the door, those men in white coats looked panicked and took out pistols from their coats. Whoosh! Before they raised their guns, Hao Lang raised his hand and shot out spider webs from his wrist, which accurately pierced their foreheads and sent them to see God in an instant. After killing these people, Hao Lang walked into the laboratory and took a closer look at the situation inside. It was discovered that in addition to the little girl on the operating table, there were some cylindrical glass containers nearby, filled with emerald green liquid and soaked in strange-shaped bodies. Some have human heads and fish bodies, some have human heads and snake bodies, some have wings on their backs, and some have many tentacles. In short, almost none of them look like humans. After using the scanning system, it was discovered that these people were all failed products of the genetic modification experiment. Moreover, they were still breathing and were not completely dead, but their current condition was extremely painful. These beasts actually dared to use people from my Tianlong nation to conduct genetic modification experiments. FCK them. Hao Lang frowned, his eyes blazing with anger. Bang! At this time, a girl with a human head and a fish body, like a mermaid, suddenly raised her hand and slapped the container hard. Her face showed a very painful expression and her eyes were full of pleading, as if she wanted Hao Lang to help her end this pain. Hao Lang also frowned and immediately asked the system, is there any way to help them? Master, the reason their genetic modification experiment failed is mainly because the ugly country's technological level is too backward. The genetically modified drugs they produced have many obvious flaws. Master, you only need to inject them with the gene enhancer produced by the system to help them repair their body defects and complete the genetic modification. The system replied immediately. Oh, so simple? Hao Lang was delighted and immediately started producing gene enhancers in the system. He had already seen that the upper limit of these people's combat power improvement was 200 points, so he only needed to produce some secondary gene enhancers. In a flash, the gene enhancer was produced. Whoosh whoosh! He raised his hand and shot out spider webs at the glass containers, instantly breaking them, and the genetically modified humans inside immediately fell to the ground. Ah! Woo! Without the protection of the green liquid, they were in even greater pain. They all rolled on the ground, rolled their eyes, and stared at Hao Lang, as if to say, what the hell do you want to do? Hey, don't panic, I'll help you out. Hao Lang grinned, took out a gene enhancer and injected it into these people. Boom boom boom. As soon as the injection was completed, a powerful force immediately appeared in these people's bodies, quickly repairing their bodies, eliminating their pain, and helping them to completely undergo genetic transformation. After a while, these people stood up one after another. Looking down at their bodies, these people's eyes were full of surprise. At this moment, they not only possess powerful strength, but can also transform at will. Thanks. Thank you. After confirming that they were fine, everyone immediately bowed to Hao Lang to express their gratitude. No need, it's just a piece of cake. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled, saying nonchalantly, "You are free now. It's up to you to choose where to go next." "Brother, can we follow you?" "Yes, brother, I want to follow you." Everyone looked at Hao Lang expectantly. After using Hao Lang's gene enhancer, they were 100% loyal to Hao Lang, and therefore subconsciously wanted to stay with Hao Lang. "Follow me? Fine then. From now on you can call me Brother Lang." Hao Lang nodded and said, "Put on their clothes and leave here first." "Okay, Brother Lang." Everyone responded, then changed into those white coats, took their weapons, and left the laboratory directly to the ground. Hao Lang walked to the operating table and looked at the unconscious little girl on it. This little girl has delicate features and fair skin. She is definitely a rare beauty. Like those people in the glass containers, she is also a failed product of genetic modification. Most importantly, Hao Lang discovered that the upper limit of her combat power improvement was 300 points, the same as Lin Yuan. In other words, if you want to save her, you must spend 100 million to produce a third-level gene enhancer. If it were someone else, they might hesitate to spend so much money to save an unrelated stranger. But Hao Lang did not hesitate at all. He directly produced a third-level gene enhancer and injected it into the little girl. Chapter 55 Mutant Plan. After the gene enhancer was injected, the little girl woke up quickly. "What's wrong with me? Who are you?" The little girl sat up and looked at Hao Lang with confusion. Because of the injection of the gene enhancer, even though she didn't know Hao Lang, she felt that Hao Lang was very kind, as if he was the most important person in her life. "Xiao Yu, right? My name is Hao Lang. You can call me Brother Lang. Just follow me from now on." Hao Lang touched the little girl's head and smiled slightly. He had learned through the scanning function that the little girl's name was Yi Yu and she was an orphan. The director gave her this name because she was brought to the orphanage on a rainy night. "Yeah, okay, Brother Lang." Xiao Yu had no objections and nodded obediently. Then she raised her arm and clenched her fist, feeling the powerful force suddenly appearing in her body. She asked in confusion, "Brother Lang, what's wrong with me? Why do I feel like my whole body is filled with endless powerful strength?" "This is because your genes have been greatly enhanced. I'll tell you the details later. Go up and wait for me. I'll come find you soon." Hao Lang smiled calmly. There are many rooms in this underground base, and he must check them one by one to make sure nothing is missed or anything valuable is omitted. Gene enhancement? Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, seeming to understand, then nodded very obediently, "Okay, Brother Lang." Then, she walked down from the operating table. With a flash of her figure, her petite body immediately turned into an afterimage with astonishing speed and quickly rushed outside. Then, Hao Lang's figure flashed and turned into a faster afterimage, quickly searching every corner of the underground base. As a result, he found some skull and bones members and various types of mutated monsters and killed them casually. A few minutes later, Hao Lang arrived at a secret room in the deepest part of the underground base. There is no one here, only a special computer. When Hao Lang came in, the computer screen was still on, so he started checking the contents of the computer directly. The computer was filled with information about the Jiangqing branch of the Skull and Bones Society. Most of the content was not of much value, so Hao Lang skipped it. After looking at it for about 2 minutes, he suddenly found a top-secret document in the computer. When he opened it, he found that it contained the contents of a top-secret plan of the Skull and Bones Society. Mutation plan? Using genetic modification technology to transform and control the bodies of the people of Tianlong country, expand the power of the Skull and Bone Society, disrupt Tianlong country from within, and use every opportunity to continuously create trouble for Tianlong country, thereby achieving the ultimate goal of delaying or even blocking Tianlong country's development. After reading the plan, Hao Lang frowned. This ugly country's Skull and Bone Society has really sinister intentions. In this way, even if there is no systematic task, he must completely eliminate the other party for the sake of the people of Tianlong country. Immediately afterwards, Hao Lang found a map on the computer, which marked the locations of some of the Skull and Bone Society as strongholds in Jiangcheng. Click. Who knew that just as he was watching, the computer screen suddenly went black. Then, a head wearing a white skull mask appeared on the screen. Its eyes glowed red as it stared intently at Hao Lang on the other side of the screen. It said in a very awkward Tianlong dialect, "Hao Lang, right? Just wait, we in the Skull Society will never let you go. Don't even think about escaping, because our influence is spread all over the Blue Star. No matter where you run to, you will die." Hao Lang was startled by this sudden action, but he quickly calmed down. He frowned and cursed, "Fuck you. Who the hell are you trying to scare? I wasn't raised to be scared. Come over here and bite me if you dare." "Ha, don't get complacent, we'll find you soon." The white skull sneered. Bang! After he finished speaking, the computer host suddenly exploded. Fortunately, Hao Lang reacted quickly. Almost at the same time as the computer host exploded, he quickly dodged and retreated, so he was not affected. There's even a self-destruct device? Those Skull and Bones guys are pretty cunning. What a shame I couldn't finish reading all the information in this computer. Otherwise, I might have discovered something even more valuable. Hao Lang frowned as he looked at the smoking computer host and said dejectedly, "Fortunately, I've memorized the location of the Skull and Bones Society's base in Jiangchang. If we act quickly enough, there should still be hope of catching them all in one fell swoop." Then, he took out his cell phone and called Jiang Tao, asking him to send someone to pick him up immediately. He also asked Jiang Tao to take Ah Hu and others to monitor the various strongholds of the Skull and Bones Society first. The situation. After that, Hao Lang's figure flashed and he immediately rushed up at the fastest speed. When he went up, the people he rescued in Yiyu were still waiting for him in the factory, with worried expressions on their faces, worried about his safety. Seeing him come up safely, Yiyu and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Lang, where are we going next?" Yiyu immediately walked over and asked. "Xiaoyu, do you want to follow me too?" Hao Lang smiled slightly. Although Yiyu and the others are now 100% loyal to Hao Lang will not force them to do anything, but will give them the right to choose freely. If they wanted to leave, Hao Lang would definitely not make things difficult for them. "Well, Brother Lang, I'm an orphan. I have nowhere else to go except the orphanage. If you don't mind me, I want to follow you in the future." Yiyu smiled and nodded. The reason why she wanted to follow Hao Lang was not only because she was 100% loyal to Hao Lang after using the gene enhancer, but also because she was very grateful to Hao Lang for saving her. The most important thing is that she feels that Hao Lang is not an ordinary guy, and there will definitely be a future if she follows Hao Lang. "How could I possibly dislike you? I'm so happy that you're willing to follow me." Hao Lang touched Yiyu's head and said with a smile. Not only is Yiyu the only level 3 warrior he has created besides his wife Lin Yuan, but Yiyu also possesses a very powerful special ability due to a genetic mutation, which is the ability to control water energy. This ability can not only be used to attack, but also to heal wounds. It can be said that it has endless uses. Getting Yiyu was like getting a powerful general, so Hao Lang was naturally very happy. Afterwards, Hao Lang told everyone about the Skull and Bones Society and explained his plan to lead everyone to eradicate the Skull and Bones Society. As subjects captured by the Skull and Bones Society for experiments, Yiyu and the others already hated the society very much. So when they heard that Hao Lang was going to lead them to eradicate the Skull and Bones Society, they not only had no objection, but were eager to take action immediately. Chapter 56, Going Straight to Huanglong. After waiting in the abandoned factory for a while, people sent by Jiang Tao drove over to pick up Hao Lang and the others, and also brought some clothes for Yiyu and the others. After quickly changing their clothes, Hao Lang and his companions drove away from the abandoned factory. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying a small stronghold of the Skull and Bones Society. You will be rewarded with a 100-point increase in combat power. As soon as he left, the pleasant voice of the system immediately rang in Hao Lang's mind. Another 100 points of combat power? That's awesome. Hao Lang clenched his fists, feeling the sudden surge of powerful strength in his body, and smiled with great satisfaction. After adding these 100 points of combat power, his combat power reached 650 points, which is even more powerful than a normal level 6 warrior. Originally, he was still worried about whether he could successfully destroy all the strongholds of the Skull Society in Jiangcheng with his previous combat power of 550 points. After all, according to the information he saw in that computer, the strongest leader of the Skeleton Society in Jiangcheng was a level 5 warrior, and his strength was not necessarily much worse than his. Now, with more than 600 points of combat power, he is absolutely sure that he can easily crush the opponent. After all, you have to know that every difference of 100 points in combat power means a difference in realm. The strength between the two realms is completely incomparable. Not to mention that he has 650 points of combat power. Even if he only has 600 points of combat power, it should be enough to defeat a level 5 warrior. Not long after Hao Lang and his team left, Chen Mengxian from the Special Affairs Bureau drove over with a group of Special Affairs Bureau members. Compared with the last time, Chen Mengxian's aura has obviously become much stronger this time, and she has successfully strengthened into a third-level warrior. Moreover, the team she brought this time was much stronger than the last time. Not only were there a large number of people, with dozens of them, but there were also several level 3 fighters like her. Oops. We're a step too late. The battle here is already over. I wonder how Hao Lang is doing now. Seeing the battle scars in the factory, Chen Mengxian immediately frowned and looked very worried. It turned out that the Special Affairs Bureau had received the information long before Hao Lang set out here, and immediately sent people to follow and protect him. However, the person who was secretly following him had an accident on the way and lost him, so it was because of Chen Mengxian that they were delayed until now. You have to know that Hao Lang is now the key protected person by the Special Affairs Bureau. His life or death may very well be related to the future development of Tianlong Kingdom. Therefore, nothing must happen to him, otherwise, everyone in the Jiangcheng branch of the Special Affairs Bureau would be to blame. Don't worry, the dead are members of the Skull and Bones Society. Hao Lang should be fine. Someone looked at the body on the ground and comforted it. Well, Hao Jian is quite strong, and I believe he won't get into trouble that easily. Chen Mengxian nodded, then looked at the hole on the ground that Hao Lang had smashed, and said solemnly, "Send a few people down to check it out and bring back everything of value. Everyone else, continue to follow me to find Hao Lang." "Yes, Captain." Everyone responded. Then, several members of the Special Affairs Bureau jumped down immediately. Chen Mengxian led the others to continue looking for Hao Lang. Soon, Hao Lang and his friends returned to the city. Hao Lang did not take everyone with him, but instead divided Yi Yu and the others into several small teams, assigned them tasks, and asked them to clear out some small strongholds with weak forces. He himself went straight to the Skull and Bones Society's largest stronghold in Jiangcheng. The biggest leader of the Skull and Bones Society in Jiangcheng is in that stronghold. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Now that he already knows the other party's location, he naturally has to go straight to the heart of the matter and capture the big boss first. After a while, Hao Lang arrived at a nightclub called Underground World. This underground nightclub is located in the most prosperous area of Jiangcheng. No one would have thought that the Skull and Bones Society would dare to set up their headquarters in Jiangcheng here. If Hao Lang had not read the top secret information of the Skull and Bones Society, it would have been difficult for him to find this place. When he arrived, Zhang Tao had already been waiting outside as he had instructed. "How's it going? Is there any movement here?" After the two met, Hao Lang asked in a deep voice. "No." Zhang Tao said very affirmatively. Although Hao Lang did not tell him the specific situation here, he also knew that this matter must be very serious. Therefore, after arriving here, he immediately led people to surround the nightclub and closely monitor everything here. If there is anything abnormal here, it will definitely not escape their surveillance. Very good. You continue to guard here. If any strange people run out later, do your best to stop them. If necessary, kill them on the spot. Hao Lang ordered. Kill him on the spot? Okay. Brother Lang, I'll listen to you. Zhang Tao was startled, but out of his 100% trust in Hao Lang, he still nodded. Afterwards, Hao Lang walked straight into the nightclub. When I went in, I saw that this place was no different from a normal nightclub, except that it was bigger and more luxurious. There was also a group of young people who were like crazy, dancing and shaking their heads. Hao Lang ignored these nonsense and soon found an unusual secret door in a hidden corner. This secret door is made of pure metal, just like the door of a bank vault, and has a combination lock that looks very advanced. According to the information, this is the passage leading to the underground headquarters of the Skull and Bones Society. So Hao Lang walked up immediately without saying a word. Stop. This is a private room. People from the Tianlong nation are not allowed to enter. At this moment, a rough voice, speaking authentic ugly Chinese, suddenly came into Hao Lang's ears from behind. Hao Lang frowned and immediately turned around to look. It was just an ugly red-necked Chinese security guard who was nearly 2 meters tall and weighed nearly 400 kilograms. He walked over arrogantly. What the hell did you just say? Say it again in Tianlong language. Hao Lang looked at the ugly red-necked man and said coldly. In the territory of Tianlong country, he spoke to him in the ugly country language and refused to let people from Tianlong country in. This idiot is simply looking for death. Although Hao Lang could understand and speak Chinese fluently, he would never communicate with others in Chinese. I say, get out of here, you monkey from Tianlong country. The red-necked ugly Chinese man was still very arrogant and scolded Hao Lang in the ugly Chinese language, and then he stretched out his hand to grab Hao Lang. Laugh. However, before he could touch Hao Lang raised his hand at an even faster speed and shot out a thin spider silk that directly pierced through his eyebrows. The next moment, the ugly red-necked man fell backwards with an expression of horror and disbelief on his face. Chapter 57. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Before the ugly man fell to the ground, Hao Lang suddenly supported his body. Immediately afterwards, while this guy had not completely closed his eyes, Hao Lang quickly pressed his head and aimed his eyes at the electronic lock on the secret door. Ding! Pupil information confirmed, please enter fingerprint information. The camera on the electronic lock scanned the eyes of the red-necked ugly man, and then a line of information appeared on the small screen above. Hao Lang immediately picked up the other person's finger and pressed it. Ding! A prompt sounded from the secret door, and then it opened immediately. Hao Lang threw the body of the ugly red-necked man aside as if he was throwing away garbage, and then walked into the secret door. There was a quiet corridor ahead, with no one around. Click. As soon as I entered, the secret door behind me suddenly closed. Hao Lang didn't care and continued walking forward. Soon he came to the corner at the end of the corridor. As soon as he turned the corner, he saw a group of people on the opposite side pointing their guns at him. It was obvious that these people already knew he was coming and had been prepared for a long time. Did they? Almost at the moment Hao Lang turned around, those people immediately pulled the trigger and fired a barrage of spinning bullets at Hao Lang, which were so dense that they almost filled the entire corridor. However, Hao Lang was not panicked at all. He jumped and easily jumped onto the roof of the corridor. Using the spider's genes, he easily attached himself to the smooth roof and successfully avoided all the bullets. Seeing this scene, the people on the opposite side showed obvious surprise in their eyes, and then they raised their guns and continued to shoot at Hao Lang. However, Hao Lang would not give them any more chances. He raised his wrist and shot out a spider silk with astonishing speed. Before the other party could aim at him again, he caught all those people in one net and tied them up. These people were all second-level fighters. Although they tried to struggle desperately, they were completely unable to break free. If Hao Lang wanted to, he could have tightened the spider web and killed these people, but he didn't do that. Instead, he just tied up these people's bodies so that they couldn't move. Whoosh! With a flash of his figure, Hao Lang turned into a blurry afterimage and came to those people like a ghost. Damn celestial dragons, let us go! We are the noble ugly people. You celestial dragons can't touch us. The trapped ugly Chinese glared at Hao Lang and shouted angrily. Sand dollar. Hao Lang sneered and raised his wrist, shooting out several strands of spider silk that pierced through their eyebrows like sharp arrows, killing them directly. Let us go. We are also celestial dragons. We are one family, and celestial dragons don't fight celestial dragons. The remaining people in the spider web were all Tianlong people. When they saw those ugly people being killed, they immediately said with horror. One of us? Ha, you are not one yet. Hao Lang looked at the Tianlong people, smiled playfully, and suddenly squatted down, grabbed the head of one of the Tianlong people, and looked at the back of his head. I saw that there was also a black skull logo on the back of this person's neck. Moreover, unlike those ugly Chinese people, there is a raised bump on the black skull logo on the back of his neck. Hao Lang's eyes suddenly fixed. According to the scan results, these Tianlong people were all transformed and controlled by the Skull and Bone Society. The way the Skull Society controls them is to implant a high-tech biochip into their brainstems. The bulge on the black skull behind this person's head is the biochip implanted by the Skull Society. As long as this chip is taken out, this Tianlong man can be freed from the control of the Skull and Bone Society. Hao Lang, who is also a Tianlong, naturally would not kill these Tianlong people controlled by the Skull Society with a stick like he did to those ugly people. On the contrary, he not only wants to save the other party, but also wants to make these gifted people work for him and defeat the other party's Skull and Bone Society. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, Hao Lang raised his wrist and shot out a thin spider silk, which instantly pierced into the black skull in the opponent's mind. Hiss. What do you want to do? The Tianlong man controlled by Hao Lang gasped in pain and said with a look of horror. The other Tianlong people also looked at Hao Lang's actions in surprise and doubt. Under the control of the biochip, they almost lost their independent consciousness and only acted according to the orders of the Skull and Bones Society. They had no idea about the biochip at all. Don't be afraid. I'm helping you regain your freedom. Hao Lang smiled indifferently, and then he gently pulled the spider silk, pulling out a bloody object like a mini octopus from the back of the other person's head. This mini octopus looks like it's alive, with its tentacles dancing wildly, as if trying desperately to break free from the spider silk. However, Hao Lang's spider silk was very sticky, and no matter how hard the mini octopus struggled, it was completely unable to break free. This thing looks quite advanced. Even with Ugly Country's current technology, I'm afraid it's not possible. It seems that the Star Alliance is not honest either. They must be secretly providing Ugly Country with technology that exceeds what Blue Star currently has. Hao Lang looked at the mini octopus trapped in the spider silk and frowned in anger. He controlled the spider silk and strangled the mini octopus into pieces. The moment the biochip left his body, the Tianlong man groaned and shuddered. His dull eyes immediately regained their brilliance. He looked around and said in confusion, What's wrong with me? Where is this place? Who are you? Almost all of his previous memories had been taken over by the mini octopus, so he had no idea what was happening to him. Don't get excited. My name is Hao Lang. This is the Skull and Bones Society's base. You've been kidnapped by them, and I'm here to rescue you. We'll tell you the details later. Hao Lang smiled calmly and explained, then took out a second-level gene enhancer and injected it directly into the Tianlong man. According to the system's scan, although these controlled Tianlong people have undergone genetic modification by the Skull and Bones Society, their bodies still have some defects and they have not been able to realize their maximum potential. Injecting them with gene enhancers can not only help them improve themselves, but also take advantage of the side effects of the gene enhancers to make them 100% loyal to themselves. Skull and Bones? Those Tianlong people were stunned and had no idea what was going on. I've become stronger again? Thank you, Brother Lang. The Tianlong man who was injected with the gene enhancer by Hao Lang felt the sudden surge of powerful strength in his body, and his eyes showed excitement. He had no doubts about what Hao Lang said. Afterwards, Hao Lang used the same method to remove the biochips of other Tianlong people and used secondary gene enhancers to help them strengthen their strength. Brother Lang, let's go with you to deal with the Skull and Bones Society. Yes, Brother Lang, let's do our part. Although the people who regained their freedom have not fully understood the situation, they also know that the Skeleton Society of the Ugly Country will be their enemy, so they want to follow Hao Lang to deal with these enemies who once controlled them. No need. I can do it alone. You're too weak, and following me would be a burden. You go out first and guard outside to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled, then gave the order directly. Okay, Brother Lang. These people were very obedient. They nodded in response and then turned and left. Hao Lang's figure flashed and turned into a blurry afterimage again, continuing to go deeper into the secret base. Chapter 58 Biochemical Warrior. As he went deeper, Hao Lang killed some members of the Skull and Bones Society of the Ugly Country, and rescued some people from the Tianlong country who were controlled by the Skull and Bones Society. He arranged for some of these people to be stationed outside and guard around the nightclub. He sent another part to help Yu and others clear out other small strongholds of the Skull and Bones Society. A few minutes later, Hao Lang arrived at the deepest part of the base. This is a place similar to a command center. There were many screens inside, showing surveillance footage from various places in Zhangcheng. Some ugly Chinese were sitting in front of those screens, as if directing something. Hao Lang took a quick look and found that these people were basically some level 2 or 3 noobs, with only 2 level 4 fighters and 1 level 5 fighter, who were barely acceptable. When Hao Lang came in, those people were still busy, as if they had not expected that Hao Lang would come so quickly. Celestial dragons? Kill him. After seeing Hao Lang, those people were shocked and angry. They took out their weapons and prepared to shoot Hao Lang directly. Whoosh whoosh. However, before they could make a move, Hao Lang raised his right hand at an even faster speed, and shot out thin spider silk from his wrist, like sharp arrows, quickly shooting towards those people. The people here are all ugly people, so Hao Lang had no worries at all when he took action this time. All the spider silks pierced through the eyebrows of those ugly people accurately and sent them directly to see God. In just a moment, the scene suddenly became quiet, leaving only a pile of ugly Chinese people's corpses, lying in a pool of blood with unwilling looks on their faces. However, the level 5 warrior with extremely pale skin, although also pierced through the center of his eyebrows by Hao Lang in an instant, did not fall down, and did not even bleed. Only some green liquid flowed from the center of his eyebrows pierced by the spider silk. Ha! He's not afraid of a headshot? Doesn't this guy have a brain in his head? Hao Lang looked at the level 5 warrior who did not fall down with some surprise. Through the system scan, Hao Lang already knew that this unyielding level 5 warrior was the leader of the Jiangqing Skull Society. But he is not a normal human being, but a half-mechanical, half-biological cyborg transformed using biochemical technology. Tianlong people, I never thought that your strength has exceeded level 5 and reached level 6. The level 5 bio-human stared at Hao Lang with lingering fear, then smiled coldly. It's a pity that you've missed the best chance to kill me. Go and be buried with our ugly country warriors. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the level 5 bio-human suddenly raised his hand and shot a violent purple lightning at Hao Lang, which hit Hao Lang's chest like a ferocious thunder dragon. Hao Lang was suddenly startled. He didn't expect that this biochemical warrior could actually control lightning attacks. Because the lightning was so fast, he had no time to dodge. Seeing Hao Lang being hit, the level 5 biochemical warrior immediately sneered with a smug look on his face. It seemed as if in his opinion, Hao Lang was definitely dead. But who would have thought that after the thunder and lightning dissipated, Hao Lang actually stood there motionless? Although the lightning had torn a huge hole in his clothes on his chest, the exposed strong chest muscles were intact and he was not injured at all. Hao Lang looked down at his chest, his face showing a bit of surprise. The lightning just now looked very powerful. He thought that even if he didn't die, he would probably lose a layer of skin if he was hit. However, he didn't expect that the power of the lightning was just like a tickle to him, and it couldn't break his skin defense at all. How is this possible? No. This is absolutely impossible. Unless you are a level 7 warrior, there is absolutely no way you can be safe and sound. The level 5 biochemical warrior stared at Hao Lang's strong chest muscles, as if he had seen a ghost, and exclaimed in disbelief. He was already very surprised that Hao Lang had the strength of a level 6 warrior. After all, you have to know that the most powerful person in Jiangcheng is the director of the Jiangcheng branch of the Special Affairs Bureau, who has the strength of a 6th level warrior. As for the strong ones above level 7, they should not appear in a small place like Jiangcheng. Level 7 warrior? That's about right. Hao Lang pondered for a moment. He now has a combat power of 650 points, which is actually not much different from the level 7 warriors in the outside world. From this perspective, it is reasonable to be able to withstand the opponent's attack without any harm. What? You're really a level 7 warrior? How is this possible? The level 5 biochemical warrior looked shocked. Whether it is or not, you don't need to know. Hao Lang sneered, and suddenly raised his hand and shot a spider silk at the level 5 biochemical warrior. This time, the spider silk did not penetrate the opponent's body. Instead, when it approached the opponent, it suddenly turned into a large net, directly entangling the body of the level 5 biochemical warrior and tying him up like a dumpling. The other end of the spider silk was still on Hao Lang's wrist. Oomph, go ahead and kill me. Everything that happened here has been transmitted back to our great ugly country through surveillance. Now we know your true strength. Even if you are a level 7 warrior, you will definitely die next time. The level 5 biochemical warrior tried to struggle a few times, but when he found that he could not break free at all, he simply gave up and stared at Hao Lang, threatening him viciously. Really? I might die, but you definitely won't be able to see it. Hao Lang sneered and suddenly clenched his right fist, tightening the spider web. Then, the thin spider silk like steel wires cut the body of the level 5 biochemical warrior into pieces of meat. However, no blood flowed out of the body of this level 5 biochemical warrior. Instead, biochemical liquids of various colors flowed all over the ground, emitting a pungent smell. I don't know where this guy's brain is. What? It's actually here. Driven by curiosity, Hao Lang turned over the body of the level 5 biochemical warrior, and found something similar to a brain on the other's butt. Hao Lang had to admit that the other party's transformation was really successful. He really didn't expect that the other party would actually transplant his brain to his butt. It seems that next time he encounters this kind of biochemical warrior, he should not rush to shoot him in the head, but should give him 1,000 years of death first. Bite. Congratulations to the host for killing the leader of the Skull and Bones Society's Jiangcheng branch. As a reward, your combat power will be increased by 100 points, and you will also gain access to the electric eel gene fused into the opponent's body. At this moment, the pleasant voice of the system suddenly sounded in Hao Lang's mind. Chapter 59 Open the Mall. When Hao Lang heard the system's voice, he was immediately surprised. Clenching his fists and feeling the powerful force surging in his body, Hao Lang couldn't help but laugh. After adding these 100 points of combat power, his combat power increased to 750 points. Now even if a level 7 warrior comes, he is no match for him. According to what the biochemical warrior said just now, he can now be called the strongest man in Zhongcheng. However, what made him more excited than the improvement in combat power was that he had obtained the electric eel gene from the biochemical warrior. After acquiring this gene, he immediately sensed that a very powerful force of thunder and lightning had appeared in his body. In order to experience the power of this lightning, Hao Lang raised his hand and aimed at the corpses of those ugly people. Rumble! Immediately afterwards, with a thought, purple arcs of electricity shot out from his hands, accurately hitting the bodies of all the ugly people and directly burning them into charcoal. The power was far greater than the previous lightning attack of the biochemical warrior. Not bad, not bad. Smelling the wafting aroma of barbecue, Hao Lang smiled with satisfaction. Then, his figure flashed and turned into a blurred afterimage at an astonishing speed, and he came directly in front of the screens like a ghost. Looking up and glancing at the images on those screens, Hao Lang quickly found Yi Yu on one of them. At this time, Yi Yu was clearing out a small stronghold of the Skull and Bones Society with 2 Tianlong people rescued by Hao Lang. This is a place disguised as a photo studio, run by 3 ugly Chinese people. When they saw Yi Yu and the other 2 coming in, the 3 ugly Chinese men immediately felt something was wrong, and without hesitation they pulled out their guns and pointed them directly at Yi Yu and the others. Whoosh! However, before they could pull the trigger, Yi Yu waved his hand and the water in the fish tank next to him suddenly flew out, like a water dragon, shaking its head and tail and rushing towards the 3 ugly Chinese people. Bang bang bang! The next moment, before the 3 ugly Chinese people could react, their heads were blown up by the water dragon controlled by Yi Yu, and they were killed on the spot. Then the 3 of them searched the scene and after confirming that nothing was missed, they immediately rushed to the other Skull Society strongholds that Hao Lang mentioned to support others. Controlling a water dragon? What a cool ability! Seeing Yi Yu's battle scene, Hao Lang couldn't help but envy her. He then couldn't help but ask the system, "Brother system, can I have this ability?" Can. The system immediately replied, "Once the system mall is open, the owner can purchase a superpower extractor and extract her superpowers." System mall? Power extractor? Hao Lang was stunned for a moment, then frowned and asked, "When will the system mall be opened?" "It will be unlocked after the master's combat power reaches 900 points. The system replied. 900 points? Still 150 points short. Hao Lang pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. He frowned and asked worriedly, "If I extract Yi Yu's ability, will she no longer have this ability?" "It depends on what the master chooses." The system said, "If the master is willing, he can use the power extractor to directly deprive her of her power. In this way, she will lose her own power. But if the master only wants to obtain her power and does not want to deprive her of it, it will not have any effect on her. You can still play like this." Great. Hao Lang pondered for a moment, and a strong look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. He couldn't wait to open the system mall immediately. Swish! At this moment, the screens in front of him went black at the same time. Then, there was a flash of light, and the screens lit up again. However, at this moment, there were no surveillance images on those screens, and they all turned into black skulls. Fuck, it's happening again? Hao Lang frowned immediately. He had just seen a similar scene not long ago. "Tianlong people, we have seen the battle scene you just had," the skeleton said in a sinister voice. "So what if you saw it? I still say, come and bite me if you dare." Hao Lang sneered. Don't be so complacent. This time, we underestimated your strength. I didn't expect your true combat power to have surpassed level 6 and reached the level of a level 7 warrior." The skull sneered, "Also, I never thought you could acquire other people's superpowers. So that must be your special ability, right? I have to admit, your superpower is indeed quite tricky. But it doesn't matter. Now that we've figured out your true combat capabilities, you won't be so lucky next time. Enjoy the little time you have left. Soon, we'll send you to see God." Bang bang bang. As soon as he finished speaking, all the display screens and equipment in the room exploded at the same time. Fortunately, Hao Lang reacted quickly and hid far away in time, so he was not affected. They thought I was a level 7 warrior? Very good, I will definitely surprise you again next time. Hao Lang smiled playfully. Whoosh! Then, his figure flashed, and he turned into a blurry afterimage with astonishing speed again, and rushed out quickly. The mission here has been completed, and there is no point in staying here any longer. As for the bodies at the scene, I believe the people from the Special Affairs Bureau will come to help him clean them up. After leaving the underground nightclub, Hao Lang took Jiang Tao and the others to other Skull Society strongholds in Jiangcheng to support others. It was just as Hao Lang expected. They had just left not long ago. Chen Mengxian took the people from the Special Affairs Bureau to find the underground nightclub and discovered the secret base of the Skull and Bones Society. After seeing the traces of battle at the scene, Chen Mengxian couldn't help but frown again and said depressedly, "Damn it, we're late again this time. Isn't that Hao Lang too strong? Isn't he only a level 3 warrior? How could he eliminate all the Skull and Bones Society members here in such a short time? Captain, what should we do next?" One of the team members suddenly asked. "What else can we do? Leave a few people behind to handle the scene. We must not let ordinary people find out what's going on here. Everyone else, follow me and continue chasing Hao Lang," Chen Mengxian ordered. Clear. The team members nodded in response. Then they began to act separately. With the support of Hao Lang and others, Yi Yu and others quickly cleared out all the strongholds of the Skull and Bones Society in Jiangcheng. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is a 150-point increase in combat power. Bite. Congratulations to the host for increasing his combat power to 900 points and successfully opening the system mall. As soon as the task was completed, the pleasant voice of the system immediately rang in Hao Lang's mind. Chapter 60 Black Technology. As the system voice sounded, Hao Lang immediately felt a powerful force in his body. That's only 900 combat power points? So strong. Clenching his fists and feeling the powerful force surging in his body, Hao Lang smiled excitedly. What made him more excited than the improvement in combat power was the opening of the system mall. Leaving aside other aspects, the energy extractor alone can bring him huge benefits. In addition, there might be unexpected surprises in the system mall that he couldn't imagine. With strong curiosity, Hao Lang immediately opened the system mall. Just as he expected, in addition to the power extractor, there are many good things in the system mall. For example, first-level automobile engine design drawings. The selling price is 10 billion. With this blueprint, we can manufacture a car engine with a thermal efficiency of 55%. You should know that the most thermally efficient car engine currently on the market has a thermal efficiency of only 50% at most. Moreover, this is only the theoretical thermal efficiency. In fact, the best engine currently available cannot reach a thermal efficiency of 50%. That is to say, with a car engine with a thermal efficiency of up to 55%, you can almost dominate the automotive industry. In addition to automobile engines, the system mall also has first-level design drawings of various high-tech equipment such as gas turbines, aircraft engines, aerospace engines, etc. Moreover, the engines designed based on these blueprints are more than 10% more advanced than the most advanced engines of the same type currently on the market. Not only that, these design drawings are accompanied by some design drawings of supporting equipment. For example, the first-level car engine design drawing also includes the first-level gearbox design drawing and the first-level car chassis and other accessories. It is no exaggeration to say that with these design drawings, Hao Lang is fully capable of single-handedly raising the technological development of Tianlong country by several decades. In addition to these blueprints, there are also some ready-made high-tech equipment in the mall. For example, a fully automatic 3D printer. Just put in some basic raw materials and you can directly produce the finished product you need. In other words, just one 3D printer like this can directly produce an entire car. However, if you want to produce something, you must first have the design drawings of the corresponding item. In other words, if Hao Lang only wanted the car engine design drawings, he would not be able to directly produce a whole car. Of course, even so, such high-tech equipment is enough to surpass the existing technology of Blue Star. In addition to the technologies that Blue Star currently has access to, there are also many black technologies in the system mall that Blue Star has not yet mastered. For example, the design drawings of nuclear fusion reactors, plasma engines, dark matter engines, warp engines, and other cosmic level black technologies. It's a pity that since Hao Lang's current strength is too weak, these black technologies have not been unlocked yet and cannot be purchased for the time being. But even so, Hao Lang was already very satisfied. Because just the things he can buy now are enough to make him look down on Blue Star. After looking at the system mall, Hao Lang prepared to take Yi Yu and the others back. At this time, Chen Mengxian from the Special Affairs Bureau suddenly rushed over with a group of team members. Like before, Chen Mengxian is still wearing a tight camouflage uniform today, highlighting her proud devil figure. Ha! You've become so powerful? When Chen Mengxian saw Hao Lang's first move, surprise immediately appeared in her beautiful eyes. Genetically enhanced warriors like them are very sensitive to the strength of others. Although Hao Lang did not take action, she could still feel an unfathomable and powerful aura from Hao Lang. This clearly shows that Hao Lang's current strength is far stronger than hers. Of course, before she came, she knew that the person who could deal with Hao Lang from the Jiangqing branch of the Skull and Bones Society must be much stronger than her. But after seeing Hao Lang with her own eyes, she discovered that Hao Lang's strength might be even stronger than she expected. Nothing, just a slight increase in combat power. Hao Lang smiled calmly and said nonchalantly, "You're not bad either. You became a level 3 warrior so quickly." He could even tell Chen Mengxuan's exact fighting ability at a glance. Chen Mengxuan's talent is indeed good. After becoming a level 3 warrior, her combat power has reached 313 points, which is stronger than most level 3 warriors. I'm a level 3 warrior, but for you right now, I'm afraid it's not worth mentioning at all, right? Chen Mengxian shook her head and smiled, then said gloomily, "What about you? What level of warrior are you now?" As for me, I don't know. But I'm definitely better than you. Hao Lang smiled playfully. He was not familiar with Chen Mengxian, so there was naturally no need to tell her everything. TSK. I know you're better than me without you telling me. Chen Mengxian rolled her eyes and then said with envy, "The reason your strength has improved so quickly is because of those aliens behind you?" Of course. Hao Lang smiled indifferently. Is it their intention to deal with the Skull and Bones Society? Chen Mengxian asked curiously. I guess so. Hao Lang nodded. This is indeed the task assigned to him by the system. Why didn't you inform us in advance about such an important matter? Chen Mengxian frowned and said, "If something unexpected happens, not only will your life be in danger, but it may also affect ordinary people in Jiangcheng. Have you considered these consequences? Notify you? There's no need." Hao Lang smiled confidently and said nonchalantly, "No surprises. Didn't you see it too? All the Skull Society's strongholds and members in Jiangcheng have been wiped out by us. All the dead were ugly countrymen. Not a single hair on my side was lost." Chen Mengxian was speechless for a while. Although it was against the rules, she had to admit that what Hao Lang said made sense. Stop talking nonsense. I have something to tell you. Hao Lang's expression suddenly changed and he said solemnly, "What's up?" Chen Mengxuan's eyes suddenly fixed. During the process of wiping out the Skull and Bones Society, I discovered that the methods they used were beyond the current standards of Blue Planet. I'm afraid this has violated the agreement of the Interstellar Alliance. Are you not involved in this matter? Hao Lang said in a deep voice. What? There's such a thing? This is no small matter. Are you sure? Do you have any evidence? Chen Mengxian was suddenly startled. Of course we're sure. The evidence is in that underground nightclub. You can go look for it. There's a biochip there that can control people. This is obviously beyond the current level of technology on Blue Star. If the Skeleton Society used this kind of thing among themselves, it might not be a big deal, but they're using it to control the people of our Tianlong nation. Isn't this a violation of the rules? Hao Lang said solemnly. Chapter 61. Something big happened. A biochip that can control humans? And it's used to control us celestial dragons? Chen Mengxian frowned immediately. If that's the case, I will definitely report it to the leader. How to deal with it is your business. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Hao Lang said calmly. Wait a moment. Chen Mengxian suddenly called out to Hao Lang. What else? Hao Lang turned around and asked. Who are they? Chen Mengxian looked at Yi Yu and the others and asked in a serious voice. They are my employees. Hao Lang thought for a moment and smiled calmly. Employees? Who are you kidding? They are all genetic warriors. What do you need so many genetic warriors for? Chen Mengxian frowned. She could clearly sense that Yi Yu and the others had a powerful aura far beyond that of normal people. At the same time, the team members she brought with her were all looking at Yi Yu and the others with vigilance, as if they were facing a great enemy. The strength of Yi Yu and others is not much worse than theirs. It would be dangerous if these people had bad intentions, so they had to be careful. Is there any problem with me finding some genetic warriors as employees? Hao Lang said indifferently. Of course there's a problem. Chen Mengxian said with certainty, according to regulations, all people with supernatural abilities in Tianlong must register with the Special Affairs Bureau. Not asking you to register was already an exception. These people must go to the Special Affairs Bureau and register their personal information before they can move freely. I still need to register? That's so troublesome? Is it okay not to register? Hao Lang frowned. Of course not. That's the rule. Chen Mengxian said without hesitation. Can't you just give me some face? Hao Lang stared at Chen Mengxian. His combat power of 900 made him emit a terrifying sense of oppression, like a mountain pressing down on Chen Mengxian. No! Chen Mengxian was so frightened that her body trembled. She felt like she was facing a prehistoric beast and took a few steps back involuntarily. But in the end, she gritted her teeth, mustered up her courage, and spoke in a firm tone. As for the other team members brought by Chen Mengxian, they were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. They could only clench their fists and stare at Hao Lang, as if they were ready to fight to the death at any time. Seeing this, Yi Yu and others also stared at Chen Mengxian and others. They are 100% loyal to Hao Lang. No matter who wants to attack Hao Lang, they will not sit idly by. Okay. Then let them go register with you. However, Hao Lang smiled slightly and nodded very calmly. In fact, he really admires people who follow the rules. Chen Mengxian's persistence not only did not make him angry, but made him respect her very much. He also didn't want to be a person who didn't follow the rules, so naturally he couldn't let Chen Mengxian make things difficult for him. Thank you for your cooperation. Chen Mengxian breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. The tense nerves of the team members relaxed immediately, but at this moment they felt as if they were exhausted, and their bodies were soaked with sweat. You're welcome. As a citizen of Tianlong country, this is what I should do. Hao Lang smiled calmly and said nonchalantly, after registration, please send them to my company. Can. Chen Mengxian nodded. Yeyu, take everyone and follow this sister. Remember, her words are my words. Listen to her carefully, cooperate with her work to the fullest, and don't cause trouble. Hao Lang looked at Yi Yu and the others and gave instructions. Okay, Brother Lang. Yi Yu and others responded in unison. Afterwards, Chen Mengxian took Yi Yu and the others to the Special Affairs Bureau to register. Hao Lang drove home by himself. A few minutes later, Hao Lang returned to the Galaxy Bay Villa. Unexpectedly, when he got home, his wife Lin Yan, his younger brother Hao Jian, and both sides' parents were gathered together, all with serious expressions on their faces, as if something big had happened. What's wrong with you? Hao Lang walked towards the crowd and asked curiously. Everyone immediately looked up. Brother! You're finally back. Something big happened. Hao Jian came forward with his cell phone in hand, looking anxious. Don't panic. Don't worry, the sky won't fall. Hao Lang cursed with a smile. What happened? Brother, Tianhua Group and Longxing Group simultaneously released their latest chips this morning, and the internet is going crazy. Hao Jian said hurriedly. This is a good thing, why are you so serious? Hao Lang frowned slightly, puzzled. He expected Tianhua Group and Longxing Group to release new chips. After all, he produced the latest products of these two companies. That's right. These two chips they released are truly milestone products for our Tianlong nation's technology industry. Not only did they solve the bottleneck problem that China was holding us back from, they even surpassed China's latest similar products. So, as soon as it was announced, the people of our Tianlong nation were overjoyed. They were all saying that we could finally hold our heads high and no longer be controlled by others. We even thought that in the future, maybe it would be our turn to strangle the ugly nation. Not only our Tianlong nation, but even the entire Blue Star is boiling over this matter. Many countries immediately expressed congratulations to our Tianlong nation, showing goodwill and hoping to use our Tianlong nation's chips as soon as possible. In fact, many people believe that this incident means that our Tianlong nation is about to surpass the ugly nation in all aspects. As a result, within a very short period of time, a large amount of foreign capital abandoned the ugly country and madly poured into our Tianlong country, rushing to invest in many related industries. In short, at the beginning, the situation was very good, and almost everyone was very optimistic about the future of our Tianlong kingdom. But then, Hao Jian explained quickly. He looked excited and proud when he said it before, but his expression became serious as he spoke. What happened next? Hao Lang asked. Immediately afterwards, the ugly nation issued an emergency order, announcing that it would intensify its pressure on our Tianlong nation. Hao Jian said solemnly, this time, it's not just the chip industry, but almost all high-tech industries, including high-end materials, high-end machine tools, automotive-related industries, aerospace-related industries, and so on. In short, any high-end industry that Tianlong country doesn't currently possess, or that doesn't have advanced technology yet, has been subjected to comprehensive suppression. Even if it's just a screw, as long as it involves ugly country's technology, we can't use it. Furthermore, the ugly country has explicitly banned other countries from purchasing our high-end products. As a result, many countries that were originally trying to show goodwill to us and were planning to buy our chips immediately changed their attitudes. And the foreign capital that had previously been frantically pouring into our Tianlong country also immediately withdrew and flowed back to the ugly country. As a result, many high-tech industries in our Tianlong country immediately became extremely difficult to operate. Chapter 62 Being Scolded by Netizens. After hearing what his brother Hao Jian said, Hao Lang couldn't help but frown. He thought that with the chip, he would be able to break the blockade of the ugly country and no longer be afraid of being strangled. But now it seems that he was a little naive. In order to suppress their Tianlong country, the Zhou country has resorted to every possible means. Just one or two technological breakthroughs may not be enough to completely break the blockade of the ugly country. Only by surpassing others in all aspects can we completely defeat the ugly country. If it were in the past, facing such a huge problem, Hao Lang would be helpless. But now, after opening the system mall, he has fully mastered Blue Star's top technology. So now this problem is no longer a concern for him. Brother, the main problem right now is that netizens' opinions of you are polarized. Hao Jian continued. Oh? How polarized? Hao Lang smiled slightly and asked curiously. Some netizens believe that you helped Tianhua Group and Longxin Group produce chips, which promoted the technological development of our Tianlong nation and allowed us to break the blockade of the ugly nation. You have made great contributions and can be called the savior of our Tianlong nation. When he said this, Hao Jian's face was full of pride, but then he frowned. But there are still some netizens who think that it is you who angered the ugly country, which is why our Tianlong country has been completely suppressed. These netizens hate you very much. Not only are they madly insulting you online, they even want to send you razor blades. Hao Lang was speechless for a moment, then smiled calmly and said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter, let them scold me. After all, who would our Tianlong country netizens spare? They dare to scold heroes who have brought glory to our country, let alone an insignificant little loser like me. But, someone is threatening to come to Jiangqing to find you. Hao Jian said with a worried look on his face. Come to Jiangqing to be real? Brother, people like us are still afraid of being real offline? Of course you are welcome at any time. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and said nonchalantly. Hao Jian was stunned for a moment, then thought about it carefully. Yes, they are all genetically enhanced superhumans. Are they afraid that some ordinary people will come to check on them offline? But husband, things have developed to this point and have already affected our chip manufacturing business. Many companies that have already signed contracts with us are now canceling their orders. Shouldn't we think of a countermeasure? Lin Yan frowned slightly and said with a worried look on her face. During the period after her marriage, she had a certain understanding of the situation of Hao Lang's company, and she was naturally very concerned about her own business. Yes, brother, not only your company, but also your sister-in-law's company and assets in the ugly country were seized from the very beginning. Hao Jian added. Seize it? Whatever, let them investigate. It's not much money anyway. Perfect, you don't have to run back and forth anymore, just take over our company's business. Hao Lang took Lin Yan's hand, smiled indifferently, and said indifferently. He is no longer very interested in running the company and can completely hand over the entire company to his wife Lin Yuan. I believe that with his wife's ability, she can easily complete this task, and may even run it better than he does. There's no problem taking over your company, but given the current external environment, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for anyone to run it. Lin Yan smiled helplessly. Don't worry, ugly country is already a grasshopper after autumn, it won't be able to jump for many more days. Hao Lang smiled calmly and said nonchalantly, don't worry about external matters. All problems will be solved soon. Seeing how confident he was, everyone was stunned for a moment and looked at each other in surprise. You know, the current situation is very serious. Almost the entire country is worried. How can this guy be so confident? However, when they thought of Hao Lang's recent performance, they felt relieved. After all, whether it is a photolithography machine or a gene enhancer, they are high-tech that outsiders dare not imagine. Since Hao Lang has a way to get these things, who dares to say that he cannot solve the problems that Tianlong Kingdom is facing now? Brother, can you tell us what's going on? Could it be that you found a ring with an old man living inside it? Hao Jian looked at Hao Lang suspiciously and asked curiously. At the same time, Lin Yan and their parents were looking at Hao Lang with great curiosity. They also wanted to know why Hao Lang, who was originally mediocre, suddenly became so powerful. The old man who picked up your sister. Hao Lang laughed and scolded, the secret cannot be revealed. I can't tell you the specific reason yet. You will know it when the time comes. TSK. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. You're still talking about Tianji, you charlatan. Hao Jian curled his lips. At the same time, Lin Yan and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes at Hao Lang. However, they also knew that since Hao Lang didn't want to say more, he must have something to hide. Therefore, although they were a little disappointed, they did not ask any further questions. At the same time, Jiangcheng Special Affairs Bureau Base. After Chen Mengxian took Yi Yu and others to register, she went to meet the leaders of the bureau. Who knew that when she found Director Wei, she actually saw a woman who looked very similar to her, but whose aura was far more powerful than hers. This woman also looked to be in her 20s. She was wearing a brown sports suit and had short hair. She had a very slender and fit figure. Her facial features were almost the same as Chen Mengshuan's, but she looked a little cold and not as lively as Chen Mengxian. In addition, she has a unique aura of solemnity, as if she has been on the battlefield for a long time and has experienced many cruel battles. Her bright eyes are alert and capable far beyond ordinary people. Sister! Why are you here? The moment she saw the woman, Chen Mengxian immediately ran over with a look of surprise on her face. This woman was none other than her twin sister Chen Lan. But Chen Lan's talent is much better than hers, and his strength is far beyond her reach. As far as she knew, her sister Chen Lan had already become a level 6 fighter a few years ago. The current strength must be even stronger. The higher-ups sent me to your Jiangcheng to carry out a mission. Seeing his sister Chen Mengxian, Chen Lan's usually serious and beautiful face finally revealed a doting smile, and he stretched out his fair jade hand and touched Chen Mengshuan's fair cheek. On a mission? What mission? Chen Mengxian asked curiously. Her mission is to protect Hao Lang. Director Wei, who was wearing a Zhongshan suit and had a dignified look, said in a deep voice. Chapter 63 Deliberate Indulgence. Protect Hao Lang? Chen Mengxian was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, Sister, you don't know, that guy is very powerful now, he may not need your protection at all. Of course we know he's very powerful. He single-handedly destroyed all of the Skull and Bones Society's forces in Jiangcheng. That's truly remarkable. Chen Lan nodded. But you have to know that the power of the Skull and Bones Society should not be underestimated. If nothing unexpected happens, the Skull and Bones Society will definitely retaliate against him at all costs. Hao Lang is extremely important to our Tianlong nation right now. To be on the safe side, the people above us will certainly not sit idly by. That's true. Chen Mengxian nodded, then fixed her gaze on Director Wei beside her and said solemnly, Director, I have something very important to report to you. What's up? Director Wei asked. The ugly country's Skull Society has used methods beyond Blue Star's current technology against ordinary people in our Tianlong country. This clearly violates the Star Alliance's agreement. Should we report this? Chen Mengxian said very angrily. Is there any evidence? Director Wei also frowned. Yes. This is a high-tech biochip. The Skull and Bones Society has used this thing to control many people in our Tianlong country. As Chen Mengxian spoke, she took out a sealed test tube container from her pocket, which contained the mini octopus-like biochip. Great. Now that I have evidence, I'll report it now. Director Wei nodded, picked up the test tube from Chen Mengxuan's hand, and went directly to report it. It's useless. However, Chen Lan next to him frowned and said helplessly. Director Wei and Chen Mengxian were stunned for a moment. Sister, what do you mean? Chen Mengxian asked with a puzzled look on her face. I'm saying that reporting this to the covenant is pointless. Chen Lan shook his head. Ah? How can it be useless? Chen Mengxian was surprised and asked in confusion. At the same time, Director Wei next to him also frowned. In fact, we have already discovered similar things many times. Chen Lan said solemnly, but every time I report it to the Star Alliance, it falls on deaf ears and I don't get any response. How so? Chen Mengxian frowned. Could it be that the Star Alliance deliberately condones the ugly nation? Director Wei also frowned. We don't know the specific situation. Chen Lan shook his head. But what is certain is that within the Star Alliance, there are definitely more forces supporting the ugly country than those supporting us. So, the Star Alliance is also unreliable? Chen Mengxian said depressedly. Well, at least, our Tianlong nation can no longer rely on the Star Alliance. Chen Lan nodded. Now our only hope lies with Hao Lang. Behind him, there seems to be a powerful force that doesn't belong to the Star Alliance. If he is truly willing to help us, then there is hope for the revival of our Tianlong nation. After hearing Chen Lan's words, Chen Mengxian and Director Wei couldn't help but look at each other and once again realized the importance of Hao Lang. Should we report this matter? Director Wei looked at Chen Lan and asked. Chen Lan is stronger than him and has more authority in the Special Affairs Bureau than him. He can be said to be his leader, so he also needs to ask Chen Lan for instructions before making his decision. Even though it's useless, I still have to report it. After all, it's the rule. Chen Lan said. Yeah, okay. Director Wei nodded and then went to report it. After sisters Chen Lan and Chen Mengxian chatted for a while, they took Yi Yu and others to Hao Lang's company. Going with them was a middle-aged man with an anxious look on his face. Galaxy Bay Villa. After talking with his family about the online public opinion, Hao Lang began to study the things in the system mall, thinking about how to use these top black technologies to help Tianlong country completely defeat Zhou country in all aspects. It's not for any other reason, it's just because he doesn't like that ugly country. After studying for a while, he first spent 50 billion to purchase 5 super heavy training rooms. This is a huge iron house instrument that can provide up to 9 times the gravity. It is a training equipment specially prepared for super warriors and can be put into their basement. If you can withstand 9 times the gravity inside, you can become a 9th level warrior. Hao Lang no longer needs this thing, but his wife Lin Yan and his younger brother Hao Jian, as well as both sets of parents and the super warriors in his company, can all use it. These 5 machines are one for his wife Lin Yuan, one for his brother Hao Jian, one for his parents, one for his father-in-law Lin Tianxiong, and the last one is prepared for everyone in his security company. After buying these training rooms, Hao Lang's wealth immediately shrank by half. But he didn't care, because as long as the business of Tianhua Group and Longxing Group developed smoothly, he would have endless money to spend. What's more, the black technologies in the system mall will definitely allow him to make more money in the future. Ding-a-ling. Just after I bought the practice room, the phone rang. When he picked it up, he saw that it was Zhang Tao calling, saying that Yi Yu and the others had returned and brought 2 very important guests with them, and Hao Lang needed to go and meet them in person. So Hao Lang drove to the company. After a while, he arrived at the company building. When I entered the office, I saw that the 2 guests Zhang Tao mentioned were Chen Mengxuan's sister Chen Lan and an anxious middle-aged man. The moment he saw Chen Lan, Hao Lang was immediately surprised. This is not only because she looks very similar to Chen Mengxian, both have angelic faces and devilish figures. The more important reason was that he discovered that this woman was actually an 8th level warrior. As for the anxious middle-aged man next to him, he is just an ordinary person with a combat power of less than 100. However, Hao Lang was also very surprised when he saw him. Because this middle-aged man is not just an ordinary person, but a celebrity among ordinary people. To be more precise, he is the boss of Tianlong country's manufacturing industry, the president of the Biote Group, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang's status and position in the business world is comparable to that of Mr. Yi from Tianhua Group. They are all big shots in the business world of Tianlong country. Speaking of BYD Group, it is simply a manufacturing empire. Their businesses range from cars to chips, from batteries to mobile phones, and there is almost nothing they don't produce. However, judging from Mr. Zhang's anxious expression at the moment, it was obvious that he had encountered some big problem. At the same time, the moment he saw Hao Lang, Chen Lan's cold face showed an expression of incredible shock. Because she discovered that Hao Lang's aura was even more powerful than hers. This made her, who came to protect Hao Lang, a little confused and at a loss for a moment. Chapter 64. You actually have this kind of black technology. Who are you? Although he had already scanned out the identity information of the two people, Hao Lang still smiled slightly and asked very politely. My name is Chen Lan, from the Special Affairs Bureau. From now on, I'll be responsible for protecting your safety. Chen Lan hesitated for a moment, frowned slightly, and said, as for the person next to him, he came to seek your help. Although she already knew that her strength was inferior to Hao Lang's, the order from above could not be changed, and she still had to try her best to protect Hao Lang for a period of time in the future. As for Mr. Zhang next to her, he encountered a major problem that he could not overcome. At the suggestion of the Special Affairs Bureau, he followed her to ask Hao Lang for help. Protect me? Hao Lang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, okay, thank you. Boss Hao, I'm from Bayati. Mr. Zhang next to him said anxiously. Mr. Zhang, of course I know who you are. Just tell me what you want from me? Hao Lang said with a smile. Not only did he know Mr. Zhang, but he also admired him very much. Because this is a person who loves Tianlong country as much as Mr. Yi. I want to go into details about other aspects. The fact that all the cars made by Bayati use the characters of Tianlong country makes Mr. Zhang much higher than other businessmen. Therefore, if Mr. Zhang needs his help with anything, as long as it is within his ability, he will definitely not refuse. Boss Hao is indeed a man of few words. Then I'll just say it straight. Mr. Zhang forced a smile and then said solemnly, I believe you already know what happened today? Yeah, I heard a little bit. Hao Lang smiled and nodded. If that's the case, then you should be very clear that many high-end industries in the country have suffered a fatal blow. Mr. Zhang said helplessly, among them, our group was the hardest hit. Because many of our group's software and hardware equipment involve ugly country technology, facing ugly country's powerful attack, many of our high-end products are now unable to be produced. Especially in our main business of automobile manufacturing, it is extremely difficult. I heard that you helped solve Tianhua and Longxin's problems. I wonder if you can help our group overcome this difficulty. After saying this, Mr. Zhang looked at Hao Lang expectantly. At the same time, Chen Lan next to him was also staring at Hao Lang. Whether Hao Lang is willing or able to help Mr. Zhang and help Tianlong Kingdom overcome this difficulty will determine how valuable he is to Tianlong Kingdom. Sure. It's just a small matter. Without any hesitation, Hao Lang smiled calmly and spoke directly. Upon hearing his answer, Mr. Zhang and Chen Lan were both stunned, and both showed expressions of disbelief and surprise. They didn't expect that Hao Lang would answer so straightforwardly and easily. Just a small matter? Is it really so easy for him to solve this problem that the entire blue planet is helpless to solve? Is he serious, or is he just bragging? If you are serious, that would be the best. But I'm afraid that he is just young and frivolous in his bragging. Mr. Hao, this is no small matter. Don't you understand what exactly the problem we're facing? This time, strictly speaking, is even more serious than the last blockade of chips. Because what's lacking this time isn't just lithography machines, but high-end production equipment and materials needed by all walks of life. It's not just the semiconductor industry that's affected, but every industry in every aspect. After a moment of shock, Mr. Zhang emphasized again for the sake of caution. Chen Lan also looked at Hao Lang with suspicion. Although she knew that there was a mysterious force behind Hao Lang helping him. But she also didn't quite believe that the force really dared to ignore the existence of the Star Alliance and provide excessive help to Hao Lang and Tianlong Kingdom. In other words, she didn't quite believe that Hao Lang could really help the Tianlong Kingdom overcome this difficulty easily. Of course I know. Isn't it just a matter of various high-end machine tools and high-end materials, as well as some special hardware and software equipment? All this problem can be solved perfectly for you with just one device. Hao Lang smiled calmly and said confidently. One device can solve the problem? What kind of device? So powerful? Mr. Zhang looked shocked. After all these years in the industry, he had never heard of such a powerful device in the world. At the same time, Chen Lan next to him was also quite surprised and curious. Fully automatic 3D printer. Hao Lang smiled slightly. 3D printer? Mr. Zhang was stunned for a moment, then frowned again. He smiled wryly and said, Mr. Hao, I know about 3D printers, but they have significant limitations in very limited application scenarios. I'm afraid they can't solve many problems. Besides, the current technology is still very immature. What are you thinking about? The fully automatic 3D printer I'm talking about is completely different from the 3D printers you know. Hao Lang smiled mysteriously. No, not a concept? Mr. Zhang was stunned for a moment. That's right. 3D printers like mine have almost no limitations on usage scenarios. No matter what size, shape, or material, as long as I have the corresponding design drawings and the corresponding raw materials, even the most basic raw materials that haven't been processed at all, I can directly produce the final product. Hao Lang said proudly, in short, if you want to build a spaceship, as long as you have the corresponding blueprints and materials, we can produce it for you. After listening to Hao Lang's explanation, Mr. Zhang and Chen Lan were both shocked and trembled all over. Can spaceships be produced? This is so awesome. It's simply next generation black technology. Mr. Hao, don't blame me for being overly cautious. This 3D printer you're talking about is truly too intimidating. Let me confirm, are you really not kidding me? Do you actually have such a device? Mr. Zhang is also a man who has experienced many ups and downs, and his mental quality is far superior to that of ordinary people. Although he was very excited at the moment, he still forced himself to calm down, looked into Hao Lang's eyes, and asked solemnly, as if he wanted to confirm whether Hao Lang was lying from the changes in his eyes. At the same time, Chen Lan next to him was also looking at Hao Lang very excitedly. Although the Special Affairs Bureau has some advanced technologies that are ahead of their time with the help of the Star Alliance, it is not powerful enough to build spaceships. If Hao Lang really had this kind of equipment, even their Special Affairs Bureau would be very interested in it. It's okay, I understand how you feel. Hao Lang smiled calmly and said nonchalantly, don't worry, there's definitely something there. The question now is, how much do you plan to spend on it? Chapter 65 Demonstration. How much did it cost? Mr. Zhang was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Hao, if the 3D printer you're talking about really existed, it would be a priceless treasure. Even if we sold our company, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to afford it. That's okay, just make your offer. I won't ask for too much. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and said indifferently. Since Mr. Hao said so, I'm relieved. However, before I make an offer, I need to see what the fully automatic 3D printer you mentioned is like. Mr. Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and said with anticipation. Okay, come with me. Hao Lang smiled and nodded, then stood up straight. Afterwards, he brought Mr. Zhang and Chen Lan to an unused hall upstairs. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. I'll go in and get ready. Before entering the door, Hao Lang suddenly said. He wanted to take the 3D printer out of the system warehouse, and he couldn't let Mr. Zhang and Chen Lan see this. Okay. Mr. Zhang nodded. Chen Lan, with a cold expression, said nothing, but just stood outside with Mr. Zhang and waited silently. After entering, Hao Lang thought about it, and a white machine as big as half a house appeared out of thin air in the hall. Mr. Zhang, you can come in now. After getting ready, Hao Lang said calmly. Is this the fully automatic 3D printer you mentioned? Oh my god. Is this really a machine that can be produced in our time? Looking at the sci-fi fully automatic 3D printer, Mr. Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He walked around the machine and observed it carefully for a long time. Then he asked impatiently, Mr. Hao, can you demonstrate it for me so that I can see the specific performance of this machine? Although Chen Lan didn't say anything, there was a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes, and she looked at the fully automatic 3D printer in front of her with great curiosity. Of course. Hao Lang smiled and nodded, then looked at Mr. Zhang's black suit and said, Mr. Zhang, this suit looks good. It should be custom made, right? Yes, that's right. I had it custom made just for you. It cost me a lot of money. Mr. Zhang looked down at his clothes and said with a smile. Take off your clothes. Hao Lang suddenly said. This isn't good, right? Mr. Zhang was suddenly startled and looked at Hao Lang with a strange expression. While speaking, he involuntarily took a step back, as if he was afraid that Hao Lang would do something to him. Chen Lan also frowned and looked at Hao Lang with some suspicion, wondering if this guy had any special hobby. Mr. Zhang, please don't misunderstand me. I mean, let me demonstrate this suit to you first. Hao Lang shook his head and smiled. Is that so? Okay then. Mr. Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, then took off his suit and handed it to Hao Lang. Hao Lang walked up to the fully automatic 3D printer with his suit and casually clicked a few buttons on the control panel. Call out. Immediately afterwards, a green beam of light suddenly shot out from the printer, directly covering the black suit in Hao Lang's hand. Swish! The next moment, the black suit instantly disintegrated and disappeared in the green beam of light. Ah! This? How is this possible? Mr. Zhang looked shocked. Decompose his clothes out of thin air? Such technology is unimaginable in this era. Chen-Lan next to him was also stunned. Even their Special Affairs Bureau doesn't have such technology. Base. At this moment, a flash of light appeared on the workbench of the 3D printer, and two identical black suits suddenly appeared out of thin air. It's exactly like a replica of Mr. Zhang's black suit. However, these two black suits are much smaller than Mr. Zhang's black suit. Only the two combined can seem to match the fabric of Mr. Zhang's original suit. Could this be reprinted using the fabric of my suit? But didn't you say that you need a design drawing before you can print it? Mr. Zhang stared at the two miniature black suits on the workbench and exclaimed in disbelief. Chen-Lan also widened her beautiful eyes, and was also a little bit unable to believe what she saw. That's right. These two miniature suits are printed out using the original image of your suit. Clothes are so simple, they can be easily printed even without a blueprint. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and said indifferently. Mr. Zhang was still a little skeptical. To be on the safe side, he walked over personally, picked up the two miniature black suits and took a closer look. It turned out that both the material and the style of the clothes were exactly the same as the one he wore before. You have to know that the black suit he ordered is unique in both material and style. In other words, there is absolutely no possibility that Hao Lang is cheating. I never thought there would be such a magical machine in this world. After confirming the authenticity of the 3D printer, Mr. Zhang couldn't help but feel delighted, but he continued cautiously, Mr. Hao, your machine is indeed amazing, but the most important problem we face right now isn't making clothes, so, could you demonstrate printing other items? Ideally, printing a car engine directly. Is that okay? No problem. Hao Lang smiled calmly and nodded without hesitation, but then changed the subject. However, things like car engines are quite complicated. They require complete design drawings and corresponding materials before they can be printed. You have to solve these two problems for me first. As for the design drawings, I can ask the company to send us the design drawings of our latest engine. Mr. Zhang said solemnly. As for the corresponding materials, I wonder if we can just use a similar engine as a substitute. In other words, I'll dismantle your engine, and you can break it down into its materials and print a new one? That should work. I haven't tried this before, I'll know once I try. Hao Lang nodded. Okay, I'll do it right away. Mr. Zhang was delighted and immediately took out his cell phone. He first notified the company headquarters to send the design drawings over, and then asked the people from the Jiangcheng branch to disassemble one of their company's latest car engines and send it over. About half an hour later, it was done. The design drawings have been sent to Mr. Zhang's mobile phone, and the dismantled car engine has also been sent to the hall where Hao Lang and others are. Boss Hao, we've already taken care of the two things you mentioned. Now, please let us witness a miracle. Mr. Zhang said with a smile, and at the same time handed the mobile phone containing the design drawings to Hao Lang with great anticipation. Chapter 66. Don't get excited. At the same time, Chen-Lan next to him was looking at Hao Lang with anticipation. Previously, when Hao Lang used this fully automatic 3D printer to print a suit, it was also very magical. But as he said, clothes are still too simple after all. Even if it is possible to print out exactly the same one, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. But if he could actually print a car engine, that would be a completely different story. Because if that is really the case, then we can completely break the technological blockade of the ugly country. No rush. You want me to restore your clothes before we start? Hao Lang smiled slightly, then picked up the two miniature suits and operated the 3D printer again according to the previous steps. Base. The next moment, there was a flash of light, and the black suit that Mr. Hao had worn before reappeared on the workbench. However, although the style is the same as before, it can be clearly seen that this black suit is definitely a new piece of clothing printed with the same material. Mr. Zhang picked up the clothes and looked at them carefully. After confirming that there was no problem, he felt more at ease and put them on with a smile. At this time, Hao Lang had already started operating the printer to print the car engine required by Mr. Zhang. Call out. This time, two green beams shot out from the printer. One cloud covered the mobile phone in Hao Lang's hand that contained the design drawings, and the other covered the car engine that Mr. Zhang had sent over. Swish! In a flash, the two green beams of light were retracted. And along with it, the car engine next to it also disappeared. Although they had anticipated this scene, Mr. Zhang and Chen Lan were still very shocked to see such a large car engine disappear out of thin air before their eyes. Base. The next moment, before they could recover from their shock, an engine suddenly appeared out of thin air on the printer's workbench. Mr. Zhang and Chen Lan were shocked again. They originally thought that printing a car engine would be much more difficult than printing clothes, and it would definitely take more time. But I didn't expect that the time required for the two methods would be exactly the same, both taking less than 1 second. Then, after a closer look, I saw that this new car engine, although very similar to the one that Mr. Zhang had sent over, had quite a few differences in some details. This really is the latest engine designed by our company. Mr. Zhang recognized it at a glance. The car engine in front of him was exactly the one in the design drawing, and he couldn't help but show excitement. Even Chen Lan, who was standing next to her, was shaking with excitement. Because she knew that she might have witnessed a historic event that could change the world. If everything they just saw was correct, then Hao Lang's fully automatic 3D printer alone would be enough to change Tianlong country, and even change Blue Star. Don't get too excited. Just to be on the safe side, shouldn't we test the actual performance of this engine? What if the engine I promised doesn't meet your design requirements? Hao Lang suddenly smiled jokingly. Although he knew very well that the quality of the products printed by this 3D printer would definitely far exceed Mr. Zhang and his colleagues' expectations, he still wanted to reassure them based on the principle of treating others with kindness. Mr. Zhang and Chen Lan were stunned for a moment, then calmed down immediately. Hao Lang is right. Now is not the time to get excited. There is one last very important step to do. That is, to test the performance indicators of this car engine. If the standards are not met, then everything before will be meaningless. Mr. Hao, to inspect the specific performance of a car engine, we must go to a professional facility. Can you let me take this engine away? Mr. Zhang asked sincerely. Although this engine was designed by them, it was manufactured by Hao Lang, so they naturally had to get Hao Lang's consent before taking it away. Of course. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and nodded indifferently. This latest car engine may be a priceless treasure in Mr. Zhang's eyes, but to him, it is not worth mentioning at all. After all, you have to know that his mall also has first-level automobile engine design drawings. The car engine designed using this kind of drawing is definitely better than the one designed by Mr. Zhang's company. Okay, Mr. Hao, thank you so much. Mr. Zhang said with gratitude, don't worry, as long as the test results are fine, I will spend all my money to buy your fully automatic 3D printer, regardless of the price. No need to thank me. We are all celestial dragons, and helping each other is what we should do. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and said indifferently. In fact, he didn't really care how much money Mr. Zhang could offer. After all, he originally intended to support local entrepreneurs like Mr. Zhang from Tianlong country in order to compete with the ugly country. Otherwise, as Mr. Zhang himself said, even if Mr. Zhang's company was sold, no one would be able to afford his fully automatic 3D printer. Afterwards, Mr. Zhang asked someone to take the printed latest car engine back for testing. Hao Lang took Mr. Zhang to the office downstairs for tea. As for Chen Lan, he followed Hao Lang's instructions and went to the Galaxy Bay Villa to protect his family. Originally, Chen Lan's mission was only to protect Hao Lang, and he would never follow Hao Lang's instructions to protect other people, not even Hao Lang's family. But considering that Hao Lang is now stronger than her and does not need her protection at all, instead it is the safety of Hao Lang's family that is most likely to have an impact on Hao Lang, so she obeyed Hao Lang's arrangement. About 3 hours later, the test results of the car engine finally came out and were sent to Mr. Zhang's mobile phone immediately. What? The tested performance actually completely meets the theoretical expectations of the design? The thermal efficiency is so high. How is that possible? After reading the test results, Mr. Zhang stood up from the sofa and exclaimed in disbelief. How's it going? Is it okay? Hao Lang held the teacup, took a sip of tea, and smiled indifferently. He had already anticipated such an outcome. All right. That's incredible. The theoretical thermal efficiency of our car engine is 50%, but after actual production, we expect it to reach 45%. But the engine you just printed actually reached 50%. With this engine, we can finally catch up with the world's top level, Mr. Zhang said excitedly. Just tying? However, Hao Lang frowned. Chapter 67 Money or no money doesn't matter. What Hao Lang wants is to defeat the ugly country. Just catching up is far from enough. Mr. Hao, your fully automatic 3D printer is simply a priceless treasure. I'm really embarrassed to ask for a price, Mr. Zhang said with mixed emotions as he confirmed the test data on his mobile phone again. He really wants Hao Lang's fully automatic 3D printer. But as he said before, the value of this machine is simply inestimable. Even if they sold their entire company, they probably wouldn't be able to afford it. Therefore, he didn't know how much money he should pay. Mr. Zhang, don't worry. I have something good here that you will definitely be interested in. Hao Lang suddenly smiled mysteriously. Anything else? Mr. Zhang's eyes lit up, but then he gave a helpless smile and said, Mr. Hao, I believe what you said, but the problem is, I'm afraid I can't even afford this fully automatic 3D printer, let alone other things. It's okay. Mr. Zhang, stop talking about whether to buy it or not. It's so tacky. I'm actually doing this to support national development. Otherwise, you should know very well that not only your company, but even the richest company on Blue Star can't afford my machine. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and said indifferently, That's true. Mr. Zhang smiled and nodded, then asked curiously, Mr. Hao, what exactly is that good thing you're talking about? It's the blueprint for a car engine. The thermal efficiency can reach 55%. Hao Lang smiled slightly. What? 55%? How is this possible? Even the most advanced engines in the world can't reach this level. Mr. Zhang stood up suddenly and exclaimed in disbelief. Mr. Zhang, after seeing my machine, do you still think there is anything impossible in this world? Hao Lang said with a joking smile. That's right. Although this car engine is incredibly powerful, it's nothing compared to Mr. Hao's fully automatic 3D printer. Mr. Zhang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Mr. Hao, I can sell you this car engine design and the printer together. Just name your price. Hao Lang took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. Sell me this engine design as well? This is too expensive. Mr. Zhang said with an excited face and a trembling voice. If he could get these two things, he would have the confidence to surpass the ugly country and even all the car companies in the entire blue planet in a very short period of time. In this way, we can counter the sanctions and blockades imposed by the ugly country on the Tianlong country to a great extent. But he couldn't even afford a fully automatic 3D printer. Add to that a groundbreaking car engine design, and the price would be unimaginably high. He really didn't know how much money he should pay to be worthy of Hao Lang. It doesn't matter. Just make your bid. Didn't I just say that? I also want to contribute to the country's development. The money isn't important, it's just a formality. Hao Lang saw Mr. Zhang's embarrassment, shook his head and smiled, saying indifferently. Well then. Since Mr. Hao is so understanding, I'll be bold enough to say it. After hearing Hao Lang's words, Mr. Zhang was deeply moved, his eyes full of admiration. He smiled and nodded, then mustered up the courage to say, How about this? I can give you 100 billion in cash, plus 30%, no, 35% of our company's equity. Then, as if worried that Hao Lang might think his offer was too low, Mr. Zhang quickly added, I know this amount of money is far less than the value of your two items. But please believe me, this is the highest price my company can offer. So, I hope you can help us for the sake of the hundreds of millions of people in my Tianlong country. After saying this in a pleading tone, Mr. Zhang actually bowed deeply to Hao Lang very solemnly. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? Get up quickly. I can't afford such a gift. Hao Lang quickly stood up, helped Mr. Zhang up, and said with a calm smile, Your offer is quite high. Is it not enough if I agree to it? What Hao Lang said before was the truth. He didn't really care about money. Mr. Zhang just needed to show his appreciation. What's more, the price quoted by Mr. Zhang actually exceeded the selling price of these two items in the system mall. In the system mall, the fully automatic 3D printer and the car engine design drawings are only 10 billion Tianlong coins. Mr. Zhang gave him 100 billion in cash, plus 35% of the equity. Naturally, he had no reason to disagree. You really agreed to this deal? Mr. Zhang couldn't believe his ears. He stared into Hao Lang's eyes and confirmed again with excitement. Yes. I agree. You can take your things away now. Hao Lang smiled and nodded, saying with certainty. Very good. President Zhang trembled with excitement. He held Hao Lang's hands tightly and said with gratitude, President Hao, you are our company's. No. I should say, you are our Tianlong nation's savior. It is a great blessing for our country to have someone like you. With these two things of yours, no one will be able to hold us back anymore. On behalf of our company, and indeed all Tianlong people, thank you. As Mr. Zhang spoke, he couldn't help but bow to Hao Lang. As the CEO of the Biote Group, he has recently been under the sanction of the ugly country and has been under horrific pressure that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Therefore, no one could imagine how grateful he was to Hao Lang after Hao Lang helped him relieve the pressure. If he were a woman, she would definitely marry Hao Lang without hesitation. Mr. Zhang, you're too kind. There's no need to do this. Don't forget, I'm also a member of the Tianlong nation. This is what I should do. Before Mr. Zhang bowed again, Hao Lang hurriedly supported him, shook his head and smiled, and said nonchalantly, as if he had done something insignificant. Mr. Hao, please wait a moment. I'll have someone bring the contract over right away. Mr. Zhang said anxiously. There's no rush regarding the contract. You can first have someone take this machine and the car engine blueprint back. Hao Lang said calmly. Ah? You dare let me take such a valuable thing away without signing a contract? Mr. Zhang looked surprised. Why should I be afraid? I believe in you, Mr. Zhang. Hao Lang smiled indifferently and said indifferently. He still believed in Mr. Zhang's character. More importantly, with his current strength, he is not afraid of anyone refusing to pay his debts. If Mr. Zhang dared not to pay, he could take the things back in a minute. Also, the main purpose of the deal he made today was indeed to help Tianlong country defeat Zhou country in the technological competition. Therefore, he doesn't really care whether it's money or not. Even if he doesn't make a penny, he can still give the thing to Mr. Zhang. Chapter 68 Counterattack. Seeing that Hao Lang trusted him so much, Mr. Zhang was deeply moved. He then immediately arranged for someone to prepare the contract and had someone take away the fully automatic 3D printer and the car engine design drawing. That afternoon, the two parties signed the contract, and Hao Lang directly received the more than 100 billion in cash and 35% of the equity promised by Mr. Zhang. As a result, the balance on his card became more than 100 billion. After completing the transaction, the two parties separated. Mr. Zhang left Jiangcheng directly. Hao Lang also drove home. During the time they were making the deal, the situation on Blue Star changed drastically. Due to the strong blockade and sanctions imposed by the ugly country, the situation of the Tianlong country has become increasingly difficult. Not only Zhou country, but also Zhou country's staunch allies, and even some originally neutral countries, were forced to express their intention to draw a clear line with Tianlong country and interrupt many cooperations with Tianlong country under the pressure of Zhou country. As a result, many high-tech companies were almost on the verge of bankruptcy. Among them, Mr. Zhang's BYD Group is one of the companies that people pay the most attention to. After all, you have to know that Mr. Zhang's company is the manufacturing overlord of Tianlong country. The products they produce cover a wide range of industries. If something happens to them, many industries will be affected, which will cause a fatal blow to Tianlong country. As a result, many enthusiastic netizens rushed to the social accounts of the BYD Group and kept leaving messages asking about their company. Even some capable netizens volunteered to provide some help to the BYD Group to the best of their ability. In short, at this time, the people of Tianlong country were united as one, vowing to protect the Biote Group under the blockade and suppression of the Zhou country. But there are still many pessimistic netizens who believe that BYD Group is definitely doomed this time. Without the ugly country's technology, all of their company's high-end production lines would be unable to operate, and they would definitely go bankrupt soon. There are even some people who are not sure whether they are human or ghosts, gloating in the comments section, as if they wish all the high-end industries of Tianlong Kingdom would be destroyed immediately. Regarding these things, the majority of netizens also greeted their ancestors very cordially. Just as everyone was arguing and the heat was rising, the BYD Group finally responded with a very brief message. In view of the despicable actions of the ugly country, our group has now abandoned its outdated technology and upgraded to a new generation of technology with completely independent intellectual property rights. Also, our group will officially release a groundbreaking new car engine tomorrow, boasting a thermal efficiency of 55%. Finally, this group announces counter-sanctions against the ugly country. Effective immediately, this group will no longer manufacture any products for the ugly country. Furthermore, all of our customers are strictly prohibited from cooperating with the ugly country. No third party is permitted to sell our products to the ugly country. Otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. After seeing this message, the entire internet immediately exploded. No one expected that the BYD group was not only not afraid of the suppression and sanctions from the ugly country, but even dared to sanction the ugly country and its running dogs in return. This is simply outrageous. Oh my God. Am I seeing things? Is this information true? Could it be that the account was stolen? Yeah. When did the companies in our Tianlong country become so tough? Eliminating the ugly country's outdated technology? Replacing it with a new generation of technology? How is this possible? Are you kidding me? And that incredible engine with a 55% thermal efficiency, when was it developed? Why wasn't there any news about it before? Aren't the secrecy measures too good? How dare BYD release such information? Where do they get the confidence from? That's right. When did our Tianlong nation's technological level surpass that of the ugly nation? How come I didn't know about it? They are so bold. They dare to say anything. If this angers the ugly country, the consequences will be disastrous. Netizens are discussing the information released by BYD. Many people seriously doubt the authenticity of the news. Because they can't figure out why a company that used to be very dependent on American technology suddenly dared to be so tough on America. They even dare to say that they already have more advanced technology than the ugly country. However, most people were still very excited when they saw this news. Because this at least shows that the situation may not be as bad as everyone thinks. More importantly, the information released by BYD clearly stated that the incredible engine with a thermal efficiency of 55% will be officially released tomorrow. Since they dare to say so, they must have some confidence. We will know whether it is true or not tomorrow. But there are still some people who are not sure whether they are human or ghosts, and they firmly don't believe that BYD can really leave the ugly country's technology. I don't believe it even more, that the BYD empire has mastered technology that is more advanced than that of the ugly country. As for the car engine with a thermal efficiency of up to 55%, they firmly believe that this is just the exaggerated propaganda commonly used by the Tianlong people. In fact, BYD Group may not even be able to produce an engine with a thermal efficiency of 45%. In short, they believe that the decision of Emperor BYD to confront the ugly country head-on is like throwing an egg at a stone. It is extremely stupid and overestimating one's own capabilities. It will inevitably lead to more crazy revenge from the ugly country and lead to an abyss of no return. Some people are very curious about where BYD got these advanced technologies from. At this moment, the same name suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. That is, Hao Lang. Because at this time, if there is really someone who can save BYD, it is probably only Hao Lang who helped Tianhua and Longxing Group break the chip blockade of the ugly country. As a result, many people immediately moved to Hao Lang's social account and left messages asking whether the BYD incident was related to him and the authenticity of the news. However, disappointingly, Hao Lang, just like before, remained extremely calm despite being in the whirlpool of public opinion, as if nothing had happened, and did not give any response at all. Fuck you, you won't respond, right? Then I'll take it as your agreement. That's right. Since they didn't deny it, they agreed. Who exactly is this Hao Lang? Why does he possess so much incredible technology? Who cares who he is? With him here, our Tianlong nation won't have to worry about sanctions from the ugly nation anymore. Yes. No matter who he is a hero of our Tianlong nation. Netizens left their opinions in Hao Lang's comment section. And at this moment, Tianhua Group and Longxing Group also announced counter-sanctions against the ugly country at the same time in tacit understanding. Chapter 69 Liquid Metal Robot. The counter-sanction measures issued by Tianhua and Longxing are basically the same as those of BYD. First, we will never sell our products to the United States until its unreasonable sanctions are lifted. Second, anyone who wants to cooperate with their company must draw a clear line with the ugly country. In addition to the sanctions, the three companies also announced at the same time that in the future, the price of the same products in Tianlong country will definitely not be higher than that abroad. This article caused a bigger sensation than their counter-sanction measures. Because before this, the people of Tianlong country had never enjoyed the right to buy Blue Star's most advanced technological products at the lowest prices. This made the people of Tianlong country feel proud. All of a sudden, many people bought the stocks and products of these three companies. As a result, the market value and sales of these three companies actually increased instead of decreased despite the sanctions imposed by the ugly country. When the news released by these three companies spread abroad, it caused an uproar on the entire blue planet. Hundreds of millions of people from other countries envied the people of Tianlong country more than ever before. Enjoying Blue Star's most powerful technological products at the lowest price is everyone's wish. But before this, only people from ugly country had this privilege. Therefore, for a long time in the past, ugly country was the first choice for elites from all over the world on the blue planet to immigrate to. However, now, the rise of Tianlong Kingdom is likely to break this phenomenon. While most ordinary people were still arguing online, some smart elites from various countries had already begun to find ways to immigrate to Tianlong country. And some companies in various countries have also begun to show goodwill to Tianlong Kingdom, either openly or secretly. After all, no one is a fool, and no one is willing to pay a higher price for a more backward product. Since Tianlong country's high-tech products have begun to surpass Zhou country, they are naturally unwilling to follow Zhou country's path to the end. The people of ugly country naturally cannot tolerate these changes in the situation that are not in their favor. As usual, they first warned the Tianlong kingdom and those countries that planned to side with the Tianlong kingdom, and then began to carry out actual combat exercises at military bases around the world. They even gathered several aircraft carrier battle groups near Tianlong kingdom and sailed directly towards Tianlong kingdom with great momentum. For a moment, the situation on Blue Star suddenly became tense, as if a storm was about to come and a war could break out at any time. At the same time, the online debate has been in full swing and has reached a fever pitch. Hao Lang was unaware of the changes in the outside world and didn't care much about them. After completing the transaction with Mr. Zhang, he drove directly home. You know, the Skull and Bones Society said they would take revenge on him. Although Chen Lan was helping him look after his home, he was still a little worried. Just in case, he still has to go home early. Boom, boom, boom. Unexpectedly, before he got home, he heard bursts of earth-shaking fighting coming from the Galaxy Bay Villa area in the distance. Holy shit, is that true? The Skull and Bones Society members arrived so quickly? Why didn't Chen Lan notify me? Hao Lang was startled and stopped the car immediately. His figure flashed and turned into a blurred afterimage with an astonishing speed, rushing quickly towards the Xinghuan villa. With his current strength, running on foot is faster than driving. After a while, Hao Lang rushed into Xinghuan. When I looked up, I saw that several villas in the community had been blown into pieces. On the ground lay the bodies of some people from the Special Affairs Bureau. The scene looked extremely tragic. It was obvious that a very fierce battle had just taken place here. Whoosh! Hao Lang did not stop and continued to rush towards the direction where the fighting sound came from at a terrifying speed. A moment later, he found Chen Lan, his wife Lin Yan, and both sets of parents by the river. In addition to them, there were some people from the Special Affairs Bureau and a blonde girl at the scene. At this moment, Chen Lan was fighting with the blonde girl. Those from the Special Affairs Bureau are responsible for protecting Hao Lang's family. Seeing that his family was fine, Hao Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Lin Yan and the others were relieved to see Hao Lang coming back. In their opinion, Hao Lang, who made them Superman, might be even more powerful than Chen Lan. Once he comes back, maybe everyone won't have to worry about anything anymore. Hao Lang also smiled at his family and gave them an expression that told them not to worry. But then he frowned and looked at the fight between Chen Lan and the blonde girl. Because, through the system scan, he discovered that the blonde girl was not a human, but a liquid metal robot. Although her strength is similar to Chen Lan's, both are level 8 fighters, but with her ability to heal automatically and transform at will, as well as the various powerful weapons in her body, she can actually suppress Chen Lan. At this moment, Chen Lan was already injured in many places, and the battle situation was extremely unfavorable for her. If Hao Lang had arrived a little later, Chen Lan and his family would probably be dead. At the same time, Chen Lan, who was fighting, also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Hao Lang coming back. She knew that Hao Lang was stronger than her. It would be difficult for her to deal with this liquid metal robot alone, but if Hao Lang were to join in, it shouldn't be a big problem. And just as Hao Lang arrived, the blonde girl who was fighting with Chen Lan suddenly turned around and looked at Hao Lang, with a bloodthirsty red light in her eyes. At the same time, the liquid metal on her arm flowed rapidly, and actually condensed into a handful of spikes. Then she swung her arm suddenly, and threw the spikes in her hand fiercely, shooting towards Hao Lang at a rapid speed. Her purpose of coming to Xinghuan to find Hao Lang's family was to target Hao Lang. Now that I have met Hao Lang, I naturally have to deal with Hao Lang directly. Seeing her suddenly attack Hao Lang, Qianlan and Hao Lang's family were shocked. Although they were very confident in Hao Lang, the blonde girl's strength was also extraordinary, so they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Bang! However, the next moment, Hao Lang easily grabbed the metal spike that was shooting towards him. Seeing this scene, Qianlan and Hao Lang's families immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that their worries were completely unnecessary. That's it? I'll give it back to you. Hao Lang looked at the blonde girl with a disdainful sneer, and suddenly threw the spike in his hand with force, shooting towards the blonde girl at a faster speed. Call out. Unexpectedly, the blonde girl did not dodge or evade, allowing the rapidly shooting metal spikes to hit her head solidly. However, the moment the metal spikes hit her, they suddenly turned into a ball of liquid metal and quickly merged into her body. Chapter 70, watching you perform your special skills. Everyone looked surprised when they saw the blonde absorbing the metal spikes. Even Hao Lang frowned. It seems that killing this liquid metal robot may not be as easy as he thought. At the same time, although the blonde girl absorbed the metal spikes, the powerful impact of the metal spikes caused her head to be severely deformed, and it began to shake violently like plasticine. Seeing this scene, Qianlan couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although she knew that Hao Lang was stronger than her, she did not think that Hao Lang was much stronger than her. But now it seems that Hao Lang's strength has reached the level of a 9th-level warrior, which is far beyond her reach. Of course, for her at this moment, the stronger Hao Lang is, the better. That way, they would be more confident in dealing with the blonde. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, while the blonde girl's brain had not yet fully recovered, Qianlan seized the opportunity. Suddenly his figure flashed, turning into an afterimage with astonishing speed, and rushed forward with a punch. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud of a sledgehammer hitting metal, Qianlan's fist hit the blonde girl's head solidly, instantly twisting the already severely deformed head even further. At the same time, the terrifying power in her fist knocked the blonde girl flying backwards. Bang! The blonde girl flew dozens of meters away, and her heavy body, like a lump of iron, fell heavily to the ground, creating a huge broken deep pit on the hard concrete road. Is it done? Everyone looked at the dark deep pit on the concrete ground in the distance, their eyes full of anticipation. Whoosh! However, the next moment, the blonde girl's body bounced out of the deep pit unscathed, and her twisted head recovered rapidly at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, everyone was suddenly shocked. Qianlan also frowned and looked depressed. In fact, in terms of fighting skills alone, this blonde girl is not as good as her. However, the opponent's body was too special, and it was extremely difficult for her to hurt him with her current strength. Before this, she had hit the opponent many times, but she had never been able to cause any effective damage to the blonde. It seems that we can only rely on him. Qianlan thought to himself and looked at Hao Lang. At the same time, the blonde girl jumped out of the deep pit, ignored everyone else again, and rushed towards Hao Lang quickly. Ha, I want to see what you, a piece of iron, can do. Hao Lang sneered, raised his arm, and shot a spider silk at an astonishing speed at the blonde girl who was rushing towards him. Bang! The next moment, the spider silk hit the blonde girl squarely, turning into a huge spider web that tightly bound her body, causing the blonde girl to fall down instantly. Spider-Man? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but look surprised. Before this, they didn't know that Hao Lang had this special ability. At this time, the blonde girl who was tied up by the spider web and fell to the ground was unwilling to surrender. She immediately tore the spider web and struggled hard. However, no matter how hard she struggled, she was unable to break free from the spider web. Instead, the extremely tough spider web became tighter and tighter, making her range of movement smaller and smaller. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that the battle might be over. Base. But who would have thought that at this moment, the blonde girl's right arm suddenly turned into a sharp blade, and began to cut the spider silk around her body with force. Everyone was suddenly startled, and all looked worried, fearing that the other party would directly cut the spider web. However, facts soon told them that their worries were completely unnecessary. Although the blade on the blonde girl's arm was very sharp, the spider web shot out by Hao Lang was as strong as fine steel. The sharp blade on the opponent's arm could only leave some very shallow marks on the spider web, but it could not cut any spider web at all. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Now it seems that this battle should really be over. Call. However, the blonde girl in the spider web was unwilling to sit and wait for death. She spewed out scorching flames from her mouth, burning the spider web around her body fiercely. Seeing this scene, everyone looked worried again. Spider Silk must be very afraid of fire. The flames spewing out of the other party's mouth were obviously not ordinary flames, and the temperature was definitely very high. Therefore, this time, Haolang's spider silk might not be able to hold up. But soon after, they discovered again that their worries were unnecessary. In fact, no matter how fiercely the opponent's flames burned, Haolang's spider web was indestructible and intact. Only Qianlan did not feel any surprise. Because she knew very well that there was a huge gap in strength between a level 9 warrior and a level 8 warrior. Although the blonde girl's body is very special, she is only an 8th level warrior after all. Haolang is an even more powerful 9th level warrior. The spider silk he shoots out is the attack of a 9th level warrior, which is naturally not something that an 8th level warrior can easily break. As for Haolang, he was even calmer. He did not rush to kill the other party. Instead, he watched the blonde girl's performance very calmly with a playful smile. He wanted to see what methods this liquid metal robot had. Whoosh! At this time, the blonde girl in the spider web did not disappoint Haolang. She performed another unique skill. She shot out 2 red laser beams from her eyes, bombarding the spider web around her body. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked again and looked worried again. The power of laser is not comparable to that of flames. This time, Haolang's spider web might not be able to hold up. However, reality soon after made them feel relieved again. No matter how fiercely the 2 red lasers bombarded, Haolang's spider web remained motionless, without any damage at all. After seeing this scene, everyone was finally relieved. If even lasers can't break the spider web, then Haolang's spider web really shouldn't be something that the blonde girl can break. Bang! However, at this moment, the blonde girl's body suddenly turned into a pool of liquid metal and flowed out directly from the gap in the spider web. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. He had this unique skill but didn't use it earlier, which made them happy for a long time in vain. It seems that the battle is far from over. Is this your last resort? If so, this battle can be over. However, Haolang remained calm and smiled faintly. He suddenly raised his arm and, while the opponent's body had not yet recovered, shot a powerful purple arc of electricity directly at the pool of liquid metal.